Please remove your trousers and lie down on the examination bed, Chishu instructed, her gloved hands holding medical instruments as she entered the room. Noticing the man still seated in the chair, fully dressed, she reiterated her request. Mr. Lin, I kindly ask you to lie on the examination table and take off your pants to facilitate my examination. Lin Youqian's dark eyes flashed with a sharp, cold glimmer, and with great reluctance, he reclined, merely lifting his shirt to reveal his sculpted abdomen and a glimpse of his perfect line. Chishu, growing impatient, pointed to his lower body. Your trousers completely off. How am I supposed to examine you otherwise? Lin Youqian's expression, hidden beneath his mask, was darker than a raven. Struggling to suppress his anger, he unbuckled his belt, revealing pristine white boxer briefs. Yet, the female doctor remained dissatisfied, taking it upon herself to abruptly remove his final modesty. Lin Youqian instinctively covered himself with his hands, exclaiming, "Hey, you crazy woman, what are you doing?" Conducting an examination, she replied matter-of-factly, "What did you think I was going to do? I am a medical professional. This is standard procedure. Why should a grown man be so shy?" Her assertive tone left Lin Youqian feeling like an inexperienced fledgling, overreacting to the situation. Moreover, she had no time to appreciate the view, as she was preoccupied with her medical tools. Half a minute later, she straightened up, dispensing a gel-like substance on her hands and rubbing it evenly. "Remove your hands." Lin Youqian refused, clutching his precious parts even tighter. "Is this examination really necessary?" Chishu, growing increasingly impatient, replied, "Of course it is otherwise. Why would you come to the hospital? Hey, are you even going to look? If not, just leave, there are others waiting outside." Lin Youqian worked at a research institute, often overwhelmed with responsibilities, spending months immersed in a laboratory, which had led to some minor health issues. Now, having finally carved out time for a hospital checkup, he couldn't afford to waste precious hours due to shyness. Besides, with a mask on, most people wouldn't recognize him if they wanted to take a look, so be it wouldn't diminish anything. Therefore, he cautiously created a narrow opening with his tightly clasped hands. "Are you finished yet?" Chishu, unable to bear it any longer, proceeded with the examination with resolute determination. "What are you doing?" Lin Youqian exclaimed, his embarrassment causing him to utter a vulgar expression. Chishu forcefully pressed his bent legs back down. "Lie flat, why are you moving? If you keep hiding, how can I examine you? I examine hundreds of patients daily, and I've never encountered such an uncooperative adult," she remarked, her cheeks flushed beneath the mask. Indeed, she had examined countless organs, primarily those of minors. Occasionally, she encountered a few adolescents, but a robust adult patient like him was a first. Lin Youqian closed his eyes, feeling an overwhelming urge to despair. He had merely come for a kidney examination, yet he found himself subjected to such torment. 3 minutes later, Chishu wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and delivered her diagnosis with precision. "Mr. Lin, based on the medical evaluation, you are in excellent condition. Very nice indeed. There is absolutely no need for a circumcision procedure." What did you say?" Lin Youqian exclaimed in shock, springing from the examination table. His sudden movement nearly toppled the medical cart beside him. Chishu stared at him, bewildered, uncertain of where she had gone awry. Could it be that her praise lacked the flourish he so desired? Yet, she had already declared it very nice and repeated okay. 3 times. What more could she possibly say? Surely, no further exaggeration could escape her lips. "Mr. Lin, there is no need for alarm. You are very good, and there is no necessity for surgical intervention. It will not affect your marital life in any way. Therefore, who told you I needed a circumcision? I merely came to check my kidney because of some back pain I experienced the night before." Chishu flushed with embarrassment, completely forgetting her previous actions. She quickly covered her face, mortified. "Oh dear, this is so humiliating." Lin Youqian, not concerned with her embarrassment, retorted sharply. "How can you call yourself a doctor? You didn't even inquire about my condition before conducting a haphazard examination. Do you realize that invading a patient's privacy is a punishable offense? I intend to file a complaint." "Please no. Mr. Lin, I beg you not to lodge a complaint against me. I implore you." Chishu's tone shifted from serious to desperate, her voice tinged with a quivering plea. She disregarded her own state of undress and grasped his arm, begging earnestly. "I am a newly graduated intern, and I have already faced criticism from my superiors 28 times this month. If you file a complaint, I won't receive my internship report and will not be able to graduate. Please, I beg you." Lin Youqian was nearly amused by the absurdity of it all. A doctor criticized 28 times in a single month had no business remaining in the hospital, lest they bring harm to patients and society alike. "You lunatic, let go of me. I must file a complaint. If I tolerate your subpar practice any longer, I might as well change my surname from Lin. Please, I implore you, Mr. Lin. I assure you my academic prowess is substantial. I have excelled in theory. Practicing medicine is my lifelong dream. Please, do not extinguish the aspirations of such a promising flower of our nation. Get away." Lin Youqian attempted to reclaim his modesty, yet she forcibly pressed him back onto the examination table. "I am sorry, Mr. Lin. I was wrong and I apologize. Just please do not file a complaint. I will do anything you ask. I apologize. I truly regret my actions. Perhaps I could assist you in your recovery?" Chi Su, overwhelmed by the thought of a complaint, resorted to even more ludicrous propositions in her desperation. The patient's condition deteriorated further. Yes, I'm truly sorry. I seem to have made an even more outrageous mistake." The air hung heavy with a deathly silence. Lin Youqian fixed her with a gaze so piercing it seemed capable of consuming her whole. Was this woman unhinged? How could someone so unwell be entrusted with the role of a physician? Was it permissible to conduct examinations so carelessly? After donning his trousers, Lin Youqian retrieved his phone from his pocket and pointed it at her identification badge, snapping photos without hesitation. "Dr. Chi, employee number 6596, brace yourself for a complaint letter, along with a legal notice for violating patient privacy, which shall soon arrive." Chi Su was so terrified that she stood in the doorway, her petite frame blocking his exit. Had it not been for the scathing reprimand from that loathsome vice president earlier that morning, she would not have been in such a befuddled state to commit such a grave error. "Mr. Lin, I implore you, show a modicum of compassion, perform a good deed, and spare me this time. I recognize that this situation is my fault, but it is, in some respects, understandable." "Oh, you find it understandable?" Lin Youqian scoffed coldly. "You have 1 minute to explain." Instantly, Chi Su's mouth began to rattle off her excuses like a machine gun. "My name is Chi Su, a recent graduate from the medical school, and I just started my internship at the hospital last month. My specialty is surgery. However, the chief insisted on transferring me to pediatric urology, claiming that summer is the peak season for this specialty, with countless students waiting for circumcisions, and the department simply cannot keep up. Initially, as a young woman, I was adamantly opposed to this. Yet the chief insisted that if I did not comply, I would not receive my internship report, assuring me that the patients would all be minors, so I reluctantly agreed. Because I was performing the same tasks daily, I naturally developed muscle memory. Who could have known that today the chief would suddenly transfer me to urology? Do you know? Urology and pediatric urology differ by just one character, and this morning I arrived at this department, with you being the very first patient, so I instinctively assumed you were also here for a circumcision." Chi Su's voice trailed off, her rationale sounding increasingly flimsy even to her own ears. To be a physician requires a meticulous and cautious professional demeanor, as well as a calm and composed psychological disposition. Dr. Chi possesses neither, rendering her unfit for this profession. Lin Youqian's words conveyed a distinct lack of intent to offer her any leniency. Desperate, Chi Su's eyes welled with tears as she implored once more, "Mr. Lin, I beg you, please do not file a complaint against me. At worst, I shall take responsibility for you." Lin Youqian replied coldly as he regarded her. "And how do you propose to take responsibility?" Chi Su murmured, her head bowed, finally uttering, "Well, how about I become your girlfriend?" "Girlfriend?" Regretting her words almost immediately, Chi Su lamented her impulsiveness. It was all due to the excessive consumption of mindless dramas. Whoever glimpsed someone else's body would invariably take responsibility for it. Thus, her hasty outburst was truly a lapse in judgment. Was it still possible to retract those 3 words? Lin Youqian mused that the idea might not be so dreadful after all. At this juncture, he genuinely required a girlfriend to appease his elders. Immersed in the research environment of the Engineering Institute, he had little opportunity to engage with women, and at the age of 29, he remained a solitary monk. This predicament had led his grandmother and mother to incessantly urge him toward matrimony. Each visit home felt like an ordeal, filled with blind dates and dinners arranged with potential partners. Beyond being a waste of time, these efforts only served to complicate matters. Each noble lady and affluent heiress seemed solely attracted to his identity as the heir of the Lin family. Whether dining or engaging in conversation, there was an unmistakable air of pretense. Yet, before him stood this muddled girl, devoid of any awareness of her own status and lacking the inclination to exploit the Lin family's power. Perhaps it would suffice to humor her and present her to his grandmother as a means of fulfilling his familial obligations. Since Dr. Chi is so sincere, I suppose I could grant you an opportunity, but what? Chi Su eagerly inquired upon hearing of a chance. But I tend to be quite particular. I must first see how Dr. Chi appears. If she is too unappealing, that would be quite a shock, he replied. Chi Su bit her lip and quietly removed her mask. A breathtaking visage emerged, reminiscent of an exquisite landscape painting, revealing itself gradually to Lin Youqian. In his 29 years, he had never encountered such a refreshingly ethereal girl delicate as a begonia, her face akin to a lotus blossom, and her lips reminiscent of peach blossoms. No flower could adequately encapsulate her beauty. Despite her lack of makeup, her skin was so tender it seemed capable of yielding moisture. Her cherubic face bore no resemblance to that of a newly graduated university student. She appeared more akin to an ungraduated middle schooler. Especially her pair of clear, innocent eyes, reminiscent of a soft, endearing child from kindergarten. Had she not been wearing a mask, she might have already been reported for being a child laborer at the hospital. Do you think your mother would approve of you becoming my girlfriend in such a haphazard manner? More than my mother's disapproval, I fear your complaint. If I fail to graduate, would not my 4 years of university be in vain? Chi Su, a girl from the South, hailed from a complicated background. Her father was entirely engrossed in the children of her stepmother, neglecting her existence. The university expenses were sponsored by her mother's close friend. Should this lead to a complaint that jeopardized her future, she would surely be devoured by that demanding stepmother. Lin Youqian subtly curved his lips. He felt that this trip to the hospital was truly worthwhile, having resolved a particularly vexatious issue. Although he had been greatly taken advantage of, upon seeing her appearance, it seemed as if the loss was not so grievous after all. It was merely a few casual touches. The experience was rather delightful to reminisce about. If only he had exhibited a bit more patience and waited for her to reflect on the situation, it would have been even better. Hand me your phone. Let us add each other on WeChat, and leave your number. I shall reach out if necessary. At that moment, the individual before him was akin to a deity, and whatever he said, Chi Su felt compelled to comply. Afterward, she even had a nod and bow in gratitude. Thank you. Lin Youqian reclined back on the examination table, indulging in a bit of mischief. Girlfriend, since you've taken my case, why not treat me? Oh, certainly. Although Chi Su could not see his entire visage, those deep-set eyes, cold yet profound, resembled an ancient and mysterious castle, compelling one to explore further. His voice, not so intimidating when devoid of anger, possessed a deep timbre laced with a hint of arrogance, transforming the suffocating atmosphere of the clinic into something more bearable. Mr. Lin, may I inquire where you are experiencing discomfort? Lin Youqian gestured toward his right side. This area. The night before last, the pain was excruciating, accompanied by nausea. However, it subsided after half an hour, leaving only a vague sense of discomfort. All right, Mr. Lin, please relax. I shall examine you. Chi's gentle hands pressed against his abdomen. Does this hurt? Not at all. How about here? Here? Here. After a prolonged examination, beads of sweat formed on Chi's forehead, only to conclude that there was no pain at all. Hey, girlfriend, do you even know how to diagnose? Chi Su ignored him, diligently recording the medical history. Upon preliminary examination, Mr. Lin, your health appears to be satisfactory. As for the pain you described, it is likely caused by kidney stones. Please undergo a CT scan and return with the results. Next, once she entered her work mode, Chi Su completely forgot the unpleasant encounters. She assumed a serious demeanor befitting a doctor, shedding her earlier vulnerable disposition. Lin Youqian glanced at the medical record. The young lattice handwriting was quite commendable. Unlike some doctors who scribbled incomprehensibly, fearing that others might decipher it. After undergoing the CT scan and retrieving the results, it indeed confirmed the presence of kidney stones. It seemed the young lady possessed a modicum of medical knowledge and was not merely speaking without basis. The clinic was not crowded, and Lin Youqian waited until there was no one else inside before entering. He tossed the CT report on her desk. You guessed correctly. Chi-Su lifted her gaze to glance at the report, added a couple of lines to the medical record, and then instructed him accordingly. Your stones are not particularly large. Both are within 0.6 centimeters, so there is no immediate need for laser lithotripsy or percutaneous nephrolithotomy. I will prescribe some medication for you. Drinking plenty of water daily and engaging in moderate exercise can aid in stone passage. Additionally, please maintain a light diet, avoiding foods high in oxalates, protein, sodium, and purines, such as spinach, carbonated beverages, pickled vegetables, and organ meats. You may now proceed to settle the payment and collect your medication. As Lin Youqian was leaving, Chi-Su specially reminded him, be sure to drink more water, exercise regularly, and adhere to a healthy lifestyle to facilitate stone expulsion. And remember, avoid staying up late. Otherwise, it may impair kidney function and lead to further complications. Upon hearing the mention of kidney function, Lin Youqian turned back, delivering a pointed warning. Young lady, you are merely my temporary girlfriend. Isn't it a tad premature to be concerned about such matters? Chi-Su, merely offering standard medical advice, was taken aback by the man's thought process, which seemed to have ventured far beyond the realm of reason. Next, Chi-Su dared not offend him or retort, opting instead to dismiss the unwelcome encounter. After collecting his medication, Lin Youqian hastened to the underground parking lot. During this time, a student called inquiring about an academic experiment. After a lengthy half-hour explanation, it dawned on him that he had run out of stomach medication. He would have to return his girlfriend for a new prescription, otherwise he would waste another half-day next time. For a workaholic immersed in research, time is more precious than gold. However, upon reaching the door, he discovered that the consultation room was tightly shut. Inside, there were audible shouts of reprimand. You saw a total of 5 patients this morning, and you prescribed only 2 boxes of medication for 4 of them. Is that how you conclude a consultation? If every doctor operated like you, we might as well close this hospital and go drink the northwestern wind. Lin Youqian's knock interrupted the tirade from within. A portly middle-aged doctor emerged, his face a shade of thunder. Chi-Su, with her head lowered, seemed to have a veil of mist clouding her clear eyes. What happened? Were you reprimanded again? Perhaps due to enduring too many grievances or a pang of conscience. Chi-Su confided in him, her voice trembling. The chief is blaming me for not prescribing you a laser lithotripsy. But your stones are small, there's no need for that. With medication and a regular lifestyle, everything will be fine. And when I was in the pediatric urology department, there were many children who were perfectly fine and did not require circumcision. Yet the chief insisted that since the parents brought their children, we must follow protocol after all, it wouldn't cause much harm. Lin Youqian was astonished. She had initially assumed that the reason for her being criticized 28 times in 1 month was due to a lack of medical proficiency. Little did she know, it was her unwavering medical ethics that hindered the hospital's pursuit of unscrupulous profits. Has the hospital truly sunk to such depths of shamelessness? As students of medicine without status or connections, we are relegated to such private institutions upon graduation. Achieving our ideals and aspirations seems exceedingly difficult. Lin Youqian had merely intended to save time in seeking medical care, only to inadvertently uncover this dark side of the establishment. Focus on your work and refrain from engaging in unethical practices. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to call me. Chi-Su smiled gently, although it was merely a comforting remark. It nonetheless filled her with warmth. Chapter 3. The performance as autumn deepened. The ginkgo trees in Lake City had turned a brilliant shade of yellow. The roadsides were adorned with a carpet of golden leaves, resembling 2 serpentine dragons gracefully weaving through the bustling city. After enduring 2 months of criticism and reprimand at a private hospital, Chi-Su finally obtained her internship certificate and graduated smoothly. Fortune smiled upon her as she was assigned to a public hospital in a first-tier city. Though the work was arduous and exhausting, it was fulfilling devoid of the exploitative practices that plagued her previous experience in a small county hospital, which had reportedly shut down due to patient complaints of excessive medical procedures. Time slipped away unnoticed. One day, Chi-Su's phone buzzed with an unexpected message from her long-lost boyfriend. "Dr. Chi, how have you been lately? Shouldn't we fulfill the promise you made to be my girlfriend?" After much inner turmoil, Chi-Su hesitantly replied with trembling fingers, "How do we fulfill that? Let me pick you up for lunch today at noon." She timidly fabricated, "I have to work this afternoon, so I might not have time. Then take a leave or switch shifts. At 12 noon, I will come to get you." Lin Youqian's tone was commanding, leaving no room for refusal. In truth, he had already inquired about her schedule. She was on the morning shift and had no patient consultations in the afternoon. At precisely 11:58, Chi-Su's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a cold voice issued 2 terse words. "Come down." With a quiver in her voice, she asked, "Where are you?" "Eastgate." The man spoke with minimal words, his tone distant and stern. Chi-Su hurriedly changed into casual attire and rushed toward the east gate, fearing that even a moment's delay would provoke his ire. Upon arriving, she scanned the surroundings for her boyfriend, whose true visage she had never seen. A black business car honked twice, and the window slid down, revealing a beckoning hand. Overwhelmed with anxiety, she failed to notice the license plate or the make of the vehicle, let alone discern her boyfriend's appearance from the driver's seat. When she finally opened the car door and timidly inquired, "Are you Mr. Lin?" "You tell me," came the chilling response from the man inside, radiating an aura of formidable coldness. Chi-Su trembled slightly, hesitant to approach. Lin Youqian gestured toward the passenger seat. "Get in." With utmost caution, she opened the door, sitting rigidly in the seat, too apprehensive to move. She refrained from asking how he knew of her employment at the hospital. Lin Youqian pointed to the seatbelt, and seeing her in action, he leaned slightly forward to fasten it for her. A crisp, intoxicating scent wafted towards her from his presence, whether it was cologne or his unique essence. She could not tell, but it was reminiscent of the aroma she had encountered in the examination room. "All set. Remember to buckle up next time." Though his words were spoken in a normal tone, each syllable felt like a sharp blade, cloaked in an imposing authority that made her reluctant to breathe. As Lin Youqian turned his head, Chi-Su finally caught a glimpse of his profile. With a strong nose and a distinctly chiseled jawline, he appeared as exquisite as a meticulously crafted protagonist from a masterfully illustrated comic. The sunlight streaming through the car window illuminated him like an enchanting silhouette in the darkness, rendering him breathtakingly charming. "Have you had your fill?" Chi-Su abruptly withdrew her gaze, pretending to fiddle with her fingers to mask her embarrassment. "I am Lin Youqian. There is no need to address me as Mr. Lin. You may call me Ayu, Qian, or Brother Yu, whichever you prefer. By the way, the place we will dine at is my home. You will meet my family, and your role is to be my girlfriend. So, do not slip up, understand?" "Huh?" Chi-Su was evidently baffled. Her mind had yet to escape the conundrum of how to address him. Qian, Ayu, or Brother Yu. "Last time, I didn't file a complaint against you. I even went to great lengths to help you secure a spot at the top-tier hospital. Is it too much to ask you to play along with me?" "Huh?" Chi-Su was even more confused. So it was he who had exerted influence to grant her access to that esteemed hospital. She had genuinely thought it was due to her family's fortune. "Now call out my name, but don't stutter when the time comes." "Ah." Chi-Su's mouth fell agape, as she was truly unprepared for this sudden revelation. It was utterly overwhelming. "Besides that word, can you say anything else?" I'll give it a try." Chi-Su cleared her throat, stewing for quite some time, her mouth opening several times, yet it felt as though a phantom had seized her throat, rendering her speechless. "Mr. Lin, could we perhaps choose a different title?" Lin Youqian replied with an impassive expression. "What do you wish to change it to? Sweetheart or dear?" "Ah." Chi-Su had anticipated that an even more shocking proposition awaited her. This was even harder to say. "Practice," Lin Youqian commanded her, as if she were a student. 3 minutes later, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the car. Azu." Lin Youqian flinched slightly. It was the first time he had heard someone call his name with such anguish. "Are you in an accident? Come on, be normal." "Sorry. Let me gather myself for a moment." After another 5 minutes, she finally felt ready. Hyun. Lin Youqian's cold, handsome face was once again lined with exasperation. A sneeze? Are you calling me or sneezing? Try again. Chi-Su felt like crying in frustration. She typically didn't stutter like this. Why was she falling apart at such a crucial moment? After a considerable pause, a soft and feeble mew echoed in the car. Dear, Lin Youqian shuddered, nearly running a red light in a daze. Goodness, this woman is truly a marvel. Either she calls me awkwardly, or she does so with such intoxicating charm. Can't she just be normal? Call me properly. Sweetheart. Once she finished with the last title, Chi-Su buried her face in her hands, resting against the car window. Lin Youqian was speechless. The last two titles were clearly sarcastic, yet this foolish girl managed to recite them with surprising fluidity. Do you think, in your current state, you could perform well in front of my family? Please give me 5 more minutes. I assure you I could deliver a splendid performance. Chi-Su closed her eyes, treating this as a theatrical presentation, immersing herself in the essence of the female protagonist. She had a particular fondness for fantasy dramas, such as the beloved Jing Gugu spoken of by Huang Rong, the carefree Gugu mentioned by Zhao Linger, and the charming Gugu from Longing for Love. Lost in her thoughts, she blurted out, Youqian Gugu. This sweet, crisp utterance resonated with delightful clarity. Lin Youqian smiled with satisfaction. Again, keep going until it no longer feels awkward. Youqian Gugu, Youqian Gugu, Youqian Gugu. Chi-Su found her words flowing more effortlessly, and by the end, her sweet tone carried a hint of unintentional coquetry. Lin Youqian, finally sensing the moment, called for a halt. That's enough. From now on, let this be the standard. There's a future to this? Chi-Su assumed this was merely a one-time performance to appease his family, never anticipating the prospect of more. Indeed, whenever my mother wishes to meet you, you must come without delay. Lin Youqian stated it, as though it were an inherent obligation she was destined to fulfill. Chapter 4. Calling Mom. Lin Youqian's residence is situated on the outskirts of the city, a traditional Chinese villa. The garden within, complete with rockeries, resembles the exquisite Suzhou gardens, exuding an ancient charm that transports one back in time, evoking a sense of theatricality. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Lin Youqian feigned a cough and gestured with his elbow, beckoning Chi-Su to come closer. However, she remained oblivious to the meaning behind his cough, innocently inquiring, Are you unwell? Lin Youqian was at a loss for words. He had little hope that this simpleton would grasp the situation, so he directly took her small hand into his palm. Chi-Su was momentarily taken aback, yet she obediently walked alongside him, her hand, which he held, remarkably soft and delicate. Her hand felt like a fluffy cotton ball, fragile and warm, smooth to the touch. Lin Youqian found himself absent-mindedly toying with it. Chi-Su furrowed her brows slightly and, after a moment, gently reminded him, Youqian Gij, you're squeezing too hard. Lin Youqian's heart skipped a beat, and he loosened his grip, cradling her tiny hand within his. When we see the elders, you must address them properly. No stuttering, and absolutely no If Grandma asks you something, answer her well. If you're unsure of what to say, speak less. I will help you navigate through it. Okay, Chi-Su replied, her lips pouting as if in silent protest, thinking to herself, who stutters? It's not my fault you're as cold as ice, like a stern judge. Who wouldn't stutter when speaking to you? Upon reaching the entrance, 2 maids approached to assist with their belongings. Mr. Lin, you have returned. Grandma and Madam are waiting for you upstairs. Chi-Su followed Lin Youqian up the staircase, her anxiety mounting with each step. Lin Youqian could distinctly feel the warmth and slight perspiration of her hand in his, making it somewhat sticky. Hearing the footsteps ascending, Lin's mother, Ms. Wenlan, joyfully rose from the sofa, eagerly coming forward to greet them. You finally decided to come back. I've missed you dearly after these months. After exchanging 2 air kisses, she hurried to the sofa and pulled another girl up. Let me introduce you. This is Aunt Yang's daughter, Xiaohui. ISN, she beautiful? Her brother is your middle school buddy, Cheng Xin. You used to play together as children. Cheng Hui had already spotted Chi-Su, her expression becoming quite awkward as she softly greeted, Xiao Linge, hello. Lin Youqian nodded in response before guiding Chi Su to his grandmother. It was only then that Ms. Wenlan noticed that her son was holding the hand of a strikingly beautiful girl. Son, who is this young lady? Lin Youqian wrapped an arm around Chi Su's shoulder, introducing her. This is Chi Su, my girlfriend, and she's a doctor. You can call her Xiao, Chi, or Xiao Su. Hello, Grandma. This time, Chi Su did not wait for Lin Youqian to prompt her and greeted warmly on her own. Her pure and innocent smile was instantly endearing. Ms. Wenlan, with her head crowned in silver hair, beamed as she met her grandson's companion for the first time, her wrinkles easing with joy. Good. What a wonderful child. Xiao Qi, what a lovely name. Much like yourself, I find great compatibility in the comforts of home. The familial hierarchy, as described by my grandmother, pertains to the Lin family lineage. In the first branch, there are only my brother and sister who have ventured into commerce, with Ms. Wen currently at the helm of the company. The second branch has long settled abroad, gaining considerable renown within the international financial sphere. The third branch, on the other hand, has turned to politics, maintaining minimal interactions in order to avoid suspicion during non-essential gatherings. Upon hearing the phrase girlfriend, Wenlan was taken aback, covering her mouth in astonishment. Could it be true? Her son was indeed in a romantic relationship, and with a woman, no less. Such joyous news warranted the celebration of this sacred and momentous occasion. Had she known earlier, she would have purchased firecrackers to commemorate it. Over the years, she had fretted immensely over her son's personal affairs. Ever since he ended his relationship with that girl at the age of 22, he had shunned any contact with women. Rumors circulated that he spent his days entrenched in the research institute, cohabiting with a male companion, which shattered her world. Eventually, she exerted great effort to separate her son from that male companion, introducing him to various distinguished young ladies and even several movie stars, yet he showed no interest, often displaying disgust, burying himself among rough men and laboring diligently, returning home only once every few months. The family began to suspect his sexual orientation, believing he favored male companionship over female. It was as if heaven had opened its eyes. Wenlan never imagined she would witness such a day in her lifetime. Her precious son had finally held hands with a girl. What monumental news this was. Chi, you truly are the Lin family's lucky star. You have no idea how long I have awaited this day. After enduring so many years of hardship, I have finally seen the light. Wenlan began to cry out of sheer excitement. Mom, what are you doing? Why are you crying? What else could it be? It's because of you, this troublemaker. Finally getting your act together. How can I not be happy? Wenlan playfully punched her son, her tears flowing even more profusely. Mom, please stop crying, all right? I brought my girlfriend home for you. Lin Youqian urged, nudging Chi Su. Quick, call out to her, comfort Mom. Following Lin Youqian's suggestion, Chi Su opened his mouth and exclaimed, Mom. At once, Wenlan's tears transformed into laughter, for this single utterance resonated louder than thunder. Lin Youqian turned his head, staring at Chi Su in bewilderment, his eyes conveying silent reproach. I asked you to call someone, not Mom. Chi Su, realizing his blunder, felt quite foolish for taking the instruction literally. And yes, I apologize. Panic set in as he began to stutter at a critical moment. He genuinely wished to clarify, but found his tongue betraying him. Stop with the stuttering. Mom knows you are considerate. Since this is our first meeting and I couldn't prepare a gift, please accept this bracelet. Wenlan hastily removed a pristine jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it on Chi Su's hand. Meanwhile, Grandma emerged from the inner room, cradling a beautifully crafted wooden box. From within, she extracted a string of perfectly round East pearl necklaces and handed them to Chi Su. I have worn this necklace for a long time. Little Seven, you may play with it, she said. Grandmother doesn't possess anything of great value, so don't think of this humble gift as lacking. Lin Youqian was rendered speechless. The East Pearl necklace, a relic from the Qing dynasty, was worth tens of millions. Yet she claimed it was nothing special, simply hoping it wasn't deemed too shabby, a display of extravagant nonchalance. Chi Su, unaware of the necklace's true worth, believed it to be an ordinary piece and received it with a smile. Thank you, Grandma, I adore it. Wenlan chimed in, seeking affection. What about mine? No thanks. Thank you, Su attempted to address her as auntie, but was interrupted by Lin Youqian. You called her mom quite effortlessly just now. Why the sudden shyness? Mrs. One, appearing warm and generous, actually had a rather short temper. If provoked, the consequences could linger for a year, especially since Su had already referred to her as mom. Calling her auntie now would surely incite her wrath. Fortunately, Su displayed some awareness this time, catching the hint and sweetly exclaimed, "Thank you, Mom." Her smile was radiant, and she stammered not at all. This delighted Mrs. One, who could barely contain her joy, wishing to cherish the adorable girl close to her heart. "Oh, my little darling, how is it that little Seven's voice is so melodious? When that rascal speaks, it fills me with frustration, but when little Seven opens her mouth, I melt entirely." Now it was Lin Youqian who felt disheartened. After finally returning home, he found himself so overlooked. However, Mrs. Wen's observation held truth. The little one's voice was indeed enchanting, sweet and endearing, perfectly complementing her cherubic face. Meanwhile, Chengvi, left out to the side, seized the opportunity while Mrs. Wen and Su were engrossed in conversation. She lowered her collar and discreetly approached Lin Youqian, adopting a coy tone. "Little Lin, have you been abroad these past years? You haven't been in touch with anyone. My brother often mentions you, but lacks your contact information. Could you please share your WeChat or leave a number for him?" Chapter 5. The pressure of marriage. Lin Youqian did not overthink. Naturally, he could keep in touch with his childhood friend. After adding each other on WeChat, Cheng Hui seized the opportunity to engage Lin Youqian in conversation, often emitting exaggerated and affected laughter, hoping to deepen his impression of her. However, after her third inexplicable outburst of laughter, Lin Youqian furrowed his brows in irritation and candidly reminded her, "Miss Cheng, your laughter is rather unpleasant. Please refrain from laughing in the future." Cheng Hui's mouth, which had been agape, could not close in time before she was struck by a devastating blow, bursting into tears. "Shaolin, how could you say that about me? I curse you to remain single for the rest of your life and never find a wife." After venting her anger, she grabbed her bag from the sofa and, covering her face, ran out. Mrs. Wen looked on in bewilderment. "Are you? What happened? Why is she crying?" Grandma Lin, savoring a large rainbow lollipop, chuckled. "This boy said the girl's voice was unpleasant and drove her away, didn't he?" Previously, Mrs. Wen would have certainly chastised her son for lacking respect towards women. Yet, after witnessing Su, she surprisingly found herself agreeing with her son. Ayu is not wrong, is he? That quacking voice of hers is indeed quite grating. Unlike our Chi, who speaks softly and sweetly, pleasing to the ear, Lin Youqian himself was baffled by what enchantment the young woman had cast. For within half an hour, the once stern and critical Mrs. Wen had been completely charmed. Even Grandma Lin had become muddled. Not only is that girl's voice displeasing, but her heart is also unkind. How could she curse a you to a life of solitude, never to marry? What malice? In my opinion, we must break her curse today. Let Ayu and Xiao Qi go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and obtain their marriage certificate right away, lest the night be long and her ominous words come true. Mrs. Wen wholeheartedly agreed, raising her hands in approval. "Yes, yes. My grandfather used to say that when one is cursed, it must be resolved within 3 days, or misfortune will surely follow. Ayu, why don't we visit Chi-Chi's parents tomorrow and settle this matter?" Lin Youqian was taken aback by her words, feeling as if he were about to crack under pressure. He had already made concessions, willing to bring his girlfriend home for a visit, and yet Mrs. Wen was still insatiably greedy, wishing for him to marry. Had he known, he would not have returned to this troublesome old residence. "Mom, please stop dreaming. I have only been dating her for half a month. I have no plans for marriage at this time." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Wen's excited expression instantly morphed into one of despair. Grabbing several tissues, she wept uncontrollably. "You disobedient child. Are you still thinking about that vixen, Zhouing? I tell you, as long as I draw breath, that woman shall never set foot in the Lin family home. I am clearly stating now, within 3 days, you must marry Chi-Chi. If I do not see a marriage certificate, we shall sever our mother-son relationship. I will cease my treatment, forego surgery. It will be better to die sooner." 2 months prior, Ms. Wen received a diagnosis of breast cancer. She expressed her greatest concern regarding Lin Youqian's personal issues. Her heart remained uneasy as long as he did not seek a girlfriend. In an effort to alleviate her mother's worries and allow her to focus on treatment, he brought in Chi Su to play a role. To his astonishment, on the very first day, Ms. Wen made an outrageous demand for them to marry, akin to a bandit forcing a marriage, showing no regard for reason. "Mother, what on earth are you saying? You're in the early stages of cancer. The doctor has advised immediate surgery and maintaining a positive mindset. With proper care, you can fully recover. Stop these unfounded thoughts. Do you understand?" Ms. Wen cried even harder. "My breast cancer was brought on by your stress. If you had heeded my wishes and pursued a loving relationship leading to marriage and children, would I be afflicted with such an illness? Even now, you disregard my well-being and refuse to marry, leaving me to ponder the futility of my condition." Grandmother approached with small, hurried steps, striking Lin Youqian's back with her cane. "You foolish boy, your mother is in this state, yet you remain oblivious. If you are unwilling to marry, then leave this house and never return. Even if your mother were to pass, I wouldn't want you to attend her funeral." Lin Youqian closed his eyes, striving to suppress the bitterness within, and reluctantly acquiesced. "Fine, I will marry." Chi Su's mouth fell agape, resembling a doll in shock, as she mechanically shook her head in refusal. "Mother, let me discuss this with her." Without waiting for further protest, Lin Youqian grasped her hand and pulled her into another room, swiftly locking the door behind them before releasing her. "What are you doing? That hurts." Chi Su's fair arm bore the imprint of his fingers, stark against her delicate skin. Lin Youqian offered no apology for his roughness, but coldly inquired, "My mother insists we marry. What do you think?" Chi Su, not a fool, could not possibly agree to what a man she had met only twice, especially given his unpleasant demeanor. "I do not agree. We are merely acting today. I do not harbor feelings for you, nor do I wish to marry you." Lin Youqian's brow furrowed slightly as he fell silent for a while, his icy gaze fixed upon her, sending a chill down her spine. "Do you know who I am?" Chi Su felt momentarily dazed, rummaging through her memories for any recollection of this man's name, but found none. Like a statue, she shook her head. "I do not know." Lin Youqian's gaze continued to search her face, intentionally leaning closer, his deep voice mingling with warm breath, resonating in Chi Su's ear. "My name is Lin Youqian." Meeting his gaze were her bright, clear eyes, reflecting utter ignorance and bewilderment. "Oh." Lin Youqian's frosty expression instantly faltered, his voice laced with a hint of irritation. "I said, my name is Lin Youqian." Chi Su, intimidated by his imposing presence, instinctively recoiled, replying timidly, "Yes, I understand. Your name is Lin Youqian." Lin Youqian was left utterly speechless. The intellect of this woman seems to have been thoroughly compromised. Does she truly comprehend what the name Lin Youqian signifies? The Lin family of the capital is a paragon of affluence, a coveted destination for any noble woman seeking matrimony. Even the most illustrious film stars strive desperately to claim the position of the Lin family's matriarch. Yet here stands this foolish woman, remaining utterly unmoved upon hearing the name Lin Youqian. "Are you truly so dim-witted?" Chi Su, bewildered by the scorn directed at her, gazed at him in a daze. Overwhelmed by a sense of intimidation, her voice became soft and hesitant. Lin, what of Lin Youqian? Could it be? Did we know each other previously? But, I genuinely have no recollection." Lin Youqian was left speechless, unwilling to engage in conversation with someone so lacking in wit. Not only was she dim-witted, but she also stuttered. "Little stutter, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Will you marry me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chi Su shook her head vigorously, resembling a machine with a malfunctioning motor. No. I have absolutely no desire to do so. A man as terrifying as this, who would willingly marry him, with that icy, zombie-like visage. It would be astonishing if one were not frightened to death. Chapter 6. Eating cherries for the very first time, Lin Youqian proposed to a woman, only to be met with unrelenting disdain. His previously frozen expression quickly darkened, acquiring a hue reminiscent of iron. "Little stutterer, do you not know how fortunate you are? Do you have any idea how many women wish to marry me?" Upon hearing the term little stutterer, Chi Su felt a surge of anger and turned her head away. Pouting in retort, then go seek those women. I refuse to marry. It was truly absurd. She had been perfectly fine before. Yet her words faltered in the presence of this man. If she were to marry him, would she not be rendered mute with fear? Fine, I shan't marry. I have no desire. Bringing home a little stutterer would only invite ridicule. Fuming, Lin Youqian stormed out, leaving behind a series of soft, feeble protests. Lin Youqian. I'm not a stutterer. After uttering those words, Chi Su felt utterly defeated. With her speech impediment, how could she claim otherwise? Once Lin Youqian exited the room, Mrs. Wen eagerly approached, inquiring about the outcome. Well, my son, have you succeeded? Lin Youqian, with a sullen expression, shifted the blame onto Chi Su. It's not that I refuse, it's that she is unwilling. Mrs. Wen was taken aback by this peculiar situation. How could anyone decline to marry her son? Useless. You can't even win over a girl, she muttered, moving toward Chi Su with renewed enthusiasm. Gently grasping her hand and softly asking, Chi, why do you not wish to marry you? With a face full of grievance, Chi Su pouted her cherubic lips. Her large, watery eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice tinged with a soft, whimpering tone. He called me little stutterer. Mrs. Wen was bewildered. How could such a melodious voice belong to someone who stuttered? Lin Youqian, do you have a death wish? Why would you call her Chi little stutterer? Finding her pitiful yet comical demeanor amusing, Lin Youqian aimed to tease her further. I did not misspeak. She truly does stutter. With a soft plop, the tears Chi Su had held back cascaded from her eyes like shimmering beads, shattering upon the ground. Lin Youqian felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had perhaps gone too far. Sorry. Who told you to speak so clumsily? His lack of an apology only stung further, prompting even Mrs. Wen to feel the urge to reprimand him. You're deliberately bullying Chi, aren't you? What man wouldn't want to cherish and pamper such a lovely girl? Only you fool, fail to appreciate her beauty and keep acting foolishly. Why don't you apologize properly to Chi? The concept of an apology had never been part of Lin Youqian's vocabulary. The mere utterance of the word he had just managed to voice was a rare occurrence. Didn't I just apologize? My girlfriend, will you forgive me? His teasing gaze was laced with a hint of menace, especially when he emphasized the term girlfriend, as if to remind her of the promise she had made. Chi Su wiped away her tears, choosing not to look at him any longer. Silently, she settled onto the sofa, her gaze lowered as she fiddled with her fingers. Mrs. Wen emerged from the kitchen with a plate of succulent cherries, placing it beside her. Chi, have some fruit. Thank you, Mom. Chi Su maintained her familiar address, popping one cherry after another into her mouth. She neither swallowed nor bit down, only stopping once her cheeks were plump and round. In her childhood, whenever she felt upset, she would compulsively eat until her mouth was too full to speak, stifling the urge to explode in anger. Mrs. Wen kindly cautioned, Chi, chew slowly, don't choke. Lin Youqian fixed his gaze upon her, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Are you a hamster? How can you fit so much? He had counted. This woman's small mouth could accommodate a staggering 9 cherries. Yet she showed no concern for her cheeks bursting. Mrs. Wen shot her son a fierce glare. Be quiet. If you can't speak wisely, then don't speak at all. Even she could see that Chi felt wronged and was angry. Yet this fool continued to stoke the flames. I'll check if the soup is ready. You are not to bully Chi any further. After Mrs. Wen stood up, only the two of them remained in the living room, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. Chi Su silently stuffed another cherry into her mouth. The sound of her teeth clicking against the insides of her cheeks echoed in the stillness. Lin Youqian recognized her sulking, but chose to ignore it. 5 minutes passed, and seeing her still puffed up, he could no longer bear it. He extended his palm near her mouth, commanding, spit it out. Chi Su remained motionless, shifting half a body away, attempting to distance herself from him. Lin Youqian advanced, his palm nearly brushing her lips, his tone growing more severe. Spit it out, do you hear me? Chi Su vigorously shook her head, emitting a sound of defiance through her nose. Lin Youqian's patience waned. With a raised brow, he firmly grasped her cheeks and began to forcefully extract the cherries one by one. When only the last two remained, Chi Su clenched her jaw tightly, refusing to release them. He resorted to a rough method, prying her mouth open to extract the cherries. Ah! Lin Youqian felt a sharp sting as she bit his finger. You're courting death. Faced with his fierce gaze, Chi Su, in a moment of fright, swallowed the whole cherry in one go. Little stutterer, don't test my patience. I'm not someone you can provoke. Chi Su sat rigidly, motionless, her complexion shifting from pale to a deep purple, and finally, without warning, she fainted on the sofa like a marionette cut from its strings. Hey, little stutterer, what are you doing? Are you pretending to be dead, just because I scolded you? Lin Youqian shook her gently, but when she showed no response, he realized she might be choking. Fool, choking on a cherry. He swiftly lifted her limp form from the sofa and performed the Heimlich maneuver. Only after the round cherry was expelled from her mouth did his anxious heart ease slightly. Yet, Chi Su remained unresponsive, still in a state of unconsciousness. Lin Youqian laid her flat and knelt over her, continuing the resuscitation and artificial respiration until he was drenched in sweat. Finally, this foolish and naive woman exhibited a faint breath. Chi Su slowly opened her eyes, only to behold a pair of sensual, thin lips pressed against her own, engaged in an unfathomable act. Ah! She wished to scream, yet no sound emerged. Her throat throbbed with pain akin to being sliced by a knife. Upon noticing her awakening, Lin Youqian deliberately bit her lip gently, as a form of punishment for her disobedience. After all, the primary reason was the softness of her lips, having exerted himself so tirelessly to save her. He felt entitled to some recompense for his efforts. Whimpering, Chi Su could only emit muffled sounds through her nose as words eluded her. Yet, the sound she produced inexplicably stirred a restlessness within her, causing her body to stiffen involuntarily. Do not make a sound. Lin Youqian, straddling her waist, found it irresistible to continue kissing those luscious, red lips. Mrs. 1, emerging from the kitchen with a bowl of chicken soup, was taken aback by the scene before her and let out a shriek. Heavens! What are you two doing? Are you so impatient? The bedroom is just behind you. Couldn't you carry Chi in there first? Chapter 7. Artificial respiration. Lin Youqian abruptly sprang up from Chi Su's side, fervently attempting to explain. Mom, it's not what you think. I was performing artificial respiration on her. Mrs. Wen wore a knowing smile. Huh, artificial respiration? That term certainly sounds more sophisticated than a kiss. I understand. In a bid to clarify this damned misunderstanding, Lin Youqian resorted to sign language. Mom, it truly isn't what you're imagining. She fainted, and I was genuinely helping her with artificial respiration. Despite his earnest repetition, Mrs. Wen's mind was still clouded with all sorts of chaotic thoughts. Enough with the excuses. What kind of artificial respiration could you possibly be doing? Just look at yourself. Your pants are all askew, and you still have the audacity to babble nonsense. We are all adults here. What is there to be shy about? The bedroom is right behind you. Please continue. Mother would be delighted. Lin Youqian lowered his head to gaze at the unfortunate Chi Su and erupted with a phrase of exasperation. Damn it. For the first time in his life, Mrs. Wen witnessed her son, flushed like a flame, dart into the bedroom, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Ha ha ha. Mrs. Wen laughed uncontrollably. She could finally ascertain that her son was not the same as before, which was indeed a momentous relief. To facilitate this auspicious development, Mrs. Wen exerted considerable effort to drag Chi Su from the ground, pulling her towards the innermost bedroom. Chi, you should join them. The two of you can truly make the most of this. Mother 1T intrude. Chi Su clung desperately to the wall, refusing to budge. No, Mom. You've misunderstood. It's not as you think. We aren't engaging in any inappropriate behavior. Chi Su's voice was hoarse from the strain on her throat, resembling the faint buzz of a mosquito, and Mrs. Wen could not decipher her words, interpreting them instead as shyness. Due to the disparity in their heights and strength, the 161-meter tall Chi Su was dragged by the 172-meter-tall Mrs. Wen to the door of the bedroom. Son, open the door. Chi is here. A furious shout emanated from behind the door. Get lost. Upon hearing such ungrateful words, Mrs. Wen was incensed and kicked the door. You ungrateful wretch. I'm offering you a benefit, and you refuse to appreciate it. You'll regret this. Oomph. Chi-Chi, let us go. After enduring this series of alarming events, Chi-Su could no longer remain. She snatched her phone and sprinted down the stairs with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Mom, I have something to attend to. I'm leaving now. Bye. If she didn't escape quickly, she would not only become a stammering mess, but might also compromise her innocence and very life. Lin Youqian was terrifying. Mrs. One was even more fearsome. She was brazenly pushing matters forward, more audacious than the bandits of the backwoods. Chi-Su fled too swiftly for Mrs. One to catch up, prompting her to return to the bedroom to berate her son. Hey, Lin Youqian, you coward. Aren't you coming out? Your girlfriend has run away. After the dust settled, Lin Youqian emerged from the bedroom with a stern expression, grabbing his phone and striding away. He left behind an enraged and agitated Mrs. One, who shouted after him. Lin Youqian, you ungrateful son, listen closely. Within 3 days, you must bring Chi-Chi home as my bride. Otherwise, I shall cease my medication. Did you hear that? You. Brat, stop right there. Chi-Chi's bag was left behind. Won't you help her retrieve it? Upon seeing the fluffy rabbit bag, Lin Youqian felt an explosion of frustration. This stuttering girl was indeed his nemesis. Both of his most embarrassing moments had been at her expense. Mrs. Wen insisted that they marry within 3 days, which was exceedingly vexing. Lacking knowledge of Chi-Su's whereabouts, he could only deliver the bag to the hospital and message her. Your belongings have been delivered to the front desk. I shall grant you another opportunity. Will you marry me or not? The message was sent, and within half a minute, a response arrived almost instantaneously. Thank you. No, I do not wish to. Her reply was exceedingly terse, devoid of any unnecessary words or even a proper address. Her disdainful attitude further irked the proud and imperious Lin Youqian. Fine little stutter, you have guts. Just don't regret it. Chi-Su wasn't being brave. She genuinely did not want to marry such an arrogant, capricious man, no matter how handsome or wealthy he might be. After reclaiming her bag, Chi-Su completely cast aside the name Lin Youqian, wishing never to cross paths with him again. This sentiment was mutual. Lin Youqian felt the same way. However, Mrs. One was anxious. When her calls went unanswered, she bombarded her son with messages. Has the bag been delivered? Have you apologized to Chi-Chi? Has she forgiven you? When will you two go to register your marriage? From this moment on, I shall refuse food, water, and medication. If you continue to disobey, prepare for my demise. No, even if I die, I won't allow you to claim my body. You shall remain a lifelong bachelor. At this point, Lin Youqian could no longer endure the barrage and replied, would it be acceptable to marry someone else? Mrs. Wen assumed he was referring to Zhou Ying and was infuriated, fearing she might truly suffer from breast cancer due to her distress. The so-called cancer diagnosis was merely a tactic to pressure her son into finding a girlfriend. The report was fabricated. She merely suffered from benign breast hyperplasia, not cancer. Is that woman your only choice? Let me reiterate, if you wish to marry Zhou Ying, it shall only be upon my death. Mrs. Wen's vehement dislike for her son's association with Zhou Ying stemmed not from any issues with Zhou Ying herself, but rather her family. In her youth, she had a childhood sweetheart named Zhou Yanqing. The Wen and Zhou families had long-standing ties and became engaged at the age of 20. However, upon graduating from university, Zhou Yanqing betrayed her, engaging in a relationship with her best friend, Tian Fangfang. To add insult to injury, Tian Fangfang sent a video of their tryst to Mrs. Wen's parents, claiming they were truly in love and had been together for 3 years, pleading for their blessing. This was nothing short of a brazen provocation and humiliation. The Wen family decisively broke off the engagement with the Zhou family. Later, Mrs. Wen married Lin Youqian, a wealthy divorced 16 years her senior, who was none other than Lin Youqian's father. For over 30 years, two individuals have united in their endeavors, transforming the Lin family group into a preeminent luxury enterprise in Kyoto. Among them is Zhou Ying, the daughter of Zhou Yanqing and Tian Fangfang. 5 years ago, when Lin Youqian returned home with the tall and striking Zhou Ying, Mrs. Wen inexplicably felt a sense of discontent, yet she refrained from voicing her opposition. As long as her son was happy, a parent would not intrude excessively. However, during a meeting between the two families, Mrs. Wen was appalled by the unscrupulous demeanor of Zhou Yanqing and Tian Fangfang. In a fit of rage, she struck Tian Fong across the face, exclaiming, "You shameless harlot! Years ago, you seduced my fiancé, and now your daughter seeks to ensnare my son, aspiring to marry into the Lin family fortune. What a delusion!" In light of past grievances, Zhou Yanqing and his wife knelt before Mrs. Wan, pleading for forgiveness, shamefully asserting, "We were wrong in our actions back then. We beseech your understanding. However, the children are innocent. We cannot doom the happiness of the next generation due to the misdeeds of the previous one." After navigating the merciless world of business for over 30 years, Mrs. Wan was no longer the naive individual easily manipulated. The Zhou family's intentions were glaringly apparent. Yet it was Lin Youqian, in his folly, who became entranced by their daughter, oblivious to his mother's anguish, insisting that she was the only one for him. Neither mother nor son was willing to yield an inch. Ultimately, Lin Youqian spent prolonged periods away from home, embroiled in rumors with several men. Not only did others speculate, but even Mrs. Wan began to believe her son had been coerced into a different orientation. This realization plunged her into deep remorse, convinced that her obstinacy and selfishness had condemned her son to a life of suffering. Her husband, too, drifted away from her, seeking solace in M country, reuniting with his ex-wife and daughter. The Zhou family became her lifelong nightmare. Chapter 8. The pressure of arranged marriage years had passed, and when the name Zhou Ying was mentioned again, Lin Youqian's heart was no longer tormented as it once had been. Instead, a subtle sense of melancholy lingered. "Mom, when I mentioned marrying someone else, I did not mean Zhou Ying. That little stutterer lacks awareness, and I see no reason to force it. His intention was merely to bring her joy, for in matters of love, who one marries ultimately matters little." Mrs. Wan felt a deep sense of sorrow. It seemed her son had not truly moved on from his heartache. His relationship with Chi was merely a fleeting pretense. "Ayu, Chi is a good girl. I like her very much. You might consider giving her a chance. Yet," she added, "of course, if you have no genuine interest, I will not press you. As long as you are willing to marry and have children, I shall be content." Lin Youqian replied, "Understood. Rest assured, I shall soon bring a Lin family daughter-in-law home." That evening, the entertainment industry erupted with sensational news. Lin Youqian, the scion of the Beijing elite, officially established a romantic relationship with international film star Su Xiaoman. With rumors of impending nuptials swirling through the news, Chi Su finally comprehended the significance of Lin Youqian's status and the immense affluent lineage his name represented. No wonder he had repeatedly asserted, "I am Lin Youqian." It was a revelation of her own ignorance, having been unaware of the prominence associated with the heir of the Beijing circle. Nevertheless, Chi Su felt no regret, as the prospect of interacting with such a formidable figure was stifling. After the announcement, Lin Youqian felt a sense of vindication. He was eager to witness the expression on that little stutterer's face upon learning of his true identity. However, as the entire day passed, the woman showed no sign of acknowledgement. She ought to have reached out with a message. "Mr. Lin, I apologize for my earlier ignorance regarding your esteemed identity. May I be granted another chance? I would be willing to marry you." After all, it mattered little whom she married. Lin Youqian mused that if the little stutterer pleaded for mercy, he might grant her another opportunity, especially since Mrs. Wan held her in high regard. Yet, on the following day, amidst the flurry of headlines, the little stutterer remained eerily silent. He donned a mask and baseball cap to appear at the hospital, eager to ascertain whether she was blind or deaf, completely oblivious to the news and his identity. However, in the surgical department, there was no sign of her. Another female doctor at the duty room informed him, "Dr. Chi is on leave today. I overheard her on the phone last night. It seems she was arranging a blind date or something of that nature. May I inquire what you need her for, sir? If you are unwell, I can attend to you." Noticing his distinguished demeanor and designer attire, the doctor, despite not having seen his face, engaged him warmly. Upon hearing the words "blind date," Lin Youqian's expression darkened considerably beneath his mask. His cold gaze erupted with a fearsome fury that sent chills down the doctor's spine, causing her to retreat in alarm, abandoning her attempts at conversation. "Sir, if you urgently need to contact Dr. Chi, I can provide you with her number," she offered, fearful of his wrath. "No need for that," Lin Youqian replied through gritted teeth. He pulled out his phone and blocked Chi Su's number without hesitation. Such an ungrateful woman was nothing but a burden on his memory. Chi Su indeed went on a blind date. Last night, her adoptive father, Chi Wangxing, called her, threatening her with her mother's health, coercing her to return and marry for the sake of the Chi family's business investments. However, she was taken aback when she discovered that the suitor her profit-driven father had arranged was a man in his 50s, old enough to be her father. "Dad, I refuse. I will never marry that old man." Chi Wangxing's tone was icy, ruthless, and shameful. "If you won't marry, then so be it. From now on, I will not contribute a single penny toward your mother's hospital expenses. If you have the capability, support her yourself." Chi Su's mother, and Yunxi, had been in a coma for 4 years after a car accident, existing solely on medication. The monthly treatment and nursing fees were a considerable financial burden, and without Chi Wangxing's support, she could not bear the costs. Her stepmother, Zhao Dandan, feigned concern. "Xiao Su, Mr. Zheng, whom your father has arranged for you, may be older, but he possesses excellent qualities in all other respects. Marrying him means living in a mansion, driving luxury cars, and having servants to attend to your every need. What could be better than being a leisurely wealthy wife? Furthermore, your father's company is struggling. Your mother requires over 100,000 in treatment each month, and our family savings have long been depleted by our medical expenses. Without Mr. Zheng's investment, your father's company won't last much longer. Who will take care of your mother then?" Zhao Dandan, while officially Chi Wangxing's wife, was in fact the other woman. 23 years ago, Chi Wangxing had already strayed, as his wife could not bear children. In fact, Zhao Dandan's son was 3 years older than Chi Su. Yet, the company had been founded solely by her mother, making her the only legal representative. Thus, even though Chi Wangxing later revealed his ambitious nature and took control of the company, he dared not divorce. It was only after his wife's misfortune that this cold-hearted man displayed his greedy and malicious nature, openly bringing Zhao Dandan and her son into their home. This was why Chi Su chose to study medicine. She yearned to restore her mother's brain function through surgery and awaken her from her coma. Although it was a dream that seemed impossible, she still held on a hope. "And Zhao, if Mr. Zheng is as wonderful as you say, why don't you let Chi Ran marry him?" Zhao Dandan's previously feigned smile instantly morphed into a sinister expression. Her daughter, Ran, possessed beauty and talent. Having become a modestly famous actress, how could she marry an old man? "Chi Su, don't overstep your bounds. What are you to compare with Ran? If you have the ability, find a wealthy husband to cover your mother's medical expenses." Anger flashed resolutely in Chi Su's eyes. "Fine. From now on, I will support my mother myself. I, Chi Su, sever all ties with you and will have no further relations." Chi Wangxing struck her fiercely across the face, his voice seething with rage. "You wretched girl, daring to shout at your father. Have you grown wings? If it weren't for me supporting you these past 20 years, you would have been lost in the wilderness, taken away by wolves. If you wish to sever ties, bring me 5 million in support fees. I have no interest in being your father." Chi Su clutched her swollen face, stifling her tears and articulating each word with clarity. "I was picked up by my mother, and she raised me. You have no connection to me. This company belongs to my mother. It is your despicable and shameless act that has seized my mother's company. And now you demand 5 million as a nurturing fee? Dream on." Chi Wangxing attempted to strike her again, but Chi Su swiftly fled, only pausing when the group of villains could no longer pursue her. She concealed herself in a deserted corner, weeping for an extended period, before finally dialing Lin Youqian, wishing to express her regret and her willingness to marry him. To her dismay, both her call and WeChat messages had been blocked. In that moment, a shroud of terror enveloped her. Chapter 9. A humble proposal. She was in dire need of money, urgently so. Her mother's condition could not withstand even a single day's delay. If she failed to renew the medical expenses, the hospital would cease treatment, leaving her mother with no hope. She regarded Lin Youqian as her last resort, thus daring to sever ties with Chi Wangxing, only to realize it was a path leading to despair. Was she truly to sell herself to marry a man in his 50s? She would rather embrace death. Therefore, for the sake of her mother, she had no choice but to beseech him, even if it meant casting aside her dignity, kneeling before him, pleading for a chance to retract her decision. She had only met him twice. Aside from knowing his name, Lin Youqian, she was utterly unfamiliar with him. She did not know where he lived or where he worked. The only faint possibility lay in waiting for him by the roadside near the Lin family's ancestral home. As autumn's chills set in, the wind was particularly biting. Chi-Su huddled outside the wall, squatting there throughout the night until she finally spotted the black Rolls-Royce approaching from afar. She spread her arms wide and dashed into the middle of the road, forcing Lin Youqian to come to a halt. She understood that this was her sole opportunity. Should she miss it, she would be left with no choice but to marry that old, unattractive man. "Are you out of your mind?" Lin Youqian exclaimed, stepping out of the car. Upon seeing Chi-Su, disheveled and trembling from the cold, his mood unexpectedly brightened. He had thought her to be more resolute, yet here she was, unable to withstand the allure of wealth, running to plead for mercy. "Mr. Lin, I have something to discuss with you, but could you grant me a chance?" This time, Chi-Su's stammering was not due to anxiety, but rather her teeth chattering from the cold, making her speech falter. To the ear, however, it sounded like stuttering. Lin Youqian's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his laughter laced with blatant mockery and disdain. He had assumed this woman to be somewhat innocent, believing she might marry him to satisfy her mother's needs. Little did he know that within 2 days, her avaricious nature revealed itself, akin to those scheming, pretentious socialites. "What is this? Miss Chi, have you regretted your decision so swiftly?" Chi-Su, frozen and speechless, could only nod vigorously. Lin Youqian continued to taunt her. "Is it because you've realized my identity as the wealthy heir of the Lin family? Someone you've always dreamed of associating with? Or perhaps you've seen me with a new romantic interest and your tactics of feigned indifference have backfired, prompting you to seek a second chance? Or maybe your suitor pales in comparison to my striking charm, leading you to rue your choice?" With each of Lin Youqian's words, Chi-Su felt as though she were being cut deeper, valiantly suppressing the humiliation and scorn, humbly wagging her tail in supplication. "Indeed, Mr. Lin, you are correct. I am greedy. I am hypocritical. I am a false lily of purity. Please, grant me another chance. I am willing to marry you." As she reached the end of her plea, her stuttering returned uncontrollably. The smile on Lin Youqian's face widened. He teasingly inquired, "So, do you acknowledge yourself as a little stutterer?" "Gisu notet vigodusin," her disheveled mind bobbing like a daikon radish. "Mr. Lin, you speak no falsehood. I am indeed a stammerer," Lin Youqian remarked as he withdrew a cigarette from his pocket and lit it leisurely. The dense smoke spiraled into the frigid air, enveloping Chi-Su's pale visage, prompting her to cough involuntarily. After a brief pause, Lin Youqian finally spoke. "Did you not, upon first seeing my name at the hospital, intentionally seek to approach me?" Chi-Su shook her head vehemently. No, that is not the case." "Is that so? Then, Miss Chi, does this imply that you have no desire to associate with me? In that case, you may leave." Confronted by his icy demeanor, Chi-Su hastily adjusted her stance. "I apologize, Mr. Lin. My visit to the hospital was a misstep. Yet, I genuinely wish to marry you. You are tall, handsome, wealthy, come from a good family, possess a fine physique, and are physically capable. What woman would not be enamored?" She implored him for another chance. Amidst her flattery, Lin Youqian decided to grant her an opportunity, particularly drawn to the attributes of physique and vitality that significantly appealed to his male pride. "Speak. What are your terms?" The condescending tone he adopted made Chi-Su feel as if he were a sovereign ruler, while she, a mere supplicant, had no choice but to wag her tail in servitude. I desire 200,000 every month for my mother's medical treatment." In truth, Yunqi's monthly medical expenses were around 100,000. She had slightly inflated the figure for future considerations, but dared not ask for too much, fearing he might think her greedy. Her anxiety caused her to stammer once more. Lin Youqian had anticipated a more audacious demand. He was taken aback by her modest request. Finding her rationale rather glitch, perhaps she sought to feign vulnerability. "Is there anything else?" "Nothing more." Lin Youqian was skeptical. "Truly nothing else?" You must contemplate your answer carefully. I have no fondness for duplicitous women. Could we perhaps sign an agreement, stipulating a time frame? If the term expires, we may divorce, and you shall grant me my freedom? To think that she would contemplate divorce before their union had even commenced darkened Lin Youqian's countenance visibly. Leave? In her panic, Chi Su grasped his hand, pleading for forgiveness. No divorce, no divorce. I shall follow you for a lifetime, as your wife, serving you diligently. Surely that is satisfactory? Lin Youqian's expression softened slightly, particularly at the mention of wife, which sounded pleasing to his ears. Do you feel wronged to be with me? Not wronged, not at all. I'm very happy. The phrase happy escaped Chi Su's lips with a furrowed brow, a stark contrast to the sentiment she intended to convey. Her flattery was indeed swift. Lin Youqian chose not to expose her insincerity, continuing to exhale clouds of smoke. In the vehicle, Su Xiaoman, noticing his prolonged absence, adjusted her sheer, delicate chiffon dress and descended in her 10-centimeter stilettos to urge him. Qian? Who is this woman? Lin Youqian pulled Chi Su closer and explained, she is my wife, who will accompany me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain our marriage certificate shortly. Su Xiaoman's meticulously made-up face contorted in disbelief as she shrieked, Qian, did you not promise to accompany me to get the certificate? Why has this unattractive woman been chosen again? Lin Youqian thought to himself, this girl is not ugly. She is more beautiful than your surgically altered face, though she currently appears quite disheveled. She has a small appetite, dresses simply, and is rather dull-witted, making her easier to support than you. Chi Su did not perceive this as a compliment for herself. Su Xiaoman's face turned nearly green with anger. Qian, what is your taste? This woman is short, thin, ugly, and lacks both breasts and curves. What did you possibly see in her? Lin Youqian scrutinized Chi Su as if examining a piece of merchandise. Short? She barely reached his chest. Indeed, she was quite short. Thin? Her petite waist seemed as if it could be grasped with one hand. She was undeniably slender. Ugly? In her current, disheveled state, with snot running down her face. She certainly appeared unattractive. Lacking breasts and curves? Sensing his scrutinizing gaze, Chi Su took the initiative to defend herself. I have breasts and curves. I am a C-cup. Completely natural, unlike her, who has silicone enhancements. From a medical perspective, given my height and figure, a C is optimal and aesthetically pleasing. Lin Youqian couldn't help but chuckle. This woman certainly knew how to market herself, even disclosing such personal details. It seemed she was indeed desperate for marriage. Su Xiaoman, blushing, retorted, Qian, don't listen to her nonsense. I haven't had breast augmentation. I am completely natural. Not true. Your breasts have been altered, as have your face, eyes, nose, mouth, and cheekbones. As a surgeon, I can tell at a glance. You little vixen. Su Xiaoman was so enraged, she became tongue-tied. Qian, don't listen to her. I am a movie star. Due to work requirements, I made slight adjustments. I am naturally beautiful. How could I undergo extensive procedures? A slight adjustment isn't objectionable. Everyone has a desire to be beautiful. Xiaoman's face is indeed quite captivating. Lin Youqian feigned indecision, shifting his gaze between the two women. Little stutterer, what advantages do you possess that would warrant my choice? Speak up. I might not marry you. Chi Su hesitated for a moment, her mouth opening and closing for a long time before finally summoning the courage to say, I am a virgin, while she is not. Chapter 10. The Fiery Husband Ahem. Such brazen words, even Lin Youqian, accustomed to the coarse jests of rugged men, was left utterly flabbergasted. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoman's face flushed crimson with indignation, rendering her a stammerer once more. What if I am not a virgin? I possess experience. I am versatile and uninhibited. I can employ myriad techniques to satisfy Qian. Can you? Calm and composed, Chi Su replied, I cannot, but I am willing to learn. And you are not as good as I am. Lin Youqian could no longer contain his laughter, swiftly clenching his fist to stifle the corners of his mouth. The stammering retort from the little stutterer was splendid. He almost wanted to applaud. Mr. Lin, can you now decide whom to choose? Chi Su gazed at him earnestly. as if this were merely a trivial choice rather than a matter of matrimony. Lin Youqian did not provide a direct answer, but encouraged her to contemplate. If you wish to marry me, we must conduct a prenuptial property agreement. All my assets are unrelated to you. Even in the event of a divorce, you will leave with nothing. The only amount you will receive each month is 200,000. If this does not satisfy you, you may leave now. 200,000 would suffice for immediate needs. Chi-Su had never intended to rely on her husband for financial support. Very well, I agree. I do not want any of your assets. Just ensure that you pay me 200,000 promptly on the first of each month. Lin Youqian extinguished his cigarette, his deep voice finally imbued with a hint of warmth. Have you brought the documents? Chi-Su searched her pockets, finding them empty, her stammer returning in a panic. Oh no, I forgot. What should I do? Lin Youqian opened the car door, urging her to enter. What do you mean, what should you do? Go get them. Su Xiaoman was equally anxious. Qian, what about me? Aye, what should I do? For reasons unknown, Su Xiaoman too found herself stuttering. Miss Su, call your agent to come pick you up. I will provide you with the best film resources as compensation. Lin Youqian's coldness was not reserved solely for Chi-Su. To him, all women were treated alike. In mere moments, the roles shifted, with Su Xiaoman becoming the pitiful figure shivering in the cold wind, while Chi-Su basked in the warmth of the car's air conditioning, finally feeling her body warm up, though her nose no longer dripped. However, she could not stop sneezing, an undeniable sign of an impending cold. At the traffic light, Lin Youqian removed his coat and threw it to her. Put on. Stop sneezing, it's annoying. His seemingly caring action, veiled in sharp words, was irksome. THTH thank you. HU. THTH thank you. The stuttering and sneezing bombarded Lin Youqian's ears, making them even more irritated. Shut up. No talking or sneezing. Otherwise, get out. While he could control the conversation, that damn sneeze was another matter entirely. Chi-Su grabbed a handful of tissues, covering her mouth, stifling the sound of her impending sneezes with great effort. On several occasions, tears streamed down her face. Yet she dared not utter a word. Lin Youqian inadvertently turned his head and caught sight of her pitiful demeanor, feeling a twinge of compassion. Spotting a pharmacy along the road, he parked the car and went inside to purchase some medicine. Don't die on me. This man possessed a modicum of conscience, albeit limited. If he were a considerate boyfriend, he would surely accompany her to the hospital or at the very least, personally procure the medication, rather than wishing her ill. Chi-Su acquired a few boxes of cold medicine and filled 2 cups with hot water from the pharmacy, finally feeling somewhat relieved. Lin Youqian inquired, "Where is your identification?" "In the dormitory." Little did she expect that, after all this, they would have to return to the hospital. "You don't have a house?" Chi-Su thought to herself. "If I could afford a home, would I need to marry a tyrannical, snake-like man?" She retorted, "I have no money. I can't afford one. The hospital has free staff accommodations. Why shouldn't I stay there?" Once she retrieved her identification, Lin Youqian expressionlessly stated, "Move out." He did not specify where to relocate nor provide a reason. Confused, Chi-Su asked why. "It's inconvenient." Chi-Su believed that residing in staff quarters was quite advantageous. No utility bills, complete with air conditioning, television, and internet, plus it was merely a 2-minute walk to the hospital, sparing her the hassle of public transport and allowing for leisurely mornings. "I think it's quite convenient," she replied. Lin Youqian tilted his head, the sharp glint of his gaze cutting through Chi-Su's delicate features. "Convenient? After we obtained the marriage certificate, did you not express a desire to learn from Su Xiaoman's myriad experiences, actions, and techniques? We were to explore these in front of your roommates, were we not?" Chi-Su's face flushed crimson, akin to a fiery sunset. Her rebellious tongue began to stammer. "Why you please stop. I will move, all right." From his vantage point in the driver's seat, Lin Youqian couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. Even the scenery outside seemed to brighten with his mood. After exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Youqian held 2 red marriage certificates, leading her to the Lin family ancestral home to report their union. Throughout the journey, Chi-Su was troubled. At just 22 years old, she had never genuinely experienced love, nor held hands with a boy or shared a kiss. How could she have so carelessly married? The critical issue was that her husband was stern and icy, quick to anger. Would she have to feign submission before him every day? It seemed her stammering would remain unhealed. Despite their official marriage, Lin Youqian's demeanor towards Chi Su remained sharply cold. In front of mother and grandmother, you will call me husband. Outside the ancestral home, refer to me as Mr. Lin. Do you understand? Oh, Chi Su obediently replied. To prevent her from stammering unexpectedly, Lin Youqian instructed her to practice beforehand. Try calling me a couple of times. Huh? Chi Su's mouth fell open, her expression adorably silly. Call me husband. Oh. Chi Su cleared her throat, striving to pronounce Lao Gong, but the words simply would not come out. Can I wait until I see mother to call you? The utterance of these two characters triggered her speech impediment. Before she could even speak, her mouth began to burn. Now, Lin Youqian's command brooked no dissent. Old. Lin Youqian could no longer endure it. I am your husband, not your grandmother. Father-in-law. Lin Youqian's handsome visage darkened with clouds. If I were father-in-law, would you be destined to live a life of solitude thereafter? Chi Su was on the verge of tears. Darling, please don't be harsh. Allow me to practice slowly. I will master it. Unconsciously, she adeptly called him husband. Lin Youqian's expression finally softened a fraction. After a prolonged silence, Chi Su suddenly whimpered. Husband, I feel so sleepy. May I rest for a while? Having squatted by the roadside for the better part of the night and taken cold medicine, she began to feel drowsy. Lin Youqian remotely opened the storage compartment in the back seat. Get a blanket for yourself. After calling out for a while without a response, he realized she had fallen asleep. Lin Youqian had no choice but to pull over, cover her with a blanket, and adjust the air conditioning to the highest setting before continuing to drive. Upon arriving at the ancestral home, Lin Youqian finally roused her. Little stutterer, time to get out. We're here. Chi Su groggily opened her eyes and, supported by her weary frame, exited the car. Lin Youqian extended his hand to steady her. Remember what you should call me in a moment? Husband. Perform well, and there will be a reward. Chi Su's already flushed face reddened further. Once inside, Mrs. Wen and Grandma sat in the main hall, adorned in bright red garments, eagerly awaiting their new daughter-in-law. Upon seeing the woman following behind was Chi Su. They beamed with delight. Son, you brought Chi-Chi back? Lin Youqian spread out the marriage certificate and presented it to the matriarchs of the Lin family. Are you satisfied now? Mrs. Wen beamed broadly. Satisfied, very satisfied. Son, you've finally come to your senses. As long as the daughter-in-law is not Zhou, this heavy stone in my heart can finally be set down. Moreover, Chi Su was beautiful, had a melodious voice, and was pure-hearted. She was indeed the daughter-in-law that resonated with her deepest desires. Mother, Grandma, Chi Su greeted the two elders with a smile. Aunt Zhang, the maid, cleverly poured 2 cups of tea and reminded Chi Su, young mistress, today you officially enter the family. You should serve tea to the elder lady and madam. Chapter 11. The gatekeeper. Chi Su imitated the posture of ancient courtiers from television dramas, kneeling gracefully on the ground with a thud, raising the tea above his head. Grandmother, please enjoy this tea. The grandmother chuckled. Her eyes crinkled within the folds of her wrinkles. This child is truly sincere. Mrs. Wen nudged her son. You should kneel as well and offer your respects together. Since her daughter-in-law was so thoughtful, it was only fitting to give her due honor. Lin Youqian awkwardly knelt down, presenting the tea with a sense of discomfort. Grandmother, please drink the tea. Following this, the couple bowed again towards Mrs. Wen. Mother, please enjoy this tea. The 2 cups of tea exchanged for 2 extravagant red envelopes. Within them were not monetary gifts, but a property deed and a black card. Chi-Chi, once you marry into the Lin family, you are one of us. Feel free to spend. Mother will take care of you. And if that little rascal dares to bully you, grandmother will stand up for you. Chi Su felt deeply touched. Ever since her mother became a vegetable, she had not experienced such sincere affection. Thank you, mother, grandmother. Mrs. Wen observed her reddened eyes. Why are you crying? On your wedding day, you must not shed tears. You should be joyful for a harmonious future together. In a few days, I will consult someone to choose an auspicious date for a grand wedding celebration. How's that sound? Lin Youqian was reluctant and hastily found an excuse to decline. Mother, she is unwell. I should take her home to rest. Absolutely not. insisted Grandmother Lin. You must stay here on your wedding night. This is essential for prosperity in the days to come. After dinner, Mrs. Wen and Grandmother Lin, with a mix of coaxing and cunning, finally managed to usher the newlyweds into the same bedroom. Lon, do you want to go in and remind them of anything? I see that little Chi is just a child. She probably knows nothing. Will they manage? Mrs. Wen leaned against the doorframe, listening intently for several minutes. But heard nothing at all. You say Chi doesn't understand? What if that boy is also a novice, unsure of how to proceed? Grandmother Lin shuffled about with small steps, emerging from the room, carrying a redwood box inlaid with pearls and jade. Opening layer after layer, she retrieved 2 ancient, yellowed books. Lon, why not send these 2 children's books in for them to study? Mrs. Wen opened one and gasped, "Oh my goodness, how embarrassing. Grandmother has such rare royal antique stock. These exquisite illustrations would undoubtedly be treasures if sold. But in modern times, people watch films. Who reads children's books anymore? How outdated." Grandmother Lin kindly suggested. Why not find a couple of films for these young ones to watch? Mother, in such a hurry, where would I find films? Besides, they must explore that on their own. I can't possibly project it electronically from afar, can I? Unbeknownst to them, a tall figure appeared behind the 2 overly concerned women. Mother, Grandmother, are you perhaps worrying too much? If you are bored, I could invite a few male models over to entertain you. Grandmother Lin's face flushed crimson, nearly causing her to lose control. Such insolent words from a mere monkey. My grandmother is 82 years old, yet you tarnish her virtue. Do you not fear her wrath? Ms. Wen was also taken aback. How did you come be here? Lin Youqian gently reminded them. Have you forgotten that this bedroom features an open layout with dual balconies and 2 entrances? How careless of us. Please do go inside. With tremendous effort, Madame Wen once again propelled her son forward as though kicking a ball. The elderly grandmother shuffled forward with trembling, mincing steps, hastening toward the opposite balcony. Lon, guard this side. I shall block the other door, she declared. At the age of 82, Grandma Lin had transformed herself into a sprightly elderly fitness enthusiast, all for the sake of her eldest grandson's happiness. Lin Youqian clutched his sore bottom where his mother had kicked him, unleashing a torrent of profanity. Damn it, Mom. Am I not your own flesh and blood? Mrs. Wen shouted back at him. Damn your nonsense. Get to work and stop wasting time. The psychological trauma from years of alarming news about her son had left her deeply unsettled. Without concrete evidence, her heart remained perpetually uneasy. Even if they obtained that red certificate, it would be meaningless scrap paper unless he touched Chi. Lin Youqian walked to Chi-Su's bedside and called out, "Little stutterer, get up. Time to act." Chi-Su was puzzled. What kind of act now? Can you moan? He asked. Chi-Su's mind was as if struck by lightning, utterly muddled and chaotic. I can't do it. I refuse to perform. Lin Youqian casually removed his jacket and began unbuttoning his shirt, revealing his toned physique partially concealed before Chi-Su. Since you claim incompetence, we must proceed with practical demonstration. Otherwise, I shall have no justification for my mother and grandmother. Chi-Su recoiled like a startled kitten, curling into herself in alarm before hastily protesting. I can do it. Lin Youqian curled his lips into a roguish smirk, openly teasing her with an audacious demand. Then let me hear you call out twice. Chi-Su was utterly exasperated. Make some sounds for me to hear. This phrase had become her personal curse. Every time Lin Youqian uttered these words, nothing good ever followed, and without fail, she would begin to stutter the moment she opened her mouth. CCC call? How am I supposed to call? Lin Youqian sighed in disbelief. You're asking me? Didn't you claim you knew how? I can learn. Maybe you could teach me? Lin Youqian was also led astray by her. How could I possibly teach you? You don't even know how to purr either? Chi-Su actually stopped stammering. What? What do you mean I can't do it? That's how women scream. Why can only women scream? Can't men scream too? Get lost. Lin Youqian was seething with rage. Shut your damn mouth. You're making me stutter. Suddenly, urgent knocking echoed from outside. Lin Youqian, open up. Your grandmother has something for you. Deliberately stripping off his shirt, Lin Youqian sauntered over. What is it, Mom? See for yourself. After Ms. Wen flung the 2 small books inside, she swiftly closed the door. Lin Youqian gazed at the yellowed tome of royal court secrets with profound disdain. In the 21st century, who still pays attention to this? A neurotic mother, an overly concerned grandmother, and a stuttering wife. Such a life is truly exasperating. Little stutterer, come here. What is it? Chi Su lowered his gaze, too timid to meet his eyes. The man's physique was the epitome of perfection, a veritable masterpiece. With a chest more robust than that of male models, a well-defined waist, and distinctly chiseled 8-pack abs, he also bore an alluring hint of sensuality just above his tantalizing mermaid line. Any woman who laid eyes on him would be unable to resist drooling. A rare edition of a book treasured by grandmother. It's for you. Chi Su cautiously opened it, and the first page revealed the beginning of humanity's origin, commencing with movement. Chapter 12. Masterful performance, oh my goodness. Chi Su exclaimed with a piercing scream. What kind of ridiculous book is this? Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Youqian ignited the atmosphere, pinching her waist playfully. Ah, what are you doing? Moments later, a light slap landed on her plump rear. What? Lin Youqian, you rogue. Yes, just like that. Scream. Before Chi Su could fully comprehend the situation, the scene had already commenced. What should I scream? Call me husband. Be good, do not stutter. Perhaps it was the gentleness of his voice at that moment, along with the warm aura replacing his usual icy demeanor, that inexplicably cured Chi Su's stuttering. Husband. Her voice flowed like a gentle stream. Speak louder. To immerse her in the scene, Lin Youqian's hand began to wander lightly across her waist. Chi Su felt a wave of tingling sensation envelop her, causing her voice to quiver slightly. Husband. As he drew near her chest, Chi Su let out another startled cry. You scoundrel, let go. Fool. Mother is outside listening. Focus on your performance. It was then that she realized Lin Youqian's actions were not meant to take advantage of her. Continue calling. Husband. This time, she wised up, her voice dripping with charm and allure. Lin Youqian suddenly tensed. Just as he was getting into character, he felt his defenses begin to crumble. Husband, husband, husband. Each utterance grew more enchanting, and Lin Youqian thought to himself that perhaps blurring the lines between reality and performance was not such a bad idea. Can you not call anything else but husband? Chi Su, being a naive child, had never encountered inappropriate films. She truly did not understand. With a gentle sigh, Lin Youqian patiently guided her through the lines. Ah, husband, it hurts so much. Chi Su earnestly mimicked him, transforming herself into an exemplary student, surpassing all expectations. Husband, hurry. Husband, hurry. The repetition mode was officially activated. Husband, I like. Husband, I like. For every line Lin Youqian uttered, Chi Su echoed back, her innate talent making her delivery more captivating than that of seasoned actors from distant lands. Husband, you are amazing. Husband, be gentle. After finishing her lines, Chi Su cheekily stuck out her pink tongue, seeking approval. Did I perform well? Are you asking if you did well? With that level of skill, you could easily lend your voice to an action film. Lin Youqian sweated profusely, growling, Little stutterer, do you have any idea how much trouble you are stirring? Little stutterer, do you have any idea how much trouble you are stirring? Chi Su assumed this was also part of the script. Fool, it's not like that. Fool, it's not like that. Chi Su was utterly engrossed in her role, unable to extricate herself. Lin Youqian desperately wished to silence her disobedient mouth. Stop, stop, stop. You must stop. Chi Su continued to embellish the performance. Outside the door, Mrs. One, who had been eavesdropping intently, was left puzzled. Why did it suddenly stop? Is it possible for it to stop? Is it necessary to muster all one's strength to achieve victory from a distance? Halt! Halt! Little stutter, are you daft? I meant for you to stop. Chi Su finally grasped the message. Why stop? Aren't we performing anymore? It's only been 3 minutes. Will mother suspect something is amiss? Lin Youqian was utterly exasperated. You are the one who is deranged. Deafness, stuttering. Go away. I'm off to take a shower. I apologize. I didn't mean to mess things up. It's my first time. I lack experience. Will you forgive me? This particular line was heard loud and clear by Ms. When outside, who completely misconstrued its meaning. First time, lacking experience, hence the blunder? While it's true that most people fumble on their first attempt, this seems far too hasty. Son, could there truly be something wrong? After finally shedding her son's image of being indifferent to women, Ms. Wen found herself with new concerns. She hurriedly sought out the family doctor, old Zhao, insisting he prescribe some effective medication for the young couple's health. The occupants within remained oblivious that they were no longer being surveilled. Chisu was still consumed with self-reproach for not performing adequately. "Mr. Lin, please don't be upset. If worse comes to worst, I'll perform alone once more, ensuring that Mother believes we've already consummated our union." Immediately following, she began to vocalize whimsically, like a love-struck feline, incessantly calling out for her husband. Lin Youqian, drenched under the icy water, was at a loss for words. This woman's enchanting calls rendered his cold shower utterly futile. He could only follow her rhythm, seeking to alleviate his own frustration. When Lin Youqian emerged wrapped in a towel, she continued her incantations, her lips moving animatedly, yet her facial expression devoid of any emotion, even appearing somewhat disheartened, lacking any signs of arousal. The key was her tone, so vividly imitative. He wondered how she managed to exist in such a mental state, calling out sensually yet remaining unaffected. Or perhaps, was it his own lack of composure? Having long been distant from women, was this an uncontrollable urge? Just after finishing his shower, he found himself in need of composure again. "Hey, you've been calling for half an hour. Isn't your throat hoarse? I do like a drink too, but I have no idea how long you can keep this up. If you don't meet the standard, will we have to start over?" Lin Youqian's mind was in turmoil. This woman was utterly oblivious. Just as he extinguished the flames, she began to stoke them again. "Rest assured, I am quite competent. Care test it?" "No, no, no. Competence is sufficient. That way, your mother won't worry." Lin Youqian, "Shouldn't that be your concern? What does my mother worry about?" Engaging in conversation with such an oblivious woman was nothing short of self-inflicted torment. Lin Youqian abandoned any thoughts of teasing her and straightforwardly informed her of the rules she must adhere to as the Lin family's young mistress. "During the day, as I mentioned, when we are outside, you're not to call me husband. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand, Mr. Lin." Chisu was quite perceptive. Aside from being utterly clueless regarding matters of intimacy, she grasped everything else with ease. "Regarding our marriage, aside from mother and grandmother, I shall not permit a fourth person to know, including your family." Lin Youqian had no intention of meeting her parents, as it would be too troublesome, and he was disinclined to indulge her in pretense. Chisu had never considered introducing her to her family either, for the Chi family was filled with malevolent individuals. "Rest assured, I shall not speak recklessly, nor will I burden you with troubles." Lin Youqian was taken aback by her understanding. His previously cold tone softened slightly. "As for material matters, I shall not let you suffer any deprivation. As long as it is not excessive, feel free to spend as you wish. However, regarding other matters, do not harbor any illusions. The reason I married you is to appease my family, not out of affection. Hence, you should comprehend that your sole duty is to please my mother and grandmother. Do not entertain any ulterior motives towards me, for I have no regard for timid, spineless women who lack principles and stutter in conversation. Do you understand?" He spoke these words with a weighty tone, as he wished to avoid the entanglements of emotional complications. Yet, Chisu did not feel disheartened. Instead, she readily acquiesced. "Yes, I understand. I do not expect your affection, nor do I wish for it." This was precisely the response he sought, yet it left an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. "That is for the best." His tone turned sharp once more, tinged with bitterness. "In the future, you shall not meddle in my romantic affairs. However, you are forbidden to associate with other men. Do you comprehend?" Chapter 13. The cat knocked over the fish tank. What kind of hypocritical and unequal arrangement is this? Chisu would not acquiesce. Why should she? Because he provides her with money to spend. It was you who desperately begged him to marry you. So now, with his money in hand, you are expected to remain virtuous. Do you understand? Chisu pouted, quietly rebelling. Then why do you engage in romantic entanglements outside? Although Lin Youqian did not indulge, he despised interference in his personal affairs, hence his retort. If he wishes to pursue someone, who are you to object? Oh, do as you please. Though Chisu felt a tinge of disappointment, she could not be bothered. Their marriage was merely a farcical arrangement, a mutual exploitation devoid of genuine affection. Why care whom he loves or pursues? Lin Youqian's heart began to churn with irritation, the pent-up frustration becoming increasingly unbearable. To be the lady of the Lin household, one must be obedient, docile, understanding, and perceptive. No rebuttals allowed. Do you comprehend? And if you are in the wrong, must I also submit? Ah, now the retort begins. Lin Youqian nearly wished to silence her petite mouth. When has he ever erred? Even if he did, you must endure it. After all, it was your choice to wed him. His temper is notoriously foul, and he possesses little patience. Should you choose to provoke him, do not blame him for being unsympathetic. This condescending exchange underscored his authority and tyranny, treating marriage as a mere act of charity while trampling upon Chi Su's dignity, leaving her with no right to respond. Yes, I will be obedient and will not trouble Mr. Lin, she declared, a faint smile gracing her lips, resembling a model student in the gentle spring breeze, excessively compliant. Now at home, she could refer to him as husband. All right, I understand. Though she claimed to know, she did not utter the words. For some inexplicable reason, the irritable Lin Youqian remained sullen. Sleep. This is infuriating. Chi Su dutifully lay down, instinctively covering herself with the blanket, turning off the light, closing her eyes, breathing softly, even more compliant than a gentle puppy. So dull. Lin Youqian took his blanket to the small sofa on the balcony, attempting to find solace in sleep. Yet, slumber eluded him, especially with the tabby cat, nurtured by his grandmother, seemingly in heat, incessantly meowing, creating a cacophony that frayed his nerves. Scram, if you don't behave, I'll stew you. After having its mating calls interrupted, the cat became even more agitated, meowing louder than before. Get lost. Lin Youqian rose to chase it away. But the tabby, fierce by nature, leapt onto a nearby decorative shelf, sending the fish tank, home to 3 little goldfish, crashing to the floor before making its hasty escape. Damn it! Lin Youqian's blanket was thoroughly soaked. On this chilly autumn night, even with a robust physique, he would surely succumb to the cold. In her slumber, Chi Su hazily sensed someone nudging her. Hey, little stutterer, move over a bit. I want to sleep here. Don't disturb me. I'm so sleepy. She was deep in her dreams, her long lashes resting on her rosy cheeks, resembling a delicately crafted porcelain doll, breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Youqian cautiously lifted a corner of the blanket, stealthily inching his way in. The warmth enveloped him, and a sweet fragrance wafted through the air. He sensed the unique softness and fragrance of the woman beside him, causing the blood within him to boil uncontrollably. His heart thundered in his chest like a drum, seemingly intent on shattering the very bed beneath him. Chi Su heard a rustling sound and felt the presence of a massive figure beside her, startling her into a sitting position. What are you doing here? I thought you were sleeping on the balcony? Lin Youqian explained helplessly, my blanket got wet. How could your blanket possibly be wet? Chi Su exclaimed in astonishment. At your age, you still wet the bed? Upon meeting Lin Youqian's murderous glare, Chi Su realized her words had been ill-chosen. I'm sorry. That wasn't my intention. I merely found it peculiar. Lin Youqian growled, are you deaf? Did you not hear the cat meowing just now? Chi Su shook her head. I didn't hear it. Could it be that the cat peed on your bed? Lin Youqian felt an urge to kick her off the bed. Aside from urine, can you not think of something more normal? Oh, her bewildered exclamation left Lin Youqian unsure whether she comprehended the situation or not. Now that Mom and Grandma have left, with so many bedrooms in your house, can't you sleep in another room? Lin Youqian was taken aback. He never expected that his handsome model-like face and the physique that made countless women swoon would be met with disdain. Anger surged within him. All the other bedrooms are locked by my mother. This is my home, my room, my bait. Why should I sleep elsewhere? Chi Su found his reasoning unassailable and had no grounds to retort. But I'm afraid. I'm afraid of you. Lin Youqian, already irritated, interrupted her stammering. Rest assured, with your emaciated figure, lacking both curves and flesh, I wouldn't even glance your way. Soon, however, Lin Youqian was met with a harsh reality. He merely tugged at the blanket slightly, and the sight before him widened his pupils in shock, leaving him momentarily unable to look directly at her. Just moments ago, he had dismissed her as worthless, Yet now he found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Her glistening skin, perfect curves, and that soft, doll-like face were temptations too potent to resist, as if he yearned to consume her whole to quench his thirst. Chi-Chi, are you dressed like this to entice me? Lin Youqian's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, akin to a famished wolf spotting a plump little rabbit, unable to suppress a swallow. I'm not. This was sent by my mother. I don't have any sleepwear. Lin Youqian's breathing became erratic as he inched closer to Chi-Su. Chi-Chi, do you want it? Chi-Su's face paled in terror, resembling a frightened little rabbit, utterly flustered. I don't want it. Do not come any closer. Her fear was palpable, her sparkling eyes misting over, hinting at tears yet to fall. Lin Youqian relinquished his impulse to kiss her. If she was unwilling, he would not force her. Confronted with that youthful, innocent face, he knew that to act forcefully would be akin to a beast. It was clear that with her figure concealed, she appeared no older than a primary school student, making it impossible for him to proceed. Sleep. I want to touch you. Chi-Su lay cautiously at the edge, as if guarding against a plague, leaving a wide chasm between the two, akin to 3 lanes of a busy road. Lin Youqian felt he had made a grievous error in this marriage. Had he chosen another woman, he might have found some respite from his pent-up desires. Instead, he found himself wed to this naive, delicate creature, timid as a mouse, who whimpered at the slightest provocation, making him feel guilty for merely brushing against her. As a vigorous man of 29, having mingled among his peers for 5 years, he had finally entered the sacred bond of matrimony, only to find himself still living a life of celibacy. How utterly disheartening. Observing her trembling form, Lin Youqian feared she would spend the night in a state of anxiety, unable to sleep. Yet within a mere 5 minutes, those soft, round eyes were concealed beneath a curtain of thick, curled lashes. Xiao Jibai? Xiao Jibai? He called her name several times, but received no response. A conflagration of anger and desire raged within him, each vying to dominate the petite figure before him. She stirred an unbearable heat within him, while she herself slumbered peacefully. Such an absurdity. For the first time in his life, Lin Youqian found himself driven nearly to madness by a woman. Even during his relationship with Zhou Ying, he had never felt so uncontrollable. He had even recoiled at the thought of holding hands, let alone engaging in any intimate acts. Why then did this stammering girl evoke such tumultuous emotions within him? Despite taking 3 cold showers, he could not quell the restlessness of his body. Chapter 14. The pursuit of money after a night of sweet slumber. Chi-Su found herself in a state of profound rest. Despite being in an unfamiliar environment, she remarkably escaped the clutches of nightmares. Ever since her mother's tragic car accident, each return to the Chi household, even in her own familiar room, had been accompanied by haunting dreams. Yet last night, with a vigorous man lying beside her, she slept as soundly as a log. Upon awakening, the first thing she did was to lift the covers and ensure her attire was intact, fearing any violation. To her dismay, she was met with a rather startling sight. "Oh my goodness," she gasped, covering her mouth to suppress any sound. Yet her uncontrollable astonishment stirred the man beside her from his slumber. "Hey, you little stutter, what's the matter? You, this is too embarrassing," she exclaimed, her hands immediately shielding her eyes, terrified that a mere glance would scorch her vision. "What's the fuss? Aren't you a doctor? You should know how a man looks upon waking." Lin Youqian, nonchalantly propped against the headboard, exuded an aura reminiscent of a noble duke from a 19th century oil painting, languid and captivating. "Hey, little stutterer, you're a doctor, aren't you? Didn't you specialize in urology? With your psychological fortitude, how can you even consult patients?" Chi-Su's face flushed crimson, as if it could bleed. "I'm a doctor, but I'm not a urologist. Back then in pediatric urology, I only dealt with children aged 7 or 8. Who looks like you?" Lin Youqian smirked, his eyes half closed, teasing her with a wicked sense of humor. "Isn't a good thing? I don't know." Overwhelmed, Chi-Su dared not meet his gaze and rushed out, only to collide with the wardrobe. "Ouch, that hurts." Lin Youqian moved to assist her, but she regarded him as a threat. "Don't come near. I don't want the proud young master of the Lin family." Repeatedly dismissed, felt his expression darken. A man deprived of satisfaction often finds his temper flaring, and his words turned particularly caustic. Why pretend? On our first meeting, you were already hands-on. Now you feign modesty. If you're so high and mighty, why did you cling to me so desperately? Ladies who sell themselves do so joyfully once compensated. And you? Why the long face? Stop covering your eyes so tightly. Even if you stood before me completely naked, I wouldn't even bother to glance. Having mingled with rough men for 5 years, Lin Youqian was unaccustomed to filtering his language. He had grown used to jesting with soldiers, completely oblivious to whether Chi-Su could withstand such harsh words. With that, he strode out, his long legs taking him swiftly away. Chi-Su bit her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks as she struggled to endure the humiliation of being called a courtesan. Having been pampered her entire life, she had never faced such indignities or heard such crude language. It was only 3 years ago, after her mother's incident, that Qi Wangxing brought back the entire family of his mistress to the Qi residence, revealing to her that she was merely an adopted daughter. Unable to endure the hypocrisy of Qi Wangxing and the bullying from Zhao Dandan and her daughter, she spent her 4 years at university living on campus, relying on the sponsorship of Aunt Sue and her meager earnings from weekend part-time jobs. Yet, despite the hardships, she never contemplated selling herself. Now, humiliated by Lin Youqian, she felt her heart grow cold as frost. Indeed, men are inherently flawed creatures, lacking in quality, conscience, morality, and grace. Lin Youqian was no exception. After Chi-Su composed herself and ventured out, Lin Youqian had already departed. Mrs. Wan, seething with frustration, found herself at a loss against him and could only seek an excuse to comfort her daughter-in-law. Chi, are you has urgent matters at the office, and has left. Come quickly for breakfast. Mom asked Aunt Zhang to prepare an array of southern delicacies. Let us see what you fancy. Mrs. Wan, being a meticulous person, was well aware of the southern penchant for exquisite cuisine. She had arranged a sumptuous spread, nearly every variety of dim someone could find in tea houses. Chi-Su's heart, heavy with grievance, was instantly filled with warmth. Though her husband Lin Youqian was unreliable, she was fortunate to have such a rare and wonderful mother-in-law. Her favorite dishes included shrimp dumplings, steamed buns, sponge cake, beef short ribs, and money bags. She feasted until her stomach was pleasantly full. Mom, I haven't had such authentic breakfast in 3 years. Thank you. I love you so much. Chi-Su, with her sparkling eyes, nestled into Mrs. Wan's embrace, her adorable demeanor melting Mrs. Wan's heart. She had only given birth to the obstinate Lin Youqian and had longed for a sweet little daughter. Thus, upon seeing Chi-Su for the first time, she felt an immediate kinship, as if this girl were the soft, cherished dream she had yearned for over the years. The way Chi-Su called her mom was sweeter than honey. You are such a good girl. Would you like to accompany me to the Lin Group? You could come work at the company later. That stubborn boy, how you doesn't want to get involved in business, so I'll train you to be my successor. Chi-Su, however, felt both hesitant and unwilling. Lin Youqian had long warned her to recognize her own position and not to covet what did not belong to her. The monthly allowance of 200,000 yuan was merely a contractual arrangement. As for her identity as the young mistress of the Lin family, it was only to please Grandma and Mom. He wished to keep their relationship under wraps and had no desire for her to be entangled with the Lin Group. Mom, I'm studying medicine and know nothing about business management. I wouldn't want to be a burden. I'm only taking 2 days off. I have to return to work in the afternoon. I'll visit you and Grandma another day. Neither Chi-Su nor Mrs. Wan had the luxury of lingering. Mrs. Wan had a multitude of affairs awaiting her attention at the company. Uncle Zhao will take you back. This key belongs to a U.S. residence. He said to move in. I must return to Kyoto. The company is busy, and I can't stay. This visit was mainly to see you. And now that you're married, I can rest easy. Remember to video call me every day. Love you, sweetheart. Upon returning home, Chi-Su received a call from the hospital in Nanjing. Hello, may I speak with Miss Chi? Your mother, Ms. Yunqi's medical account is in arrears. Please settle the balance within 3 days, or we will have to suspend her treatment. Chi-Su never anticipated that Qi Wangxing would act so ruthlessly. Despite the Qi group's struggles, it still possessed a substantial fortune of several tens of millions. Yet, He even refused to cover their mother's medical expenses. In the past, he was merely a small-time boss selling building materials. It was their mother who had steadfastly supported him, transforming his modest shop into a chain, which eventually evolved into a corporation. Little did they realize that after 30 years of weathering storms together, they had become lambs in the jaws of a ravenous wolf. Doctor, I kindly ask you to continue providing my mother with the finest medication. I will transfer the funds immediately. Chisu's account held a mere 3,000 yuan, insufficient for even a day's expenses. She was currently interning at a notoriously exploitative hospital with no salary and had only recently transferred to Huqing People's Hospital 2 weeks prior, without any remuneration. That meager 3,000 yuan had been painstakingly saved from her part-time job during university. She dared not touch Mrs. Wen's card. Thus, she had no choice but to approach Lin Youqian for assistance. After much hesitation and internal conflict throughout the day, she contemplated how to begin her request. This man was cold-hearted, intimidating, and had a notoriously foul temper. She felt apprehensive each time she spoke to him. Ultimately, she decided that sending a WeChat message would be the safest approach, as at least her ears would remain intact. Before typing, she adorned her message with a series of smiley faces, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. She aimed to present a pleasing demeanor to soften the impact of her request. Mr. Lin, good afternoon. May I discuss a matter with you? Would it be possible for you to provide my monthly living expenses of 200,000 yuan at the beginning of each month? I find myself in a tight spot and would greatly appreciate your generosity. Thank you. To ensure he felt more at ease, she even added 2 heart emojis and a rose at the end of her message. Chapter 15. From now on, I will be gentle upon returning from the old residence. Lin Youqian wore a glum expression throughout the day, lashing out at anyone within reach, akin to a frenzied wild leopard, causing all to keep their distance. What has gotten into Pao Yi today? Is he possessed? Or is it that time of the month? Observing the 2 blisters at the corners of his mouth, one might wonder if he is simply unfulfilled. It must be noted that the men at the Research Institute are exceptionally perceptive, akin to the legendary Sun Wukong, able to discern the truth at a mere glance. How Gui Fei, who had shared a bed with him for 3 years, jested, "Darling, could it be that you've been holding back for too long, and now your desires have begun to cloud your mind? Just look at you today, with those dark circles and ashen complexion, lacking the vigor of the first male model of the military-industrial complex." Silence. Should you dare to call me darling again, I shall knock out your teeth. Previously, in an effort to provoke, Miz went into accepting Zhou. He had immersed himself in research at the military unit for 5 consecutive years, following his dual masters and doctoral graduation. He even coerced Hao Shuai into playful embraces, perpetuating rumors of an intimate male relationship, which became common knowledge among the elite circles of Kyoto. Poor Hao Shuai, a handsome youth standing at 180 centimeters, was begrudgingly transformed into the subject of jest as the Hao Gui Fei of the military. Ms. Wen employed every tactic at her disposal to suppress the scandal. Yet her son remained obstinate, with increasingly outrageous photos circulating. Hao Shuai, in a playful voice, teased, "Darling, something is amiss. Do you intend to abandon me?" Since hearing the gentle, soft-spoken voice of the stuttering boy calling him darling, he found it repulsive to hear a grown man use the same term. Get lost. From now on, do not call yourself Hao Shuai. Perhaps Hao Jiao would be more fitting? Hao Shuai realized that Lin Youqian was indeed behaving oddly. Pao Yi, have you lost your senses? Due to Lin Youqian's primary responsibility for researching launching military weapons and his notoriously fiery temperament, he was colloquially referred to as Pao Yi. Aside from Hao Shuai, few in the thousands at the institute dared to jest with him. Get lost. Lin Youqian's roar reverberated like an earthquake, even causing Hao Shuai to falter under the weight of the frenzied man's wrath. Fine, I'm leaving. Given our 3 years of shared intimacy, allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. If you truly cannot contain yourself, perhaps seek out a woman to alleviate your desires. From this moment onward, he resolved to embrace freedom, to indulge in the pursuit of romantic interests without restraint. Farewell, Hao Gui Fei. May the man within rise. Poor Hao Shuai, coerced by the imposing Pao Yi into playing the role of a faux girlfriend for 3 years. At last, he could liberate himself and be a man in his own right. As Lin Youqian observed the jubilant figure of Hao Shuai, reflecting upon the nonsensical remarks exchanged, he fell into a deep contemplation. It seemed that since being tangled in that woman's chaotic antics, his own desires had become rather uncontrollable, constantly yearning for release. The issue was that the woman possessed a cherubic visage, delicate and fresh, reminiscent of soft, endearing child, making it difficult to act upon his impulses. Suddenly, a new message chimed on his phone. Upon receiving a message from Chi Su, he felt a flicker of anticipation within him. However, upon opening it, he was taken aback to find a request for money. Only the second day after their marriage certificate was obtained, and she was already revealing her greedy nature? Wasn't she quite adept at pretending? Why not maintain the guise of being unassuming and aloof? Initially, he contemplated offering her a trial period of 2 weeks to assess her performance before parting with any funds. Yet, upon seeing the 2 red hearts and a delicate pink rose, he swept aside his reservations and promptly transferred 200,000. Chi Su was so exhilarated she felt she might take flight. To his surprise, Lin Youqian was quite trustworthy, aside from his sharp tongue and fierce demeanor. He was rather prompt with his payments. Finally, she discerned a small virtue in him. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. You are truly wonderful." She added 2 flying kiss emojis which, while not genuine kisses, were highly effective in pacifying a temperamental man. Flattery indeed. Lin Youqian, whose face had been dark all day, finally revealed a hint of a smile. A junior officer, standing at the door preparing to submit a report, thought he was hallucinating. My goodness, what was this? The most fearsome commander in the land was smiling, and it was a gentle smile at that. Was this the onset of spring for the thunderous commander? Report. The 4th research group is preparing for a drill. Please proceed to guide, Captain. Lin Youqian, the captain of the artillery team, was primarily responsible for the research of artillery weapons and directing military exercises. Delay the drill by 5 minutes. I will be there shortly. Lin Youqian eagerly dialed Chi Su's number, his mind swirling with the image of those winged flying kisses. As if the air still carried a faint aroma reminiscent of youthful innocence, just as he had sensed the previous night. Hello, little stutterer. Have you received the money? Chi Su was taken aback by the softness in Lin Youqian's voice, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity, leading her to question whether his account had been hacked. Yes. I received it. Thank you. Lin Youqian chuckled softly. Why are you stuttering again? Well, that's because you are so fierce. I'm intimidated. Lin Youqian was left speechless. Fierce? I have shown you my utmost patience, my best temper, and my gentlest tone. You must understand. I usually handle those soldiers with a shout. Indeed, you are the fiercest man I have ever encountered. This struck a blow to Lin Youqian, who prided himself on his good temper. Should I speak to you more quietly and gently from now on? In truth, when he was gentle, his voice was melodious, deep, rich, and magnetic, filled with an alluring charm. Mr. Lin, there is no need for pretense. I am quite unaccustomed to this. Then you shall gradually acclimate. As the 5 minutes approached, Lin Youqian commanded her, Tonight, you shall move in. What? Move in tonight? He had grown accustomed to her dramatic reactions. Yes, tonight. I will send someone to assist you with your belongings. You simply need to arrive. Chi Su understood then that this money came with strings attached. With a mournful expression, she pleaded, Mr. Lin, your residence is so far from the hospital. I would lose 2 hours of work. Is there no way to avoid moving? Impossible. Ms. One requires a check-in. We must video call each night. Ms. One merely used it as an excuse. In truth, he yearned for her to move in. After all, they were married, and it was essential to gradually acclimatize to their forthcoming life as a couple. But what about my job? I would have to rise at 6. These thoughts had long been pondered by Lin Youqian. Once you move in, you may choose any vehicle from my garage. Chi Su had lived a life of privilege as a pampered young lady, accustomed to luxurious cars. And it was only after her mother's unfortunate incident that she began to experience hardship. Thus, she held little interest in vehicles. They could not be sold for profit. They merely served the purpose of occasional driving, hardly worthy of admiration. I refuse. I wish to sleep in. Sleeping in was Chi Su's greatest passion. She would never squander a single second in bed, if she could linger for just one more minute. Lin Youqian had witnessed her slumbering visage, long eyelashes, rosy cheeks, and pouting lips, radiating beauty like a rosebud, enticing one to pluck it. Be good, move back in. Next month, I will transfer you to the military hospital, right next to our residence, so you can indulge in your slumber daily. However, Chisu's protest was interrupted. After work, I will come to pick you up. The tone left no room for refusal, rendering Chisu speechless. Having accepted his financial support, she felt compelled to heed his words. Even if this domineering man consumed her entirely, it was still preferable to marrying a decrepit old man. She resigned herself to her fate. Chapter 16. The Little Tale. The military hospital was undoubtedly the finest in the country, especially its neurology department, which boasted some of the nation's most distinguished medical experts. If she could secure a position in neurosurgery, perhaps one day she could transfer her mother from Nan City. There might even be hope for her awakening. Mr. Lin, can you really arrange for me to be transferred to the military hospital? Then I'll move. In the past, no matter how wealthy Lin Youqian was, he wouldn't have had the means to transfer her to the military hospital. But now, as Mrs. Lin, the spouse of a regimental-level officer, she naturally qualified for military relocation. At 6 o'clock sharp, Lin Youqian arrived in his imposing black Rolls-Royce to pick her up. The young woman had quite a lot of belongings, 2 suitcases and 3 large cloth bags. Her petite frame was nearly crushed beneath the weight of the oversized luggage, resembling an elderly woman rushing to board a slow-moving train in the 1960s. Leave them there. I'll handle it. Lin Youqian strode over with his long legs, effortlessly taking all the heavy items from her with one hand while still managing to pull a suitcase with the other. Thank you, Mr. Lin. These things are quite heavy. If you can't manage, I can help carry some. Can't manage? The little stutterer actually dared to question his physical strength to prove his boundless vigor. Lin Youqian dropped the suitcase, wrapped an arm around her waist, and lifted her effortlessly with one hand. Even if there were 10 of you bundled together, it wouldn't be a problem for me. She soon never imagined that at over 20 years old, she would still be carried like a child. How utterly humiliating. Mr. Lin, put me down. I can walk on my own. You're too slow. With a swift kick, Lin Youqian sent the superfluous suitcase spinning 360 degrees before it slid perfectly to rest beside the car door. Wow, you're amazing. After clapping in admiration, Chisu suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, that's my suitcase. Lin Youqian, how could you treat it so roughly? Lin Youqian chuckled darkly. What? Would you prefer I toss you over instead? You could just put me down. Stop squirming. His arm tightened around her. We're almost there. Instead of stowing the luggage in the trunk, Lin Youqian piled everything onto the back seat, ensuring she had no choice but to take the passenger seat. Chisu sat stiff as a board, too nervous to move a muscle. Lin Youqian had no choice but to lean over and fasten her seatbelt for her. Hey, what are you doing? What do you think? Chisu squeezed her eyes shut, her heart pounding violently in her chest. PP please, Didi don't. KK kiss me. Puffed. Lin Youqian couldn't hold back his laughter, deliberately teasing her. No need to beg. I can kiss you. And no. Tish, that's not what I am meant. Lin Youqian covered her mouth with his hand, then pressed a light kiss to her forehead. There. Happy now, little stutter? Chisu was on the verge of tears. You kissed me, and you're still calling me a stutterer. I said don't kiss me. How can you not understand plain speech? Of course Lin Youqian understood. He was doing it on purpose. Who told you to stammer? All I heard was kiss me, kiss me, kiss me. It's all your fault for constantly calling me little stutter, making me actually develop a stutter. I detest it, little stutter, little stutter, little stutter. If you dare call me that again, I'll. Chisu searched for ages but couldn't find a sufficiently threatening retort. Lin Youqian teased her with a smirk. You'll what? I'll call you Little Tail. Crash. Lin Youqian slammed on the brakes, sending Chisu's head colliding with the dashboard. His knuckles whitened on the steering wheel as he gritted his teeth in fury. You're asking for death. Humph. Little tail, little tail, little tail. Now you know how awful little stutter sounds. Chisu, no longer stuttering, chanted the nickname with gleeful defiance, utterly oblivious to the fire she was playing with. Lin Youqian, disinclined to argue with a woman, opted for a more direct approach, physical retaliation. Swear on your conscience. Will you ever dare give me nicknames again? Gisu Shai. wrenching her hand away before burying her flushed face against the window, refusing to turn around for the rest of the ride. The corner of Lin Youqian's lips remained lifted, mirroring the lingering blush behind Chi-Su's ear, neither willing to fade. "Chi-Chi, we're here." Though victorious in their verbal spar, Lin Youqian refrained from calling her little stutter again. If this impish girl truly had the audacity to address him as little tail, however inaccurate, it would still wound his pride. Stepping into the villa, Chi-Su was greeted by a grand hall as vast as a football field, adorned with exquisitely crafted lighting and furnishings. The design was luxurious yet minimalist, stately yet understated, befitting the refined aesthetic of a high-class man. Chi-Su admired the architecture. Having studied painting, she had an eye for beauty, and this residence, both in its exterior and interior, was a masterpiece of artistry. "Do you like it, Mrs. Lin?" "I do." She genuinely adored the house, already eager to unpack and claim her room. "Mr. Lin, which room is yours?" Assuming she wished to stay close to him, Lin Youqian felt a flicker of delight. "The master suite at the far end of the second floor." Chi-Su bounded upstairs cheerfully. "Then I'll take the third floor." "Don't worry, I won't disturb you." Lin Youqian's spring-like smile instantly froze into a deathly glare. "Halt! Who said you could take the third floor? Do you expect me to climb an extra flight of stairs if my mother checks on us at night?" Dragging her suitcase reluctantly, Chi-Su descended. "Then where should I stay?" Lin Youqian gestured toward his room. "Pick either of the two beside mine." He had initially intended to suggest sharing, but, wary of startling her, amended his words. "Oh." Chi-Su chose the corner room, precisely half a meter farther from his. Lin Youqian found it amusing. Did she truly believe an extra meter would deter him if he wished to act? "Once you've unpacked, make dinner. I am hungry." "Cook." For Chi-Su, stepping into the kitchen was more daunting than stepping into an operating room. "Shall we order takeout or have instant noodles?" Lin Youqian has always been particular about food and discipline since childhood. How could he possibly eat such junk food? "But I don't know how to cook." "What should I do?" "Learn then." "Did I go through all the trouble to marry a wife who can't even prepare a warm meal?" Truth be told, Lin Youqian knows how to cook. He simply enjoys watching Chi-Su bustling about clumsily in the kitchen. "Mr. Lin, do you know whether to put water or rice in first when cooking?" Lin Youqian couldn't suppress his laughter. "Either way works, as you prefer." The questions that followed grew increasingly absurd. "Mr. Lin, do you think potatoes need peeling?" "I prefer them with skins. Could you make do with that?" Lin Youqian had never encountered such an utter fool. "Make do? Eat potato skins? Will potato skins kill you?" "Peeling them is too difficult. I've nearly broken my nails trying." With resigned exasperation, Lin Youqian stood up and handed her a peeler. "Use this." Having resolved the potato skin dilemma, she then became perplexed by the pork ribs. The kitchen echoed with clattering noises as she continued her endless chatter. "Mr. Lin, why didn't you have the butcher chop these bones for you when you bought them? And this fish, why not have the butcher slice it? Even this lettuce, you could have asked them to peel it for you." Lin Youqian was speechless. Might as well have them cook the dishes and feed you directly. As a young master raised in the North, this was the first time Lin Youqian heard of butchers peeling and preparing vegetables for customers. "Get out. I'll do it myself." Chapter 17. Culinary Mastery Soon. A steaming hot meal was prepared. Chi-Su had long caught the tantalizing aroma and could hardly wait to indulge her eager palate. With the first bite, she found herself utterly captivated by his culinary prowess. "Mr. Lin, how did you manage this?" "It's absolutely delicious. I'm going to eat more. Don't judge me." Observing her satisfied expression, Lin Youqian thought that occasionally cooking for his young wife wasn't such a bad idea. "Mr. Lin, could you cook for me every day from now on? Don't push your luck." Lin Youqian was a man with exacting standards when it came to quality of life. Though the military provided a canteen and his home had a housekeeper, he often cooked for himself during his free time to satisfy his refined tastes. "From now on, I'll only be home on weekends. I'll be working overtime during the week and staying at the company. Tomorrow, I'll hire a housekeeper to handle your meals." Lin Youqian didn't disclose that he worked at a military research institute as a senior defense official, a classified position. Even his mother, Mrs. One, believed he had been abroad all these years. During his time at the border military base, security had been even stricter, with complete lockdown and no leave except for 3 days a year. Now that those research projects had concluded, and due to Mrs. Win's illness, he had requested a transfer to an administrative unit with relatively relaxed restrictions. But today is Thursday. How do you have time? I took 7 days of marriage leave. If there's anywhere you'd like to go, I can accompany you. Movies, shopping, a vacation. What do you prefer? Chi-Su stared at him wide-eyed, disbelief written across her face. Had this man been possessed? Since when had he become so considerate and gentle? He must have an ulterior motive. I can't go. I have work. I've already submitted a transfer request for you. If you'd rather not work, we can go out for a few days. Alone with him? Chi-Su hesitated. No. I think work is safer. The hospital is busy lately, with several surgeries scheduled. As an assistant physician, I can't leave. Lin Youqian understood her concerns. Then I'll pick you up every day and cook for you. While Chi-Su remained wary of the man, she couldn't deny her anticipation for his cooking. And then, inexplicably, he tossed her a black card. Take it, part of the betrothal gift. How much? Chi-Su had expected only a monthly allowance of 200,000. So this was an unexpected windfall. 8 million. If you behave well, there'll be more later. Having known her for only a few days, Lin Youqian needed to assess her character before deciding how their relationship would proceed. 8 million was merely the baseline, compensation for their marriage certificate. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Chi-Su beamed, her eyes sparkling like stars. She desperately needed the money. With it, she could provide her mother with the best medical care and never have to beg the Chi family again. For an entire week, the couple lived under the same roof. Lin Youqian was no longer harsh, and Chi-Su no longer stuttered. Chi-Su went to work. Lin Youqian drove her. The husband cooked. The wife washed the dishes. The husband slept in the master bedroom, while the wife occupied the guest room. Only when When conducted her surprise checks would the two hastily scramble into the same bed. To make their act more convincing, they'd even throw in some affectionate embraces and cuddles. When had an uncanny knack for timing, always video calling precisely when Lin Youqian was showering, leaving Chi-Su's cheeks as crimson as the red-dyed eggs at a baby's full moon celebration, so flushed that not a trace of pallor remained. Oh my, our Ayu has such a splendid figure. Chi-Chi, you're so fortunate. Indeed, Lin Youqian's physique was undeniably alluring. His pectorals, abs, lumbar muscles, latissimus dorsi, biceps. Even his combat skills were exceptional. Every time Chi-Su pressed against his chest, her heart would race, her breath quicken, and every nerve in her brain screamed at her to avert her gaze, to banish improper thoughts. Yet her eyes, as if beyond her control, would inevitably drift toward him. What woman wouldn't admire such a model-like body, radiating raw, magnetic allure? Noticing her furtive glances, Lin Youqian teased with a smirk. Chi-Chi, want to touch? Huh? I daren't. Oh, but she longed to. The anatomy models she'd encountered in university were either middle-aged men or elderly gentlemen. None possessed such firm, sculpted muscles. Silly, why hesitate? I'm your husband. Look all you want, touch as you please. Knowing her shyness, he took her hand and placed it against his chest. How does it feel? Chi-Su could feel his heartbeat. Wild, even more frantic than her own. Hot and hard. Those two words ignited a fire within him. Woman, you brought this upon yourself. No longer able to restrain himself, he tilted her chin and captured her soft, rosy lips. His domineering, scorching presence enveloped her completely. Chi-Su's heart seemed to stop, her mind blanking, even her breath forgotten. Only when she grew lightheaded, her body limp and overwhelmed, did he finally release her. Chi-Chi, I want you. May I? No. Her refusal was swift, her flushed cheeks tinged with indignation. This scoundrel, first stealing her lips, now coveting her body? How preposterous! With a bang, she fled to her room, burying herself under the covers with a muffled scream. You brute! My first kiss. Gone? Lin Youqian traced his lips, still warm from her touch, savoring the memory. The taste of a first kiss. Not bad. Never had he imagined he'd be so bewitched by a woman. Every day, the sight of her face made him yearn to pinch her cheeks. Her lips tempted him to kiss her, and the moment she emerged from the shower, he ached to claim her. It was like being poisoned, the antidote dangling before his eyes, untouchable, unconsumable. All he could do was suppress his desires, feigning the detachment of an ascetic monk. Chi-Su, you're my wife. From her room came a petulant whimper. I'm still young, underage, no sleeping. What nonsense was this? With that doll-like face, did she truly believe herself a kindergarten toddler? Please, you're 22, not 2. Did I marry you just to admire you like a painting? 22 is still a baby. You once said I was short, skinny, flat-chested, and lacking curves, didn't you? Well, I need to grow up properly. When I'm older, then, the bashful little thing was at a loss for words. Then what? Then I'll tell you. Lin Youqian was already the ripe old age of 29. He had neither the patience to wait nor the luxury of time. You have 1 month. Eat well. Put on some weight. After that, I'm indulging. Understood? An absurd voice echoed from inside the room. Can't hear you. I'm deaf. I don't care if you're deaf, blind, stammering, or mute. As long as you're my wife, you'll share my bed. This month, we'll nurture our bond and adjust each other. That way, when the time comes, you won't be so terrified you faint, leaving me to perform CPR mid-action. At this, Chi-Su nearly died of mortification, as if a mere adult activity would scare her into unconsciousness. And what kind of depraved scenario was performing CPR mid-action? This man was utterly terrifying. Chapter 18. Yearning for home after the holiday, Lin Youqian returned to work and truly didn't come home for 5 consecutive days. At most, he would call or send a message, reminding Chi-Su to eat well, sleep properly, and not stay up late binge-watching dramas, lest it affect her health. With his sudden absence, Chi-Su found it hard to adjust. Though the new housekeeper prepared exquisite meals, they simply lacked the aroma of his cooking. In truth, after these days of living together, Chi-Su had come to realize that Lin Youqian was a decent man, at least when it came to matters between men and women. No matter how heated he became, he never forced himself on her, which spoke volumes about his integrity. Moreover, he was handsome, with an impeccable physique, and his family background was beyond reproach. Most importantly, he was an exceptional cook. Even his once temperamental demeanor had softened. It seemed he was the ideal candidate for a husband. Perhaps it was worth considering deepening their relationship and becoming a genuine married couple. By Friday, seeing that he still hadn't returned, Chi-Su couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, didn't you say you wouldn't be working overtime this weekend? Why haven't you come back yet? Lin Youqian, who had been immersed in his research in the laboratory, felt his heart leap at the message. Miss me? No. The corner of Lin Youqian's lips curled. If you don't miss me, I want to come back. Chi-Su couldn't bring herself to say I miss you. Summoning all her courage, she typed a single word, come. Lin Youqian tossed aside the machinery in his hands and handed it off to his subordinates. Finish the rest. I'm going home. Never before had he felt such an urgent longing to return. And never before had the frosty, unapproachable Canon Lord worn a smile as radiant as a rainbow. Good heavens, has the Canon Lord been possessed? Did you see that? His usual stone-cold face actually cracked a smile. Not just a smile, a downright shameless one. Absolutely shameless. But damn if it isn't captivating. Assistant Yang patted Hao Shuai's shoulder in consolation. Imperial concubine Hao, I fear you've truly fallen out of favor. Screw you. Who's Imperial concubine Hao? How many times must I tell you? From now on, address me as Lord Handsome. After Lin Youqian left, the lab erupted in gossip. Do you think the Canon Lord has fallen in love? Obviously. How could you miss it? What I'm curious about is whether the woman who has got him so distracted is a new flame or an old love. I bet it's a new one. His old love hasn't been around for over a year. If they were going to reconcile, they would be done it by now. I think it's the old love. Don't you know the Canon Lord's temperament? What new flame could ever move him so deeply? I'm leaning toward new. Haven't you noticed how he's been softening his voice on calls lately? He never spoke like that to his ex. I still think it's the old love. After all, he only ever smiled around that woman. Nonsense. His smiles back then were normal. Do you think his recent ones are normal? That look on his face, it's a shameless grin, a lecherous smirk, the smile of a man in the throes of spring fever. The debate raged on until dozens of military engineers began placing bets. Was the Canon Lord's newfound passion for a new love or an old flame? The rumors spread like wildfire, eventually engulfing the entire Military Research Institute, with thousands of officers joining the betting pool, all eager to gossip about Commander Lin's love life and catch a glimpse of the legendary sister-in-law. Back at the border base, Zhouing would often visit him. and their private interactions were frequent, so his old comrades were well aware. Now, transferred to the research institute, most were newcomers, and only his old lab partners knew about his romantic history. For these fresh recruits, whether it was a new flame or an old love, curiosity burned bright. Tell me, could a man with Commander Lin's terrifying, zombie-like expression ever be gentle with a woman? Would his very words not send people stuttering in fear? Forget women. Even grown men quiver in his presence. I don't stutter, but my legs shake. I don't stutter or shake. But last time I messed up the weapon assembly, he beat me so hard I nearly wet myself. Lin Youqian raced home at breakneck speed, covering a half-hour journey in 10 minutes, even running a red light along the way. The moment he pushed open the door, Chi Su's starry eyes met his, her smile blooming like the dazzling summer sun. "Mr. Lin, you're back." Her joyful voice rang out from behind the sofa, like a string of festive firecrackers exploding in his ears. He grinned and spread his arms, waiting for the petite girl to leap into his embrace. Chi Su, though slightly shy and hesitant, was driven by sheer delight as she dashed toward that broad, solid chest. A 161 centimeters southern little potato against a 190 centimeters giant. Even on tiptoe, she barely reached his chest. With effortless ease, Lin Youqian lifted her, settling her against his waist before swooping down to claim her tender lips in a fierce, passionate kiss. This time, Chi Su didn't resist or shy away. Instead, she responded with clumsy, innocent eagerness. Their breaths mingled, the air thick with tension. His desire grew wilder, overwhelming her until she felt on the verge of being devoured. Breathless with anticipation, before she knew it, he had carried her to the bed, his rough hands roaming freely along her waist before slipping to her back, where a deft flick undid her bra clasp. He often teased her about being too thin, but now, touching her, he realized the truth. Her body was the opposite of her doll-like face. Beneath that innocent exterior lay curves that set his blood ablaze. A contrast so intoxicating he couldn't hold back. "Chi-Chi, I don't want to wait anymore. Can I?" "No." Small but sharp, Chi Su wasn't easily fooled. The 1-month trial period wasn't over, and she refused to surrender just yet. "You little thing, such a tease," Lin Youqian growled, punishing her with a bite that left faint marks on her neck. She said no, but he had no intention of letting her off. "Last time at the hospital, you promised to take responsibility and help me review. Shouldn't you honor that promise today?" "Huh?" Chi Su's jaw dropped. "That was ages ago. How is he still holding it over her head?" "Dr. Chi, I am unwell. Could you perhaps provide me with a diagnosis?" Chi Su covered her face, evading the situation. "I refuse. I'm a surgeon, not a urologist. I am not qualified." Lin Youqian chuckled softly. "Dr. Chi, I recall your time in the urology department. Why not assist me in examining whether a circumcision is necessary? I've already stated that you are wonderful, kind, and perfect. Do you not have an inkling yourself about the need for surgery?" Lin Youqian had firmly latched onto her, discarding all sense of propriety. "I do not comprehend. I am the patient, and you're the doctor. Such professional matters should be handled by a professional, and only you can treat my ailment. Chi-Chi, can you truly bear to watch me continue to suffer? Taking too many cold showers may lead to a cold." Under Lin Youqian's persistent coaxing, Chi Su could only close her eyes and surrender. Despite being a surgeon, wielding a scalpel, why must she also delve into urology? It felt utterly confining. As a word of caution, there will be a White Lotus character causing some trouble later in the narrative, but they will soon exit the scene. The main characters maintain their integrity, though there will be a minor misunderstanding along the way. The story is predominantly sweet with little torment. If this poses a concern for you, feel free to skip. Writing is no easy task. Please refrain from harsh criticism. Thank you for your reading and support. Furthermore, our male protagonist possesses a somewhat fiery temperament, a sharp tongue, and a rough manner of speaking, embodying a military rogue. No individual is without flaws. It is the characters with small imperfections and distinctive traits that render them more authentic and vibrant. I hope you enjoy. Chapter 19. Connections following their treatment. The bond between the two deepened significantly. Lin Youqian found himself increasingly enamored with her, wishing every day could be a weekend, allowing him to embrace the soft, adorable Barbie doll, and indulge in leisurely slumbers. Chi-Chi, your onboarding paperwork at the military hospital has been completed. Will you be able to report on Monday? His identity was rather unique, making it unwise for him to appear at the military hospital. Should he encounter someone familiar, it would risk exposing his identity to Chi-Su. He intended to transition to civilian life next year, and it was best not to involve her in military matters. It's all right. The military hospital is just across from our home. I can go by myself. New doctors typically began their journey in general surgery to accumulate experience and establish their credentials before advancing to neurosurgery or neurology as assisting physicians. On her first day at work, Chi-Su garnered unanimous praise from the hospital leadership for her meticulous and rigorous work ethic alongside her exceptional professional skills. Initially perceived as merely a product of connections, she unexpectedly proved to be quite competent, warranting further cultivation. Is that Chi-Su truly a product of connections? I had assumed she was admitted from a military medical academy, inquired Zhang Yin, a senior surgeon who held a higher status than the newly appointed consulting physician Chi-Su. Being a young woman herself, she could not help but feel a tinge of jealousy upon witnessing another who was both younger and more capable. Director Zhang of the surgery department, overhearing this remark, expressed his discontent and offered a gentle reminder. Those who enter the military hospital are either graduates from military medical academies or qualified military family members. Chi-Su has come through the proper channels, and we should not view her through a biased lens. Moreover, she possesses remarkable professional capabilities and is a rare gem in our field. Henceforth, let us unite and support one another. Another male physician jestingly lamented. Dr. Chi is already married at such a young age. I had intended to pursue her. It seems that is no longer an option. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang's expression turned grave as he issued a stern warning to his subordinates. I advise you all to steer clear of any designs on this young lady. The person backing her is not someone you wish to provoke. Instantly, the small conference room fell into a hush, with everyone refraining from further speculation about Chi-Su, instead pondering the identity of her formidable benefactor. Zhang Yin harbored affections for Dr. Liu, who happened to be the same physician that had jested about wanting to pursue Chi-Su. This only intensified Zhang Yin's disdain for Chi-Su. Internally fuming, she muttered, already married, yet she flaunts herself so ostentatiously, flirting with men on her very first day. How shameless. For several consecutive days, Zhang Yin took issue with Chi-Su, assigning her menial tasks such as changing dressings, administering injections, and cleaning wounds. Eventually, Chi-Su reached her breaking point and confronted her directly. Dr. Zhang, I'm not your personal assistant. If you require assistance with your work, please consult a nurse. Kindly refrain from interrupting my consultation time. Zhang Yin rolled her eyes, retorting with a sarcastic tone, You seem to be the most unoccupied among us surgeons. What is wrong with lending a hand to colleagues when the consultation room is empty? They say that new doctors should be humble, diligent, and eager to learn, yet doctor. She seems to carry herself with quite the air. With a smile, Chi-Su responded calmly, maintaining her composure. Dr. Zhang, our hospital has regulations in place. Attending physicians are not permitted to leave their posts during working hours. Your repeated instructions for me to perform tasks beyond my duties seem to be a deliberate attempt to have me penalized. Furthermore, tasks such as dressing wounds, administering injections, and cleaning injuries are the responsibilities of nurses. Should I overstep my boundaries, the nurses at the station might believe I am encroaching upon their roles. Zhang Yin, despite her youth and delicate appearance, possesses a sharp tongue and an impressive assertiveness when standing her ground. Since Dr. Chi has delineated the responsibilities so clearly, let's each focus on our designated tasks. Should you encounter difficulties, please refrain from seeking my assistance. Dr. Chi, being merely a junior surgical physician, is expected to refer serious injuries requiring surgical intervention to higher-level departments. Zhang Yan's remarks are clearly intended to provoke trouble. While I can bear the burden of her challenges, I trust the director will not overlook any issues affecting our patients. I wholeheartedly agree with Dr. Zhang. We should each fulfill our responsibilities and maintain a harmonious collegial relationship, which is beneficial for all. Zhang Yin huffed, seething with indignation, and arrogantly tossed her head before departing. How dare someone with connections flaunt their influence before her? As if no one else had ties? It is well known within the military hospital that her aunt, Zhang Jing, is the head of the Human Resources Department. That impertinent girl should consider herself fortunate to be assigned tasks by her, yet she dares to challenge her authority, truly audacious. During the lunch break, she approached her aunt Zhang Jing, intent on uncovering the background of Chi Su. If he were merely the spouse of an ordinary officer, she would not hesitate to tarnish his reputation. Aunt, how did Chi Su manage to get in here? Just tell me. Zhang Jing, a principled individual, refused to acquiesce to her unreasonable demands. The personnel files of the military hospital are confidential and cannot be disclosed casually. Focus on your work. What purpose does this inquiry serve? I must inquire. That Chi Su is trying to steal my boyfriend, Dr. Liu. You mentioned that Dr. Liu is well-educated, comes from a prestigious family, and his parents are high-ranking officials. If she takes him away, who will I marry? Zhang Jing urged her to temper her emotions. Rest assured, the individual behind Chi Su, in terms of appearance, education, status, and background, far surpasses your Dr. Liu. Do not provoke that young lady, otherwise, neither of us will fare well. Someone more handsome and of a better lineage than Dr. Liu? How exceptional must he be? Zhang Yin dismissed her aunt's counsel and grew increasingly envious of Chi Su. She feigned compliance, persistently hounding her. Aunt, please tell me who the man behind her is. I promise not to spread it around. In all these years, when have I ever caused you trouble? Aunt, help me out. If I know, Dr. Liu can move on, and I can secure him. I am already 27. If I do not marry soon, I will become an old maid. Ultimately, for the sake of her niece's personal affairs, Zhang Jing compromised her principles and revealed Lin Youqian's identity. I will tell you, Yin, but this must remain between us. No third party can know. If that man finds out, we will both face dire consequences. Zhang Yin nodded vigorously. I understand. Auntie, you can rest assured. I will take this secret to my grave. Just tell me, who is that man? Zhang Jing leaned close to her ear and whispered softly. The Military Research Institute, artillery master. That name struck with more force than a grenade, leaving Zhang Yin utterly stunned. My goodness, so Chi Su is actually artillery master's woman. Yes, artillery master. He's someone our Zhang family cannot afford to provoke. Remember that? Lin Youqian wasn't just a high-ranking military officer and a top-tier weapons engineer. His family background placed him among the most prestigious elites in the capital. A fusion of general and crown prince. Who would dare challenge such an unshakable force? Zhang Yin gritted her teeth in frustration, swallowing her resentment like bitter medicine. Artillery master, I wouldn't dare cross him. But that little wretch Chi Su, don't think you'll get off easy. Just because I can't touch you doesn't mean no one else can. Just you wait. Chapter 20. Zhou Ying sees the doctor after leaving the HR department. Zhang Yin secretly called her high school friend. Hey Zhou Ying, I have some major news for you. Your old flame has gotten married. The woman on the other end of the line was thunderstruck. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yin would never marry another woman. He loves me. Zhang Yin spoke with unwavering certainty. Zhou Ying, you'd better come back immediately. Pao Yi really is married. It's the absolute truth. His new wife is a junior doctor in my workplace, named Chi Su. I secretly saw it in my aunt's personnel files. I'm only telling you this because we're classmates. I'm risking disciplinary action to do you this favor. Whatever you do, don't let anyone know I leaked this. Whether you want to win him back is up to you. After all these years of friendship, don't let me down. Zhou Ying's heart plummeted into an icy abyss. She knew it would be difficult for her to become the legitimate young madam of the Lin family, but she was willing to forego titles and ceremonies, content to simply remain Lin Youqian's lover for as long as possible. Why had even that become an impossible dream? She had only been away for 6 months, just half a year at the cultural troupe for further training, and yet he had already taken a new wife. What did all her years of waiting amount to now? She refused to accept this. If her mother had managed to steal her father away from Wenlan back then she could certainly take Lin Youqian back from that Chi Su. For Lin Youqian, she had abandoned a promising career in stage performance to enlist as a lowly cultural soldier in the military. She had even pursued further studies to qualify as a political officer, all for him. And yet, after returning from the border base, he had married another woman. This devastating news struck like a bolt from the blue, shattering Zhou Ying's dream of becoming the noble young madam of the Lin household. She had schemed tirelessly to get close to him, to please him, not to watch him celebrate marital bliss with another woman. Lin Youqian was hers. The position of the Lin family's young madam could only belong to her, as long as she held his heart firmly in her grasp. What did it matter if Wenlan objected? Hadn't Wenlan eventually compromised when she learned her son had been bent? The idea for Lin Youqian and how Shui to stage that act had been hers. The photos and rumors had been spread by her hand. Her goal had been to make the elite young ladies of the capital keep their distance from the Lin family's heir, buying her time to defeat Madame Wen. Who could have predicted that a single misstep would allow some greenhorn doctor to slip through the cracks? And now they were even legally married. But what did a marriage certificate matter? Lin Youqian was hers, and she would stop at nothing to reclaim him. Zhou Ying boarded a flight in the dead of night, rushing from the capital to Lake City. She deliberately booked an appointment under Qi Su's name. The doctor before her was not particularly tall, but she carried an ethereal grace, and her voice was enchantingly soft. Unfortunately, the mask obscured her face. Zhou Ying couldn't tell if she was truly as beautiful as Zhang Yan had claimed. Are you Dr. Qi Su? Yes, hello. Ms. Zhou, what seems to be the trouble? Qi Su's eyes crinkled with a gentle smile. Both women wore masks, obscuring their full appearances. Zhou Ying, in particular, had deliberately let her voluminous curls cascade down, thoroughly concealing her features. When she met those clear, radiant eyes, alarm bells instantly rang in her heart, as if facing a formidable enemy. Those sparkling, lively eyes were too bright, too beautiful, through the contours of the face. She could already imagine how stunning the features beneath the mask must be, suppressing the flames of jealousy within. She pretended to lose her balance and seized the opportunity to yank Qi Su's mask off. Finally, she saw the other woman's face, luminous eyes, pearly teeth, skin like fine jade, a delicate and pert nose, and an exquisitely adorable face, like a pure and innocent beauty straight out of a manga, impossibly pretty. She had imagined that the woman who married Lin Youqian would be some sultry temptress or a bewitching celebrity. Never had she expected it to be such a tender, doll-like girl. That flawless, delicate skin, the round little face, those large, dewy eyes. Even women would find her irresistibly endearing, itching to pinch those cheeks, let alone men long confined in military barracks. Ms. Zhou, why did you pull off my mask? Sorry, it wasn't intentional. It's just that, doctor. She is so beautiful. I couldn't help but want to look a little longer. Zhou Ying's ostensibly sincere compliment carried a thick undercurrent of provocation. Qi Su readjusted her mask and sternly reminded her, Ms. Zhou, you're here for medical treatment, not to admire the doctor. Zhou Ying smirked without warmth. Exactly. I am here to see the doctor. Unaware of the hidden meaning, Qi Su continued professionally. What seems to be the issue? Zhou Ying pointed to her chest. My heart. It aches a little. Perhaps Dr. Qi could examine me? Qi Su responded with clinical detachment. Chest pain could stem from myocardial infarction, insufficient blood supply, pneumonia, pneumothorax, or similar conditions. You should consult cardiology, pulmonology, or emergency medicine, not general surgery. Oh, none of those. Mine was triggered by severe emotional distress. Qi Su sensed something amiss with this patient. Then you should manage your emotions, maintain a calm mindset, and avoid extreme highs and lows to prevent further complications. I still recommend visiting the cardiology department. Zhou Ying feigned agony, clutching her chest. Since I booked an appointment with you, naturally I want a diagnosis. Unless your expertise is lacking? Qi Su sighed inwardly. My specialization is surgery. While I have some knowledge of cardiology, it's not my primary field. Zhou Ying exhaled dramatically. Truthfully, my heart is fine. It's just, yesterday I discovered that the man I've loved for 7 years secretly married someone else. The shock was unbearable. Doctor, Qi, can you understand how I feel? Qi Su concluded that this patient belonged in neurology, not cardiology. I don't quite relate. Personal matters require emotional regulation. As they say, out with the old, in with the new. You should look forward. Zhou Ying's expression twisted as if she swallowed a fly. Out with the old, in with the new? Was this woman mocking her as the discarded relic? So you think I deserve to be abandoned too? Qi Su did not intend to wound her, yet inadvertently struck a painful chord within her heart. No, I believe that the person who can abandon you is certainly not your destined partner. A true lover would never marry another. Ms. Zhou, why not consider letting go of that individual and seeking a new boyfriend for yourself? Zhou Ying erupted in fury, her voice a tempest. Nonsense. He loves me. He can only love me. Even if he is married, I shall never relinquish him in this lifetime. Qi Su found her utterly irrational, a madwoman beyond comprehension. However, professional decorum forbade her from resorting to insults. Unless there were pressing health concerns, Ms. Zhou, you may return and take the time to adjust your mindset. Next, I haven't finished yet. Dr. Qi should resolve my issue before calling the next patient. Qi Su patiently maintained her composure. Well then, Ms. Zhou, what further concerns do you have? Dr. Qi, are you married? Qi Su was now utterly convinced that the person before her was indeed deranged. My marital status has no bearing on your condition, Ms. Zhou. It is a personal matter, and I decline to answer. Zhou Ying smirked. How could it not be relevant? It could very well be connected. Dr. Qi, have you ever considered what you would do if one day your husband harbored feelings for another woman? Qi Su could no longer contain her frustration, pointing at her head. Ms. Zhou, perhaps I should refer you to a urologist. Your issues lie not with the heart, but rather here. Chapter 21. Leave of absence. Soothing the child, ha ha ha. Zhou Ying laughed heartily. Dr. Qi, there is no need to be nervous. I merely wish to remind you to be vigilant and not to invest too much of your thoughts in your husband, lest you be deceived and find yourself without a shoulder to weep upon when heartbreak strikes. You're insane. Qi Su forced the words back, deciding it was best to avoid provoking a woman scorned by love. Indeed, I am unwell. My chest aches. Perhaps Dr. Qi could examine it for me? Zhou Ying boldly lifted her clothing, revealing her ample cleavage. Dr. Qi, what do you think of my figure? Do you believe men would find it appealing? A child like you surely cannot appreciate the allure of a mature woman, can you? Qi Su felt a strong urge to take a syringe and deflate those exaggerated assets. How dare she compare her artificially enhanced features to her own natural beauty? It was nothing short of self-degradation. Oh, I've identified the cause of Ms. Zhou's discomfort. It appears to be a case of implant leakage or hardened silicone. I recommend visiting a professional cosmetic surgery clinic for correction to prevent complications such as mastitis, hyperplasia, or even breast cancer. If the condition worsens, it could lead to cardiovascular blockage, posing a life-threatening risk. Zhou Ying was taken aback by the sharp insight of this audacious woman, who had discerned her secrets so easily. Had it not been for Lin Youqian's lack of interest, she would not have felt compelled to enhance her figure in Thailand. Despite pouring a fortune into her transformation, he still showed no desire for her. She began to suspect something was amiss with the man. Perhaps he was too deeply engrossed in his role to appreciate her, truly bending his preferences. Dr. Qi, has your husband ever been intimate with you? Qi Su could no longer restrain herself and pressed the alarm button. Ms. Zhou, unless you have other inquiries, please exit. Kindly refrain from disrupting my work. Zhou Ying was genuinely curious whether Lin Youqian had ever touched her. He was a man of formidable self-control, drawn to strong and independent women like herself. He would never fall for a soft, delicate girl. Absolutely not. In her fear, Zhou Ying resorted to self-affirmation, attempting to quell her inner turmoil. Before the security guard arrived, she decided to leave, departing with an inexplicable remark. Men all prefer mature, older women. Dr. Qi is far too young for romance. Get lost. Qi Su muttered under her breath as she watched Zhou Ying's retreating figure. What a lunatic. It's utterly revolting how she seeks misfortune here simply because she cannot find a man's affection. What nonsense that men prefer mature women. Lin Youqian is enamored with a youthful girl like me, practically craving to devour me whole. Besides, aside from my petite face, I possess ample curves. At least I wouldn't act like a lunatic seeking breast augmentation, struggling to find confidence. After work, Qi Su could not help but vent her frustrations to Lin Youqian about the encounter with the madwoman, tentatively asking, "Would you ever cheat on me?" A clear, melodious laugh echoed through the phone. "Never. From now on, I shall remain devoted to you, my little fool, and lead a life together. You married me merely to appease your mother and grandmother. You once mentioned to me that there was a woman you once cherished. What would you do if she were to return one day? Would you choose to divorce me or seek an affair? Lin Youqian felt a headache coming on, bewildered by her sudden mention of such distressing matters. Divorce? An affair? My heart belongs to you now. Perhaps you should contemplate when you might truly become my wife. Stop overthinking. Chi Su's reluctance to engage with him stemmed from her reservations about his past relationships. Since the topic had arisen, it was imperative to clarify. I simply wish to know, if one day your former love were to return, what would you choose? Me or her? Lin Youqian fell silent for a moment before resolutely responding, You. I shall not reconcile with her. Chi Su's laughter resonated like wind chimes in a serene valley, carried through the phone signal, stirring emotional waves within Lin Youqian's heart. Chi, do you wish for me to return tonight? I could take a leave. Though he assured her of his fidelity and his unwillingness to rekindle with his ex, Chi Su still felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, they had known each other for less than a month, and the pace of their romance was akin to that of a rocket, leaving her feeling somewhat unsteady. No need. There is nothing much at home. Why take a leave? Lin Youqian was exasperated with her. Silly girl, why would you even consider taking leave? After 2 weeks of persistent coaxing, Chi Su understood his intentions. She was 22, not a mere child. No need to take leave. Just focus on your work. Lin Youqian felt a desire to tease her. Focus on your work indeed. Chi Su's face flushed with warmth. No, you shall not. Regardless of her refusal, Lin Youqian resolved to take a leave. He had not squeezed her adorable chubby cheeks for 3 days, and he was yearning to do so. If you want to let me, then you must assist me with a review. Buzz. Chi Su's mind was a whirlwind. Her cheeks felt aflame, and her hands were so hot they tingled. What to do? Who could rescue her? This was her surgical hand. If this continued, she might be incapacitated. By the time 10:30 in the evening arrived, Lin Youqian had yet to return home, causing Chi Su to worry. Didn't you say you would take a leave? Did you or didn't you? Can you be clear for once? Lin Youqian gazed at the messages on his phone, unable to suppress a smile. This scene pierced through Zhou Ying's heart with a pang of pain. Yes, I took a leave. Dining with friends. You should freshen up and await my return. After returning from the hospital, Zhou Ying had called to arrange a meeting with Lin Youqian. To avoid any misunderstandings, he invited his old colleagues from the border. As they were also familiar with Zhou Ying, the table full of friends gaped at Lin Youqian. Bro, who are you texting? You actually smiled. My mother has just adopted a new little one, a new member of the Lin family. Lin Youqian refrained from mentioning his wife, as his situation was delicate, and he intended to reveal it only after transitioning to civilian life. His friends began to tease him. Ha, adopting a little one? It wouldn't be a child bride, would it? In an unprecedented turn of events, Lin Youqian surprisingly did not object. Let us raise her and see. Really? Is that true? The dining table erupted with excitement. Curiosity piqued among them. How old is that little one of yours? Could you possibly let your brother have a glimpse? Lin Youqian casually bantered. Just started kindergarten. Once she's well-behaved, I'll take her out for a stroll. His words sent a wave of panic through his companions. What? A kindergartner? You must be quite merciless. At this rate, won't you have to wait another 20 years before indulging? By then, my friend, you'll be 49. Will you still have the energy for it? Enough. Lin Youqian growled, silencing the room. I'm indulging tonight. The table was laden with exquisite delicacies, and the atmosphere was electric, drawing even curious patrons from the adjacent private room. Can you behave like a decent person? A kindergartner, and you can stoop so low? Lin Youqian pondered. At first, he felt a twinge of guilt upon gazing at that youthful visage. However, after experiencing a figure more alluring than a model, he dismissed the guilt entirely. Who could fathom the allure of a soft, cherubic face combined with an exquisitely tempting figure for a man? Time to leave. I must return to soothe the little one. Zhou Ying suddenly rose, affectionately linking her arm with Lin Youqian's. Qian, let us depart together. We're all old friends here. They know Tong Tong, so there is no need for you to conceal anything. Chapter 22. The little girl, Tong Tong the crowd, suddenly realized, it turns out we were merely teasing Tong Tong. I completely misinterpreted the situation. With the return of Sister Zhou Ying, it was evident that Master Pao would indulge in his desires. Look at us, truly a bunch of simpletons. Do not shout recklessly. Lin Youqian's expression turned abruptly cold, his tone laced with a stern warning. Zhou Ying playfully tugged at Lin Youqian's arm, feigning ignorance. Your thoughts are becoming increasingly impure. Who else could be the little darling that Master Pao favors, if not Tong Tong? Tong Tong is the daughter of Lin Youqian's good friend, Mai Dong. Years ago, during their time at the border base, Mai Dong, following his family's wishes, began a romantic relationship during a family visit. They lived together passionately for a while. Later, when Mai Dong expressed his intention to marry, the woman, discontent with the hardships of border life, refused to accompany him, ultimately ending their relationship due to the strain of long-distance love. To everyone's astonishment, a year later, the woman returned to the base holding a 2-month-old baby girl, claiming she was Mai Dong's daughter. A paternity test confirmed the truth. The woman, stating her inability to care for the child, abandoned the baby with Mai Dong and vanished without a trace. At that time, Mai Dong received an urgent notice requiring him to undertake a mission abroad. Given the high risk involved, he entrusted the child to his close friend, Lin Youqian. "Pao, I entrust my daughter to you. Let her reside under your name. If I return safely, I will reclaim Tong Tong. Should misfortune befall me, you shall be her father, raising her to adulthood and guiding her well. Is that acceptable?" With his life entrusted to his brother, Lin Youqian vowed, "Rest assured, I will care for the little one and await your triumphant return." 10 months later, out of the 12 brothers who undertook the mission, only 9 returned with honors. Mai Dong left behind his daughter, not yet a year old. Lin Youqian registered the child under his name, renaming her Lin Letong. As a man, he found the prospect of raising a child daunting. The base was a confidential location, and he could not hire an outside nanny. Thus, Zhou Ying, an artistic soldier, volunteered to take the child in. "Qian, I adore Tong Tong. Please allow me to raise her. As an artistic soldier, I do not have training or missions, leaving me ample time to be with her. Moreover, our art troupe consists solely of women, far better suited to caring for a baby than the rugged men at your arms depot. We are merely half a day's journey from the base. Whenever you are free from missions, you can come see the baby." At that time, Lin Youqian was engrossed in leading a significant research project and lacked the energy to care for Tong Tong, so he consented. Zhou Ying was overjoyed. Ever since their breakup, Lin Youqian had deliberately kept his distance, treating her as an ordinary friend, neither warm nor cold. Even though she had sacrificed a promising career to join the military as a minor artistic soldier for him, their relationship had seen little progress. It seemed that heaven had smiled upon her, delivering Tong Tong into her life. With the bond of a child and the foundation of their feelings from university, she felt confident she could melt his heart. When the child began to speak, she insisted that Tong Tong call her mother and Lin Youqian father. As she had been the one taking care of her, Lin Youqian did not object. It was only natural for Tong Tong to address him as her father, as she was indeed his daughter, listed in his household registration. Later, Zhou Ying expressed that Tong Tong was a bright child who needed to grow up in a healthy and complete family environment, thus pleading for reconciliation. Although Lin Youqian's feelings for Zhou Ying had long since faded, he acquiesced for the sake of the child. To help Mrs. Wen let go of her prejudices, he took Zhou Ying's misguided advice and enlisted Hao Shuai to play the role of a male companion, reasoning that accepting the daughter of a rival was preferable to accepting a man. However, both underestimated Mrs. Wen's resolve. She would rather see her son remain a lifelong bachelor than allow Zhou Ying to enter their family. She declared that the Zhou family's morals were corrupt, and that Tian Fangfang had a malicious heart, insisting that they could never raise a good daughter. Marrying Zhou Ying would bring calamity to the Lin family for 3 generations. Unless she were to die, no daughter of the Zhou family would ever cross the threshold of the Lin household. Thus, the mother and son remained at an impasse. While Zhou Ying waited patiently, it wasn't until Mrs. Wen presented a breast tumor diagnosis, forcing Lin Youqian to marry Qi Su, that the train carrying the love and hatred of 2 generations finally set onto a new track. Lin Youqian frowned slightly, seemingly displeased. "You brought Tong Tong with you?" Zhou Ying smiled gently. "Yes. The baby said she missed her father very much, so of course I had to bring her back. Moreover, she is already over 3 years old and should be attending kindergarten. The conditions in the border region are harsh and cold. Every winter, she often catches a cold. Therefore, I wish to take her back to Lake City. Firstly, you are here, and the 2 of you can meet often. Secondly, the climate here is pleasant. and both the quality of education and the environment are superior. Our baby deserves the best care, doesn't he? Lin Youqian contemplated Zhou Ying's words. Indeed, she was correct. For Tongtong's better development, it was appropriate to bring her back to Lake City for kindergarten. However, how would he explain this to the little stutterer? As for the kindergarten matter, I will consider it. Once I have made arrangements, we can proceed with her enrollment. Zhou Ying understood his concerns. For now, she needed to leverage Tongtong to secure this man. Isn't there a military kindergarten near the Military Research Institute? It has the best faculty and campus environment, she suggested. You're a soldier. Our Tongtong could gain admission there. The military kindergarten offers higher safety and confidentiality than other kindergartens, making it indeed a good choice. I will keep the little one in the dark for a while, and once I have fully captured his heart, I will discuss the child's matter with her. All right, tomorrow I will inquire and expedite Tongtong's enrollment procedures. You should head home and rest early. Zhou Ying's heart felt as though it had been brutally sliced by a dull knife. Her nails dug deeply into her flesh to alleviate the pain in her chest. After a while, she regained her composure and wore a smile once more. Qian, Tongtong misses you greatly. It has been half a year since we last met. Don't you want to spend some time with her? In the past, he would have rushed eagerly to see that little girl. However, now, Chisu's messages were incessantly urging him. He only wished to return and soothe his beloved daughter. It was too late today, and Tongtong had undoubtedly fallen asleep. Please inform her that I shall visit her first thing tomorrow morning, if you would. Zhou Ying was taken aback by Lin Youqian's profound infatuation with Chisu, to the extent that even Tongtong could not tether his heart. Tongtong expressed her desire to wait for his return before sleeping, declaring that if her father did not come home, she would remain awake indefinitely. If you doubt this, would you care to send her a video? Before the gathering, Zhou Ying instructed the nanny not to allow Tongtong to sleep and advised her that if her father called, she should cry and plead for him to return. Observing the tearful visage of his daughter in the video, Lin Youqian could not bear it any longer. Be good, Tongtong, do not cry. Father is coming to be with you right now. Chapter 23. The 77 aviation rocket model. As the clock approached midnight, Lin Youqian mustered the courage to call Chisu. Chi, I have matters to attend to tonight, and won't be able to come over. How about I visit you another day? Chisu's voice was tinged with disappointment, her tone heavy with melancholy. Oh, I see. Be good and rest early. Your husband loves you. This marked Lin Youqian's first time referring to himself as husband, as well as his inaugural, candid expression of affection. Feeling guilty and fearing her anger, he spoke in the gentlest manner. Soothing her softly, concealed in the shadows, Zhou Ying seethed with resentment, her teeth clenched in rage. She deliberately raised her voice. Qian, baby wants to hear you tell her a story. Faintly, Chisu seemed to perceive a woman's voice calling out to Qian. Where are you now? Who's beside you? Lin Youqian felt his heart leap into his throat. He feigned calmness and lied. I'm out with the guys drinking. Goodbye. Chisu was no fool. She had clearly heard a woman's voice. No, I want a video chat. Lin Youqian's back was drenched in cold sweat, his clenched fists trembling slightly. Be good. Go to sleep. We'll talk tomorrow. Lin Youqian, I want a video call. I'm not sleeping. Since gentle coaxing was ineffective, in order to disguise Zhou Ying and Tongtong's presence, he had no choice but to adopt a harsher tone. Little stutterer, did I not tell you when we married to be well-behaved, obedient, understanding, and perceptive? Have you forgotten? Accompanied by the sound of her tears shattering. Gisu abali homu. Lin Youqian's heart sank, accompanied by a dull ache. Little Tongtong approached with a storybook, her voice sweet and innocent. Daddy, tell me the story of the brave little turtle. In truth, Tongtong had been tired for a while, compelled to stay awake by Zhou Ying's insistence. Just as the story began, she could no longer hold on, resting her head on Lin Youqian's lap and drifting into slumber. Baby is asleep now. You should rest early too. I'll come back tomorrow. Zhou Ying attempted to keep him there. Qian, it's quite late. Why not stay here? This presidential suite has 2 bedrooms. You can stay in the one next door. Lin Youqian firmly refused. I have training in the morning. I can't stay. You rest early. I'll arrange the housing and kindergarten matters. He hurriedly departed, fearing that lingering even a moment longer in that room would be detrimental. The biting winter wind was particularly harsh. He wandered outside his villa for a long while, but ultimately did not enter. He dreaded Chi Su's interrogation and was even more afraid of her heartbreak. Thus, until he could devise a way to console her, he did not dare to face her. The next day, his old colleagues in the laboratory, seeing his despondent countenance, could not help but inquire, "Pao Yi, weren't you indulging last night? Why do you look so unfulfilled? Did you not have enough? Get lost." Lin Youqian's thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind, consumed entirely by concerns for Chi Su and their child, leaving him devoid of focus on military research. "Who among you is free today? Please help me check on the kindergarten situation at the military district, and take a look around for suitable housing as well. I seek a villa in a pristine environment, regardless of the cost." Hao Shuai emitted a melancholic lament. As the heir of the Beijing elite, his wealth made the acquisition of property as effortless as sipping water. "I have followed you for 3 years, and I haven't even managed to secure a restroom." Lin Youqian responded with a swift kick. "You have already taken away 3 of my luxury cars worth tens of millions. Do you still have the audacity to claim you haven't received anything? Do you believe I won't thrash you?" His words incited envy and resentment among all present. "Good heavens! Cars worth over 30 million. How Gui Fei. You truly have been thoroughly taken advantage of. Had I known, I would have volunteered to be the consort of such a powerful figure. I am more handsome and charming than you. How foolish of me." Hao Shuai's irreverent tongue earned him a beating. The others extended their hands towards Lin Youqian, eager to gain his favor. "Master, I am more than willing to run errands for you. Just a modest fee would suffice. Is there anything else you require of me? Fetching water, brewing tea, peeling fruit, or even delivering toilet paper? I am at your service." Lin Youqian scribbled a comprehensive list of ingredients and tossed it out. "Who will make a trip to the market to procure these vegetables? The errand fee is 10,000. A chorus of astonishment filled the armory. Everyone craned their necks, anticipating the tasks assigned by their master. It is worth noting that the monthly salary of an ordinary officer barely exceeds 10,000. 1,000 roses, the most exquisite ones. Take my business card, head to the jewelry store, and have them deliver the finest diamond jewelry to Villa number 1 of Jingchen Huafu. I shall choose upon my return. The rest of you, come work with me to create an air rocket model measuring 77 centimeters in length, 7 centimeters in height, and weighing 7 kilograms, designated as No. 77. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. What was the meaning of this? Was he pursuing a woman? "Master, today is not the Qixi festival. Why the insistence on the number 7? Lin Youqian shot a fierce glare at the speaker, irritated by the mention of the number 7. "Less chatter. Get to work." Finally, just before Chi Su finished her shift, the rocket model was completed and matters concerning the kindergarten were also resolved. However, the ideal housing situation remained elusive. The area adjacent to the military district kindergarten boasted a premium elementary and middle school, consolidating the best educational resources, making desirable property scarce and requiring further patience. Lin Youqian arranged the gifts and the rocket model in the most prominent spot in the living room, clutching a bouquet of roses, hiding behind the door, awaiting Chi Su's arrival to surprise her. Yet, upon seeing the man with roses in hand, she did not appear particularly joyful, merely greeting him with a casual, "Mr. Lin, you're back." In the past, she also called him Mr. Lin, but her tone was filled with affection, unlike the current aloofness. "The flowers are for you. Do you like them?" Chi Su smiled faintly. "I like them, thank you." Immediately afterward, Lin Youqian unveiled a jewelry box, revealing an entire set of enchanting ocean-themed diamond necklaces, earrings, and bracelets that sparkled brilliantly under the light. "Do you like these? Allow me to adorn you." Chi Su turned her head away, evading his touch. "Can I just keep them for now? The hospital has a regulation that prohibits doctors from wearing any jewelry. Tomorrow is the weekend, and you're not scheduled to work, so you may wear some." However, Chi Su is reluctant to try it on. Last night, he recalled all the words Lin Youqian had previously uttered. In the future, the only thing you can expect is a monthly salary of 200,000, so do not harbor extravagant hopes for anything beyond that. Therefore, regardless of whether one tries it on, it cannot be taken away upon departure. I will be on duty tomorrow and the day after, so I will wait until my rest period to wear it. What shift do you have this weekend? Lin Youqian has finally managed to clear her schedule for both days to spend quality time with her. Yet she insists on working. Doctor, Tang from the department has a sick child, and I am covering for her. If you don't believe me, you can ask. Doctor, Tang initially intended to swap shifts with someone else, but Chi Su volunteered to help. Dr. Tang was so pleased that she praised her as a good child. With her doll-like face, the director always refers to her as a good child, a description that suits her perfectly. Chapter 24. Dislike for children. Lin Youqian eagerly inquired. What about Sunday? Is it a day off? On duty, Chi replied. For it was customary for each department in the hospital to have a single person on duty during weekends. Since she held no fondness for Lin Youqian, she spoke with deliberate intent. I might as well take a stroll outside on Sunday to enjoy myself. Noticing Lin Youqian's expression resembling a beautifully painted palette, Chi continued to fan the flames. Not only this week, but I might also be on duty next weekend. You know, most doctors in our department are married, and they have many family obligations, so they prefer to rest on weekends. I, on the other hand, have little to attend to, so I am merely being helpful and exchanging duties with them. Lin Youqian was infuriated, his frustration palpable. Fool, do you not realize that you are married to? Your so-called helpfulness is merely serving my interests. Feigning ignorance, Chi replied, I am a newcomer, and it is only fitting that I ease the burdens of my seniors and foster good relationships with my colleagues. It is rather beneficial, don't you think? In the future, I shall rely on them for guidance. And when will you show some concern for me? Lin Youqian asked, reaching out to pinch her soft cheek, only to have her subtly evade him. I just returned from the hospital. I need to wash my hands and change clothes. She dawdled in her room for more than half an hour without emerging. If Lin Youqian could not discern her sulking, he would be a fool indeed. Chi, are you ready? It's time to eat. You go ahead. I already ate at the cafeteria. When Chi finally emerged after a shower, she was dressed impeccably, wrapped up tightly. Quite unlike her usual appearance in cozy pajamas. Why aren't you wearing that adorable bunny onesie? I find it utterly charming. I have to go out for a bit. I might return a little late. Lin Youqian obstructed her path, refraining from inquiring about her plans or destination. He simply stated, Chi, I worked hard to prepare a feast for you, and you haven't even tasted a morsel. The gift I meticulously arranged for you has not even caught your eye. I did look. I said it was beautiful and that I liked it very much. The smile on Chi lips was radiant like a blooming rose. Yet the joy in her eyes did not quite reach its depths. Lin Youqian pointed to his lips. If you truly like it, why not reward me? Chi froze, her fabricated smile crumbling, revealing an uncomfortable expression. Ooh, ha, it was a bit sudden, and I didn't have time to prepare a return gift. Perhaps I can buy you something when I have the chance? Lin Youqian felt a surge of irritation. Despite his considerable efforts to charm and indulge her, the little one continued to act petulantly. This willful child needed discipline, lest she remain disobedient in the future. With a sudden motion, Lin Youqian pulled her into his embrace, kissing her defiant lips. She attempted to evade him, but he held her captive. She resisted, yet he persisted, her clenched teeth unable to withstand his advances. Ultimately, feeling overwhelmed, Chi simply stood there like a marionette, allowing him to explore. Chi, do you not like me anymore? Chi remained motionless and silent. Lin Youqian felt a pang of disappointment. Just a few days prior, she would have responded and sometimes even stirred the flames of passion herself. The passage of a single day has transformed him completely. He may have broken his promise, yet he possesses unavoidable reasons and has made efforts to amend his shortcomings. The matter concerning Tong Tong must be resolved promptly. Concealing it is not a viable solution. Otherwise, given her miserly nature, their relationship will inevitably drift further apart. Chi, do you like children? Huh? Chi snapped back to reality from her stupor. She had misconstrued Lin Youqian's intentions, fearing he desired to have children with her, causing her stuttering affliction to resurface. I don't like them. I don't want children at all. I'm still a child myself. How could I take care of a child? Lin Youqian found it challenging to follow her train of thought and interrupted. Silly girl, what are you worried about? I never said I wanted you to have a child right now. I meant if you don't wish to have one, How about we adopt a child instead? Recently, I came across a little girl who lost her parents. She is quite adorable, and I've been contemplating adopting her. What do you think? Lin Youqian gazed at her intently, awaiting her response. No, I don't like it. Chi Su replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. She herself was an adopted daughter. Initially, Qi Wangxing treated her exceptionally well, almost indulgently, allowing her every whim. She believed her father to be the best person in the world, until her mother's unfortunate incident transformed Qi Wangxing's demeanor entirely. Within 3 months, he brought home all the children he had with Zhao Dandan. From that moment, she acutely felt the disparity between an adopted daughter and a biological one. She was not a saint and could not guarantee that she would treat an adopted daughter and a biological child without any bias. Moreover, since she was capable of bearing children, why should she adopt another's? Lin Youqian felt a significant void in his heart. He had initially hoped that if Chi Su were willing to accept an adopted daughter, they could raise Tong Tong together. However, as she pointed out, she was still a child herself. How could she understand the responsibilities of raising one? Let us not discuss children. Dinner. Lin Youqian firmly led her to the dining table, regardless of whether she had eaten, and filled her bowl generously. From the kitchen, Aunt Yang's praises echoed. Madam, you are truly fortunate. I never imagined Mr. Lin's culinary skills were so remarkable. This entire feast is prepared by him for you. I offered to help, but he wouldn't allow it. Chi Su glanced at the array of dishes on the table. Over 10 delectable plates, all her favorites, an evident display of care. Since her bowl was already filled, she reluctantly decided to have a meal. It was better than going hungry. Her initial excuse to step out had merely been to grab a bite. After eating her fill, her frustration had considerably subsided. After all, this man had been both meticulous and attentive, peeling shrimp and even meticulously feeding her corn, which he had disassembled grain by grain. Seeing the warmth gradually return to her face, Lin Youqian felt a sense of relief. He led her to the model of an aircraft rocket and jested. Can't you see such a grand gift? Chi Su noticed it, but found nothing particularly extraordinary about it. From a young age, she had shown no interest in firearms or tanks. As a girl, her affections were reserved for Barbie dolls and pet toys. Do you see it? It is merely a toy, nothing extraordinary. Furthermore, I am not a child in kindergarten to indulge in such things. Lin Youqian was too exasperated to speak. This was a meticulously crafted model by dozens of senior engineers from the Armament Research Department, and she had the audacity to dismiss it as a mere toy. It is worth noting that his childhood passions revolved around tanks, artillery, and rockets. You know nothing of its significance. This is an aerospace rocket model, personally constructed for you by me. Its length is 77 centimeters, height 7 centimeters, and weight 7 kilograms, with the number also being 77. Do you understand what that signifies? Chi Su blinked her sparkling eyes, asking earnestly, what is so special about 77? Can it soar into the sky? Bang! Lin Youqian felt his heart shatter into a million pieces. He had encountered women who lacked romantic sensibility, but never one so utterly oblivious. It cannot, because I have not equipped it with a propulsion system. Then why don't you install one? Explosives and gas. Such perilous elements cannot be handled carelessly. Lin Youqian retorted, exasperated. I fear it may explode and harm you. Chapter 25. The military spouse Chi Su turned away, too indifferent to spare a glance at the model of the aerospace rocket. Lin Youqian recognized that she was once again upset. As the ancients proclaimed, it is only women and petty individuals who are difficult to nurture. This petite woman was even more challenging, seemingly more difficult to appease than Tong Tong. A 3-year-old child could be easily soothed with a lollipop, a story, or a toy. Yet this little woman, even when offered jewelry worth millions and a banquet of delectable foods, remained petulant despite affection and embraces. For the sake of their future peaceful life, he decided to reveal his true identity in advance. Chi, come here. I have something to tell you. Chi Su was already squatting at the door, putting on her shoes. Can't it wait? I'm leaving now. With her already home, there was no way he would let her step out again. Lin Youqian, akin to a claw machine operator, effortlessly lifted her with one hand and carried her back to the rocket model, pointing at the 5-pointed star emblem on the front. Do you know where this toy originates from? Chi-Su had no interest in guessing. It must be from the toy market. Just reassemble it and claim it as your own. Lin Youqian playfully tapped her on the head, taking the model and placing it in her hands. You're being foolish. Take a good look. Chi-Su felt the weight of it, struggling to support it with both hands. Wow, it's so heavy. It doesn't look that big. Why is it so weighty? Because it is crafted from the finest materials, capable of withstanding temperatures of several thousand degrees. Even if you were to leave it in the furnace for an entire day and night, it would not melt. Only then did Chi-Su begin to exhibit a modicum of interest in the toy in her hands. Upon closer inspection, the silver exterior, resembling iron, was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the intricate internal structure and assembly of parts resembled that of a genuine miniature rocket. It sounds intriguing when you put it that way. Where did you acquire it? From a military research institute. Chi-Su's expression suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. Her eyes filled with incredulity. Lin Youqian nodded, affirming her suspicion. It is exactly as you suspect. She leaped from his embrace, her mouth opening several times before she could articulate. You are? You truly are? Sure. Lin Youqian chuckled softly, placing a finger over her lips. I am a soldier. My work is of a special nature and involves military confidentiality. Therefore, there are many things I cannot disclose to you. At times, I receive impromptu assignments requiring frequent overtime, which means I cannot accompany you daily like other husbands. As a military spouse, I hope you can forgive me. Still reeling from the shock, Chi-Su pointed at herself, questioning me. A military spouse? Do I seem like one? Ha ha ha. Lin Youqian was amused by her expression. To be honest, not really. You'd be more convincing as a kindergarten child. Once everything was clarified, Chi-Su realized she had misjudged him throughout the day, blushing as she playfully protested. Oomph, you think I'm too young? Lin Youqian pulled her back into his embrace, leaning close to her ear to tease. Being small is no issue. As long as the right places are not lacking, I quite like it. Chi-Su swatted away his restless hands, gazing at him with admiration, her excitement prompting a flurry of questions. Are you really a soldier? May I see your credentials? She inquired, feeling as though she were caught in a dream, the experience so surreal. Lin Youqian, having not savored the tofu, playfully pinched her cheek, calling her a silly girl. Am I capable of deceiving you? If I were not a soldier, what right would you have to enter the military hospital? My credentials are at my unit. If you wish to see them, I shall bring them next time. Chi-Su's skepticism was not absent. She merely wished to behold him in his military attire. Colleagues had remarked that men are most handsome when donned in uniform. I do not doubt you. I am simply curious. Pray tell, what branch of the military do you belong to, and what is your rank? Are you a non-commissioned officer or an officer? I serve in the Air Force, currently holding the rank of colonel at the regimental level. Wondrous. Chi-Su's eyes widened, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate a large duck egg. Regimental level? You are yet under 30. How is it that you are so accomplished? For the first time, Lin Youqian glimpsed a fervent light in the little one's eyes, a joy within him that could not be contained. Had he known that revealing his identity would be more effective than a confession of love, he would not have expended such effort constructing a model of a rocket. This foolish woman, so ignorant of military matters, was a true drain on his energy. My skills are formidable, my achievements laudable. I have received numerous commendations leading to several promotions. Chi-Su felt a surge of exhilaration, her spirits soaring. Thus, I too am a military officer's wife, and my husband holds a significant position. Lin Youqian's smile could scarcely be contained. In military hospitals, many officers' spouses carried themselves with an air of confidence, bolstered by their husbands' ranks, speaking with a robust assurance, especially when discussing their spouses, radiating pride. Chi-Su had never considered that she too could be a proud military wife. The unexpected arrival of happiness filled her with an immense sense of pride, a desire to boast. Colonel Lin's wife, you have been bestowed with such an honorable title. Might you reward me for it? I. A flurry of kisses fell upon her, her breath quickening, and suddenly she blinked awake, realizing the crystal chandelier of the living room had transformed into the ceiling of the bedroom. Dr. Chi, my condition has worsened today. May I request a more effective treatment? Chi-Su clutched her clothing tightly. No, the treatment is insufficient. We must conduct another examination. Lin Youqian contemplated administering a potent remedy to completely win over this little woman. Dr. Qi, having examined the patient so many times without providing comprehensive treatment, is that not a tad irresponsible? Qi Su flustered, attending to this and that, yet managing nothing effectively. Cease. If you disregard medical advice, do you not believe I could perform a minor surgery to ensure you never suffer again? Goodness, Lin Youqian exclaimed, exuding a burst of exasperation. Little stutterer, how can you be so harsh toward your own husband? Where is your conscience? Qi Su mumbled softly, my conscience has been lost. I'm afraid. Lin Youqian understood her meaning, eagerly drawing near. Lost? Where did it go? Allow me to help you find it. Here? Is it here? Or here? After a fervent exchange of kisses, he suddenly remarked, Chi, your conscience is so soft. Qi Su felt an overwhelming mix of embarrassment and indignation. Close your eyes and prepare to embrace the baptism of adulthood. Yet, swifter than the pangs of pain is the shrill ring of his mobile phone. One must admit, Zhou Ying, this spoil-sport of a woman, possesses a remarkable knack for timing, rivaling even that of Mrs. One, as she calls precisely at the last second. Lin Youqian hesitates to answer, repeatedly disconnecting the call, but the relentless dialing from the other end is insistent and unyielding. Damn it. He throws on a bathrobe and steps outside. Chi, I need to take this call. Wait for me. What is it? His voice roars with greater ferocity than a lit cannonball, brimming with immense fury and intimidation. Chapter 26. Huakong Hospital. Zhou Ying was aware of his whereabouts with Qi Su, which prompted her to call him back, yet she did not anticipate his furious reaction. She struggled to produce tears and began to cry pitifully. Akian, please return quickly. Tong Tong has been hurt. Lin Youqian furrowed his brow in confusion. How could Tong Tong be injured? Zhou Ying's tears flowed profusely as she expressed her remorse. It's all my fault for being careless. Just moments ago, while I was preparing her formula, a delivery arrived. I opened the door to receive the package, and in that brief moment, she took the bottle to fetch water herself, and then she scalded herself. Her hand is red and covered with blisters. All right, apply some ice water to her hand. I'll return immediately. Lin Youqian hastily dressed, excusing himself with a fabricated urgent military task, and rushed from Qi Su to Zhou Ying's hotel. To maintain her deception, Zhou Ying maliciously guided the 3-year-old girl to prepare the formula herself. When Lin Youqian saw Tong Tong, her hands were blistered, and she was sobbing so violently that she could scarcely catch her breath, her throat hoarse and unable to speak. I'm so sorry, Akian. It's all my fault for not taking proper care of Tong Tong, causing her to suffer such severe injuries. She's so young. What if she's left with scars? I would rather it had been me who was hurt. It's all my fault. I am not a qualified mother. Zhou Ying wept profusely, her cries louder than Tong Tong's. Seeing her mother in such distress, Tong Tong, ever so understanding, extended her reddened hands to wipe her tears. Mama, don't cry. It's Tong Tong's fault for being clumsy and not knowing how to prepare the formula. Don't blame Mama. This utterance from Tong Tong allowed Zhou Ying's anxious heart to settle back in her chest. Although Lin Youqian did not express his anger towards her, his sullen expression clearly indicated his displeasure, tinged with reproach. Tong Tong, you must not touch dangerous things in the future. Matters like preparing formula should be handled by your mother. Understood? I understand, Daddy. Tong Tong, despite her tender age, exhibited remarkable maturity. She was well-behaved and never troublesome, never causing adults any inconvenience. Zhou Ying, realizing Qi Su worked at the military hospital, deliberately inquired, Akian, where shall we take Tong Tong now? To Huakong Hospital. Zhou Ying's frustration flared once more as she questioned him. This place is closest to the military hospital. Plus, with your military status, Tong Tong can receive the best treatment. Why go to Huakong Hospital? Lin Youqian offered little explanation. The facilities there are superior, but this place is closer. We should consider Tong Tong. She's in so much pain. Moreover, if the wound is not treated properly, she might be left with a scar. Lin Youqian grew somewhat impatient, insisting Tong Tong has only blisters. Her skin is not burned and one T-scar. Huakong Hospital is merely a 15-minute drive away. We will arrive shortly. In the dim light, Zhou Ying's nails dug deeply into the leather seat, producing a gnashing sound. Lin Youqian attempted to avoid Chi Su, yet she was determined to go there. Furthermore, she sought to find ways to expose Tong Tong's identity to that woman, hoping she would retreat in light of the truth. Akian, can we go to the military hospital? It's closer to your unit, and you could visit Tong Tong every day after work. Lin Youqian's hand struck the steering wheel forcefully, issuing a warning. Zhou Ning, you must understand that I have an aversion to women who act on their own accord. I recall a time when you were quite obedient. Why have you become increasingly unreasonable? Since their acquaintance, Lin Youqian has always held a position of superiority. He is not fond of delicate, affected women, which is why Zhou Ning has consistently presented herself as strong, bold, courageous, and independent. During their school days, he was passionate about extreme sports such as rock climbing, surfing, bungee jumping, and skiing. Zhou Ning, risking her life, endeavored to conquer her fear of heights and spent 2 years in the extreme sports team, eventually earning a place in his WeChat contacts. She diligently accompanied him through blood and sweat, providing him with various sports gear, ultimately thawing his icy heart and becoming his girlfriend. Lin Youqian remarked that she was the strongest, most unique, and bravest girl he had ever known. Yet, in all matters of decision-making, he held the reins. Even choices about dining, movie selections, and date destinations were entirely arranged by him. Zhou Ning scarcely dared to voice her opinions, often merely saying, "Ah Qian, with you around, I need not worry about anything." Even when injured while climbing, she would only smile as she wiped away the blood, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "It's nothing. A minor injury like this is inconsequential. I will be fine by tomorrow. Ah Qian, let us continue climbing." Nowadays, when she simply suggests visiting the military hospital, he responds with an imposing demeanor and a chilling tone. "Then let us go to Huakong Hospital." Throughout the journey, Lin Youqian fell silent, and Zhou Ning hesitated to mention the military hospital again. The only sound was the faint whimpering of Tong Tong, urging him to accelerate. The doctor stated that the burn was not severe and would not leave scars, advising that with timely dressing changes and careful care to avoid water, she would recover swiftly. After administering 5 bottles of medication, it was already past 3 in the morning. Little Tong Tong had fallen asleep. Lin Youqian continued driving them back to the hotel. "Qian, you should shower first. I bought you a bathrobe and pajamas." Lin Youqian grabbed his coat and prepared to leave. "No, I'll go to sleep." Zhou Ning suddenly embraced him from behind, pleading humbly, "Qian, please stay. I miss you so much, and Tong Tong needs you. Can we go back to being lovers like before?" Lin Youqian forcefully pried her arms from around his waist and truthfully responded, "I'm sorry. I'm already married. My current identity is that of Mrs. Lin's husband." Zhou Ying's tears finally overflowed, cascading down her sorrowful face to her shattered heart. He had actually admitted it. He was married. The term husband, which she had longed for 7 years, had ultimately become the exclusive title of another woman. How could he be so cruel to her? "You were married? When? When did you get married?" Lin Youqian offered no consolation, not even a perfunctory embrace, merely answering her question with simplicity. "Last month." Zhou Ning wiped her tears and forced a smile. "That was rather quick. I know it was Aunt Wen who pressured you into a blind date and marriage, right?" Lin Youqian denied it. "No, it was my own choice." Bang! The tears Zhou Ning had struggled to hold back burst forth once more. "Your choice? You did so willingly?" She seemed to be speaking to herself, utterly disbelieving that this was reality. "Yes, voluntarily. My wife is a naive girl with a bit of a temper. For the time being, I wish to keep Tong Tong's identity concealed and do not want our past to affect my current marriage. Ying, you won't cause me any trouble, will you?" His words were not a suggestion, but a command, accompanied by an unmistakable warning that brooked no refusal. Zhou Ning felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, her entire being frozen by his callous remark. "Do you care for her so much? What about me? What has our relationship meant all these years? I waited for you for a full 5 years, raising your daughter for 3 of them. In the end, you want me to accommodate another woman. I assure you, that is impossible." This was the first time Zhou Ning lost control in front of Lin Youqian, her emotions erupting like a tempest. "Ying, the grievances between our families create an insurmountable barrier between us. Rest assured, I will provide you with ample compensation. Initially, Zhou Ying was drawn to his status as a wealthy heir, seeking to ingratiate herself with him. However, she ultimately fell genuinely in love with the man himself. What woman could remain unmoved by a man who is affluent, powerful, capable, handsome, refined, and well-built? She resolutely shed her outer coat, leaving only a small tank top, and lunged once more at Lin Youqian. "Qian, I do not want compensation. I desire nothing but you. I love you. I am willing to give you everything. Qian, even if you are married, we can still be lovers. I do not care for status or titles. I only wish to be with you wholeheartedly." Chapter 27. The lady's fear of ghosts. Lin Youqian abruptly pushed her away, retrieved the garments strewn across the floor, draped them over her, and turned away, deliberately avoiding the awkwardness of the moment. "Ying, please comport yourself. I do not wish to witness such behavior again. Otherwise, I shall take Tong Tong away, and we need not maintain any further contact." With that, he strode away, leaving her with nothing but the coldness of his retreating figure. Zhou Ying could no longer contain her pent-up resentment and swept everything off the table, shattering them upon impact. The housekeeper, Sister Lin, emerged from a small room concerned. "Miss Zhou, what has transpired?" Zhou Ying continued her rampage, roaring, "Get lost. My affairs are none of your concern, you wretched maid." Sister Lin retreated timidly, quietly gathering cleaning supplies to tidy up. "Miss Zhou, why not take a rest? I will handle this. Otherwise, if the baby accidentally steps on the glass, it could injure her feet." "Ha ha 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 ha." Zhou Ying laughed maniacally, her eyes gleaming with malice. "It would be best if she were hurt. If she bleeds, her father might come to see me more often." Sister Lin crouched down, trembling, to pick up the scattered items and shards of porcelain. Over the past 3 years, she had endured Zhou Ying's violent temper and was acutely aware of the darkness lurking beneath the surface of this seemingly straightforward and generous woman. Each time Mr. Lin visited, she would feign gentleness, kindness, and competence. Yet once he departed, she rarely engaged with Tong Tong, only occasionally teasing her when the mood struck. What was more egregious was her insistence on giving Tong Tong ice cream in the dead of winter, dressing her scantily, leading to the child's frequent illnesses. When the child was unwell and cried at night, Zhou Ying would not comfort her, but would instead berate her for being unable to care for the child, venting all her frustration upon the housekeeper. Were it not for the generous salary provided by Mr. Lin, Sister Lin would have departed long ago. As Sister Lin tidied up, Zhou Ying continued to hurl objects in her vicinity. "Hey, what expression is that? You mock me too, don't you? What right do you, a lowly maid, have to ridicule me?" Sister Lin, drenched in powdered milk and with her hair matted, looked more disheveled than a beggar. "Miss Zhou, I do not mock you. As a woman from the countryside, how could I dare to jest about someone as beautiful and noble as you?" Sister Lin replied, her eyes wide with feigned admiration. "Mr. Lin is Tong Tong's father. He surely loves you. A family of 3 is the perfect match, after all." In her effort to appease Zhou Ying, Sister Lin spoke untruths. Even she, a mere maid, could see that Mr. Lin did not truly love her. He was merely grateful for her care of Tong Tong. Otherwise, after 3 years, why had he never once touched her? Even on the rare occasions he stayed over, he would sleep in a separate room. No matter how revealing her attire, Mr. Lin remained indifferent. His piercing gaze never lingered on her for even a second. If a man genuinely harbored affection for you, how could he lack physical desire? Moreover, Mr. Lin appeared robust and showed no signs of physical ailment. Upon hearing the flattery, Zhou Ying felt a measure of her pent-up anger dissipate. "You are correct. He is Tong Tong's father, and I am Tong Tong's mother. We are indeed a family, and no one shall tear us apart." After toiling all night, the dark, cold night began to lighten ever so slightly, with the streetlights harmoniously responding to the faint dawn glow. Lin Youqian felt utterly exhausted. He knew that she soon must be asleep, yet he yearned to return and catch a glimpse of her, to behold their home. Upon reaching the entrance, he discovered that all the lights were on, and a flicker of joy surged within him, believing that Chi Su had been waiting for him. However, the villa's main door was locked from the inside. Despite his attempts with both the code and the key, he found it unyielding. Even the windows were securely fastened. After much effort, he managed to climb to the second-floor balcony, only to be met with further disappointment. "Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi, My little stutterer, are you asleep? Lin Youqian murmured softly to himself. There was no reply from within, prompting him to retrace his steps back over the wall. At that moment, all he desired was to sneak a glance at her, even if it meant doing nothing more than observing. He longed to see her delicate, curled eyelashes resting on her slumbering face, to hear her gentle breaths, which would bring him peace. Of course, if he could steal a kiss from her charming lips, it would bring him even greater satisfaction. Yet, he dared not call out loudly, nor did he wish to break a window to enter. He had mentioned executing an urgent task. Thus, a sudden appearance would be rather illogical. It would be best to wait a couple of days. In the coming days, he was to take Tong Tong for vaccinations and dressing changes. Chi Su was also on duty, meaning that even if he returned, their paths would not cross, leaving no room for intimacy or explanation. He would have to postpone the date for the coming-of-age ceremony. After much effort, she had finally acquiesced, and they were merely a step away from completion, yet fate had conspired to make them miss the opportunity. What if, next time, the little one had a change of heart? He waited in the car for 2 hours, only sneaking back home after watching Chi Su leave with her white coat. Aunt Yang was surprised to see him. Mr. Lin, Madame said you were working overtime. Why are you back at this hour? Lin Youqian was typically reticent around others, often too lazy to even respond with a simple holding the bowl Chi Su had used. He casually ate a bit of porridge and bread, inquiring of Aunt Yang. Last night, I noticed all the lights in the house were on. What was that about? Aunt Yang chuckled as she explained. Madam is timid. She fears ghosts. Every night, she insists on having all the lights on and locks every door and window tightly to feel secure. Fears ghosts. Lin Youqian chuckled lightly. Indeed, that little girl was quite the coward. He recalled their first meeting, how even a slightly raised voice could reduce her to a stutter. He had never encountered such a timid woman before. I shall return often to keep her company, Lin Youqian said, his voice laced with tender affection. Indeed, you ought to spend more time with Madam. She misses you dearly when you're away, particularly on Fridays when she spends the entire afternoon on the sofa, staring at the front door, waiting for your return. Lin Youqian's heart swelled with love, filled with sweetness and happiness. Had Aunt Yang not casually mentioned it, he might never have realized that his little wife had already harbored feelings for him. Oh, why do I feel that the little one is utterly carefree? Almost wishing that I would not return home, Lin Youqian spoke intentionally, hoping to extract more information about her from Aunt Yang. The lady, though stubborn and easily embarrassed, would never confess to you that she missed you. Yet, Aunt Yang, being seasoned in such matters, could discern at a glance that the lady's heart and eyes were entirely devoted to her husband. There are times when the husband is away, and the lady sneaks into your room to sleep, even mentioning to me that her husband's strong yang energy wards off evil spirits, assuring that if she sleeps in his bed, she shall not suffer from insomnia. Tell me, if this is not yearning for her husband, then what is it? Lin Youqian chuckled softly, envisioning the little girl stealthily burrowing into her covers at midnight out of fear of ghosts. I understand now. I shall ensure she never has to endure solitude again. Once Aunt Yang had spoken her piece, she wisely fell silent, quietly tidying up the dining table. Sir, after working all night, would you care for a moment of rest? Lin Youqian, however, did not retreat to his own chamber, but instead entered hers. Chapter 28. The wife encounters the ex-girlfriend. Tong Tong was to receive her injection in the afternoon, allowing him a chance to indulge in a peaceful slumber. Nestled within his wife's warm blankets, he savored her lingering essence, accompanied by the enchanting fragrance of youthful innocence. Chi Su had only recently risen, and the bed still retained a gentle warmth. She was quite languid, leaving the covers in a disheveled heap, adorned with several plush dolls. Lin Youqian shed his clothes and burrowed into the fragrant cocoon, enveloped in an atmosphere brimming with love. For the first time in his life, he found the pink bedding far more comforting than the gray. The little one's nest was indeed delightful. He slept soundly until 3 in the afternoon when Zhouing called to remind him. Qian, have you arrived? Tong Tong needs to go to the hospital. All right, I shall come right away. Before departing, Lin Youqian instructed Aunt Yang, please tidy up my wife's room. Do not inform her of my visit. Understood, Mr. Lin. Aunt Yang was a relatively reserved and perceptive individual who typically refrained from meddling in the family's private affairs. However, She would occasionally offer insightful remarks at critical moments to enhance the bond between the young couple. Upon returning from the hospital, Tong Tong was inconsolable, lamenting the pain from her wound and insisting that her father stay with her throughout the night, forbidding his departure. Lin Youqian assumed her distress stemmed from her injury and the emotional turmoil it had caused. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Ying had already instilled certain notions in her. Tong Tong, your father has been taken away by a wicked woman. He has married that bad woman and will no longer be with Mama and you. You must help Mama reclaim your father. Otherwise, you may never see him again. At merely 3 years old, Tong Tong lacked the understanding to discern right from wrong, and she was filled with fear, weeping sorrowfully. Mama, I want Daddy. I love Daddy. I want to allow him to leave me. Zhou Ying began to instruct her further. Tong Tong, be brave. Help Mama drive away that wicked woman. All right? This way, Daddy can always be with you. After imparting her twisted ideas, she made a pact with Tong Tong. Sweetheart, you cannot share what Mama has told you with Daddy, not a single word. Otherwise, he will dislike you even more and stop loving you. Then you will become an unwanted child, left on the streets as a beggar. Tong Tong trembled in fear, but resolutely assured, Mama, I won't say anything. Even if Daddy asks, I won't tell. I will be a brave princess, driving away the wicked woman to protect Mama and Daddy. A wicked smile crept across Zhou Ying's face. Chisu, just wait. I will ensure that Qian returns to my side. Reluctantly, due to Tong Tong's pleas, he spent the night at the hotel with Zhou Ying lying beside Tong Tong. The little girl insisted that she was afraid and demanded both her parents' presence to fall asleep. Hidden behind a coat rack, a camera discreetly captured the tender moments of this family of 3, documenting them faithfully. Aside from Tong Tong, Zhou Ying was meticulously collecting evidence, biding her time until the moment was ripe to unleash her arsenal against Chi Su, employing it as the most potent weapon against her. On Sunday, Chi Su was not scheduled to work. Her earlier claim of being unable to rest was merely a ploy to evade Lin Youqian out of spite. However, Lin Youqian was also busy with her own tasks. She hurried to the supermarket to purchase some red wine and tea, preparing to visit Professor Ouyang. Professor Ouyang Song was her mentor during her university years and the director of Huakong Hospital. He had high expectations for her and consistently encouraged her to pursue further studies for a doctoral degree, advising her to obtain a higher qualification before entering the workforce. Unfortunately, her financial circumstances were limited. Aunt Sue's family was ordinary and could not bear the exorbitant costs of postgraduate studies. Therefore, after graduating with her bachelor's degree, she began her internship. Now, she was free from financial worries, with $8 million in savings, and her work at the military hospital was relatively easy, allowing her to study while working to enhance her academic qualifications and professional skills. Professor Ouyang had a fondness for tea and a passion for collecting fine wines. In the past, she lacked the means to present her mentor with quality gifts, often bringing only 2 bags of ordinary fruit whenever she sought his assistance. Yet, he never showed disdain and was always willing to help and guide her. Moreover, being aware of her financial struggles, he would often bestow upon her additional gifts. At last, she could fulfill her mentor's expectations and continue her journey towards further academic pursuits. Upon arriving at Huakong Hospital, she found that her esteemed mentor was in a meeting and would require some time before she could see him. Bored, she wandered into the surgical department as her senior. Chu Qingyang was the deputy director there, and it was only fitting to pay him a visit. However, just as she exited the stairwell, she caught sight of a familiar figure. Lin Youqian. Chi Su instinctively called out, but the other party did not hear and continued walking ahead. Although she did not see the man's face, his tall and striking stature could only belong to her handsome husband. At that moment, Lin Youqian was holding a medical record and a payment slip, hurrying towards the patient ward. Chi Su, with her short legs, took 3 minutes to catch up. Lin Youqian. Aikion. 2 distinct female voices rang out simultaneously. Lin Youqian turned to look at Chi Su, who was focused on the woman across from her, sporting a smug smile that radiated provocation. Who is she? Chi Su inquired. The woman opposite feigned ignorance and questioned. Qian, who is she? Lin Youqian's nerves suddenly tensed, a cold sweat forming on her forehead. The scene of an ex-girlfriend encountering the current wife had unfolded before her eyes. He stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Chi-Su, formally declaring her identity, "My wife, Chi-Su." Initially, Chi-Su harbored doubts about the woman's relationship with him, but upon hearing his words, her suspicions dissipated entirely. Just as Zhou Ying intended to speak, Lin Youqian interrupted her, personally explaining to Chi-Su, "This is Zhou Ying, our military's artistic female soldier. Her child's hand was injured, so I brought them here. Qian, Tong Tong, is also your child." Zhou Ying's words escaped her lips, instantly earning a sharp glare from Lin Youqian. His voice was piercing and cold, laced with intense anger and reprimand. "How could you let a 3-year-old prepare milk powder alone and get burned? What kind of mother are you? If Tong Tong is left with a scar, how will you explain it to her father? At present, Tong Tong is receiving an injection. And what brings you out here? Shouldn't you hurry back inside?" It must be said that Lin Youqian possesses an extraordinary ability to manipulate emotions. His words not only intimidated Zhou Ying, but also clarified Tong Tong's identity, dispelling Chi-Su's doubts about that statement, accomplishing 3 objectives with a single stroke. Zhou Ying's expression was one of grievance, tears glistening in her eyes. Lin Youqian, in a tone meant to comfort, issued a veiled threat, "Comrade Zhou Ying, I remember you to be a strong and independent woman. It is natural for children to experience a few bumps. There is no need for tears. Go and attend to the child." Zhou Ying felt as if her lungs might burst with indignation. Her strength and independence stemmed from his preference for such women, which is why she had never dared to shed tears in his presence, fearing it would tarnish her image of bravery. Yet now, having endured such a considerable grievance, she found herself scolded even for crying. But she, too, is a woman, deserving of tenderness and affection. Qian. Chapter 29. A family of 3. Lin Youqian chose to disregard her, firmly grasping Chi-Su's hand as he proceeded towards the exit. "Lin Youqian, why are you so flustered? Dragging me along? Are you concealing something from me?" Chi-Su's words were a blend of jest and inquiry. How could Lin Youqian, with his cunning and astute intellect, provide a straightforward answer to such a probing question? He turned the tables and interrogated her instead. "I have yet to question you. Weren't you on duty? What brings you here? Are you deceiving me?" Chi-Su's cheeks flushed, her bravado instantly diminished. "Dr. Tang has resolved his family matters, so I don't need to cover for him. Besides, I can hardly endure 2 consecutive days of shifts. And what brings you to Huakong Hospital?" Chi-Su replied candidly. "I came to see Dean Ouyang. He was my university mentor, and I wish to consult him regarding graduate school." Lin Youqian playfully pinched her soft cheek. "I never imagined our little Chi-Chi to be quite so ambitious." After explaining her whereabouts, Chi-Su turned the conversation back to him. "What about you? Didn't you mention you were working overtime on an urgent task? How did you end up accompanying another woman?" He smoothly explained, "When women and children encounter difficulties, as a comrade of the People's Liberation Army, it is my duty to offer assistance unhesitatingly. As you said, helping others brings joy, does it not?" "Umph." Chi-Su scoffed. "Transforming someone else's child into your own. Such actions by Colonel Lin are indeed quite noble." Lin Youqian forced a smile, well aware that this clever girl was not easily deceived. His half-truths were insufficient. "The injured child today is named Tong Tong. She is the daughter of my comrade who sacrificed himself on duty. Before he departed, he entrusted me with the care of his only daughter, saying that if he did not return safely, I should adopt this child. Hence, she refers to me as Daddy. When I mentioned wanting to adopt a daughter, it was her I spoke of." Chi-Su was taken aback. She had not anticipated the truth to be so profound. She held deep respect for heroes and felt a surge of compassion for the little girl who had lost her father. "Was that lady named Zhou Ying the baby's mother?" Lin Youqian shook his head. "No, she is a cultural soldier in the army. Since the child is quite young, she requires the nurturing care of a mother, and thus, Zhou Ying has raised her from childhood." Ms. Zhou indeed appeared to be a beautiful and kind-hearted mother. Chi-Su's praise was tinged with jealousy. She tilted her head, scrutinizing Lin Youqian. "May I inquire, Lin Daddy, what is your relationship with Ms. Zhou?" Lin Youqian felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. How had he never realized that this little one possessed such intelligence? She had grasped the intricacies of the situation so clearly and was determined to delve deeper. What relationship could there be? It is merely a shared responsibility in raising Tong Tong. Truly, there is nothing more to it? Chisu's clear eyes bore profound scrutiny. There is not, Lin Youqian vehemently denied. Yet internally, he was in a state of turmoil. Some matters must be unraveled gradually. Revealing everything at once would surely provoke the little stutterer, and he could expect no meat for the next 6 months. And what are feelings toward you? Is there truly not a trace of thought at all? Lin Youqian sincerely wished to silence this troublesome inquiry. No matter how one responds, it is destined to be erroneous. Why should I concern myself with her affairs? Whom she fancies is of no consequence to me. My heart solely belongs to my little wife. Am I merely the little wife? Then who occupies the role of the big wife? Is it Mother Zhou? Clearly, my answer is flawless. Yet Chisu still manages to nitpick. She harbors discontent towards this trio, who share no blood ties, particularly towards the woman who evidently has an interest in her husband. What are the little wife and big wife? Is it not true that I am the sole wife? You little imp, when did you learn to be so jealous? With such a sour disposition, one kiss from me would surely leave you with a bitter taste. With that, he lifted Chisu's chin, eager to savor the flavor of this vinegar-brewing little woman. Don't, you rogue, this is a hospital. And what of it? Just a quick peck, no one will see. Come on, pucker up. Let me taste the sourness. Pushed into a corner, Chisu resisted, yet Lin Youqian was relentless. Their unabashed flirtation rendered the passing patients as mere shadows. Ahem. Suddenly, an awkward cough pierced the air. Chisu slipped from Lin Youqian's arm, only to meet the charming yet mischievous smile of Chu Qingyang. Hello, little junior sister. Hello, senior brother. This excruciatingly awkward greeting made Chisu wish to disappear into the ground. Even more embarrassing was the arrival of a whirlwind of a youth, who spread his arms wide and joyfully called out, Chihuahua, I'm here. This individual was Ouyang Song's grandson, Ouyang Jiashu, a renowned musical prodigy in the country, having penned numerous beloved songs. Due to Chisu's surname and her doll-like appearance, Ouyang Jiashu affectionately dubbed her Chihuahua. Just as Ouyang Jiashu was about to embrace Chisu, he was forcefully shoved several meters away by a powerful arm, while the man eliminated the source of disturbance. He also secured Chisu firmly in his embrace. Ouyang Jiashu stumbled back a few steps to regain his balance. Who the hell are you, so audacious? Lin Youqian's presence was even more imposing. You dare to touch my wife? Do you believe I won't tear you apart? Ouyang Jiashu's eyes widened in disbelief. His gaze filled with reproach as he turned to Chisu. Chihuahua, you actually married behind Grandpa's back? And with a man? Chisu couldn't help but laugh. If I wasn't marrying a man, would I be marrying a woman? Ouyang Jiashu, flustered and furious, began to ramble incoherently. You silly goose, is that what I meant? I was inquiring about your marriage. How dare you marry without my approval? Chisu, accustomed to their playful banter, replied without restraint, on a whim, I decided to marry. You're not my grandfather, so why should you dictate my choices? Ouyang Jiashu, exasperated, retorted, You foolish child, if you wish to marry, you could have come to me. How could you casually marry another man? Chisu replied defiantly, Why would I come to you? With so many girlfriends, are you intending to marry me as your 13th concubine? I must clarify that those girlfriends of mine are mere fabrications, orchestrated by the music company to promote the female stars, disseminating false information. You fool, how could you possibly believe that? Do you not realize that the one I truly admire is you? From a very first moment I laid eyes on you in my freshman year, I was captivated. Chisu laughed heartily, utterly disbelieving the nonsensical claims made by Ouyang Jianshu. Are you trying to deceive a ghost? Haven't you always found me to be foolish, clumsy, and dim-witted, like a naive child? Why would you have any affection for me? It would be a miracle if you didn't find fault with me. Ouyang Jianshu felt a surge of despair. He had been teasing her with playful banter, yet she took every word to heart. Chapter 30. The Calabash Boy, this foolish lad, even after marrying, remains as dense as ever. Brother, do you think she's an imbecile? I've harbored feelings for her for 3 whole years, yet she remains oblivious. She remembers every instance I've called her a fool. However, Chu Qingyang chuckled at the unfolding drama. I had advised you long ago to confess your feelings to her, but you refused to listen. Now look, someone else has beaten you to it. Ouyang Jiashu was seething with rage. I didn't underestimate her. I thought I could nurture her for a couple more years until the calabash was ripe for picking. After 3 arduous years of effort, she has been snatched away, and I'm truly furious. Lin Youqian seized his collar, his eyes blazing with fury. Who do you think you're messing with? Do you dare to face me? As Lin Youqian spoke, he exerted all his strength, lifting Ouyang Jiashu off the ground. The towering star, standing at 183 meters, was effortlessly hoisted like a chick. Utterly powerless to resist, his pride shattered. Let me down, you coward. If you're brave, do it alone. All right, I'll take you on one-handed. Lin Youqian's grip tightened, lifting him even higher, the murderous intent in his gaze unmistakable. Chi Su quickly interceded, trying to defuse the situation. Lin Youqian, let him go. Don't be like this. He is my senior brother. Lin Youqian refused to relent, harboring a deep disdain for such mentor-student relationships, which seemed inherently insincere. Lin Youqian, I beg you, release him. He is my friend and the grandson of my mentor. If he gets hurt, how will I ever face my teacher again? Lin Youqian abruptly released him, dropping him to the ground. For your grandfather's sake, I'll spare you this time. In the future, keep your distance from my woman. She is my calabash girl. The way he spoke was almost like a tongue twister, leaving Chi Su baffled. When did I become the calabash girl? Chi Su was unaware that Ouyang Jiashu had always referred to her as the 7th girl, and behind her back, the senior brothers had taken to calling her the calabash girl. That name was indeed quite fitting. Even Lin Youqian found it melodious, perhaps even more so than calling her the stuttering girl. From now on, you shall be my calabash girl. Chi Su quietly chimed in. Oh, does that mean I have to call you grandpa? Ouyang Jiashu, initially furious, couldn't help but burst into laughter. This silly girl remains as adorably foolish as ever. Chu Qingyang leaned against the wall, laughing so hard he could hardly stand. Junior sister, you are charmingly dim-witted. Lin Youqian's expression darkened. Silly woman. I'll need to buy more walnuts to nourish your brain when I return. At the end of the corridor, Zhou Ying emerged from the ward, cradling a child. Calling out affectionately, Akian, Tong Tong is crying for his father, and I can't soothe him. Chi Su's expression turned icy, her lips pressed tightly together. Her gaze cast downward in silence. Although she was aware of Lin Youqian's relationship with that woman and the child, she couldn't suppress her anger, especially when that woman called him Akian so effortlessly, as if they were lovers, while she typically addressed him as Mr. Lin. Ouyang Jiashu couldn't help but curse. What the hell is going on? 7th sister, you choose not to marry me, yet you eagerly become someone else's mistress? Chi Su's expression darkened further, her watery eyes brimming with intense fury. Indeed, had I known earlier, I would have opted to be your 13th concubine, correct? Chi, I have informed you. This child is the orphan of my comrade, a martyr's progeny. Please do not be angry, all right? Upon hearing the term orphan, Chi Su's heart softened once again. The hero is fearless, and the innocent child is utterly blameless. She ought not to be so narrow-minded and selfish as to vent her frustrations on an infant. Those who dedicate their lives to their country deserve reverence and admiration from the world. Ouyang Jialu also apologized for his thoughtless words. I am sorry. I should not have spoken so carelessly. Tong Tong, with her little legs, ran over in tears. Daddy, hold me. Tong Tong wants Daddy. Lin Youqian bent down to lift her up, gently soothing her. Be good, darling, do not cry. Daddy is here. Chi Su gazed at the little girl in Lin Youqian's arms, who was petite and exquisite, undeniably a beautiful and charming little lady. She took the initiative to extend her hand and smiled as she greeted Tong Tong. Hello, little friend, you are truly lovely. Tong Tong, however, was unyielding, turning her head away in rejection. Lin Youqian admonished her, Tong Tong, the aunt is greeting you. How can you ignore her? That is quite rude. Tong Tong turned her head, glanced at Chi Su, pouted, and uttered a statement that was both amusing and perplexing. She is so young. How can she be called an aunt? Chi Su did not take offense, interpreting it as a compliment on her youthful appearance, and continued to tease her with a smile. You need not call me aunt. You may call me sister instead. Aunt sounded so old-fashioned, and she disliked it. Lin Youqian's face darkened once more. If his daughter addressed his wife as sister, What then did that make him? Sister? Does that not make me your brother-in-law? Tong Tong, with her big, twinkling eyes, asked in confusion, Daddy, what is a brother-in-law? Lin Youqian replied, somewhat annoyed, if you call her sister, then Daddy would have to be your brother-in-law. So quickly call her aunt. Tong Tong hesitated, unsure of what to do. If she did not comply, Daddy would be upset. If she did, Mommy would be angry. After pondering for a while, she queried Chi Su, what is your name? Chi Su. The clever child finally discovered a solution. Can I call you Chi Su? Of course. We can also become good friends. Tong Tong shook her head and glanced at Zhou Ying. Mommy, let's go home. Baby wants to sleep. Lin Youqian, catching a glimmer of understanding in Tong Tong's fearful gaze, surmised that Zhou Ying must have said something inappropriate to her, causing her aversion towards Chi Su. Zhou Ying followed Tong Tong's lead and spoke up, Ah Qian, let us return. Tong Tong needs to rest. Lin Youqian looked at Chi Su, genuinely at a loss for words. The child needed him, since he assumed the role of a father. He must fulfill his paternal responsibilities. Thus, he decided to take the little one back first before comforting the grown-up. Chi, can I take Tong Tong back? A hint of subtle mockery curved Chi Su's lips. Very well. Upon witnessing the harmonious silhouette of a family of three, a wave of discomfort surged within her. How is it that she, the legitimate Mrs. Lin, felt akin to an interloper in someone else's marital domain? Chu Qingyang teased her, junior sister. It seems your husband's family is rather complicated, isn't it? Ouyang Jiashu further fanned the flames of her frustration. Little 7, why not divorce him and marry me? I assure you, you would be the sole and rightful mistress, bearing only my legitimate heir. The tumult of Chi Su's vexation erupted into an angry roar directed at Ouyang Jiashu. Get lost. Chapter 31. Wrapped in cotton, Lin Youqian's thoughts had already soared away. After escorting Zhou Ying and her companions back to the hotel, he was eager to return and seek out Chi Su. However, Tong Tong clung to him desperately, weeping and pleading for him not to leave. Daddy, please don't go. Tong Tong wants you to stay. She cried. Daddy, I beg you, please stay. Daddy, it hurts. Hold me a little longer. If you hold me, it won't hurt. Lin Youqian acquiesced to Tong Tong's demands, narrating stories and indulging her desire to watch cartoons. After the television, it was games, and after the games, she insisted that Daddy help her with her bath. In short, she incessantly concocted tasks for him, determined to prevent his departure. As night descended, he realized that if he did not return soon, no amount of explanation would suffice, and even if he did return, clarity might elude him. Both the elder and younger children were equally adept at creating mischief. Tong Tong, Daddy really must leave now. I have spent the entire day with you, and there is much work awaiting my attention. Be good. I promise to visit you again tomorrow. No, Tong Tong insisted, wanting her father to stay with her as she slept, just like the previous night. I want to sleep with you and Mommy together. It makes Tong Tong so happy. Lin Youqian broke into a cold sweat. Yesterday had been an exception, a foolish mistake he could not afford to repeat. Although nothing inappropriate had occurred, children are often candid in their words. Should this information reach that little woman's ears, he might as well resign himself to a life of celibacy. Tong Tong, Daddy is a boy, and you're a girl. There are distinctions between the sexes. We cannot sleep together. Do you understand? Tong Tong was remarkably astute, akin to a clever sprite. Why not? The children in my early education class said they sleep with their daddies and mommies. In the cartoons, Mama Rabbit and Papa Rabbit also sleep together. What cartoon is that? It is leading children astray. Intervenez subtly, urgent, acquient. Just stay with Tong Tong for one more night. She is so little and needs you. Trust me, I won't impose on you. I know you are a married man, and we are not suited for anything beyond simply keeping Tong Tong company. Lin Youqian glared at her, anger simmering beneath his calm demeanor. If Tong Tong is being unreasonable, are you also being unreasonable? She has never behaved this way before. What have you taught her? Zhou Ying clenched her teeth, afraid to respond. She had been injured and frightened in this situation. Ah Qian, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position, but I cannot calm her down. I have been advising her not to cling to Daddy and to let him go to work. Upon receiving Zhou Ying's subtle signaling, Tong Tong exhibited a slight understanding. Daddy, then please stay with me a little longer. Once I fall asleep, You can go, okay? I promise I will fall asleep quickly. Her promise came quickly. Yet an hour passed, and there was no sign of drowsiness. Lin Youqian had recounted tales until his throat was parched, yet she remained as spirited as ever, her eyes brighter than the stars in the night sky. Finally, as the clock struck 10, his patience had worn thin. He adopted a more authoritative stance, addressing her sternly. Tong Tong, within the next 10 minutes, if you have not fallen asleep, you will have two choices. Either sleep with mommy here, or accompany daddy back to sleep. The decision is yours. Tong Tong understood that her father was angry. She secretly glanced at Zhou Ying, who also offered no response. Thus, she obediently lay down in bed, truly attempting to sleep. Dad, I'm going to sleep. Finally, after 15 minutes, she managed to drift off. Lin Youqian picked up his phone and left without a moment's hesitation. Zhou Ying hurried after him, concerned. Youqian, did you eat anything tonight? Are you hungry? How about I make you some noodles to eat before you go? Thank you. I'm not hungry. You should rest early too. After all, Zhou Ying had taken care of their child for 3 years. Even if love had faded, he still felt a sense of gratitude. Therefore, there were certain matters they both understood implicitly, and he chose not to pursue them further. Upon returning home, it was already 10:30 at night. Lin Youqian noticed that none of the lights in the house were on. The pitch-black villa appeared especially desolate in the night. Chi-Su loved binge-watching dramas and would never go to bed before 11 o'clock. Moreover, she was afraid of ghosts and had to turn on all the lights before she could sleep. Her actions were merely a means of escaping her own reality. The door remained firmly locked, preventing him from entering. This time he would not leave. Emotions were akin to military weapons. Once a potential issue arose, it must be promptly addressed, lest it lead to an explosion that could never be salvaged. Aunt Yang, open the door. His knocking was loud, causing Chi-Su's heart to tremble. Aunt Yang, don't go down. Let's pretend we're asleep and can't hear. Madam, this may not be appropriate. What the sir gets angry? Let him be angry. Don't open the door. 3 minutes later, Lin Youqian resorted to kicking the door. The deafening noise of his kicks failed to rouse those pretending to be asleep. This stubborn woman. He cursed as he realized that the quality of the villa's door was too good. Despite his efforts, he could not break through. Damn it, I spent 90 million on this house, and I can't even get inside. This woman has a heart of stone. Thus, he had no choice but to climb over the wall. After crossing the balcony, he headed straight for Chi-Su's bedroom. Chi-Chi, open the door. Hurry up. Open the door. Chi-Su was terrified. Can this person fly? How did he get up here from such a high floor? I want to open it. I am asleep. After speaking, Chi-Su realized how foolish she sounded. In her haste, she had lost her composure. Lin Youqian was right. She really should eat more walnuts to nourish her brain. Originally filled with anger from banging on the door, Lin Youqian found amusement in her words. If you don't open the door, I'll break the window, and you can bear the consequences. This blatant threat forced Chi-Su to yield. However, before opening the door, she changed into her pajamas and wrapped herself in layers upon layers of clothing. She wore 4 pairs of thermal leggings, fearful of him taking advantage of her. Once inside, Lin Youqian was met with the sight of a cotton-wrapped figure, which left him both exasperated and amused. This woman is truly foolish. If I really want to do something, would a few layers of clothing stop me? It would merely take an extra minute to tear through this packaging. Are you not hot wearing all of this? Beneath the 3-layered down jacket, Chi-Su huddled with her neck drawn in, shaking her head. It's not stuffy, I'm cold. Cold? Lin Youqian chuckled playfully. I have plenty of warmth to share. Would you like me to warm you up? No, I'm not cold anymore. Lin Youqian reached out, intending to pinch her cheek, but she instinctively recoiled. As he stepped closer, she continued to retreat. Mr. Lin, your bedroom is to the east. Please follow me this way. Dressed too heavily, her movements were stiff, resembling an inflatable doll. Wherever your bedroom is, that is where I shall sleep. Mrs. Lin, where would you like to invite me? If you wish to sleep in my room, that can be arranged. Chi-Su gazed at him as if confronted by a lustful beast. Terrified, she turned to flee. However, clad in overly thick long underwear, she struggled to move, resembling a clumsy panda, and tumbled to the ground. Lin Youqian bent down to lift her from the floor, intending to help her out of her garments. 3 layers of such a thick down jacket? It must be suffocating. With a gasp, Chi-Su was genuinely frightened and burst into tears. Lin Youqian, don't touch me. I refuse. Chapter 32. The unclear mark fool. If you don't want to do it, then don't. Why are you crying? Knowing full well that you are unhappy, I still forced you. Do you truly think I'm a beast? Chisu sobbed even harder. You're not a beast, but why did you tear my clothes? Lin Youqian found it amusing. If I don't help you remove a couple of layers, should I just watch you suffocate from the heat? I'm not suffocating. I like wearing many layers. Why do you care? I don't care about you. Who does? You are the mistress, and it is my duty to ensure you are plump in content. Chisu pouted, clearly displeased. Without waiting for her consent, Lin Youqian began to peel away the layers, one after another. Who could have imagined that beneath those 3 down jackets, there were still 4 thermal tops? Little stutterer, are you a cabbage? How can you bundle up so much? After finally uncovering a tender little heart, it was already drenched in sweat. Her round face had turned crimson from the heat, yet she still dared to claim she wasn't hot. If he had delayed any longer, this foolish woman might have suffocated. Are you comfortable now? Not comfortable. I'm cold. I want to wear more. Chisu continued to stubbornly deny the truth. Lin Youqian opened his arms, softly coaxing cold. Come into your husband's embrace. Let me hold you. Don't. Lin Youqian understood her anger, but he had already explained everything. Further words would only deepen her discontent. He could only demonstrate his affection through actions. Chisu knew that his situation was beyond his control, yet she remained furious. She disliked the entanglement he had with that woman because of a child. Chi-Chi, I love you. I want to live a good life with you. To walk together harmoniously for the rest of our days. So, let's not argue over this matter, shall we? This was the first time Chi-Su had heard such a succinct confession. He lacked grandiose phrases, yet the simple declaration of love stirred her heart. Forgiveness and resentment wrestled within her mind, seeking resolution. However, Lin Youqian did not grant her ample time to ponder. He leaned in slightly, aiming to melt her emotions with a kiss. But the moment their lips touched, Chisu forcefully pushed him away, uttering a deeply hurtful remark. Don't touch me, Lin Youqian. I find you repulsive. His affection receded, replaced by a fury ignited by the humiliation of his dignity being trampled. Chisu, have I been too kind to you, allowing you to behave so recklessly? You were the one who sought marriage. You stirred my emotions, captured my heart, and now that my love for you is all-consuming, you call me dirty? What do you mean by that? In her misty eyes, Chisu's gaze shimmered with uncontainable tears. Lin Youqian, your love is too cheap. I cannot afford it. What did you say? Lin Youqian was thoroughly incensed. Had he been one of the rough soldiers in the army, he would have struck her by now, but she was a delicate woman who could scarcely withstand even a finger's touch. Thus, he seethed, veins bulging. He could only pound his fist against the floor in frustration. Chisu, you are forcing my hand. Since she is disobedient, unappreciative, and unruly, he sees no reason to treat her with tender care. If softness fails, then firmness shall prevail. Lin Youqian, whether in the business realm or the military, is a fierce wolf. How could he not manage a mere woman? The sound of tearing fabric mingled with Chi-Su's sobs. Ultimately, Lin Youqian could not bear to impose his will upon her. You are mistaken. I shall forgive you. Lin Youqian, you scoundrel. You have shared your bed with other women, and yet you dare approach me? How repulsive. Lin Youqian suddenly realized she had misunderstood. Chi-Chi, what nonsense are you spouting? I have not slept with anyone else. I only wish to be with you. Chisu pointed to the kiss mark on his shirt's collar. I refuse to hear your lies. There are lipstick stains from other women on your clothes. How can you deceive me? You wish to force yourself upon me. Lin Youqian tugged at his collar, only to discover a lipstick mark in a place he could not see. He wondered when it had been smeared on him. Several times, while holding Tong Tong, Zhou Ying had drawn near, but he had not sensed any inappropriate actions at the time. So how had that mark come to be? At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Chi-Chi, let me explain. Such a feeble phrase. He knew not how to clarify. I do not know how this got on my clothes. In any case, I have not kissed or bedded any other woman. I am innocent. Chi-Chi, will you trust me? Trust you? Gisu Scalp. You expect me to believe that the lipstick mark simply flew onto you? And what about the hair on your coat? Did that also drift down from the sky? Hair? Lin Youqian looked at his coat, discovering several long, curly strands clinging to the black wool fabric, puzzling over how they had come to be there. How astute this girl is. In truth, these strands were placed there by Tong Tong, following her mother's instruction, and only two remained from a small handful that had fallen away along the way. Yet Chi Su had managed to spot them. One must admit, the discerning eyes of a surgeon are indeed sharp, noticing even the minutest details. I apologize, Chi-Chi. This, I truly cannot explain. I shall take a shower. Not only Chi Su, but he himself could scarcely tolerate the traces of other women on him. Damn it, this is infuriating. Just when he had almost pacified the little one, he was struck down at a critical moment. At this rate, his back would be ruined. Upon emerging from the shower, he found Chi Su had locked herself in her room, tightly wrapping herself in the quilt, refusing to engage in conversation. Chi-Chi, open the door. Let us communicate properly. Shall we? Chi-Chi, I truly have not betrayed you or engaged in any disloyal conduct. Please believe me, no matter how much he called, pleaded, or explained. Chi Su remained silent, feigning an impenetrable slumber, ignoring the incessant knocks and cries for justice from outside. That night, Lin Youqian spoke more than he had in the past 3 years combined, his voice nearly giving out. First, he attempted to reason with Tong Tong, reciting stories and reading 3 entire children's publications, yet the child remained wide awake. Next, he endeavored to soothe his wife, employing every possible argument, long, short, detailed, and even nonsensical, yet she remained unyielding. Ultimately, he exhausted every form of flattery, from sweet to sour, sincere to sentimental, declaring countless vows. Yet still could not pry open her lips. Hey, little stutterer, have you turned mute? Chi Su remained resolutely silent, neither opening the door nor offering a sound. Lin Youqian felt on the verge of explosion. His patience had been utterly depleted, and she continued to be as unresponsive as a stubborn gourd. Hey, woman, are you a dud? Even if you are, after all this time, shouldn't you have exploded by now? Chapter 33. The soldier's oath. The ethos of the military is characterized by decisiveness and efficiency, promptly addressing issues without procrastination. Therefore, Lin Youqian resolutely broke through the window with a hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Merely 3 strikes, and the exquisite floor-to-ceiling glass shattered in response. Hey, Lin Youqian, have you lost your mind? You're truly insane. I'm not insane. I merely wish to convey that confronting challenges, overcoming obstacles, and resolving difficulties is a commendable trait of a soldier. Chi Su clutched the blanket tightly, watching him approach step by step on the verge of madness. Yet, he refrained from any further outrageous actions, simply standing silently at the foot of the bed, speaking in a barely audible voice. Dr. Chi, please attend to my injury. The term attend to my injury, when uttered by Lin Youqian, carried a weighty significance. Chi Su erupted in a loud roar. You lunatic! If you need medical attention, go see Anzhou. I refuse to assist. Lin Youqian was taken aback that she could still misinterpret the situation at such a moment. With a smirk, he extended his injured, bloodied hand towards her, jesting as if oblivious to the pain. Today, I shall not seek treatment for urology. Chi Su's face flushed crimson, but upon seeing the gruesome wound, her complexion turned pale. Are you out of your mind? That was glass. You smashed it with your fist. Are you willing to sacrifice your hand? Lin Youqian maintained a smile, responding, I am indeed unwell, and you are the doctor. How fortuitous that we can re-establish a sound doctor-patient relationship. We are merely doctor and patient, devoid of any other connection. The reality of his injury compelled Chi Su, as a physician, to act. She retrieved the medical kit and, with professional and adept hands, disinfected, cleaned, staunched the bleeding, and bandaged his wound. Particularly when extracting the glass shards, the sight alone was agonizing, yet Lin Youqian did not even flinch. Shall we go to the hospital? I can administer some anesthesia before removing them. No need. You're the finest anesthetic. Chi Su had never encountered such an audacious patient. His hand was nearly incapacitated, yet he still had the audacity to engage in banter. You'll be the death of me. To be cherished by my wife is the greatest happiness I could ever hope for. The frustration within Chi Su had significantly dissipated, overshadowed by the overwhelming scent of blood. Lipstick, strands of hair, and blood became an indistinguishable mixture, blurring the lines between chaos and clarity. She chose not to pursue the matter further. Engaging with a madman would only lead to her own insanity. All right, be cautious not to let the wound come into contact with water. Avoid heavy labor. And refrain from consuming spoiled food. Remember to change the dressing daily, and if inflammation occurs, promptly visit the hospital for an injection. Her tone was entirely that of a physician addressing a patient, devoid of any personal sentiment. Lin Youqian stood to attention, raising his bandaged hand resembling a bun, saluting Chi Su with utmost formality. Reporting to you, my esteemed wife, Colonel Lin Youqian of the Military Industry Institute, solemnly assures you with the integrity of a soldier. Since our marriage, I have neither strayed nor betrayed, nor engaged in any intimate conduct with any other adult female. I implore you to conduct a thorough examination and restore my innocence. Shameless. Chi Su turned her head, stifling a smile at the corner of her lips. As he swore with the dignity of a soldier, she had already come to believe him. Hey, you only guarantee after marriage. What about before? Lin Youqian isn't foolish. How can one guarantee something so far back? What do you mean by before? Does being held by my grandmother or kissed by my mother count? Chi Su certainly did not mean that. No tricks. I'm talking about other women. You know what I mean? Lin Youqian clenched his teeth, delicately and vaguely revealing the truth to her. I haven't slept with anyone. However, at the ripe age of 29, one must have at least one or two youthful stories. Right? Hey, what kind of youthful stories do you have? Share them with me. Chi Su was curious, eager to gossip about his youth and perhaps unearth some embarrassing history. Lin Youqian was well aware of her mischievous intent. This little one appeared innocent and harmless, sometimes quite foolish, but when clever, she was sharper than a razor. What man would dare discuss ex-girlfriends with his wife? That would be a path to self-destruction, especially considering his ex-girlfriend was Zhou Ying. Hey, little stutter, if you're bored, we could engage in other activities. Although my right hand is injured, it won't affect the function of other parts. Chi Su jumped, threw off the covers, and lay down in one smooth motion. Turn on the light. Sleep. Good night. No need to see you out. Lin Youqian used his round, dumpling-like hand to stifle the upward curve of his lips. Hey, little stutterer, do you really want to sleep in this room filled with shards of glass? With the cold wind howling and darkness looming? Yes. Glass shards are just glass shards. I want to step on them in the middle of the night since I don't need to use the restroom. Hey, aren't you afraid of ghosts? Lin Youqian's tone turned ominous and chilling. This room has no windows. A ghost could swoop in with the wind. Some might hide in the curtains, others in the wardrobe. Some underneath the bed, and perhaps one might even sneak into your blanket from your feet. Then, while you're asleep, it will stealthily nibble on your toes. Stop it, Lin Youqian. You can't leave. You have to stay here with me. I'm scared. Ha ha ha. Lin Youqian opened his uninjured arm, beckoning her to come closer. Silly girl. Where would the ghost come from? Come here. I'll protect you. Chi Su jumped off the bed, clinging to him like a teddy bear. I don't want this room anymore. It has ghosts. This statement was precisely what he wanted to hear. Lin Youqian gently patted her bottom with his dumpling-like hand. Let us go. Time for bed. Chi Su stiffened, immediately entering a state of alert. Hey, Lin Youqian, we need to set some ground rules. No diagnoses, no treatments, no examinations. Only then will I sleep with you. Lin Youqian helplessly agreed. All right, we won't do anything. Just pure sleeping. Is that okay? To soothe the little one was already a blessing. He dared not hope for any additional privileges. On Monday, Chi Su went to work as usual, while Lin Youqian returned to his unit to fill out a leave request. In an unprecedented turn of events, the first model worker of the artillery brigade actually requested a leave of absence. Moreover, it was for sick leave, citing the reason hand injury requiring treatment at the military hospital. In the realm of arms manufacturing, who among us has not endured the occasional scrape, abrasion, or injury? Such occurrences are merely part of the daily grind. Why then, the need for theatricality in requesting leave? As if a simple day off were not sufficient, one must also seek treatment at a military hospital? Has the artilleryman lost his senses? What did you become so effeminate? A mere scratch on your hand warrants a week off and a trip to the military hospital for a dressing? Surely, our infirmary's Mr. Ge could provide adequate care. Lin Youqian thought to himself, adequate care indeed. Can Mr. G's techniques possibly compare to those of a beloved wife? And can Mr. Ji's aged visage rivaled the youthful charm of a child, yet, feeling embarrassed to have his true intentions of visiting his wife revealed under the guise of an injury. He deftly shifted the blame to Tong Tong. After all, Tong Tong had scalded her hand a few days prior and required daily injections. I am primarily requesting leave for the child. This hand injury is merely a secondary concern. Chapter 34. The hospital's affection captain Zhao Yunliang interjected, Master Pao, isn't Tong Tong being treated at Huakong Hospital? Why has she been transferred to the military hospital? Zhao Yunliang was a capable subordinate of Lin Youqian, both having been assigned from the border base, and shared a close bond. Whenever Lin Youqian had to undertake missions or engage in secluded research, he would often call upon Zhao Yunliang to visit Tong Tong and her mother. Over time, Zhao Yunliang unknowingly developed feelings for Zhou Ying. The two maintained a discreet yet intimate correspondence, with Zhao Yunliang frequently visiting Zhou Ying under the pretext of seeing Tong Tong. In turn, Zhou Ying was able to glean more information about Lin Youqian from him. Yunliang, have you seen Tong Tong yet? Not yet. I have just completed my task for the day and was planning to accompany you. Comrade Zhou Ying mentioned that Tong Tong was receiving injections at Huakong Hospital during the day and returning to the hotel to rest at night. Lin Youqian was troubled by his inability to be in two places at once. It would be ideal if Zhao Yunliang could visit Tong Tong to spare him the back and forth between the two hospitals. That would be wonderful. Yunliang, could you take Tong Tong for her injection today? I have a personal matter to attend to. Regarding the rumors surrounding Master Pao's new and old flames, Zhao Yunliang had heard whispers. If Lin Youqian truly had a new romantic interest, it would open a window for him to pursue Zhou Ying. Of course, Master Pao, I will take excellent care of Tong Tong. A wave of elation surged through Zhao Yunliang's heart. He had not seen Zhou Ying in over 6 months, and he longed to catch a glimpse of the woman he secretly adored. Lin Youqian could finally relieve his burdens and head to the military hospital to check on his beloved. Before heading to the military hospital, Lin Youqian made a special trip to a jewelry store, discreetly stowing away the custom-made diamond ring he had ordered previously, intending to surprise Chi Su. However, that day, due to a series of rear-end collisions, an ambulance brought in numerous injured patients. An entire surgical department was mobilized, working tirelessly from dawn until dusk. Even Chi Su was assigned to perform 3 independent surgeries, emerging utterly exhausted. Lin Youqian stood outside the operating room for an entire day, watching her come and go, drenched in sweat, strands of hair escaping her surgical cap unnoticed. She remained composed as she swiftly and accurately tended to each patient, undeterred by the overwhelming scent of blood. Her petite frame appeared even more delicate beneath the loose white coat. Yet when saving lives, she emanated an undeniable strength. Sir, how are you feeling? If there is anything else troubling you, please let me know and I can examine you. Miss, don't worry. It's just a minor injury, and it won't leave a scar. I promise to stitch your wound beautifully and seamlessly, preserving your beauty. Little one, be brave. There is nothing to fear. I will be gentle like a feather brushing against you. And just like that, I'll remove the shards. Her voice was gentle and soothing, akin to that of an angel, possessing a magical ability to pacify even the most agitated of patients, especially when she stood before the operating table, wielding the scalpel. Wholly absorbed in her work, she radiated brilliance that evoked admiration and respect. Lin Youqian had never realized that his timid and delicate wife could exhibit such bravery while diligently working, undeterred by hardship, fatigue, or even blood. She possessed a spirit of fearless perseverance akin to that of a soldier in the army. Little stutterer, it appears you have quite a bold heart. No wonder you dared to pull down my pants that day and directly confront me. At long last, the final surgery concluded successfully. Upon emerging from the operating room, she collapsed onto the floor, exclaiming few, "Em utterly exhausted." Lin Youqian approached, kneeling beside her, gently and carefully wiping the beads of sweat from her face. "Chi-Chi, you've worked hard." The weariness in Chi Su's eyes suddenly brightened at the sight of him. "Youqian, what brings you here?" Initially, she addressed him as Mr. Lin, but as their relationship blossomed, she began to call him by his first name. The affectionate nicknames, Ayu, Aqian, Youqian Gij, carried a hint of playful charm. Lin Youqian gazed at her with deep affection. I came to help you change the dressing. Have you been waiting long? I've been quite busy today. You could have asked the nurse. I simply wanted my wife to do it. Lin Youqian's tone was playful, filled with endearment. He had not anticipated waiting so long in the hospital. She had eaten lunch, and neither had he. He silently observed her from outside. You're probably starving. Lin Youqian removed her mask and produced a bag of warm milk from his chest, inserting a straw and personally feeding it to her. The milk, warmed by his body, enveloped her stomach in warmth. On such a chilly day, emerging from the operating room drenched in sweat and then consuming cold milk would surely be harsh on her stomach. Thus, Lin Youqian kept it warm for her. In addition to the milk, he offered her some nutritious oat chocolate and small cakes. When the other doctors emerged and witnessed this sweet scene, they couldn't help but express their envy. Xiaoqi, you are truly enviable. We are all starving, and yet must watch you indulge in such sweetness. How inconsiderate. Lin Youqian pointed to a box of food on the bench. Doctors, you've worked hard. There's food here for you to enjoy. Wow, do we get some too? Thank you. Xiaoqi, your boyfriend is so thoughtful. Not only is he considerate, but incredibly handsome too. Xiaoqi, you are truly fortunate. The playful Dr. Su exaggerated the word fortunate with a mischievous grin, his implication unmistakable. Although Lin Youqian wore a mask, his charisma alone revealed that he was undoubtedly a striking gentleman. His tall stature could captivate anyone. Xiaoqi's happiness was indeed a sight to behold. The box overflowing with food was quickly emptied by the famished doctors. Only Zhang Yin refrained from taking anything. She retreated to a shadowy corner, discreetly taking out her phone to snap a picture of Lin Youqian and send it to Zhou Ying. Your man is flaunting his affection at the military hospital. At Huakong Hospital, Zhou Ying's eyes glimmered with a sinister malice as she observed Zhao Yunliang playing with Tong Tong, formulating a plan in her mind. After indulging in 2 pieces of chocolate, Chi Su still craved more. I want more. Lin Youqian swiftly swept away the crumbs from the corner of her mouth with his tongue, affectionately admonishing, no more eating. We have a meal coming up. Once Chi Su regained her composure, he donned his mask again, as if nothing had transpired. What are you doing? This is a hospital. What did I do? I did nothing at all. Chi, the doctor, gazed with clear eyes, still bewildered. Could it truly be an illusion of her own making? Was this person genuinely not being lewd? Unable to contain himself, Lin Youqian playfully tapped her on the head. Silly girl, go change the dressing for me. Chapter 35. The diamond ring. Seeing her exhaustion, Lin Youqian wished to carry her, but Chi Su vehemently opposed. You can't, Youqian. Please put me down. I'm dirty. I'm covered in blood. It doesn't matter. I don't mind. No, I'm a doctor, and this would not reflect well on me. Reluctantly, Lin Youqian acquiesced and assisted her to the consultation room. After standing at the operating table for an entire day, her legs trembled with fatigue. Tonight, I will take you to soak in a hot spring. Chi Su longed for it, yet the circumstances forbade such indulgence. No, the hospital's responsibilities are heavy. I cannot stray too far. In the event of an emergency, I must be ready at a moment's notice. Ordinarily, doctors could leave after their shifts and manage their time freely. However, Chi Su possessed a profound sense of duty and proactively informed her superiors that she lived nearby, offering her assistance should the evening doctors require help. The head of surgery consistently praised her professionalism and capability, astonished by her noble spirit. Recognizing her as a rare and commendable physician, Lin Youqian's wound was healing well, showing no signs of further bleeding. As Chi Su methodically unwrapped the bandages, a sparkling object suddenly fell out. What is this? Upon picking it up, she discovered it to be a ring adorned with a stunning diamond. In her favorite shade of pink, Lin Youqian gently took her small hand and carefully placed the ring upon her finger. Do you like it? Chi Su gazed at the beautiful pink diamond and then at his rough, scar-laden hands, feeling a wave of emotion wash over her. I love it, but really, why must you give me a ring at such a time? Couldn't you have waited until we got home? A sly smile danced on Lin Youqian's lips. Our first encounter was in this very consultation room, where you touched me and vowed to take responsibility. Now, once again in this room, you wear my ring, which signifies your lifelong commitment to me. Chi Su looked at the stone on her finger, feeling an overwhelming weight. Had she unwittingly sold herself? Lin Youqian, You've trapped me. His smile radiated even more brightly. He held her hand and elucidated the ring's significance. These 7 small stones total 7. 7 grams. The large one in the center represents you, while the 6 surrounding it symbolize me. You are my one and only, and I shall safeguard you in every aspect, offering you love from every angle. So, will you say, will you commit to me for a lifetime? Who says soldiers lack tenderness or romance? Lin Youqian, with his soft heart, ensnared Chi Su's devotion with a mere ring. Wife, you haven't given me your answer. Chi Su, her cheeks flushed crimson, quickly pressed her lips to his, sealing her promise in that fleeting kiss. Lin Youqian wrapped his arms around her neck, deepening their kiss, as Chi Su's delicate form nearly collapsed against the consultation table. Ultimately, it was Lin Youqian who could no longer bear the intensity and pulled away. Little one, how can you be so soft? I wish to savor this moment fully. Kiki, I am hungry. Puis suis à l'embedron. Arms crossed defiantly over her chest as she glared at him playfully. You wishful thinker. Lin Youqian did indeed wish, but not in that moment. He was merely teasing her. I am genuinely hungry. I didn't eat lunch either. What are you thinking? Chi-Chi, you're not pure at all. Chi Su felt wronged. For it was not her who had a twisted mind. The expression on that person's face was blatantly revealing his intentions. How unreasonable of him to turn the tables. Stop your chattering. You should leave. I need to change clothes after work. Once outside the hospital gates, Lin Youqian finally felt free to disregard his identity and circumstances as he swept her into his arms. He could not bear to see such a delicate girl endure any hardship. Nearby, a clueless child laughed mockingly. Mom, look. The sister is blushing. She is so grown up yet still needs the uncle to carry her. I'm sorry. The mother quickly whisked the child away, sensing the formidable expression on the man's face, which made it clear he was not to be trifled with. Lin Youqian truly felt displeased. Why are you the sister? And I the uncle? Is there such a vast disparity in our ages? Chi Su chuckled heartily. You're so much older. You naturally resemble an uncle. Lin Youqian's face darkened further as he playfully pinched her bottom twice as a form of retribution. You should eat more to grow up, lest others accuse me of enticing underage girls. Hidden at the corner, Zhang Yin took out her phone and secretly captured the scene, sending it to Zhou Ying. Ying, look at this little vixen. In broad daylight, she shamelessly clings to the canon lord for a princess carry. How brazen. After hitting send, a sly, triumphant smile appeared on Zhang Yan's lips. She imagined the chaotic reaction of the madwoman upon seeing the photo. Zhou Ying, who had always looked down on her classmates due to her beauty, would now taste the bitterness of jealousy. And as for Chi Su, she deserved to be dealt with by someone as reckless as Zhou Ying. This dog-eat-dog scenario was indeed the most riveting. Zhang Yan's anticipation was not misplaced. Upon seeing the photograph, Zhou Ying's face contorted in anguish. For years, Lin Youqian had never held her in such a manner, especially not with the tender and indulgent gaze he cast upon the woman in his arms, a gentleness she had never experienced. Could she possibly remain sane? Wailing, Zhou Ying buried her face in the sofa, her entire being trembling with rage and resentment. Zhao Yunliang rushed over, his concern palpable. Ying, what is the matter? What happened? Her tear-streaked face evoked his sympathy, making him yearn to embrace her and provide solace. Ying, please tell me what transpired. I promise I will help you in any way I can. Amidst her sobs, Zhou Ying finally spoke. Brother Liang, Qian has changed his heart. He has found another woman. Zhao Yunliang's heart sank. He had not expected the rumors to be true. Lin Youqian, that scoundrel, had betrayed Zhou Ying and sought someone new. Brother Liang, after all these years, I have sacrificed so much for him, abandoning a promising future to support him along the border, raising Tong Tong for him. How could he betray me? What is it about me that is lacking? Please tell me, Brother Liang, where have I gone wrong? Zhao Yunliang instinctively enveloped her in his arms, whispering words of comfort. Ying, you are wonderful. You are kind, generous, strong, and independent. You are the most remarkable girl in the world. It is Lin Youqian who is blind to his own inadequacies. He is unworthy of you. Zhou Ying nestled in Zhao Yunliang's embrace for a considerable time, before hesitantly articulating her plight. Brother Liang, do you know how deeply I love Qian? Without him, My life is devoid of light. Do you understand this kind of love? Zhao Yunliang felt a bitter pang in his heart. I understand, Ying, I truly do. Brother Liang, could you assist me? You're my only hope now. I implore you, please help me, will you? I beg you. Zhou Ying's earnest plea was too heart-wrenching for Zhao Yunliang to resist. Without inquiring further, he readily acquiesced. Very well, speak your mind. As long as it is within my capability, I shall certainly assist you. Hope flickered in Zhou Ying's eyes as she gazed at Zhao Yunliang with admiration. Is it true? Brother Liang, you are too kind. In truth, her motivations were not solely for herself, but primarily for Tong Tong, who yearned to attend kindergarten. Qian had mentioned that housing near the school district was scarce, and they had to stay in a hotel. I feel so insecure. It was Zhao Yunliang who had previously run errands to find housing, and indeed, the area was one where every inch was precious, making it exceedingly difficult to secure a residence. Ying, this is not the fault of the captain. The housing in that district is in short supply. I have inquired, and to obtain quality apartments or villas, one might have to wait until after the June entrance exams, when many would be willing to sell. Zhou Ying desired not merely a house, but Lin Youqian himself. I am aware, Brother Liang. I am not coveting his property. I wish to ask for your help in finding out if there are any vacancies in the military housing for employees. Perhaps Tong Tong could stay there until Qian acquires a home, and then we can move out. Chapter 36. Assist me in applying for employee housing Ying. This might prove somewhat challenging. The employee housing at the Military Research Institute is allocated strictly according to established quotas. Only married officers at the rank of company or higher are eligible for housing benefits. Lin Youqian technically qualifies, yet he is affluent and owns his own villa, hence he has not applied. Zhou Ying has set her sights on him. Now that he is officially registered with that little vixen Chi Su, she believes she can secure a flat. In due time, she and Tong Tong could reside there, infuriating that little hussy. Moreover, being in close proximity to Lin Youqian daily at the military district would allow her to cultivate relationships with those around him, thereby finding a way to win back his heart. Liang Ge, I have a plan to acquire a house, but I do not wish for Qian to know, so I need your assistance. Zhou Ying laid out her scheme. Please help me apply for housing in a Qian's name at the logistics department. With his position, it should be feasible. Zhao Yunliang felt uneasy about this approach. Ying, a Qian isn't married. How can he be allocated housing? If you truly wish to reside in military employee housing, I could ask my uncle for help. My uncle is a retired senior official at the institute and has been helping his daughter-in-law with her grandchildren in another city for the past 2 years. So he's not returning anytime soon. The house is fully furnished, and you and Tong Tong could move in there if you wish. Zhou Ying would never settle for living in someone else's old residence. She desired the housing allocated to Lin Youqian. Living in Lin Youqian's house would grant her the status of Mrs. Lin, and all military subordinates would have to regard her as their sister-in-law. She could then discreetly leak this information to that little hussy and watch her flaunt her so-called power. Liang Ge, Tong Tong is a Qian's daughter and should reside in his house. Although he isn't married, he does have dependents. In this situation, he ought to be eligible for housing allocation, right? In any case, you need to submit a housing allocation application in a Qian's name. Later, I will use the pretext of enrolling Tong Tong in kindergarten to obtain his household registration and documents. We can quietly arrange this matter. You know how a Qian values his reputation. The institute's housing is in short supply, and he certainly wouldn't want to contest such benefits, which is why you're my only hope. Zhao Yunliang still found this plan dubious. Ying, don't waste your efforts. The verification process for housing allocation at the institute is extremely stringent. Even with his high-ranking position, he cannot bypass the regulations. Zhou Ying feigned anger. I say it will work, it certainly will. You haven't even tried and are already retreating. You clearly do not wish to assist me, despite claiming you would do anything for me. Woe is me, a Qian has turned cold. Even you have treated me poorly. What have I done wrong to deserve such treatment from all of you? Zhou Ying's tantrum left Zhao Yunliang at a loss. Fine, I will help you. I will definitely assist you. However, should the allocation fail, I cannot be held responsible. How could it possibly fail? Zhao Yunliang was unaware of Lin Youqian's marital status, but she was well informed. Once Lin Youqian's housing application is submitted, Who would dare deny it? When the time comes, she will move in with Tong Tong. Even if Lin Youqian is aware of it, what can he do? Can he possibly evict the two of them? Brother Liang, Tong Tong's hand will soon heal, and she will be able to attend kindergarten. The sooner this matter is settled, the better. Thank you for your hard work. When Zhou Ying expressed her gratitude, she deliberately held Zhao Yunliang's hand, her face radiant with affection. This stirred him to the point of losing his senses, and he immediately agreed. All right, Ying, you can rest assured. The matter of the house is in my hands. Lin Youqian is on vacation for 7 days, which conveniently allows him to apply for the house on his behalf. The malicious smile on Zhou Ying's lips blossomed quietly where Zhao Yunliang could not see it. Little vixen, just wait for me. Achoo, achoo, achoo. While enjoying a delightful dinner for two, Chi Su sneezed 3 times in quick succession. Who is cursing me? Silly girl. You've caught a cold. Lin Youqian draped his coat over her shoulders. Did you forget to change your undergarments when you changed clothes? You sweated so much. And now you've caught a chill. How can you not catch a cold? Chi Su thought. Do you have x-ray vision? How can you see so clearly? Well, I didn't expect the director to let me operate independently on the surgery table, so I didn't bring an extra layer. Typically, the lead surgeon would carry a complete set of spare clothes in the break room, as performing surgery is an arduous and physically demanding task, resulting in inevitable perspiration. Not bringing it and not mentioning it. I could take it off for you. Chi Su pondered. Wearing the clothes you've taken off? How large, how long, and how utterly embarrassing would that be? Let us go home, take a medicinal bath, and I'll brew you some ginger soup. By evening, Chi Su had developed a slight fever. Lin Youqian held her close, feeling as if he was embracing a hot furnace, and fetched some alcohol to wipe her down for physical cooling. In her dazed state, Chi Su curled up, clutching her chest, and screamed, "Don't touch me. Don't touch me." Lin Youqian thought she was referring to him and playfully swatted her behind. Silly girl, you're the one with a fever. And I still touch you? Do you really think I'm a beast? Startled awake from a nightmare, Chi Su recognized Lin Youqian and abruptly dove into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist in a playful manner. Youqian, I like you. Since the incident with her mother, she had lived in constant fear, terrified of being beaten by her adoptive father and harassed by her stepbrother, which is why she slept with the lights on. Even during college breaks, she didn't dare return home. Now, feeling the tender care of someone holding her in their palm, she fully embraced the man before her, accepting him as her life partner. Lin Youqian's body trembled. His heart skipped a beat, stunned by her unexpected declaration. He could hardly believe that the shy girl, who usually hesitated to call him husband, would boldly confess her feelings. Chi-Chi, what did you say? Please repeat that. I said, Lin Youqian, I like you. Only when he met her starry, bright eyes did Lin Youqian realize this little woman was genuinely speaking words of love, not merely delirious from fever. Chi-Chi, I love you too, deeply, profoundly, immensely. The man leaned slightly forward, returning her with the gentlest of kisses. For the first time, Chi Su mentioned her family to Lin Youqian. Once things settle down, will you accompany me back to Nanxing to meet my mother? Of course. Lin Youqian had already regarded her as his true wife, and thus her family had become his family as well. However, Chi Su refrained from disclosing her mother's illness and the circumstances surrounding the Chi family. These matters weighed heavily on her heart, and she deemed them too burdensome to share at the moment. Perhaps she would address them once the dust had settled. She had already inquired about transferring her mother from Nanxing. It would require acceptance from a tertiary hospital, and the consent of Qi Wangxing was imperative. In the past, she had been hindered by a lack of funds and resources, making it nearly impossible to proceed. Now, with a husband as her support, the situation had become less complicated. The military hospital possessed superior resources, and since she worked there, visiting her mother would be more convenient. However, a senior official would need to act as a guarantor, which would undoubtedly necessitate Lin Youqian's intervention. Even if the military hospital did not admit ordinary special grade patients, they could consider Huakong Hospital. Professor Ouyang was the director there, and her mother would receive more effective treatment. Nevertheless, Qi Wangxing would likely interfere, and if he discovered Lin Youqian's true identity, he might take advantage of the situation. This was the reason she hesitated to disclose her family's circumstances to Lin Youqian. Chapter 37. the wishing stone outside the operating room with Lin Youqian's disposition. Were he to learn of her difficulties, he would undoubtedly spare no effort to assist her in bringing her mother home. However, this would merely benefit Qi Wangxing and his pack of mercenaries, for they would not be satisfied without at least 300 to 500 million. The most prudent course of action would be to first gauge their limits, enticing Qi Wangxing to sign the documents, and then arrange for a transfer to another hospital. In due time, I shall take a vacation to formally propose to my in-laws, after which we can celebrate a romantic wedding. What do you think? Chi Su merely wished for him to meet her mother. Little did she know he would extend the conversation so far. The wedding could wait for another time. Lin Youqian recognized that the little lady had grown bashful once again and playfully teased her. If we do not hold a wedding, how can I sleep with you openly? In ancient times, couples waited until their wedding night to consummate their union. By then, you would have no excuse to evade responsibility. Hey, Lin Youqian, you are supposed to be a man of honor and integrity. Can you not think of something more appropriate than just sleeping? Since she mentioned soldiers, Lin Youqian took on the role of a soldier to enlighten her, for he had honed his political acumen with great diligence. The military upholds a commendable principle. In one's position, one must fulfill their duties and responsibilities. A husband's obligation and task is to cherish his wife. Thus, I am sincerely performing my duties, and I kindly request the cooperation of the colonel's wife. Chi Su found herself at a loss for words. Surely, his political mentor could not be named Huang. Sleep. Not today, I am unwell. Lin Youqian wrapped his arms around her waist, obediently closing his eyes. Even if this little woman were not ill, he would not wish to disturb her at this hour. During the day, she had been so exhausted that her legs trembled. How could she withstand any exertion at night? At around 4 in the morning, Chi Su was roused by an urgent phone call regarding a patient from the previous day who was experiencing abdominal hemorrhaging and required an emergency surgery. The director requested her assistance as a surgical assistant. Lin Youqian, I'm off to work. You rest well. Lin Youqian, ever vigilant, surely heard her movements. Wear more clothes. I will drive you. No need, it's only a 10-minute walk. I can manage on my own. Lin Youqian dressed faster than Chi Su. The night is dark, and my wife is exceedingly beautiful. Do you think I would feel comfortable letting you go out alone? In a mere 2 minutes that Chi Su took to brush her teeth and wash up, he had already gathered her bag, phone, and spare clothes. He started the car and opened the door for her, ensuring she saved precious time as he personally escorted her to the entrance of the clinic. Wife, good luck. Thank you, husband. These brief exchanges revealed the spirit of service inherent in two different professions. Watching her confidently step into the operating room, Lin Youqian suddenly felt that being a doctoress husband was as commendable as being a soldieress wife. Particularly, the way Chi Su called out those two words brought him such joy that he stood in the hospital corridor, grinning like a fool for a long time. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin also called in for overtime, snapped photos of the wishing stone, and sent them to Zhou Ying. At 4 in the morning, the hospital presents its most exquisite panorama. The proud and resplendent Miss Zhou. As we toil through the night, you ought not to succumb to slumber. Upon seeing the photograph, Zhou Ying noted that the robust and sturdy king-sized mattress in the presidential suite was nearly collapsed under her restless movements. Ah, Lin Youqian, you scoundrel, I despise you. After venting her emotions, Zhou Ying stormed into Tong Tong's room, stealthily lifted her blanket, and poured a glass of ice water onto her mattress as an act of retribution. Lin Youqian, since you are heartless, let us torment one another. Neither of us shall find solace. As the night gradually receded, the sky began to blush with the light of dawn. Coughing fitfully emerged from Tong Tong's room. Zhou Ying feigned sleep, as if she had not heard it at all, until the nanny's voice rang out loudly. Oh dear, how did you kick off your blanket so thoroughly and wet the bed? Miss Zhou, please come see. Tong Tong is unwell and seems to have a slight fever. Only then did Zhou Ying lazily emerge from her cocoon, pretending to be anxious. What to do? Tong Tong's hand has yet to heal, and now she has caught a chill and fever. It is an ailment compounded upon an ailment. After Lin Jie changed Tong Tong into clean clothes, she urged Zhou Ying, Miss Zhou, you should call Mr. Lin and have him take the child to the hospital. If this cough worsens into pneumonia, it would be even more troublesome. I refuse to call. Mr. Lin will only say that I have not cared for the child properly. Lin Jie had cared for Tong Tong for 3 years and genuinely loved the child. Moreover, it would be Lin Jie who would endure the commotion when Tong Tong fell ill. Why don't you give me the phone? I can make the call. I will explain that you have been unwell these past few days and could not accompany Tong Tong to sleep. It was my oversight, and it is my fault she caught a cold last night. Zhou Ying desired an excuse to absolve herself of responsibility, and Lin Jie, being considerate, would readily shoulder the blame. Zhou Ying nonchalantly suggested, "First, give her some medicine, and we can call in the afternoon." After all, Tong Tong was not her own child, and Lin Jie could not make decisions without her direction. The best steel must be used at the cutting edge. This was a strategy to summon Lin Youqian. While Chi Su remained in the operating room, completely unaffected, she intended to wait until that woman finished her shift before calling Lin Youqian back, allowing her to experience the anguish of having her beloved snatched away. In the afternoon, when Chi Su returned home, weary and spent, Lin Youqian was just preparing to leave. With Zhang Yin acting as a timekeeper, Zhou Ying could time every second with precision. "Youqian, where are you going?" Lin Youqian felt an inexplicable tension rising within him. After careful consideration of his words, he responded truthfully, "Chi, Tong Tong needs an injection for her injury, and she has caught a bit of a cold. I am taking her to the hospital. I have prepared dinner and made pigeon soup for you. Please eat first. I will return later." Seeing Lin Youqian's cautious demeanor, Chi Su refrained from further comment. She was not one to cause unnecessary trouble, especially with a sick child. "Very well. Drive safely, take your time, and care for the child." Lin Youqian understood that she was not only timid but also rather petty, easily prone to jealousy. To her surprise, this time she displayed a certain magnanimity. Good girl. Tonight your husband will keep your bed warm." After Lin Youqian departed, Chi Su felt an emptiness in her heart. Despite having prepared a sumptuous meal, dining alone rendered it utterly flavorless. As the evening wore on, exhausted in both body and mind, she waited and waited until she eventually fell asleep, with Lin Youqian still absent. The following day, she finally glanced at her messages. "Chi, there's an urgent matter at the office. I want to be home tonight. Make sure to rest well." Strangely, 2 warm tears cascaded down her cheeks. She could not discern the truth behind those words, but an undeniable void settled in her heart. Meanwhile, Lin Youqian had indeed returned to the army. Zhao Yunliang mentioned that there were minor issues within Team 2 that required the captain's personal attention. In reality, it was merely a trivial matter. Zhou Ying had instructed him to devise a way to summon Lin Youqian back. To cooperate with Zhou Ying, he deliberately created minor faults, successfully ensuring Lin Youqian had to work late into the night. Chapter 38. Come back and accompany me shopping. Tong Tong's illness was severe this time. After dragging out for a day, she was diagnosed with pneumonia accompanied by a fever, necessitating a week's hospitalization. Furthermore, her burn was still unhealed, leaving the child tormented by pain and quite restless, making it impossible for the nanny to soothe her. Unfortunately, Zhou Ying also caught a cold and could not approach Tong Tong, as the doctor warned of the risk of cross-infection. Thus, Lin Youqian had no choice but to spend each day at the hospital, caring for the mother and daughter. In the vast emptiness of the villa, Chi Su lay alone in the desolate room, lost in thought, feeling as if the entire world had turned gray. She opened her heart to welcome the man who radiated warmth and brightness like the sun. Yet, suddenly a dark cloud drifted into the sky, obscuring his figure, and in an instant, she felt as though she had lost herself, unable to discern the path ahead. Lin Youqian had not returned for 4 consecutive days. He mentioned Tong Tong's illness and her mother's condition, yet he remained oblivious to his own affliction. Chi Su gazed at the gentle and apologetic messages, replying each time with a bittersweet smile. "It's all right, take good care of them. I'm doing well." Occasionally, when she wished to avoid replying, she would resort to deception. "I am Busa. There's much to attend to at the hospital. I'll talk later." In truth, she had been at work for 3 days. "Aún te remarqué, madame. You are quite ill, yet your husband hasn't come to see you. Is he unaware?" "Gisu juka sopti." "It's fine. He is busy. I've taken my medicine. I'll be better in a couple of days." In these few days, she pondered deeply, forcing herself to dwell on Lin Youqian's virtues, engaging in a form of self-encouragement. He was wealthy, handsome, fit, an excellent cook, skilled in making model airplanes, and had even gifted her a ring. He was a man worthy of trust. Was it not merely a matter of being absent for a few days to care for a sick child? This demonstrated his sense of responsibility and could be forgiven. Yet, reality dealt her a harsh blow. The saying, "Those involved are confused, while outsiders see clearly," rang true when a call from her senior brother, Chu Qingyang, shattered her self-induced hypnosis. 7 mois. Was that man truly your husband? He spends his days in the hospital, intimately accompanying another woman and her child. And you can tolerate that? Her brother had not intended to meddle, but feared she might be swept away by love, burying herself in despair. Consider your own situation carefully. Tears streamed down Chi Su's face like snowflakes falling in winter. Indeed, while others enjoyed familial bliss, she lay alone at home, suffering from fever and illness. How is this any different from the Qi family? Could she really become the second in Yunxi? No, she was not a mother and could not endure this. Lin Youqian, I want you to come back right now, immediately. While accompanying Tong Tong for nebulization, Lin Youqian saw the message and promptly returned her call. What's wrong? Chi, has something happened? Chi Su replied coldly. Nothing is wrong. I'm simply bored. I wish to go shopping, to eat at Xianchuan's hot pot, and I want you to accompany me. Lin Youqian chuckled softly. Can we do it in a couple of days? I truly cannot leave today. Isu insisted. No, I want you back right now. Lin Youqian discerned the dissatisfaction in her tone, surmising that the little one was throwing a tantrum due to a few days of silence. Tong Tong was about to undergo nebulization and would later require an injection. I will take some time this evening to accompany you. All right? Chi Su was no longer as agreeable as before. No, I demand your return right now. ISNT Grandma, Zhou taking care of Tong Tong? If not, there is always a nanny, right? Why must it be you? Haven't I mentioned? Zhou Ying is also ill and hospitalized, making it impossible to care for the child. Tong Tong has been sensitive lately and does not want a nanny. Darling, be magnanimous and don't let jealousy cloud your judgment, all right? Lin Youqian, if you do not return now and accompany me shopping, then do not bother coming back at all. Chi Su's pent-up emotions erupted at that moment. Helpless, Lin Youqian could only pacify her, with no alternative. Chi, be good and listen. I will return tonight to keep you company. Don't throw a childish tantrum. Lin Youqian, I'm not throwing a childish tantrum. I am being serious. Beside them, Tong Tong also began to cry. Daddy, where are you going? I want to allow you to leave. I want you wah. Disturbed by the commotion from both the little one and the big one, Lin Youqian's tone grew, slightly impatient. Chi, as a doctor, you should understand that being ill is quite uncomfortable. Tong Tong is still so small. He needs my company. You can shop at any time. Why must it be today? Once Tong Tong is well, I will accompany you for as long as you wish, all right? Chi Su realized she had lost the argument, but could not resist asking. So, you want to be coming back, will you? Chi, I have said that once Tong Tong is asleep tonight, I will return to accompany you. A clear, joyful laughter resonated through the phone, sounding cheerful and melodious. No need for that. I was teasing you. Please spend time with the child. As a doctor, I know that sick children are the most delicate and need their fathers. I am on duty tonight, so don't rush back. Lin Youqian sighed deeply, feeling a bit of his worries dissipate. Fool! Do not make such trivial jokes in the future. I will first take the baby for nebulization, and we shall talk later. Chi Su retracted her false smile, her eyes colder than the glaciers of Antarctica. She despised such love that placed others first, relegating oneself to a subordinate role. Whether Lin Youqian was with Grandma Zhou or Tong Tong in the hospital, she no longer cared. She only needed to tend to her own heart and body, avoiding the pitfalls of desire and the longing for ephemeral, illusory love. From this day forth, Lin Youqian would merely be a fleeting cloud. She intended to live her life as a radiant sun, impervious to anything that attempted to obscure her path. Hound Young, I'm going to work, and maybe away on a business trip for a few days. If Mr. Lin returns, please do not inform him of my illness. I do not wish for him to worry. Chi Su did not want him to worry, but rather, she found his concern beneath her. Aunt Yang observed something amiss in her demeanor and asked with genuine concern, Madam, you are still unwell? Can't you take a few more days off? The hospital is busy. I cannot afford to delay matters. Chi Su rushed to the hospital, seeking her superior. Director Xiao, the slot for the academic seminar at the medical school has not yet been confirmed. Has it? I am available to attend. Indeed, all 10 slots have been filled. A few days ago, when I invited you, you mentioned you were preoccupied. Why the sudden desire to attend now? Previously, Chi Su was contemplating how rare it was for Lin Youqian to be on leave. If she were to go on a business trip, their precious moments together would be regrettably missed. Now, she wishes to avoid encountering that scoundrel altogether, thus requiring a perfect excuse to deliberately miss the opportunity. Oh, Director, might you assist me in securing an additional slot so that I too may partake in this learning experience? Director Xiao, gazing at the adorable one who was playfully appealing for help, expressed his inability to assist. Increasing the number of slots would necessitate the intervention of the dean. Perhaps you could beseech the dean? Chapter 39. The Medical Exchange Conference Quota. Shall I go seek the dean? Perhaps not. The esteemed Dean Feng of the Military Medical Academy is renowned for his unwavering fairness and stern demeanor. It is well known that no one can secure a backdoor favor or a connection with him. How could Chi Su dare to tread upon that forbidden line? You should go. Who knows, the dean might recognize your keen intellect and diligent nature and grant you the opportunity, suggested Director Xiao. He was aware that the dean's grandson currently serves as a junior officer under the command of the artillery chief, while others may find no success in their appeals. The artillery chief's young wife would certainly command a degree of respect. No. My little head is not so stubborn. I fear that I will be chastised before even uttering a word. A hearty laughter echoed from outside. Dear child, who would dare to chastise you so? Kulme, share your concerns, and I shall advocate on your behalf. As if summoned by fate, Dean Feng, the iron-faced authority, unexpectedly appeared at the surgical department, eavesdropping. Startled, Chi Su instinctively turned to flee. Good day, Dean. I must attend to my duties. Wait a moment, dear child. Director Xiao called after her. Weren't you seeking the dean to request a quota for the medical exchange conference? The dean is here. Why not pose your inquiry directly? Chi Su quickly waved her hands, her toes awkwardly digging into the ground in embarrassment. No, that wouldn't be appropriate. I think I'll wait for another opportunity. Laughter erupted again as the dean, with a warm smile, interjected, this child is simply earnest. Dedicating oneself to study is commendable. Is it not merely a matter of adding a quota? Director Xiao, please include her in the group this time. Ensure you keep a close watch on her. The dean's intention was clear, to extend a favor to the artillery chief's young wife, thereby securing more attention and care for his own beloved grandson. Director Xiao winked at Chi Su. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to the dean? For a moment, Chi Su was taken aback, unable to comprehend how the notoriously stern dean could be so accommodating and amiable, so contrary to the ironclad image she had been led to believe. Thank you, Dean. To confirm that her eyes were not deceiving her, she scrutinized the dean several times. He was not stern, nor was he rigid. Could it be that the rumors were unfounded? The dean patted her shoulder. Enough now, dear child. Quickly return and prepare. Bring ample clothing to keep warm. We depart at 3 p.m. Chi Su, overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness, began to walk with newfound confidence. Certainly, thank you, Dean. Once Chi Su had left, Dean Feng inquired, how is this child faring in your department? Can she adapt? His visit was specifically to inquire about Chi Su, concerned that the artillery chief's wife might be unhappy in the hospital and inadvertently affect his grandson's well-being. Director Xiao offered an honest appraisal. Dr. Chi is well-behaved, considerate, meticulous, patient, hard-working, and possesses both professional and personal competence. She is indeed a rare gem. With this reassurance, Dean Feng felt at ease and deemed it unnecessary to arrange a special position for her. I knew that the artillery chief's discerning I would not be misled. If she lacked substance, he would never take notice of her. Director Xiao chuckled in agreement. Indeed. A couple of days ago, the topic of Wang Qishir circulated widely within the surgical department. The rumored lecherous figure, known for his disdain for women, nearly lost his composure at the hospital. He seemed to have taken a fancy to Chi Su, likely due to carnal desires rather than her talents. Dean Feng patted Director Xiao on the shoulder. Xiao, do take care of Chi Su in the future. It's a tough job. Absolutely, absolutely. No need for you to remind me, Dean. I will certainly look after Chi Su. After all, aside from a lecture, she is indeed a rare gem in the field of medicine. At 10:20 p.m., Tong Tong finally fell asleep. Lin Youqian hurried home like a firecracker, making a ruckus. Chi, where are you? He searched every room on every floor, but found no trace of Chi Su, sending his heart into a panic. Aunt Young? Where is Chi? Aunt Young replied, Emer. Lin, the lady mentioned this morning that she would be on duty tonight and might be going on a business trip, so she hasn't returned. Without even changing his shoes, Lin Youqian dashed back to the hospital in his home slippers. After inquiring at the surgical nurse station, he learned that Chi Su was not on duty that night and was not in the hospital. Lin Youqian was frantic. He made countless calls and sent numerous messages. Yet Chi Su did not respond at all. He then asked the nurses, has any doctor recently gone on a business trip? Yes, but it seems Dr. Chi is not on the list. You should ask Director Xiao. He is leading the team. Give me Director Xiao's number. At that moment, Lin Youqian resembled a vengeful deity, his ominous aura making the young nurse tremble in fear. Our hospital has regulations against disclosing doctors' personal information. Lin Youqian threw his military ID onto the counter. I am a soldier. I need to speak with Director Xiao regarding an urgent matter. The head nurse glanced at the identification and nearly lost her composure. Colonel of the Military Engineering Institute, Captain of the Artillery Team, Lin Youqian. Oh my, isn't that the infamous Letcher? She thought. Who would dare provoke such a temper? Swiftly, the head nurse scribbled down the phone number for him. Colonel Lin, here you go. The moniker Letcher was a title given by his comrades in the army, and these young nurses would never dare to use it casually. Just as Director Xiao Qing was about to turn off the lights and retire for the night, he received a furious call. Is this Director Xiao? Is Chi Su with you? Xiao Qing felt perplexed. Yes, I am Xiao Qing. Who is this? Military Engineering Institute. Lin Youqian. Lin Youqian's name resonated like thunder, nearly causing Xiao Qing to drop his phone. Oh, Captain Lin, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. But Lin Youqian had no time for pleasantries. He demanded, is Chi Su currently with you? Xiao Qing's hands trembled violently as he hastily explained, Captain Lin, please don't misunderstand. Dr. Chi is not with me. Not with you? Then where has she gone? Dr. Chi is assigned to the female staff area, and I am the male staff area. How could I possibly be with Dr. Chi at this hour? I have a family and absolutely no improper intentions toward her. Lin Youqian felt as though the other party's mind had been clouded by folly. I inquired whether Chi Su had accompanied you on the business trip. Xiao Qing, visibly startled, exclaimed in disbelief upon realizing the question's intent. Yes, indeed. Dr. Chi is with us in Yun City, attending a medical research exchange conference at the military hospital. She won't return for another 10 days. Did you not know? Lin Youqian was on the verge of an explosion. Why would he even ask if he was already aware? 10 days had passed in silence. That little woman had departed without a word, refusing to answer calls or messages. Truly, her wings had grown strong. Unable to reach Chi Su, he redirected his frustration toward Xiao Qing. Who authorized her trip? Did it pass through my consent? Upon hearing the tone, Xiao Qing sensed something amiss. Could it be that the couple had quarreled? No wonder Chi Su had desperately sought an additional spot for the trip. It was not a thirst for knowledge, but rather an escape from conflict. Speak. Lin Youqian's roar resonated louder than the cannon fire on the battlefield. Xiao Qing was tempted to reveal that she had earnestly requested to join. However, doing so would likely result in the poor child facing repercussions upon her return. Thus, caught between betraying his subordinate and his superior, he decisively opted to betray the latter. It was Dean Feng who arranged for her to come. If you wish to confront someone, seek out Dean Feng. Comrade Chi Su is an industrious and diligent individual. She is particularly well-behaved at the hospital. Please, Lin, do not be angry with her. Poor Feng Xiaoxian found himself inexplicably summoned to the playground that evening, forced to run 20 laps as punishment. Chapter 40. The Quarrel. Do not be angry. Lin Youqian found himself amused by the situation. Dr. Chi is quite obedient indeed, so obedient that she silently left for a business trip. neglecting to answer calls or reply to messages throughout the day. Truly a model of compliance. Director Xiao, I shall not concern myself with who arranged her business trip. Cancel her slot and have her return home immediately. Xiao Qing was taken aback by the severity of the matter and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Chi Su. He timidly inquired, Captain Lin, has something occurred? Why the urgency in summoning Dr. Qi back home? Lin Youqian, unrestrained in his frustration, rebuked him. I have painstakingly secured a 7-day leave. And you arrange for her to go on a business trip? Is this how your hospital conducts affairs? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing suddenly understood, and without thinking, blurted out, I apologize, Master Canon. It appears we have delayed your endeavors. Instantly regretting his choice of words, he wished to slap himself for his lack of foresight. I'm sorry, Captain Lin. It is our oversight that has hindered your plans. But even as he spoke, Xiao Qing realized that this was not quite right. Their personal matters were mismanaged, yet they were creating trouble for others. Lin Youqian's expression darkened, his demeanor radiating frustration. The hindrance to his plans was secondary. What truly mattered was that the woman he cherished was upset. The pressing concern was how to soothe her back into his good graces. You must find a way to contact her and have her return my call. Xiao Qing dialed Chi Su's number, only to discover it was turned off. As a grown man, it would be inappropriate to venture to the female dormitory at such a late hour, so he decided to call Zhang Yan, knowing that there was one slot per department. Others might not be familiar with Chi Su. Zhang Yan, please look for Chi Su and have her return her husband's call. He is quite upset as he cannot reach her. Zhang Yan, with her usual flair, promptly relayed the message to Zhou Ying. Miss Zhou, good news. Lin Youqian is currently in a quarrel with that little wife of his. It seems they have had a falling out. Today, Chi Su suddenly requested a slot from Director Xiao for a business trip, and isn't answering her husband's calls. Your canon is furious. In delivering this news, Zhang Yan purposely referred to him as her husband, both to amuse Zhou Ying and to slightly irritate her, ensuring she wouldn't become too complacent. Zhou Ying sent over a red envelope of 888 yuan. Thank you for your efforts. Do keep an eye on that little vixen's movements. Zhang Yan relished such opportunities to use someone else's money for her own amusement. Excellent. Seize this chance and win over the canon. She knocked on the door of Chi Su's room, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Dr. Chi, your handsome and affluent husband wishes for you to return his call. What is the meaning of this commotion at such a late hour? You've garnered quite the attention from everyone at the military hospital as a result. Upon hearing Zhang Yan's mocking tone, Chi Su's anger flared even further, a tempest brewing within her. Lin Youqian, what madness is this? Why disturb my colleagues at this hour? Lin Youqian, having spent the better part of the day searching for her, was also seething with anger. What is this nonsense? Your phone is off, you ignore my texts, and you embark on a business trip without a word. What are you playing at? My phone ran out of battery and switched off. I merely did not reply to messages. Not that I was being unfaithful or involved with someone else. Is it truly necessary for you to accuse me so vehemently? Such insinuations only serve to infuriate Lin Youqian further. Are you suggesting that I have been unfaithful? Chi Su, must you behave so irrationally? I have been immersed in hospital for the past few days, surrounded by patients and doctors. How could I possibly be seeing someone else? Just because I did not return in time today to accompany you for shopping and hot pot, you sulk and refuse to answer my calls or messages, vanishing entirely, right? Who gave you the audacity to act so capriciously? I command you to return from Yun City tomorrow. Otherwise what? Lin Youqian was at a loss. If it were a subordinate erring, he would threaten them. But could that delicate woman withstand even a single blow? Otherwise what? Are you intending to divorce me? Be my guest. Chi Su abruptly hung up the phone. Lin Youqian stood frozen, bewildered by the word divorce. Who on earth is contemplating divorce? Zhang Yan, eavesdropping outside the door, immediately sent a flurry of messages to Zhou Ying. Through my words, I incited that little vixen to quarrel with her partner. I believe I heard her say that her partner wishes to divorce her. Zhou Ying, nearly leaping from her bed in excitement, exclaimed, Well done, Yin Yan. Keep me updated. You shall reap the rewards. Mere minutes later, Zhang Yan received a WeChat transfer of 888. Being a spy was far too easy. A few photos and messages could effortlessly yield tens of thousands, far surpassing the grueling life of a doctor. Zhang Yin calculated that she must not allow Qi Su to divorce easily. She needed to maintain a balance of power between them to continue profiting from their discord. Lin Youqian pondered deeply and concluded that his recent neglect had driven her to throw a tantrum. A man must possess the ability to bend and yield. Perhaps it was time to take the initiative and apologize. After a prolonged wait, Qi Su finally answered the phone. Lin Youqian's tone softened significantly. Qi, please do not be angry. Let us cease our quarrel, shall we? As you wish. Qi Su was not truly arguing with him. She merely wished to cease loving him. This marriage, born from a transaction, could continue if it must, but if it falters, so be it. Qi, tomorrow I will come and take you home, all right? Mr. Lin, I am working, not playing house. I come and go as I please. I am a doctor. I have my own career, just as you are a soldier. Can you abandon your mission at will? In just a few days, her address shifted from Youqian to Lin Youqian, finally culminating in Mr. Lin. Lin Youqian felt both irate and powerless. Her rebellious spirit was a stark contrast to the timid girl he once knew. If he continued to indulge her, would it not lead to chaos in the future? Perhaps allowing her some time to cool down would be prudent. Then focus on your studies and take care of yourself. When will you return? I will come to pick you up that day. All right. Thank you. Qi Su's tone was chillingly detached, akin to that directed at a stranger. Lin Youqian suddenly felt that a heated argument would be preferable, at least that would allow him to perceive her genuine emotions. Qi, what on earth is wrong? Please, talk to me. Don't be like this. It pains me. Qi Su herself was at a loss as to her own feelings. She too was suffering. From an objective standpoint, it seemed that Lin Youqian had committed no wrongdoing. Concerning Tong Tong, the situation existed and thus warranted responsibility. As the child's father, he faced his own dilemmas. Yet, what Qi Su yearned for was unadulterated love, and this intricate emotional landscape suffocated her. Rather than subjecting him to a dilemma, she resolved to let go. Mr. Lin, I am merely on a business trip, attending a medical symposium. Please do not overthink it. Get some rest. You need to care for the child tomorrow. Good night. Chapter 41. Senior's birthday banquet. Lin Youqian felt both powerless and helpless. It was his first encounter with such a challenging woman. He could neither scold nor reason with her, and attempts to placate her were futile. What sort of peculiar creature was this hybrid of a rabbit and a cat? She appeared gentle and docile, yet often displayed her claws, driving him nearly to madness. Were it not for the ties of parenthood, he would have certainly traveled to Yun City to retrieve that disobedient young woman and administer a stern reprimand. However now, after Tong Tong's discharge from the hospital, Lin Youqian returned to his usual work at the Military Research Institute. He scoured the internet for various methods to soothe his wife. Flowers, a little expenditure, a means to dispel anger. Gifts, a remedy for all ailments. Silk quilts, to warm your bed and envelop you snugly. Despite receiving gifts every day, Qi Su's heart remained as still as a stagnant pool, devoid of any ripple of joy. Conversations with Lin Youqian were equally perfunctory, filled with casual banter, devoid of quarrels or anger, yet tinged with a chilling detachment. The medical exchange conference was conducted in teams for academic research competitions. Qi Su was astonished to discover that her partner was none other than her senior from high school. Her name was Xue Jing, also hailing from Nanxing, and she had graduated 3 years ahead of Qi Su from Nanxing No. 1 High School. Fortuitously, they shared the same homeroom teacher, who had guided Xue Jing's graduating class before taking on Qi Su's freshman class. This serendipitous connection allowed the temporary partners to swiftly become good friends. They exhibited remarkable synergy in academic discussions, and their collaboratively submitted research report and proposal achieved commendable results. A couple of days later marked Xue Jing's birthday, and she invited some friends to dine and sing, extending her invitation to Qi Su as well. Unexpectedly, in this small gathering of merely a dozen individuals, 2 old acquaintances appeared. One was her childhood friend, Song Yinzhou, who had once been her betrothed. The other was her dear sister, Qi Ran. Amusingly, these two had now become a couple, inseparable and deeply in love. In the past, the Song and Qi families enjoyed a close relationship, including business dealings, which led their elders to arrange a betrothal between Song Yunzhou and Qi Su during their childhood. Although they had not officially dated, they had tacitly accepted each other's status. However, following the incident involving in Yunxi and the revelation of Qi Su's false identity, Song Yunzhou ceased all contact with her. Consequently, the intended union between the Song and Qi families shifted from Qi Su to Qi Ran. Unaware of the underlying dynamics, Xue Jing greeted Song Yunzhou warmly, introducing him to Qi Su. Junior, this is my friend Song Yunzhou, and this lovely lady beside him. You may recognize, she is a social media influencer with 600,000 followers, Miss Qi. Qi Su stifled her revulsion, managing a cold smile. Indeed, I know her. She's my half-sister, Qi Ran, merely 12 days my junior. The revelation left everyone in astonishment. What did it mean to have a half-sister? What a peculiar relationship. Qi Su then turned her gaze to Song Yunzhou. Mr. Song, congratulations. Song Yunzhou felt a twinge of discomfort within. He harbored little romantic sentiment towards Qi Su. The two had grown up together as childhood sweethearts, he being 3 years her senior, fully aware that she was destined to be his fiancée. However, before he could wait for her to mature, their parents intervened, declaring that Qi Su was not a daughter of the Qi family and urging him to pursue a relationship with the genuine heiress, Qi Ran. At that time, Qi Su had gone away to attend university, never to return, and he had not sought her out since. Now, hearing her refer to him as Mr. Song filled him with an inexplicable sense of loss. Xiao Su, after all these years, you no longer even call me Brother Yunzhou? Gisu Juke Sopti, subtly provoking him. Mr. Song, since you are now courting my sister, it would be proper for you to address me as sister. Once you are formally wed, you shall be my brother-in-law. Song Yunzhou's expression darkened abruptly. The thought of addressing his former fiancée as sister was more unbearable than any indignity he could imagine. Upon entering the private room, Qi Ran's eyes were fixed on Qi Su, her irritation palpable. What sister? You're not even my father's biological daughter. Why do you have to claim that title? Qi Su scoffed, delivering a powerful retort. Though I am not Qi Wangxing's biological daughter, I am the only child on his household register. His legal wife remains my mother. If you possess the audacity, encourage your father to divorce my mother. That way, your mother can shed her status as a mistress and be legitimized. You could then proudly join your father's household register. The unfolding drama was bewildering to onlookers, leaving them momentarily speechless. You little wretch, you are currently entitled to nothing from the Qi family. You are merely a poor imitation of an heiress. What grounds do you have to act so arrogantly before me? Enraged, Qi Ran attempted to strike Qi Su, only to be restrained by Song Yunzhou. Ran, calm yourself. You are a public figure now. Be mindful of your status. Qi Su intentionally winked at Song Yunzhou. Thank you, Brother Yunzhou. You still defend me, just as you did in the past. This scene only intensified Qi Ran's fury. Qi Su, you shameless hussy. How dare you seduce Brother Yunzhou? Just wait until I tear you apart. Qi Su bekon fuli. Go ahead, hit me. There are cameras everywhere. Should you lay a finger on me, your carefully crafted image as a gentle lady would be shattered, and you would lose all those millions of fans. Xue Jing hurriedly intervened to defuse the tension. Everyone, today is my birthday. Can we show some grace and refrain from arguing? Your personal grievances and family matters can be resolved later. Qi Su nodded in apology. I'm sorry, senior sister, for causing you trouble. Suppressing her rage, Qi Ran chose to ignore Qi Su. She lifted her glass, addressing the crowd. I apologize for my earlier behavior. This drink is my self-punishment. Following that, she brazenly announced her engagement. Today, at Xue Jing's birthday banquet, I wish to share some news. On the 12th of next month, Yunzhou and I will be engaged, and I cordially invite everyone to our engagement banquet. This toast is for all of you. Applause erupted as guests raised their glasses in congratulations. Qi Ran purposefully singled out Qi Su. Sister, want to you congratulate me? Qi Su scoffed in disdain. Congratulations on acquiring a man I discarded. Coughs followed her remark. Many were choked by the wine that just slipped down their throats. Chiron's face turned an ashen green with fury. Qishu, you are simply envious of me. You envy my brother Yunzhou for marrying me instead of you. Ha ha ha. Chishu laughed extravagantly and shamelessly, flaunting the ring on her finger. What do I have to envy you for? I have no interest in your brother Yinzhou at all. As for me, I'm already wed. My husband is tall, handsome, and wealthy, 1,000 times superior to your Song Yinzhou. Chiron indignantly hurled her glass onto the table. You speak nonsense. What man would want a woman as destitute as you? Song Yinzhou regarded the shrewish Chiron with evident disdain. He stared at Chishu, incredulous, and asked Xiaoxiu, have you truly married? Chapter 42. Singing without green Tichi, Su proudly showcased the ring adorning her finger once more. Indeed, if you doubt it, just ask the senior sister. My husband has been showering me with flowers and gifts every single day, to the point where my hands are weary from receiving them. Xuejing initially assumed these tokens of affection were from Chi Su's boyfriend, only to discover they were from her husband. Yes, my junior's husband is quite the romantic. Even when she is away for studies, he sends her flowers daily. We, her fellow doctors attending the same training, are utterly envious. Driven by a competitive spirit, Chi Ran stubbornly refused to believe that Chi Su had married well. Even if her husband had some wealth, could he possibly rival Song Yunzhou's illustrious lineage? Now that you are married, why haven't you held a wedding? Why not bring your husband home so our father can see him? Could it be that you wed an old miser or a penniless fellow, someone unworthy? Chi Su, unfazed and self-assured, replied, my husband is someone I cherish. Why must I showcase him to you? What if you end up envying his good looks and attempt to seduce him? And you? Chi Ran nearly ground her teeth in frustration. I have a fiancé. Why would I waste my time on your impoverished husband? With a smile playing at her lips, Chi Su gestured toward Song Yinzhou. Isn't he the one you tried to entice away? Nevertheless, I thank you for your audacious interference, for it has led me to a better opportunity. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness. Song Yunzhou's expression darkened further, as he remained unconvinced that Chi Su's husband could surpass his own merits. Since you, Xiao Su, are already married, I invite you to bring your husband to our engagement banquet on the 12th of next month. I would like to see this so-called high and mighty gentleman for myself. Initially, Chi Su had no intention of revealing Lin Youqian's identity, but provoked by the audacious couple, she hastily agreed. Very well. I hope, Mr. Song, that you do not feel embarrassed. Chi Ran also chimed in with a fierce remark. Indeed, sister, you must bring your husband along. I wish to have all present bear witness to who the true clown is. The birthday celebration, attended by a pair of sisters with conflicting energies, was doomed to be unpleasant. Chi Su was the first to take her leave. I apologize, senior sister. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I will treat you to a meal another time. Happy birthday. I'm sorry too, junior sister. Let us reschedule. Please take care, Xuejing replied, feeling regretful. She had been unaware of the relationship between Chi Su and Song Yinzhou. Otherwise, she would never have invited her, creating such an awkward situation. After Chi Su departed, Song Yinzhou remained relentless, continuing to inquire, Xuejing, have you met Xiao Su's husband? Xuejing wished to steer the conversation away from this topic. I have not met him. I've only known her for a few days. However, her character is commendable, so I trust her husband must be equally impressive. Let's eat. Today is my birthday banquet, so let us refrain from discussing unrelated matters. Xuejing was a doctor at a military hospital in Yun City. Although she and Chi Su were not from the same city, they belonged to the same system, coming from a distinguished family. She held little regard for wealthy second-generation individuals like Song Yunzhou and internet celebrities like Chi Ran, even feeling a touch of disdain. Yet, Chi Ran seemed oblivious to the sentiments expressed, continuing to flaunt her arrogance. Sister Jing, it appears you have only just made her acquaintance. Do not be deceived by her feigned innocence. You have no idea how shameless she can be at home. She even attempts to seduce. Silence. Xuejing interrupted her, slamming down her chopsticks. The character of Qi Xuemei need not be judged by you. Am I well acquainted with you? Someone like you, who speaks ill of others behind their backs, hardly possesses noble virtues. Chi Ran was left speechless, gazing pitifully at Song Yinzhou, hoping he would stand up for her. Yinzhou, I said nothing at all. Why is Sister Jing angry? Song Yinzhou did not comply with her expectations to defend her. Instead, he offered a sheepish smile to Xuejing. I apologize, Jingjing. Ran is still young and somewhat naive. I hope you can forgive her. Oomph. Shui Jing let out a cold laugh. If she is indeed young, then she should focus on her meal, speak less, and use her brain more. Just because she has a bit of fame, does she really believe herself to be a star? Song Yunzhou raised his glass and nudged Qi Ran. Jing is right. We have disrupted everyone's enjoyment today. Ran, and I sincerely apologize to all of you. Qi Ran felt belittled, remaining seated stubbornly. Song Yunzhou leaned closer to her, his expression darkening. You better behave. My father bows his head before her father. If you jeopardize the relationship between our families, do not blame me for being heartless. Only then did Qi Ran rise, her face plastered with a forced smile as she apologized to Shui Jing. I'm sorry, Sister Jing. I was provoked by that little brat Qi Su and lost my composure. I hope you can be magnanimous. Qi Ran intended to call her a little wench, but upon meeting Shui Jing's scornful gaze, she swallowed her words. Yet, no matter how low she lowered her glass, Shui Jing showed her no mercy. Everyone enjoy your meal and drinks. I apologize for the oversight today. The chosen venue is a bit crowded with flies, and I hope you can overlook it. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and they cheered, raising their glasses. The Shui family is the wealthiest in Yun City, one of the 4 prominent families. Shui Jing is well known among the second-generation rich for her forthrightness. Her criticisms cut to the quick. For someone like Qi Ran, an insignificant internet celebrity, to attempt to show off in front of the Shui family's young lady is nothing short of self-degradation. Song Yunzhou, embarrassed, felt his face flush with a mix of red and green, yet he dared not speak, silently enduring the humiliation. He shot several fierce glances at Qi Ran. If it were not for this foolish woman, he would not have faced such disgrace in front of these privileged youths. During the subsequent singing activities, both Song Yunzhou and Qi Ran felt too ashamed to participate further, especially after Shui Jing brazenly declared, "We have a rule in Yun City. We do not invite green tea singers to karaoke. Yunzhou, would you like to join us?" "Oh, Ran and I have matters to attend to, so we shall pass. Enjoy yourselves." Such overt mockery was unmistakable, and if Song Yunzhou failed to grasp it, he might as well be considered foolish. Shortly after, Shui Jing messaged Qi Su. Qi, I avenge your grievances. Next time I visit Lake City, remember to treat me to a meal. Bring along your handsome, wealthy husband, so I can meet him. Qi Su smiled radiantly, more beautiful than a blooming rose. Thank you, senior. Next time you come to Lake City, I will have my husband cook for you. His cooking is superb, even more delicious than that of a 5-star chef. Shui Jing was indeed curious about the kind of husband that such a charming little girl would marry. Meanwhile, Qi Su began to reminisce about the meals prepared by Lin Youqian. During her time studying in Yun City, she had endured a monotonous diet, finding no joy in her meals and struggling to find peace in her sleep. In light of the daily bouquet of roses, perhaps she could grant him another chance. On the day Qi Su was returning, Lin Youqian had arrived early at the hospital entrance. He stood like a towering statue amidst the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on the military hospital bus, fearful of missing the small figure that haunted his dreams. The moment Qi Su stepped off the bus, dragging her suitcase behind her, his world suddenly illuminated. He eagerly opened his arms, rushing towards that little son. Qi. Chapter 43. 1 minute to you. Qi Su did not joyfully leap into his embrace as she usually did. Instead, she tossed her suitcase and backpack to him. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Lin Youqian felt his fervent heart cool significantly. What did you call me? Mr. Lin? Such a melodious title. Why not call me husband? Qi Su gazed at him with utmost seriousness. Did you not previously state that I could only call you husband when we were at the old residence for a performance? Outside, it must be Mr. Lin to avoid complicating matters for you. This moment is not the same as before. Can the nonsensical words spoken back then still hold weight? Lin Youqian felt a constriction in his chest once more. What was said before is null and void. From now on, you shall refer to me as husband. A binding agreement cannot simply be discarded. Mr. Lin hopes I will be obedient, compliant, and sensible. I shall strive to meet those expectations. It has been 10 days, and her anger has yet to dissipate. Qi Su, are you planning to continue this cryptic behavior towards me indefinitely? Chi Su maintained a placid expression, neither joyful nor sorrowful. I am merely communicating with you normally. If you insist on interpreting it as cryptic, then I have nothing more to say. I am tired. Let us return. Chi Su. Enough is enough. I send you flowers daily, gifts, and go to great lengths to please you. I even took time off to pick you up. What are you truly upset about? I am not upset. I simply wish to live a simple and ordinary life. Just as we initially agreed. I no longer wish to discuss our feelings. Let us interact as friends, shall we? Lin Youqian understood her words and felt genuine anger rise within him. He dropped Chi Su's suitcase and kicked it far away. Chi Su, during our first encounter, it was you who tantalized me. Later, it was you who begged me to marry you. Now you have taken my heart and tell me you wish to cease. Do you think I will let you go? Lin Youqian, like a raging lion, grasped the back of Chi Su's head, fervently claiming her lips. Open your mouth and kiss me, or I won't hesitate to strip you right here. His commanding presence left no room for refusal. Scoundrel! Chi Su, witnessing her shoulder reveal a hint of skin, dared not resist any longer, tightly encircling his waist, obediently yielding to his advances. Lin Youqian, satisfied, adjusted her clothing. It seemed this woman was frightened by intimidation. In public, he would never strip his wife bare. That would simply benefit another. Not far away, Zhang Yin captured the moment Lin Youqian kicked Chi Su's suitcase and sent it to Zhou. The cannon master is furious. Someone's suitcase flew higher than a projectile. Once the 8888 monetary gift arrived, she sent a photo of the two locked in a passionate kiss. A certain shameless woman dares to openly seduce the cannon master. Truly disgraceful. Zhang Yin knew this photo would yield no profit, but it would certainly drive Miss Zhou mad, which brought her great satisfaction. Only when both Chi Su and Zhou were equally displeased could she find contentment. Ah, today has proven to be yet another joyous and delightful day. 8888, how wonderful! Chi Su was carried home by Lin Youqian with one hand. As he needed to free one hand to grasp the suitcase with its four wheels mysteriously vanished. Lin Youqian exclaimed, "You've driven me to madness." He forcefully deposited her onto the sofa and asserted, "You would do well to be obedient, to embrace the role of Mrs. Lin, dedicating all your thoughts to your husband, loving me, longing for me, and trusting me each day. Otherwise, should you continue your unreasonable antics, do not blame me for administering punishment in a man's manner." Chi Su, resembling a frightened little rabbit, curled up and subtly shifted away, seeking to distance herself from this frenzied beast. Just as she attempted to leap away, Lin Youqian swiftly reached out, pulling her back into his embrace, compelling her hand to rest upon his heart. Feel for yourself. Is it not you that resides within? Who else could make it beat so fervently? Do you realize how you have tormented it these days? My heart is on the verge of collapse. If you refuse to reconcile with me, then take your scalpel and excavate it to see if I speak falsely. This was Chi Su's first encounter with such an impassioned and domineering display of love, her heart racing wildly, a fiery intensity leaving her bewildered. Just as she wavered in uncertainty, she was captured by a kiss that rendered her utterly entranced. "Chi, give it to me." She attempted to obstruct his advance, protesting, "No, I'm not ready." Lin Youqian, unwilling to endure any longer, declared, "I am quite capable. You need not ponder. Only by surrendering to me will you love me wholeheartedly. Henceforth, I have no intention of letting you go. You are my wife. I shall exercise my rights." Chi, close your eyes. Feeling the weight of his presence, she burst into tears. "Lin Youqian, please don't. I am scared. I was wrong. I won't argue with you anymore, and I'm not angry. Please grant me just a little more time." Lin Youqian exhaled deeply, allowing her a moment of respite. "How long?" Chi Su extended a finger, intending to say a month. However, Lin Youqian interjected, "Very well, 1 minute. I shall wait for you. Not 1 minute, it's—" Lin Youqian silenced her with a kiss. "Do not speak of an hour. I cannot hold out that long." Suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone interrupted. Lin Youqian felt an urge to strangle the caller. This time it was Zhao Yunliang, not Zhou. "You have 1 minute. Speak." "Commander, Ying is in a brawl with the vice political commissar's wife. They are currently at the political education office, and the commander requests your personal intervention. Lin Youqian, visibly irritated, inquired, how did she end up fighting with the political commissar's wife? What nonsense is this? Zhao Yunliang stammered, it's about the house. You need to return quickly. I'll explain further upon your arrival. Though Lin Youqian did not mention her name, Qi Su knew who he referred to. She deliberately wrapped her arms around Lin Youqian's neck, provoking him. Mr. Lin, I'm ready for that 1 minute. Come on, let us continue. Frustrated, Lin Youqian wished fervently to indulge himself before dealing with that woman's fate. Even the highest-ranking military leaders have been mobilized. This matter has escalated to an extraordinary level, and he must return immediately to address it. Chi-Chi, can you wait for my return before continuing? Time and again interrupted. He felt embarrassed to ask her to wait. The flush on Qi Su's face faded, leaving her expression as cold as frost. Lin Youqian, I have given you a chance. If you abandon me for another woman, be it for something grand or trivial, I shall never touch you again. Lin Youqian found himself in a dilemma. All right, since my beloved wife has graciously extended her invitation, I shall gladly oblige. He cast aside his phone, rekindling his enthusiasm, peeling back Qi Su's layers. The delicate fragrance of her fair skin enticed him, igniting a ravenous desire within him, his breath quickening like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the ringing was an urgent alarm. Lin Youqian hurriedly donned his clothes while answering the call. Yes, Chief, I will be there immediately. Before departing, he cast a reluctant glance at Qi Su. Wife, I apologize. Next time I promise to. Get lost. Qi Su's roar was louder than the alarm itself. Chapter 44. The dispute over the house. Upon arriving at the political department, Lin Youqian discovered that Zhao Yunliang and Zhou Ying had secretly taken his credentials to apply for a staff apartment in a logistics department under his name. Currently, the logistics department had only one remaining 3-bedroom unit, which was originally designated for the deputy political commissar's family. The deputy's wife had already arranged the furnishings and meticulously calculated the moving date, only to have their plans thwarted by Zhao Yunliang and his accomplices. In the military, housing is allocated according to rank, and Lin Youqian, holding the position of a full colonel, was naturally entitled to the spacious 3-bedroom apartment, while the deputy political commissar's family was relegated to a 2-bedroom unit. How could the deputy's wife endure such an affront? While others might be unaware of Lin Youqian's spouse, she was well aware, as the organization office of the political department manages all personnel records. The spouse column on Lin Youqian's marriage report clearly stated Qi Su, not Zhou Ying. This was a matter he had even joked about with her. It was an unexpected revelation that this seemingly indifferent man had married a young girl of merely 22 years, named Qi Su, someone she had never heard of before. Thus, when she saw Zhou Ying moving into the new apartment with Tong Tong, she rushed to the entrance and vociferously berated them. Shameless harlot, occupying someone else's home. What utter disgrace. When a mistress dares to intrude into the military realm and brazenly claims the title of a military spouse, it's akin to a wild fox marking its territory. With an insufferable audacity, the deputy political commissar's wife, hailing from northeast China, had a loud voice and a sharp tongue, unleashing a torrent of invective that infuriated Zhou Ying, causing her to seethe with rage. Consequently, the two women erupted into a fierce altercation, escalating into a physical confrontation that was both tumultuous and chaotic. After discerning the full extent of the situation, the commander began to admonish them. Military families engaging in public brawls. What an appalling spectacle. Is this what we call ideological awareness? What about military conduct? What happened to our esteemed traditions? If this news spreads, what will become of your reputations? The military provides housing as a benefit, to alleviate burdens, not to foster discord and rivalry. He turned to Lin Youqian. As a colonel, what is your perspective on this matter? Every leader present, regardless of rank, understood that the wealthy heir of the artillery family could easily acquire any housing he desired, rendering the military's allocation insignificant to him. It was evident that someone harbored ulterior motives, prompting such a scene. Thus, the commander deliberately sought Lin Youqian's input on the matter. The deputy political commissar's family, consisting of 4 members plus an elderly relative, was indeed cramped in a 2-bedroom apartment. However, it was difficult to voice the need for Lin Youqian to yield, given that he had every right to the apartment based on his rank and achievements. With a grim expression, Lin Youqian stated firmly, "Let the house go to the deputy political commissar's family. I have accommodations outside and do not require it present." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ying immediately burst into tears. She had already lost the physical altercation against that hefty woman. If she were to lose the apartment as well, her dignity would be utterly shattered, and she could not simply accept that. "I refuse to agree. I intend to share this residence with Tong Tong, your daughter, and it is only natural for us to reside in your house. I refuse to endure that dilapidated hotel any longer." Lin Youqian glared at her. "I have already informed you that I will purchase a villa for you both to inhabit. Why should we quarrel over such a trivial 3-bedroom apartment? It is not merely a matter of the 3 bedrooms. It is about maintaining dignity," and Zhou Ying stands her ground resolutely. "What is bought, and what is to be divided is to be divided. This is rightfully yours. Why should you relinquish it to those vulgar women? Furthermore, there are currently no quality housing options near the military kindergarten. Tong Tong begins school next Monday. Where do you expect me to live with her?" Lin Youqian's brows furrowed deeply, and his voice seethed with anger. "I have told you to be patient. I will make arrangements. Why the urgency? I do not wish to wait. I have waited for years. Now, over a mere apartment, you expect me to wait again. I demand to live in military housing." In front of the commanding officer, Lin Youqian, unwilling to lose face, made a decisive statement. "If you wish to live in military housing, you may swap with the deputy political commissar's family. You shall reside in a 2-bedroom apartment and relinquish the larger one to them." Zhou Ying cried, even louder. "Why should I? Because they are in urgent need, while you are merely competing out of vanity. They are a family of 4 with an elderly member. How can they live in a 2-bedroom apartment?" Zhou Ying, confronted by Lin Youqian's remarks about her vanity, lost all sense of decorum and began to shout indiscriminately. "I refuse. I demand a 3-bedroom apartment." "Be silent," Lin Youqian bellowed. "If you continue to be so short-sighted, even if the villa becomes available in the future, you shall not have it. A villa near the military kindergarten is worth billions. Something Zhou Ying dreams of possessing, and you must keep your word and not go back on it." Lin Youqian was taken aback by her shallow understanding. Even if she were greedy, there was no need to express it so bluntly in front of the leadership. "Leave. If you continue to stir up trouble, Tong Tong will no longer need your care." Once matters were settled, the commander patted Lin Youqian on the shoulder with a smile. "Ha! Commander Pao, as expected, possesses courage and a sense of the bigger picture. We are also aware of your family's situation and thought you could afford to take a loss. You wouldn't blame this old man for being biased, would you? Am I the kind of person who lacks housing?" Lin Youqian was naturally unconcerned about such a small apartment. There were times when the military lacked funding, and he personally covered expenses amounting to billions. Thus, his promotions were not solely due to his capabilities. The wealth of the Lin Group played a significant role as well. The deputy political commissar and his wife quickly expressed their gratitude to Lin Youqian. "Commander Lin, we are immensely grateful for your generosity in providing housing today. When we have a day off, I shall treat you to drinks." Lin Youqian refrained from further comments, merely reminding him, "I shall not partake in any alcohol. Ensure your family members keep their mouths in check. Matters regarding my personal marriage are confidential. Should I learn of anyone leaking information, military regulations will be enforced." The commander chuckled to ease the tension. "Indeed, Deputy Political Commissar Tian has been remiss in his duties by disclosing your personal privacy and should face consequences. Therefore, tonight, I will arrange a gathering, and the 3 of us shall enjoy a drink, allowing Tian Yue to apologize to you." It is said that one cannot refuse an invitation from a superior, yet Lin Youqian still declined. "Thank you for your kind offer, Commander. This evening, I find myself occupied and regrettably unable to join you for a drink." The commander appears somewhat displeased, as he kindly orchestrated a gathering for the 2 of them to ease tensions. Yet Lin Youqian has shown a blatant disregard for his goodwill. What could possibly be more pressing than nurturing the bonds with comrades? "I must return home to appease my wife. I was just dragged out of bed by all of you." "Ha ha ha!" Everyone erupted into laughter, doubled over in mirth. Tian Yue could not restrain himself from inquiring of the cannon master, "When you mention your wife, are you referring to the one on the marriage certificate?" Who else could it possibly be? Came to reply. Chapter 45. Dr. Qi. Consultation. As Lin Youqian hurried home, Qi Su had already departed. She packed her belongings, taking her unwheeled suitcase, and moved into the staff dormitory of the military hospital. She left him a note. From now on, I will be staying in the dormitory and will not return for the time being. Please do not pressure or threaten me. If you push me to a dead end, I will file for divorce. Lin Youqian lay helplessly on the bed. Even breathing brought him pain. He understood that this misunderstanding was grave, and he was at a loss as to how to coax her back. In the dead of night, he found himself drunkenly sprawled on the curb outside the hospital, dialing the commander. Old man, you said you'd buy me a drink tonight. Is that still on? The commander had a close relationship with Lin Youqian, who was not only an elite member of the Military Engineering Institute, but also a financial benefactor. Of course. What's wrong? Did you fail to appease your wife? Feeling unsatisfied and looking to the old man for solace? Not just failed to appease. My wife has left me, abandoned me. I am lonely. I am desolate. I am heartbroken. If it weren't for your call, I would have already finished the night. Now you owe me my wife. I don't care, you old fool. You owe me my wife. For the first time, Major General Li was being scolded as an old fool. It was also the first time he had witnessed the usually imposing Lin Youqian in such a disheartened state. He summoned 2 guards from the street outside the hospital to carry Lin Youqian home. You rascal. Had I known this would happen, I would have waited until you finished your business before calling. But you can't blame me entirely. If you hadn't entangled yourself with 2 women, how would this chaos have ensued? In his drunken haze, Lin Youqian seemed to receive divine insight, suddenly enlightened. What did you say? 2 women? Who the hell has 2 women? The only one I care for is 1 woman. Just this one little woman, and I haven't even won her over yet. Where's there a second woman? The commander patted his head, chuckling as he pointed out, man, when a decision must be made, make it. You as a soldier should understand that hesitating only delays the entire unit. Lin Youqian's head felt unbearably heavy. He could barely lift it. Tong Tong had been raised by her. If he were to take drastic measures, wouldn't that be ingratitude? Moreover, he feared for Tong Tong's well-being. She had already lost her biological parents, and being sensitive by nature, if she were to lose her mother again, it would undoubtedly inflict psychological harm. Additionally, his wife did not wish to have children. She herself was still a child. How could she care for one? Upon hearing this, the commander felt a sense of frustration for him. In any case, if you focus on a larger issue, the smaller one will be neglected. You can only salvage one. Either have your wife accept the child or help the child adapt to your wife. How you decide is up to you. If he could decide, he wouldn't be drowning his sorrows in alcohol. He had also asked Tong Tong if she would be willing to live with her father and Aunt Chi Chi. Upon hearing that she might leave her mother, Tong Tong cried uncontrollably for several days, refusing to eat or drink, nearly falling ill from hunger once more. Lin Youqian found himself utterly shattered. He had never anticipated that a seemingly simple marriage and a love invested wholeheartedly could evolve into such complexity. For many consecutive days, Lin Youqian became a silent statue outside the surgical department of the hospital. Despite his overwhelming desire to converse with her, he found himself needing to queue for an appointment. Mr. Lin, what seems to be the problem? Qi Su inquired, feigning ignorance. My heart aches, Lin Youqian replied. Qi Su returned his consultation card, stating, heart pain requires a visit to the cardiology department. You have made the wrong appointment. Please turn left and take the elevator to the 6th floor. Next. Lin Youqian quickly corrected himself. I misspoke. It is not my heart, but my kidneys that hurt. Qi Su remained unyielding. Kidney pain should be addressed by either internal medicine or urology. Please turn left and take the elevator to the 4th floor. Next. Indeed, kidney pain could also result from excessive indulgence. Mr. Lin, you ought to exercise caution, Qi Su remarked, leaving Lin Youqian speechless. How could it be excessive indulgence? Why not suggest that I simply held it in for too long? Qi Su, sitting upright with an air of seriousness, replied, I do not concern myself with whether it is excessive indulgence or simply holding it in. Either you exercise restraint or you find someone to relieve your discomfort. Should the issue persist, a visit to the urology department may be warranted. Please turn left and take the elevator to the 8th floor. Next. Lin Youqian felt an eruption of frustration brewing within him. You are knowledgeable about urology, are you not? Could you not assist me? After all, I have already booked an appointment with you, and it is not my first visit. Chi Su beamed brightly, pointing towards the bed behind the curtain. Very well. Please lie down and remove your pants to facilitate my examination. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. Lin Youqian did indeed lie down, yet he hesitated to remove his trousers, convinced that this young lady was up to no good. Sure enough, the next moment, Chi Su exclaimed, "Oh dear, where's my scalpel?" Are you serious? Lin Youqian sprang from the bed. Must you take it this far? Chi Su waved the scalpel playfully, maintaining her serious demeanor. Mr. Lin, why are you not lying down? Moreover, if you do not remove your pants, how am I to conduct my examination? This is a brand new scalpel I acquired just a few days ago. It is exceptionally sharp. A swift incision will be clean and precise, and it won't hurt much. Also, my technique is impeccable. You will be free of your male health issues henceforth. After this, you need not visit me for follow-ups. Lin Youqian's face displayed a myriad of expressions. Be quiet. I do not wish to continue this consultation. In one moment, he was resolute, yet the next, his bravado began to wane. Chi-Chi, will you come home with me? Chi Su rolled her eyes and pressed the calling bell. Please have patient number 236, XXX, report to consultation room 3 in general surgery. Lin Youqian seized the last moment to negotiate with her. You may not sleep at home, but you must return for dinner at least 2 days each week. If you cannot even agree to this, I shall come to bother you every day. In truth, Lin Youqian had been quite busy recently and did not have the luxury of visiting the hospital daily. Fortunately, he had informed the elderly gentleman of his situation, and his occasional outings had not raised any concerns. After Tong Tong moved to the Military Research Institute, many matters became considerably more convenient. At the very least, he no longer had to worry about the daily pickup and drop-off from kindergarten. As for Zhou, he chose to avoid her entirely, never once stepping foot into that apartment. If he wished to see Tong Tong, he would simply ask Zhao Yunliang to carry him over and bring him back. Chi Su, unable to withstand the disturbances from family members, proactively requested Director Xiao to transfer her to the inpatient department. Although it was a bit more exhausting and busier, her ears found peace, free from the demands of a certain individual wielding a surgical appointment, insisting on a urological examination. However, on her very first day at work, she encountered an exceptionally troublesome and eccentric patient named Lu Yi. The moment Chi Su laid eyes on her, she found Lu Yi perched atop a female nurse, fiercely unleashing a barrage of punches, while the nurse beneath her let out blood-curdling screams. Help! Help! Chapter 46. Lu Yi, regardless of the severity of the beating inflicted upon the young nurse or the desperation of her cries, no one dared to intervene. This was Lu Yi, the cherished jewel of the Lu group, who had been pampered to the point of lawlessness. Her identity and background were far more formidable than the fists she wielded. She had not come to the hospital for treatment. Rather, she was deliberately seeking trouble. She claimed that the little nurse had stolen her boyfriend, and the uproar had persisted for days. No matter the service, it was always the nurse who bore the brunt of her wrath. Whether it was a misapplied injection, a painful dressing change, or a delayed response to the call bell, she found excuses to beat the nurse mercilessly. She alleged that she had a fractured foot, encased in a cast and transferred from another hospital. In truth, she bore no injury whatsoever. Yet she insisted otherwise, and the doctors found themselves powerless, whether asked to take new x-rays or to remove the cast to examine the injury. She refused, clearly reveling in her obstinacy. Help! Please stop hitting me. Sorta. Others pretended not to hear or see, hiding in the duty room. Only Chi Su, a naive newcomer, rushed in, oblivious to the situation. Hey, what are you doing? You can't hit medical staff like this. Let go of her, or I will call security. Lu Yi, brimming with arrogance, pointed at Chi Su and shouted, Who do you think you are? It's none of your business, so get lost. Otherwise, I'll beat you too. Chi Su forcefully pushed her away and pulled the nurse from under her grip. This is a military hospital, not your playground. If you have any grievances, you can file a complaint or call the police, but you cannot resort to violence against medical professionals. I'll report your father, and I'll call your grandmother. Lu Yi retaliated, throwing punches indiscriminately at Chi Su. Fortunately, Chi Su reacted swiftly, slightly tilting her head to evade the blow, though her mask was torn away in the process. "Ah, little sister, is that you?" Lu Yi exclaimed with a sudden burst of joy, immediately enveloping Chi Su in a tight embrace. "Oh my, it's so wonderful to find you." Chi Su struggled to breathe, caught off guard by an unsolicited kiss. Were it not for Lu Yi's gender, Chi Su might have considered reporting her for harassment. Hey, what are you doing? Stop it. Who are you? Do I know you? Ah, little sister, you really don't remember me?" Lu Yi's face fell in disappointment. Chi Su scrutinized her again, realizing she had no recollection whatsoever. "I don't know you." Lu Yi began to recount their past encounter. "On August 31st, 3 years ago, you were working as a barista in a CAF in City A, while I was next door at a bubble tea shop. I accidentally mistook peanut milk for coconut milk, and after taking a sip, I had a severe allergic reaction, collapsing and convulsing on the floor, foaming at the mouth." As she described the incident, she mimicked her actions from that day. "Everyone thought I had rabies or epilepsy and dared not approach. Only you bravely stepped forward to perform emergency first aid, preventing me from going into shock. You accurately diagnosed my allergy and rushed to the pharmacy across the street to get me the medication that saved my life. Don't you remember?" Chi Su finally recalled. "Oh, so it is you. You have grown up, no longer resembling the student you once were." Lu Yi found it peculiar. "Indeed, it is strange. After 3 years, I have matured, yet you appear unchanged, still looking like a child, perhaps even smaller than before." It is no wonder Lu Yi was astonished. Chi Su herself found it quite bizarre that while others had grown, her cherubic face continued to exude a youthful innocence. Ironically, after graduating from university, she seemed to have lost a bit of weight, making her face appear even more doll-like. Lu Yi did not dwell long on her appearance and continued chattering away. "Little sister, you saved me. You are my benefactor. I am someone who truly understands gratitude. The day after I returned from the hospital, I went to the CAF to find you, hoping to express my thanks in person, but they told me you had resigned. I inquired at various places and asked many people, yet I could not find any news of you. Later, I went to study abroad in country Y and was unable to continue my search. However, every summer when I returned, I would stop by that CF, hoping to encounter you and express my gratitude face to face. Fortunately, fate smiled upon me today, and I finally ran into you. Mwah mwah mwah." Chi Su's face was adorned with yet another row of lipstick marks. Lu Yi's gratitude was genuine, especially when faced with that soft, delicate visage that was simply irresistible. Chi Su was left both amused and exasperated. 3 years ago, I worked part-time at that CAF. August 31st was my last day, as I was to start school on September 1st. What dreadful timing. No, I must kiss you once more, moi. Chi Su hurriedly attempted to halt her. Enough. Truly enough. Can you please explain what is happening with you now? Why did you strike our medical staff? Upon mentioning this, Lu Yi became furious. That vile woman is utterly unworthy of being a healthcare worker. Do you know? She seduced my boyfriend, drugged him, and lured him into bed. Chi Su did not anticipate such ferocity from the little nurse. Then you should report her. It is wrong to resort to violence. The more she spoke, the angrier Lu Yi became. Report her? That would not quell my resentment. If she had merely seduced my boyfriend, it would have been one thing. Discarding a tainted man is not a loss. But more maliciously, she drugged me with an aphrodisiac. She seeks to ruin me and even installed hidden cameras in the hotel where I stayed. Tell me, does such a woman deserve to live? Chi Su finally understood why the little nurse had received such a beating and why no one had come to her aid. It seemed she truly deserved her fate. Chi Su began to regret intervening. I feel I may have arrived at an opportune moment. Perhaps you should continue? At that moment, Lu Yi only wished to chat with Chi Su, having lost interest in dealing with that little vixen. No more continuing. I shall spare her life for now, but I want to have a delightful time with you. Moi. Stop. Chi Su felt that in the future, she should carry a roll of tape to seal Lu Yi's mouth, allowing them to interact peacefully. If you kiss me again, I shall ignore you. Lu Yi finally ceased her chatter and formally introduced herself. Greetings, I am Lu Yi, the cherished daughter of the Lu family. My family possesses considerable wealth. Henceforth, you shall be my dearest sister. sharing in all the exquisite pleasures of life. Chicho was momentarily taken aback by such audacious self-assertion. Hello, I am Chicho. I'm not a socialite, but merely a humble doctor. I may lack wealth, yet my friendship with you is not motivated by financial gain. It is a pleasure to meet you. In a swift motion, Lu Yi removed the cast from her leg. With a sudden thud, she pulled Chicho down to kneel beside her, bowing 3 times in reverence. From this moment forth, we shall be sworn sisters. You may call me Yi, and I shall call you Chichi. Today marks the first day of our sisterhood. Shall we celebrate together this evening? I will buy you a gift. Would you prefer a house, a car, or a card? Chicho was left bewildered by this unexpected turn of events, struggling to comprehend how she had ended up kneeling in a vow of sisterhood. Was it truly possible for the daughter of the Liu family to bestow such lavish gifts so freely? Chapter 47. The underage girl, Chi Su, found herself somewhat overwhelmed by the intense fervor of Chi Yi. There's no need for gifts. May I ask how old you are? Liu Yi held up 2 fingers. I'm 22. And you? Chi Su also raised 2 fingers. I'm 22 as well. Liu Yi suyalet vite delight. Ah, that is wonderful. We're the same age. Chi Su inquired further. When is your birthday? Liu Yi indicated with 2 8s. August 8th. What about you? Chi Su mirrored her gesture with 2 8s. What a coincidence. I'm the same. Really? We share the same birth year, month, and day. We must be destined sisters, exclaimed Liu Yi. After stealing a quick kiss from her, she suddenly realized a more pressing issue. Wait a minute. Although we're both 22, why do you look so much younger than me, and I appear older than you? A few onlookers stifled their laughter. Isn't it obvious? You have a youthful face, while she does not. Chi Su blinked her sparkling eyes. I don't know. All I know is that I was born in the early hours, so I should be the older sister, right? You wish. You look like a kindergarten child, yet you dare to claim the role of an elder sister. I'll take that role. Fine, you can have it. Chi Su was too lethargic to argue, especially since her birthday was not accurately recorded. August 8th was merely the day her mother found her. Wonderful. I finally have a little sister. I don't care tonight. We shall celebrate this momentous and sacred occasion until we are thoroughly intoxicated. After work, under Liu Yi's exuberant guidance, Chi Su indulged in feasting, drinking, and revelry, stepping into a bar for the very first time. For the first time, she liberated herself, savoring several delightful glasses of red wine, fruit wine, and cocktails. Just as she began to feel a pleasant buzz, a group of police officers burst in to enforce regulations regarding underage patrons in entertainment venues. Coincidentally, Chi Su had not brought her ID and had an unusual appearance. Thus, rather inexplicably, she found herself in the police station for the first time in her life. At 6 a.m., Lin Youqian was attending a high-level military briefing when he abruptly received a report from a guard. Sir, a group of police has brought in a wayward girl claiming to be a relative of yours and demands you come to identify her. What wayward girl? I don't know her. A nearby comrade jested. Commander, you're now attracting wayward girls as well. Quite impressive. The guard hesitated. Commander Lin, you should come take a look. This girl is intoxicated and quite frantic. She insisted on seeing you. We had no choice but to bring her here. Lin Youqian, where are you? Please come save me. I feel awful. Upon recognizing Chi Su's voice, Lin Youqian felt a surge of panic. He leaped over the table and snatched Chi Su from the officers, embracing her tightly. Chi, what happened? Once Chi Su saw Lin Youqian, she began to sob uncontrollably. Lin Youqian, they bullied me, yelled at me, cursed me, and even threatened to arrest me. I'm so scared. Woo-woo. Lin Youqian's piercing gaze resembled a sharp sword, fixated upon them with ferocity. What have you done, my Chi? He demanded. The 2 police officers, confronted by Lin Youqian's menacing glare and his military rank, could not help but tremble slightly. Colonel Lin, let me explain. One officer began last night at 2:30. Our police team conducted a surprise inspection at the Royal Bar to address the issue of underage students frequenting entertainment venues. Your daughter was among them and, lacking identification, we escorted her back to school along with several other students. Before the officer could finish, Lin Youqian interrupted. Nonsense. Who told you she's my daughter? The officers quickly apologized. Sorry, my mistake. She's your sister. I understand your anger, but please allow me to finish. General Li patted Lin Youqian on the shoulder. We are all public servants. There is no need to make things difficult for them. It is best to hear them out first. The officer, grateful for General Li's intervention, continued. The children dancing with her were all vocational school students, so we took her to the vocational school, and then, yet again, the frantic Chi Su interrupted. Then they bullied me and threw me to a wicked old hag. That old hag was terrifying. She nearly swallowed me whole. Lin Youqian, you must avenge me. They are all villains. At that moment, the fury in Lin Youqian's eyes suggested he was capable of consuming a person alive. The officers, frightened into silence, remained cautious. One officer pressed on. It was because the young lady was uncooperative. When asked about her grade, she refused to answer. When asked about her class, she remained silent. Even when inquired about her homeroom teacher, she would not respond. She claimed to know nothing. Lin Youqian found the situation ludicrous. And then, Chi Su cried out again. Then they sent me to another school, where a brutish, fearsome man was even worse. He scolded me, yelled at me, and even struck my hand with a ruler. It hurt so much. Lin Youqian, they all bullied me. The officers trembled as they defended themselves. After verification, we found she was not a vocational school student. However, when we asked her which school she attended, she kept saying she didn't know. Subsequently, we took her to a nearby junior high. The plump principal chastised her for not studying and for going to a bar at such a young age. She retaliated by insulting him, calling him a fat pig and other names, which made the principal angry enough to strike her twice with a ruler. Well done. Lin Youqian's cold laughter was more terrifying than the king of hell himself. And then, the officers, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, began to sweat profusely. Eventually, we brought her back to the police station for questioning. When asked about her parents, she claimed not to have any. When inquiring about relatives, she repeated the same. In the end, she cried out for Lin Youqian and even vomited on me. After considerable effort, we managed to extract from her that Lin Youqian is employed at the Military Research Institute. Thus, she was brought here. Colonel Lin, as a soldier, you ought to guide your sister properly. She is still a minor and should refrain from frequenting establishments such as bars. Nonsense, Lin Youqian roared, his voice resonating like thunder, nearly shattering the eardrums of the two officers present. Are you blind? Who told you she is my sister? She is my wife. This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving the officers and soldiers momentarily stunned. Gradually regaining their composure, the officers persisted in their admonition. Colonel, as a military man, you should be aware that marrying a minor is illegal. Despite your high rank, you must adhere to the law. Lin Youqian's voice thundered in the ears of the two officers, creating a cacophony in their minds. How utterly foolish you are, both of you. Which of your eyes perceive my wife as a minor? She is 22 years old, a doctor at the military hospital. You have apprehended the wrong person and still have the audacity to lecture me. Chapter 48. You are ill. I shall cure you aware that Lin Youqian was currently in a furious state and seeking someone to vent his anger upon. Deputy Political Commissar Tian hastily restrained him and offered words of persuasion. Well, old cannon, it's not the police's fault for being blind. With your wife's elementary school appearance, who wouldn't be blinded by it? If you were to say she was a kindergarten child, some might actually believe it. Deputy Commander Zhang, who had been stifling laughter, interjected with jest. Old cannon, where did you find this delicate little flower? She seems a tad too tender, doesn't she? Come on, share your location. We shall pluck one for ourselves. The other officers joined in the banter. Old cannon, you truly are a beast. How could you lay hands on such a minor? Under the guise of good-natured camaraderie, the two officers swiftly slipped away from the staircase. My goodness, that was close. We were indeed blind to encounter such a plague. One exclaimed, enough chatter, we must flee. If that killer insists on holding us accountable, it would be a dire consequence. Once the officers departed, Lin Youqian began to interrogate Chi Su. You went to a bar and got this drunk? Who gave you the audacity to go? In a drunken stupor, Chi Su waved her arms animatedly, boasting, I made a new sister, and she's loaded. She's going to give me a house, a car, and even said she would support me from now on. Lin Youqian, from now on, I won't need your money. Lin Youqian gritted his teeth in anger. Do I lack the means to support you? Am I in need of your finances? Gisu paudet defianti. You stingy miser. You only give me a meager 20,000 a month. What a loss. Had I known, I wouldn't have married you. It's simply not worth it. My new sister says she'll give me 200,000 a month. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. Indeed, for someone as wealthy as Old Cannon, offering a mere 20,000 seemed quite miserly. Lin Youqian pinched her cheek firmly, hoping to rouse her from her intoxicated state. Have you forgotten the black card I provided you? It has no limit. Spend as you wish. How dare you call me stingy? Are you asking for a beating? Chi Su continued her complaints. You may have wealth, but I don't like you. I detest you. Lin Youqian began to probe deeper. Why don't you like me? Why do you detest me? You are fierce. You are fickle. You are ill. Lin Youqian could comprehend the fierceness. He had indeed been rather stern initially, causing her to stutter. The accusation of being fickle was a misunderstanding, one that could not be clarified with a drunken fool. But what did she mean by ill? I am ill. What illness do I possess? In her inebriated state, Chi Su spoke without a filter. You have a male ailment. A thunderous silence fell, shocking everyone present, particularly Lin Youqian, who felt utterly scorched. Nonsense. When did I ever have a male ailment? You don't have a male ailment? Yet you visit the hospital daily, for one? Tell me, are you not ill? Lin Youqian was on the verge of exploding, wishing to silence this little woman. Such matters should not be spoken of frivolously. Meanwhile, the senior officers present stifled their laughter to the point of cramping their stomachs. Immediately following, Chi Su continued to dance on the edge of recklessness. Lin Youqian, it's perfectly fine if you're unwell. I can remedy that. After all, I am a doctor, and I shall heal you. The crowd perked up, eager to hear her elaborate on her proposed treatment. I could perform surgery for you. With a single incision, I could excise the root of the issue, putting an end to your troubles once and for all. From this moment onward, you needn't worry about your urological concerns. Huh? Yes, from now on, you can live in perpetual solitude. Laughter erupted, echoing through the Military Research Institute, as it was undoubtedly the most amusing jest ever shared, leaving everyone in stitches. Lin Youqian feared that his esteemed reputation would be tarnished by the drunken ramblings of this woman. Yet unexpectedly, she managed to redeem herself with her nonsensical chatter. Lin Youqian, don't be angry. I'm merely teasing you. No need for surgery. From our very first meeting, I remarked upon how strikingly handsome you are. Truly, very much so. I once worked in urology, and you are, without a doubt, the most dashing, the most perfectly sculpted, and the most impressive patient I have encountered. The others were merely children, while you are a grand adult. As Chi Su spoke, she animatedly gestured, leaving one to wonder if her stuttering was genuine or if she simply required an abundance of adjectives. Lin Youqian hastily covered her mouth, desperate to silence her before she descended further into madness. If she continued, there would be no dignity left. Those who had mocked Lin Youqian fell silent. Although Chi Su's words were somewhat incoherent, the significance of her gestures was unmistakable. Was Lin Youqian truly that exaggerated? Was it necessary to use most thrice? It was no wonder Chi Su's descriptions were so grandiose. She had previously worked in pediatric urology, treating only elementary school children, and Lin Youqian was her sole adult patient. Chi Su, you must stop this instant. You're just a child. Don't you have any sense of shame? I am married. I am no longer a child. My husband is Lin Youqian, a proud soldier, and I am a military wife. None of you can bully me, or I shall have my husband deal with you. Lin Youqian gritted his teeth. You wretched girl, how much have you imbibed to become this inebriated? Chi Su's smile radiated like a rainbow, vibrant with hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. If each color were a drink, I would transform into a rainbow. I am the beautiful rainbow sister, Lin Youqian. Am I not lovely? Do you not like me? Lin Youqian felt both amused and exasperated. A rainbow sister? How childish. Lin Youqian, have you lost your voice? Why do you not respond? Am I beautiful? Do you like me? If you do not, I shall find someone else who does. Lin Youqian gently rubbed her rosy cheeks and affectionately reassured her. You are lovely, and I do like you. Now, be good and let us return home, shall we? Chi Su stood on her tiptoes, pouting her crimson lips, demanding a kiss. Husband, if you like me, kiss me. As Lin Youqian leaned down, barely grazing her lips, the little one toppled into his embrace, blissfully drifting into slumber. After a night of revelry, the calming scent enveloped her, and she finally lowered her guard, succumbing to sleep. General Li took the initiative to speak. All right, let us resume the meeting. Lin Youqian, you need not participate any further. Embrace your little doll and awaken from your stupor. Observing Lin Youqian's affectionate demeanor towards Qi Su, Deputy Political Commissar Tian jested. Haha, I never imagined that Master Pao's tastes were so peculiar. The deputy commander chuckled. What do you know? Master Pao's preferences are not merely unique. His discerning eye is truly exceptional. Just look at that enchanting young lady. Who could possibly resist her allure? Our rough-and-tumble soldiers are simply enamored by such tender, delicate girls. Aren't they? Only you would have such unconventional tastes, preferring a robust figure from the Northeast. If that exquisite doll were tossed into the ranks of the recruits, wouldn't it spark a frenzy? Deputy Political Commissar Tian fell silent. Across the entire military, the majority of soldiers favored sweet, soft, and delicate companions, while he alone possessed the singular taste to select a plump lady. What is wrong with a plump lady? They are quite capable, laughed the others. No matter how capable she is, she cannot compare to Master Pao's little doctor. Not only is she skilled, but she can also perform surgery. If Master Pao ever steps out of line, she might just put an end to his lineage. The laughter subsided, and fortunately, this morning assembly was merely a small-scale high-level meeting where everyone exchanged playful banter. If such matters were to leak out, Master Pao's illustrious reputation might be tarnished irreparably. Once the laughter quieted, General Li rapped the table. All right, let us turn the page on Master Pao's affairs. Beyond this door, no one is permitted to utter another word, especially concerning that young lady. Should any unnecessary troubles arise, disciplinary action will be taken. Understood. Everyone's expressions turned serious, their postures straightened, instantly adopting a state of readiness. The meeting continued. Lin Youqian had settled Qi Su into his modest quarters, and it was not until 2 p.m. that she finally stirred, rubbing her groggy head. Lin Youqian, where am I? My head aches terribly. Qi Su glanced around, taking in the stark simplicity of the small room. Apart from a bed, a desk, a chair, a computer, and a bookshelf, there was little else. This is my room in the army, she realized, surprised that a company-grade officer like him resided in such a humble space. Is this all the space your unit has allocated for you? Yes, it's sufficient for living, Lin Youqian replied, bringing her a hangover remedy and helping her to drink it. You got quite drunk last night. Do you remember anything? Qi Su shook her head. Her memories of the previous night completely fragmented, leaving her oblivious to the events that had transpired. Do you recall what you said this morning? Chapter 49. Drunken fragmentation. Qi Su could not recall where she had been or what she had done, nor could she remember what words had escaped her lips. What did I say? Since she had lost her memory, Lin Youqian took it upon himself to help her recollect. You said you missed me, you loved me, and you wanted me. You even stripped me of my trousers and behaved like a rogue, making me serve you. Just look at the scars on my body. They're all from your scratching. Lin Youqian rolled up his sleeve, spinning tales. The marks on his waist were merely the result of his inattentiveness during training, where a branch had grazed him. Qi Su's expression twisted into a grimace, resembling a cracked rice cake. Could it be? Am I truly that wild? Lin Youqian deliberately provoked her. Your wildness nearly overwhelmed me. Qi, how do you feel now? Does it still hurt? You were crying out in pain all night. Upon hearing this, Qi Su felt as if she might burst. In a panic, she threw off the covers and began inspecting herself. Lin Youqian could hardly contain his mischievous grin. Hey, you silly girl. I was asking about your head. Why are you looking down there? You scoundrel, you deceived me. Qi Su shrieked, swinging her fists at him, only to be effortlessly subdued and pinned onto the bed. You foolish woman, I warn you, if you ever go drinking at a bar again, I shall flay your skin. Thankfully, the police took you away last night. What would you have done if you had encountered a nefarious character? The thought of her drunken state left Qi Su feeling somewhat guilty. You said a little drinking wouldn't hurt. How was I know my tolerance was so poor? I just tried 3 cups of each kind. Mixing drinks and having 3 cups of each was a sure recipe for inebriation. That foolish girl truly had no sense. I don't care who said what. You are never to associate with that E again, nor are you to visit bars. Do you understand? Chisu nodded and shook her head. I can forego the bar, but I still want to hang out with the E. Lin Youqian was infuriated. If she takes you to a bar and something happens, what kind of girl could she possibly be? Lu Yi was Chisu's sworn sister, and Chisu remained steadfast in her defense. No, E is a good girl. She didn't abandon me. It was precisely because she cared that she struck 2 police officers with a bottle and got arrested. This was a memory Chisu vividly recalled from before her blackout. Moreover, that bar, he had claimed it was her uncle's establishment, assuring that they could drink freely without fear. The royal dynasty bar belonged to the Su family, who indeed had familial ties with the Liu family. That Liu, who might very well be the daughter of the Liu group, explained her bold declarations of gifting her a house, a car, a card, and even offering to support her. The Liu and Lin families were both titans of the business world. Lin Youqian's wife surely did not require the support of others. From now on, you are not to accept money or gifts from anyone. I can provide for you. Lin Youqian handed her his salary card. The last time I mentioned the betrothal gift of 8 million, it actually had no limit. You can spend as you wish without restraint. This is my salary card. I do not even know how much is in it, as I have never withdrawn any money since I began working. It is all yours. In that moment, Chisu's once unyielding heart began to waver once more. Inexplicably, a plethora of online adages surfaced in my mind. I care not whether the man is extravagant. I simply wish to indulge in his wealth. As long as my husband dutifully contributes his financial resources, I shall roam freely, unencumbered by constraints. Grasp your assets. Seize your cards. Bare as you are, you may frolic as you please. Chisu continued to extend her hand. Do you possess any other cards? Hand them over. Lin Youqian, both amused and exasperated, pondered the insatiable greed of this woman. How much wealth would suffice to satiate her appetite? I've given you the black card my grandmother bestowed upon me. It knows no limits, no limits, no limits. Fool, do you not comprehend? Chisu pressed on. Did your mother provide you with a card? Of course, I am her beloved son. What do you think? In that moment, Chisu felt the salary card in her grasp lose its allure. Take it back. It's merely a salary card. I have one of my own. It's nothing special. Lin Youqian returned it to her, affectionately ruffling her hair. Mother's money belongs to her. This is my own. As a soldier, I cannot engage in commerce. Though modest, it constitutes my entirety. You are my wife, and I entrust it to your care. Reluctantly, Chisu accepted, her thoughts lingering. What use is it to guard your card when I cannot control your wandering heart? Who knows if you've entangled yourself with that Aunt Zhou? The bell signaling the afternoon exercise rang, and Lin Youqian had no time to linger. He hastily conveyed his final instructions. Chi-Chi, I must attend drills. I have a busy afternoon ahead and cannot stay with you. Should you desire anything, summon the attendant. I've made all arrangements. If boredom strikes, feel free to stroll outside. The military garden offers a pleasant view. However, refrain from entering the heavy industry base and laboratory, understood? In the last fleeting moments, Lin Youqian's lips continued to move, though no sound escaped. Chisu touched her moist lips and called out to his swiftly departing figure. Lin Youqian, are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Lying on the simple iron-framed bed, covered by a dark green military blanket, Chisu gazed around a modest room, feeling enveloped by Lin Youqian's essence. Especially the blanket, worn from years of use, carried the unique and potent scent of the man, reminiscent of the cold, crisp aroma he bore. The air was thick with an intoxicating allure. And Chisu's heart, which had remained calm for several days, was thrown into disarray upon encountering Lin Youqian. This beast of a man was undeniably handsome, his physique exuding an overwhelming sensuality, even clad in military garb, hinting at an irresistible temptation. And that damned kissing technique. Within mere moments, it could leave one utterly defenseless. If he lingered any longer, that iron bed might very well transform into a cradle of passion. Feeling embarrassed to remain ensconced in his embrace, Chisu knew she must not succumb to such inappropriate thoughts. She was still a young girl. Instead, she resolved to venture outside, eager to experience the military splendor for the very first time. The nurses at the hospital had spoken of the soldiers, each more handsome than the last. each boasting physiques that rivaled one another. She yearned to venture out and experience the world, wondering if a dazzling throng of handsome men would dazzle her sight. Thus, she shed Lin Youqian's camouflage uniform, donning a newly chosen pink rabbit fur coat, and slipped into a pair of white plush ankle boots. With her hair styled in a fluffy, adorable bun, she skipped out the door. Indeed, it resonated with the words of Commander Li. A delicate and charming young girl like her, tossed into a military camp, would surely incite a frenzy among those rugged soldiers. As anticipated, within mere 30 paces of exiting the dormitory, Chi-Su found herself ensnared in a throng of eager soldiers. Wow, look over here. When did our unit acquire such a stunning girl? She's simply irresistible. Just look at that rosy little face. I want to pinch it. In the blink of an eye, a wall of camouflage appeared before Chi-Su, a cacophony of cheerful faces and laughter swirling around her, rendering her dizzy. Hey, little sister, what's your name? How old are you? Are you lost? What brings you to the camp? It's Friday. Shouldn't you be in school? How about adding me on WeChat? I was a top student, so if you ever have questions, you can ask me. Come on, add me, and I'll buy you lollipops every day. Little sister, I want to add you too. Hurry, let's connect. Overwhelmed by this sudden barrage, Chi-Su covered her soft, adorable face, retreating in confusion. No. This is too much. I can't handle so many brothers. Chapter 50. A bunch of brothers. With each step back that Chi-Su took, the soldiers advanced 3, forcing her into an inescapable retreat. Little sister, add me. Take a good look. I am the most handsome among them. What good is being handsome? Little sister, add me. My family is the wealthiest. Whatever you desire, I can buy for you. Get lost. As a squad leader, I haven't even gotten a turn yet. Why are you rabble in such a hurry? Squad leader? Haven't you noticed our company commander standing behind? I say, little sister, why not add all the brothers? The more, the merrier. With more brothers, there are more paths to tread. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, a whole company of brothers can scare them into submission with a single roar. The soldiers in the camp, upon seeing a girl, resembled hungry wolves spotting a delicate rabbit, each one drooling in anticipation. Left with no choice, Chi-Su reluctantly opened the QR code and was immediately bombarded by a flurry of camouflage-clad men scanning with fervor. The scene resembled fans encountering their idols in sheer madness. In mere moments, her WeChat flooded with hundreds of friend requests, each accompanied by self-introductions and notes from the brothers. Eventually, someone inquired, little sister, which family do you belong to? You're simply too adorable. Chi-Su's voice was sweet and soft. I am Lin Youqian's sister. Suddenly, a cannonball descended from the sky, bringing forth Lin Mei. What the heck? Oh my, goodness gracious, it's Lin Mei. Instantly, the brothers fell silent, their excited expressions morphing into panic and fear. Who would dare to flirt with Lin Youqian's sister? A misstep could lead to a catastrophic outcome. Lin Mei, we have things to attend to. Your sisters-in-law are in the family quarters to the east. If you feel bored, you might consider visiting them. Chi-Su watched the brothers rush away in a flurry, pondering thoughtfully. Sisters-in-law? Who are the sisters-in-law? Is every family member in the military referred to as a sister-in-law? She had yet to grasp her identity as a military spouse and was eager to witness the true elegance and demeanor of the actual military wives, so she could learn from them and not bring shame to Lin Youqian. There were simply too many soldiers on this playground. It was overwhelming. Perhaps it would be better to seek solace in the garden. As Lin Youqian had mentioned, the military district garden was indeed picturesque, meticulously maintained by the soldiers. Every flower, grass, and tree was pruned with precision, exhibiting unique shapes with vibrant colors. There wasn't a single weed in sight, nor a stray flower on the lawn. Even the trees were planted in pairs according to species, 10 ginkgo trees in double rows, 10 kapok trees, and 10 phoenix trees. Did the military personnel have obsessive-compulsive tendencies? Even a garden had to be maintained with such rigor, leaving her, who disliked even folding her blankets, at a loss. It seemed Lin Youqian was the same. In that small room, every item was arranged with meticulous care, with spacing and angles as if measured with precision. How could a stroll in the garden lead her thoughts back to Lin Youqian? It truly felt uncanny. Around 4:30, The kindergarten began to release the children one by one, and the garden became lively with the little ones. Many adorable children, upon seeing Chi Su, flocked to her as if they were little monkeys encountering the Monkey King. Wow, sister, you are so beautiful. Can you play with us? Sister, shall we play eagle-catching chicks? Please. Chi Su was surrounded by a group of toddlers, becoming the undisputed queen of the children. From a distance, Tong Tong felt the infectious laughter. Mom, I want to play too. In the military district, where security was tightly managed, Zhou Ying permitted her. Go ahead, just don't get your clothes dirty. Unexpectedly, 2 minutes later, Tong Tong returned in tears. Mom, it's terrible. There's a bad woman over there. I'm scared, I don't want to play. What bad woman? What is so frightening about that fat lady? You should know that your father's position is higher than that fat lady's husband, so you needn't fear her. Zhou Ying assumed Tong Tong was referring to the wife of Deputy Political Commissar Tian and paid no heed. However, Tong Tong cried even harder. It's not the fat aunt. It's that bad woman from the hospital, the one who looks like a big sister. You said she would take Dad away. Clang! The half-peeled apple in Zhou Ying's hand fell to the ground, and her face turned pale. Chi Su, that little wretch is here too? Don't be scared, Tong Tong. In a bit, Mom will take you out. Do as I say, and Dad will teach that woman a lesson and drive her away, all right? After instilling a wave of venomous ideology in Tong Tong, Zhou Ying donned her most beautiful attire, applied exquisite makeup, and headed out carrying a neatly folded military jacket. Chi Su was happily playing with the children, completely unaware of the sneaky little girl who had appeared behind her. She took a step back, and suddenly, a loud wail erupted behind her. Help! Mom, someone bumped into me, it hurts. Chi Su quickly crouched down, attempting to lift her. I'm sorry, little one. I didn't mean to. Let me see if you're hurt. Get away, don't touch me. I don't want you to see, you bad woman. Tong Tong's hands clawed at Chi Su's face. Although the force was minimal, it still left 2 scratches of blood. Upon realizing who it was and seeing Zhou Ying not far away, Chi Su understood everything. She let out a cold laugh, intending to leave this place of trouble. However, Zhou Ying was relentless. Miss Chi, you hurt my child, and one to even apologize. What about your manners? Aunt Zhou, you sent a child over to frame and slander me. What about your manners? The term Aunt Zhou sent Zhou Ying into a frenzy. She pointed her sharp nails at Chi Su. You little wretch, whom are you calling aunt? You bully my daughter, and you still have the nerve to argue? Although Chi Su was not as tall, she showed no fear, rising on her toes to confront her. I said I didn't push her. She ran into me. The sharp clamor attracted a crowd of onlookers. If it weren't for the presence of other family members, Zhou Ying would have certainly slapped that seductive face. Finding some relief. At merely 27 years of age, she is only slightly older, yet this insufferable wretch dares to refer to her as Aunt Zhou, an utter affront. Miss Chi, you have harmed my child. All I seek is an apology from you, yet you retaliate with insults directed at me. Truly, you are a person of no breeding. Speaking of upbringing, Chi Su is utterly incensed. She reflects upon her mother's teachings, which she considers exemplary. The quality of my upbringing is not subject to the judgment of others. Mrs. Zhou, please recognize your position. You are merely a wet nurse, and do not presume to challenge the authority of your betters. A wet nurse, what a novel term. Is this Mrs. Zhou and not Mrs. Lin? How could she be derided as a wet nurse? And who is this fierce little girl? The gathering military spouses, increasingly numerous, share the same penchant for gossip as the aunties in the alley. You audacious little wretch, you have gone too far. Watch as I tear you apart. Zhou Ying's face turned a shade of green with rage. She could no longer contain herself and extended her diamond-encrusted claws toward Chi Su. Chapter 51. Laundry. Chi Su initially intended to retaliate, but Aunt Zhou preemptively intervened, blocking Zhou Ying's path. Cease this at once. This is the military complex, not a place for your tantrums. Someone, quickly report to Captain Lin that there is a fire in his backyard. He must come and settle this matter. Although the onlookers were oblivious, Aunt Zhou surmised that this young lady, referred to as Miss Chi, was likely Lin Youqian's legitimate wife. Yet, given her petite stature, she appeared almost childlike. If she confronted the venomous Zhou Ying, she would surely be torn to shreds. Thus, She boldly positioned herself as a shield, defending the young girl's honor. Upon hearing the name Lin Youqian, Zhou Ying's demeanor instantly softened. Regardless of how the matter stood, that little vixen had usurped the title of the legitimate wife. Even if everyone in the military referred to her as sister-in-law, it was a title devoid of legitimacy. If it were revealed that her claim as the sister-in-law was fabricated, she would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among the military wives who typically sought her favor. Therefore, she forced a smile and condescended to Qixu. "Sister, it's all a misunderstanding. I was merely worried about Tong Tong getting hurt and spoke too bluntly. Please don't take offense. By the way, you're here to see Aqian, right? Coincidentally, Tong Tong also wishes to find her father. I can take you to him." Her tone was so familiar and warm, as if she were Lin Youqian's rightful wife. Meanwhile, those nearby mistakenly assumed that Qixu was Lin Youqian's sister, which explained her seemingly arrogant demeanor. People should not conspire with venomous snakes. Feel free to do as you please. Qixu ignored her, yet Zhou Ying clung to her like a persistent adhesive. "Sister, I'm quite straightforward. Please don't hold it against your elder sister. We wouldn't want Aqian to be put in a difficult position. He would surely be displeased." Zhou Ying deliberately invoked Lin Youqian's name, attempting to intimidate Qixu. However, Qixu remained unfazed. "And Zhou, there's no need to feign familiarity with me. My surname is Qi. Yours is Zhou. What relation do we share? And do not presume that you can leverage Lin Youqian against me. I await his explanation." Following this, Qixu calmly seated herself on a wooden chair, taking in the garden's scenery and the expressions of the onlooking military wives, akin to the nurses in the hospital who reveled in gossip. In stark contrast, Zhou Ying's demeanor was awkward, her insincere smile conspicuously forced. Everyone craned their necks toward the military building. At last, Lin Youqian, clad in camouflage uniform, strode forth with long strides. Tong Tong dashed over from afar, crying out in distress. "Daddy, that wicked woman pushed me. She doesn't tea like Tong Tong. And I fell and hurt myself. It hurts so much. Look, my hand is all scraped." Lin Youqian picked up Tong Tong, casting a glance toward Qixu. Though devoid of any reproach, Qixu turned her head away, ignoring him. "Sweetheart, don't speak ill. Qi did not mean to. A little fall is nothing. You'll be fine soon." Zhou Ying maintained her feigned, gentle smile, insincerely adding, "I told her the same, that your sister had no intention of causing harm, and she should not hold a grudge against Qi." With her father's backing, Tong Tong grew even more audacious. Yet, hadn't Daddy said that one must apologize for their wrongdoings? She still hadn't said she was sorry. Lin Youqian gazed at Qixu, who sat there in silence, neither apologizing nor explaining. The plump aunt was nearly beside herself with anxiety. "Little girl, do say something. Don't just sit there like a fool, waiting to be butchered." Although Lin Youqian was unaware of the circumstances, he had no intention of forcing Qixu to apologize. He softly informed Tong Tong, Qi, and we are all family. Family members should live in harmony, understand?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Ying's feigned smile began to falter. "Aqian, since it's Qi's first time at the camp, I'll prepare some delicious dishes for her tonight and invite her over for a lively gathering. Shall we?" This statement was undoubtedly a declaration of sovereignty over Qixu, also informing the onlookers that she was indeed Lin Youqian's woman. However, Lin Youqian directly rebuffed her. "Tonight, I will go to the cafeteria with Qi. You needn't bother." Zhou Ying, suppressing her inner turmoil, picked up the clothes she had brought with her and continued to ingratiate herself. "Aqian, I bought you 2 new shirts along with ties and socks. Do you like them?" Faced with Qixu's icy gaze, Lin Youqian found Zhou Ying increasingly annoying. "I said, there's no need to buy me clothes. Even if you do, I want to wear them." Not deterred, Zhou Ying changed her approach. "Aqian, I've washed and ironed your military uniform, making it neat and tidy, using your favorite gardenia-scented detergent." Lin Youqian could no longer endure it and spoke with an authoritative tone, devoid of anger, yet commanding respect. "Zhou Ying, please refrain from doing unnecessary things. My clothes will be taken care of by the staff. These matters do not concern you." At last, a clear, youthful voice echoed from the bench. "Lin Youqian, attention!" Lin Youqian stood upright, facing Qixu, awaiting her command. The clothes I changed out of last night are in your room. Wash them. The corners of Lin Youqian's mouth lifted slightly. This little woman certainly knew how to maintain her dignity. He respectfully responded, yes. The plump aunt clapped her hands, feeling a sense of relief as her pent-up frustration dissipated. This little girl, seemingly soft and silent, when she spoke, struck straight to the heart. Little did they know, the most piercing words were yet to come. Lin Youqian, remember to hand-wash my underwear. Bang! This playful bombshell, enveloped in the guise of underwear, fell with a splash, shocking the onlookers. What is happening? The Canon Lord helps his sister wash her underwear at home? Lin Youqian's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and amusement. This audacious girl truly dared to speak. If they were at home, washing underwear could be seen as a playful intimacy. But here, in the military, what about his dignity as a man? He pressed his lips together, both amused and vexed. After washing, do I also need to use my body heat to dry it for you? Chi Su shot him a sardonic glance. You could also use that mouth of yours, full of lies, to blow it dry. The plump aunt could no longer contain herself. She had initially thought this little girl was a soft target, easily manipulated. Who knew she was so sharp-tongued, able to keep the Canon Lord in check? Nonsense. Well, have I ever lied to you? Chi Su pointed at Zhou. Why is she living here, keeping a concubine in a golden house? Before Lin Youqian could speak, Zhou jumped in to explain, though it was less an explanation and more a display of bravado mixed with provocation. Chi, don't be upset. Tong Tong and I are staying here because he needs to attend kindergarten. Youqian originally wanted to buy me a villa, but nothing suitable was available. Yesterday, I went to check. There is an owner at Longting Shijia who said that for an extra 5 million premium, he'd vacate the property this month. Youqian, shall we take Tong Tong to see it tomorrow? Sure enough, the mention of the villa turned Chi Su's face livid with fury. But Lin Youqian's expression was even more exaggerated than hers. This matter should have been kept from Chi Su. Buying a property for Zhou was meant as compensation, a gesture of gratitude for her 3 years of raising Tong Tong. From then on, their debts would be settled, and no lingering guilt would remain. Yet, she had the audacity to flaunt it openly in front of Chi Su. Wouldn't this little woman explode? Chapter 52. Purchasing a villa indeed. Chi Su leapt from her chair, her cherubic face flushed with indignation. Chi, allow me to explain. I do not have a hidden concubine. Silence. Chi Su was resolute in her refusal to engage further. Her tone was icily forbidding. Lin Youqian, you need not concern yourself with washing my underwear. If it becomes soiled, I shall simply discard it. I can procure new ones. Procure new ones? Lin Youqian arched an eyebrow, his voice laced with displeasure. Gisu, who has granted you the audacity to speak so presumptuously? Chi Su remained silent, acutely aware of Lin Youqian's rising fury. Yet, she was unwilling to capitulate. Why should he be allowed to toy with emotions while she could not? Pray tell, who do you intend to replace me with? Lin Youqian grasped her shoulders, applying a slight pressure that made her tremble involuntarily. Yet her defiance persisted. Why should it concern you whom I replace? There are plenty eager to wash my underwear. Today alone, several young gentlemen from the military district added me on WeChat. Squad leaders, platoon leaders, company commanders, battalion commanders. They're countless, over 100. Even if there were a queue for washing underwear, it would extend 6 months into the future. Unbeknownst to her, this proclamation would invite untold mischief upon her newly acquired admirers. Naturally, she would be the first to suffer the consequences. Lin Youqian extended his large hand, forcefully pinching her cheeks and kneading them with vigor. Over 100 admirers. You certainly know how to play. Very well, since you wish to play so much. I shall indulge you. In a desperate bid to escape his grasp, Chi Su bit down hard on his wrist and scurried away. However, in her haste, she stumbled and fell into a flower bed. At last, she found a legitimate reason to shed tears of grievance. Ouch, that hurts. When Lin Youqian fished her out from the flower bed, her face was streaked with tears, more abundant than the mud caking her cheeks. Lin Youqian, you scoundrel. You are bullying me. Lin Youqian was at a loss for words, incredulous. When have I ever bullied you? You pinched me, and you wanted to hit me. I shall tell mother, Chi Su declared, embodying the petulance of a spoiled child, fully committed to her mischief. On the other end of the line, The sweet voice of Mrs. Wen emerged. "Hello, my dear. How could you bear to call you mother?" "Wah, mother, Lin Youqian is bullying me. He hit me. He tossed me into the flower bed, and it hurts so much. My hand is bleeding profusely." Lin Youqian's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He had encountered many who lied with their eyes open, but never had he seen someone complain so audaciously. "What did I toss you into the flower bed? You fell in on your own accord. Where's the blood? You merely scraped a bit of skin. How can you claim it as profuse? Why not say you are bleeding rivers flooding the garden?" Chi Su, undeterred by his explanations, turned to Mrs. Wen, pouting. "Mother, you must help me," and properly punish that scoundrel Lin Youqian. Upon hearing Chi Su's tears, Mrs. Wen's heart melted. "All right, my dear, do not cry. Mother will assist you. How would you like to punish him? I shall follow your lead." Chi shot a fierce glare at Lin Youqian. "Mom, you've frozen his card and denied him any funds. Let's see if he dares to act arrogantly before me again. He still intends to use your money to buy a house for another woman. I want to allow it." Upon hearing her son's intention to purchase a house for another woman, Mrs. Wen swiftly deduced who that woman was, and her anger surpassed Chi-Chi's. Without hesitation, she agreed. "All right, as my daughter-in-law wishes, it's done. From now on, without your permission, he shall not receive a single penny from me." After hanging up the phone, Chi placed her hands on her hips and bellowed at Lin Youqian, "You scoundrel! Didn't you say you would buy her a villa? If you have the capability, go buy now." Oomph. Lin Youqian never anticipated that this little woman would resort to such a cunning tactic. Without Mrs. Wen's card, he was left with nothing. Not even a pair of underpants could he afford, let alone a villa. Well done. Aunt Fatty felt a surge of satisfaction, her palms nearly sore from applause. This young lady was quite ruthless, and her long-standing constipation seemed to have cleared up. She could indulge in 3 extra bowls of rice tonight. Zhou Ying merely wanted to flaunt before Chi that Lin Youqian had promised her a villa. Little did she know, in the blink of an eye, that promise had vanished. "Ah Qian, you promised me, you said you would buy." Lin Youqian felt embarrassed to praise Chi-Chi's cleverness, resorting instead to chastise her for her foolishness. "Did you not hear? My mother froze my card. How am I supposed to buy anything for you?" Zhou Ying regretted her naivety. She never anticipated that Chi-Chi, that little vixen, not only captured Lin Youqian's heart, but also won Mrs. Wen's favor. "Ah Qian, don't you have your salary card? You could buy an ordinary apartment for me and Tong Tong." Chi pulled out Lin Youqian's salary card along with a black card, flaunting them openly. "Oh my, I'm quite the little wealthy lady now. I must consider where to celebrate this evening." At that moment, Zhou Ying's face turned a deep shade of green, more vivid than Lin Youqian's military uniform. She had not expected that Lin Youqian would grant both his black and salary cards to Chi, while Mrs. Wen had frozen his gold card. Now, he was utterly destitute. Not only was a villa out of reach, but even a toilet was beyond his means. "It's indeed time to celebrate. I shall take you out to celebrate right now." Lin Youqian effortlessly hoisted Chi onto his shoulder, while in one hand, he carried Tong Tong, leading the 2 sobbing girls away. Zhou Ying was left standing alone, gazing at the little legs dangling from Lin Youqian's shoulder, feeling utterly disheveled in the wind. "Ah Qian." Aunt Fatty, swaying her ample waist, paraded proudly in circles before Zhou Ying. Just a wet nurse, and she thinks she can ascend to greater heights. Does she truly believe she is the next MNZHNR of the Ming dynasty? Zhou Ying's diamond-studded nails broke 2 of their tips, and her molars ground together with an audible sound. Aside from Aunt Fatty, everyone assumed Chi was Lin Youqian's sister, constantly offering her consolation. "Mrs. Lin, do not be upset. Every family has a willful little sister, don't they? Indeed, which man in the military does not dote on his sister? Yet, a sister must eventually marry off. In the future, it is the Lin family that will be under your command." Zhou Ying returned to the staff dormitory with a sullen expression. Throughout the journey, many called her canon sister-in-law, but she paid them no heed. After Lin Youqian carried Chi Su to the dormitory, he unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed and began to confront her. "So, you've learned to lie, to report, and to sever your husband's sources of income, have you? And you expect me to wash your clothes, even your undergarments? Shall I assist you in washing your backside as well?" Chi Su, like a little rabbit, bounced and struggled on the bed, yet she could not escape Lin Youqian's grasp. His broad hand landed on her plump rear, delivering a stinging pain. Chapter 53. Unwilling to raise Tong Tong this time, Lin Youqian truly exerted some force, enough to make her understand her mistake and ensure she wouldn't act unreasonably again. Even as he met her tearful, misty eyes, he remained firm, issuing a stern warning. Gisu, liz den gafai. My mother is unwell. She has breast cancer. My grandmother suffers from hypertension. From now on, think before you speak. If you ever again make baseless complaints or upset the elders with trivial matters, a spanking will be the least of your worries. Chisu had never known about Madame Wen's illness, let alone that it was something as grave as cancer. Nor was she aware of the complicated history between Zhou Ying's family and Madame Wen. She had merely sought to vent her grievances, to act spoiled, and to provoke Lin Youqian a little. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Had I known mother was ill, I would never have added to her worries. Someone as kind as Madame Wen shouldn't have to suffer such a fate. Just like her own mother, and Yunxi, such a wonderful woman. Why had she become a vegetative state? Tears as large as pearls rolled down Chi Su's cheeks. Lin Youqian didn't scold her further. Instead, he held her quietly, waiting for her emotions to settle before speaking again. Your actions today were excessive, but I can't bring myself to blame you. I know you were jealous, and the fact that you feel that way for me makes me happy. My current position comes with constraints, and sometimes I have no choice. But next year, after I retire from service, I'll have more time for you. If you wish to continue as a doctor, I'll support you. If you'd rather join me at the company, we can work together. And if all you desire is to indulge in leisure, I can provide for you. Now, I ask you seriously, if I were to bring Tong Tong here, would you be willing to raise her with me? Chi Su glanced at the little girl on the floor, whose eyes burned with hostility and remained silent. Tong Tong, however, burst into loud sobs. Daddy, I don't want to. I don't want to leave Mommy. I hate this bad woman. She wants to take you away. She's the worst person in the world. Chi Su flicked her wrist in resignation. Well, it's not my problem now. Lin Youqian ignored Tong Tong's protests, focusing solely on Chi Su. I'm asking you, would you be willing to raise her? After a long pause, weighing the practical challenges, Chi Su answered with utmost sincerity. At present, no. I have my own career to focus on, and I lack the energy to properly care for and accompany her. Moreover, I have no desire to raise a child who harbors animosity and ill intentions toward me. And given the complicated relationship between you and her current mother, I refuse to exhaust myself emotionally, only to end up resented by all. Lin Youqian's brows furrowed, his voice laced with disappointed anger. Chi Su, she is only 3 years old. How can you accuse a child of having ill intentions? And what of your own intentions? You claim she is hostile toward you, but aren't you just as hostile toward her? You're a doctor, a profession I associate with compassion. Yet all I see in you is selfishness. Chi Su, you've truly disappointed me. A bitter smile touched Chi Su's lips. I apologize. I am a headstrong and somewhat petty individual, lacking the compassion displayed by Miss Zhou. I have disappointed Mr. Lin. Chi Su claims her intentions are not pure, accusing her of being wronged by Tong Tong, and the look in her eyes is filled with animosity. This is something that cannot be explained, and even if it were, Lin Youqian would merely accuse her of petty squabbles with a child. She truly lacks the time to gently influence a child who has been misguided. Should she eventually bring her mother over, she would undoubtedly need to frequently care for her mother in the hospital. She aspires to pursue graduate studies and a doctorate, not wishing to be idled away at home as a wife and mother at the tender age of 22. Moreover, she cannot guarantee that, should she have her own children in the future, she would treat Tong Tong with equal affection. After all, she has witnessed the darker side of humanity through qi washing. Lin Youqian's expression was icy, his tone chillingly indifferent. Thus, before my transfer, Tong Tong must continue to be raised by Zhou Ying. In the future, you need not go mad and use this matter to trouble me. Tong Tong is my daughter. I cannot neglect her. Chi Su's demeanor remained composed, as though this matter had no bearing on her. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will not act willfully or lose my temper with you again. Chi Su returned the black card and her salary card in. Today, my lack of foresight has hindered your ability to purchase a house for Miss Zhou. Please take back the card. Lin Youqian did not accept it. If he were to indeed take the card to buy a house for Zhou Ying, it would signify that his relationship with this young woman had dwindled to mere formality. At that moment, his heart was in turmoil. Previously, he viewed her as innocent, timid, obedient, and understanding. He never anticipated that she would transform into someone so willful, capricious, selfish, and cold, with a hint of cunning. Su, do you think you could be a good mother, let alone a good wife? Su believed that their current discord indicated the end of their relationship, reduced to nothing more than a contractual marriage certificate. What kind of wife do you want me to be? Obedient, understanding, compliant? I do not wish to engage in such manipulative games again. Su fought back tears, refusing to let them fall. Understood. I have no spare beds. I will send someone to take you back shortly. You are not to drink again, do you hear? Before he departed, Su mustered the courage to ask Mr. Lin, do you have time a day after tomorrow, on Sunday? For what? His response implied that he had no intention of returning on future weekends. I have a distant relative who is getting engaged on the 12th. I would like you to accompany me to celebrate this joyous occasion. Lin Youqian scoffed. You can hardly be bothered with my daughter. Why should I accompany you to deal with those tedious, distant relatives? Su turned away, no longer looking at him. Her heart ached to the point of suffocation. Ultimately, Lin Youqian could not help but chase after her to explain, the day after tomorrow is Tong Tong's birthday. I promise to take her to Happy World. I will accompany you to meet your relatives another day, if that is acceptable. Su's smile resembled a blooming frost flower, cold and poignant. It is all right. I can go alone. After all, I will not have any dealings with those relatives in the future. Do not worry. Simply enjoy the celebration of your child's birthday. Farewell. Lin Youqian gazed at her retreating figure, feeling as though her heart was drifting further away from him. He had exerted every effort to preserve their relationship, showering her with tenderness and meticulous care. Why could she not accept Tong Tong? Tong Tong was merely an innocent child. What threat could she possibly pose? Even if she was not adept at caring for a child, he could easily hire a nanny. All she needed to do was invest a little thought and time to be with the child. In truth, Su had a fondness for children, and they were naturally drawn to her. However, from the very first encounter, Tong Tong had exhibited a strong animosity towards her, which understandably resulted in Su harboring little affection for the child. She could not shake the feeling that the child possessed an unsettling depth of cunning, despite being merely a little over 3 years old. Chapter 54. Finding a male model upon her return. Tong Tong recounted every detail of the events that transpired in the room to Zhou Ying. Mom, today Dad was very angry and even struck that wicked woman, causing her to weep. Zhou Ying's dark heart was instantly rejuvenated, her face alight with triumph. My dear, you are simply marvelous. Pray tell, why did Father strike that woman? Tong Tong endeavored to piece together the narrative from the room. Father said she was disobedient and unruly. He dislikes capricious and temperamental women. Father also mentioned that she must not provoke Mother, as she has cancer. If she causes Mother any more trouble, he will not spare her. Mom, what is cancer? Do you have cancer? How could Zhou Ying possibly have cancer? She was certain that the mother spoken of by Tong Tong was not her, but rather Mrs. Wan. Could it be that when Lan, that wretched woman, had contracted cancer? Goodness, this was monumental news. Had it not been for that insufferable woman's interference, she would have long been Mrs. Lin Youqian. Now, all she had to do was await that woman's demise, and her dream of marrying into the Lin family would be realized without any hindrance. Zhou Ying was unable to contain her overwhelming excitement, lost in the reverie of marrying into a wealthy family. My dear Tong Tong, do tell me more. What else did Father say about that wicked woman? Guided and encouraged by Zhou Ying, Tong Tong recalled further details. Father said he was very disappointed. That wicked woman wished for him to accompany her to a wedding this Sunday. However, Father refused, stating he would take Tong Tong to the amusement park instead. He no longer cares for that wicked woman. He loves Tong Tong. Zhou Ying spun around joyfully, embracing Tong Tong. My darling, you are truly my lucky star. She resolved to educate Tong Tong well, so she could win Lin Youqian's heart, while she herself would merely play the role of a gentle and virtuous mother. She had always known that Lin Youqian disdained willful women, and thus, that little vixen was ultimately too inexperienced. Su had the day off, but worked the night shift. Lu Yi lingered in the hospital, not to deal with the mistress, but to wait for her. Chi-Chi, you finally returned. Do you know I waited for you all day? Chi-Su, relieved to see her unharmed, sighed. Why didn't you call me? I tried reaching you, but your phone was off. I was so worried about you. Oh, my phone broke at the police station. Lu Yi hugged her, showering her with affection and laughter. Those foolish officers mistakenly took you for a student. Let me advise you, do not sue them, for then they won't pursue my assault on an officer. Chi-Su had long grown accustomed to being mistaken for a high school student and had no intention of confronting the police or the school officials. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. You must not act so impulsively in the future. I am your sister. I would go through fire and water for you. Should any officer dare to arrest you again, I will not hesitate to intervene. Lu Yi, grinning mischievously, remained oblivious to any wrongdoing on her part. Chi-Su felt an overwhelming sense of happiness as all shadows dissipated under Lu Yi's genuine smile. Ever since the Chi family announced that Chi Ran was the true heiress and she was merely an adopted daughter, the so-called friends had deliberately distanced themselves from her, some even ignoring her entirely when they crossed paths. However, on their very first meeting, Lu Yi was willing to risk her life to protect her. Such a sister was truly worth cherishing for a lifetime. Thank you. Lu Yi gazed at her dark circles, pinching her cheek. All right. Sister hasn't slept for a day and a night. I'm utterly exhausted. You go to work first. I'll come find you tomorrow. With only a day left until Chi Ran and Song Yunzhao's engagement, Chi-Su was distressed to the point where her cherubic face resembled a bitter melon. Had she known, she would not have boasted about her husband being tall, handsome, and wealthy. Now, while she failed to strike a blow against those two scoundrels, she had certainly taken one against herself. In just one day, where could she possibly find a man taller, more handsome, and wealthier than Song Yunzhao? Suddenly, she recalled the more than 100 newly recognized brothers. When she sent messages via WeChat, one by one, they all blocked her, leaving her utterly incapable of reaching any of them. What was going on? None of the military brothers were dependable. When adding them on WeChat, they spoke sweetly, but when she needed help, none were useful, just a collection of useless contacts taking up space. The unfortunate reality was that those dear brothers had already been tortured to the brink of collapse by Lin Youqian, having run 50 laps for training, exceeding even a full marathon by 10 kilometers. Setting aside the military brothers, she went through all her male friends, and the only one who surpassed Song Yunzhao in height and looks was her junior brother. Jia Shu, tomorrow my wicked sister is getting engaged to my nominal ex-boyfriend. Could you spare some time to help me out and pretend to be my husband for a day? Ouyang Jiashu's voice was frenzied. Of course I'm willing. I'd gladly be your husband for a day, or even for a lifetime. The key is, I'm currently in America, and their SA music release event tomorrow. Even if I took a rocket, I wouldn't make it in time. I say, Chi-Su, why didn't you inform me about such a good thing sooner? I would have gladly stepped in for you. How am I supposed to rush over now? Chi-Su hadn't expected Ouyang Jiashu to be abroad. Then I'll look for someone else. Ouyang Jiashu asked, what about your real husband? Has he passed away? Otherwise, why not ask him? Gisu Tuka Hakwadili. We are merely a couple in name. He has matters to attend to and cannot leave. Ouyang Jiashu generously declared, no worries, I'll help you. Even if I'm not in the country, I can still support you. Just wait. Chi-Su held no expectations for this musical vagabond and began seeking new assistance. You are well informed. I'd like to ask you, do you know where I can find a male model? I want to rent someone tall, handsome, and capable of fighting. Lu Yi was taken aback by her words. Pa, you little girl, your body hasn't even fully developed yet. Why are you looking for a male model? You're looking for someone tall and strong, but can you handle it? Quickly, tell me, are you yearning for romance? How about I introduce you to a sweet young man? The kind who can feed your soul without any harm. What do you think? Chi-Su just wanted to rent a male model to deal with that despicable couple, never expecting to take it the wrong way. I'm not seeking love. I need a male model for a matter of pride. After Chi-Su briefly explained the situation, Lu Yi immediately sped over in a crimson Porsche, arriving at the military hospital staff dormitory. Chi-Chi, come down. I'll take you to pick someone. Chi-Su assumed they were heading to an entertainment venue to select a handsome young escort. To her astonishment, Lu Yi brought her home and gestured toward three dignified, imposing young men, the genuine heirs of the Lu family. This is my eldest brother, second brother, and third brother. Choose one. Chapter 55. The three Lu brothers, three dashing young heirs from an affluent family, each with distinct temperaments, cast their gazes upon her. Hey, little doll. Lu Yi, acting like a stern housekeeper, pointed at her brothers and lectured. How many times must I tell you? Chi-Chi is my savior, my sworn sister. She's family. You must treat her as you would me, with all the affection of a blood sibling. Don't call her little doll. Call her little sister. Originally, the brothers had intended to address her as such, but faced with that childlike, cherubic face, the words simply wouldn't come. The youngest brother, Lu Xiyu, was the first to burst into laughter. So this is the little Chi-Chi you mentioned, the one the police mistook for an elementary schooler and dragged to the disciplinary office? Chi-Su lowered her head, cheeks flushing as she corrected him softly. Not elementary. Middle school. Ha! This is priceless. With a face like yours, you'd stand out even in elementary school. Kindergarten would suit you better. Lu Yi shot her third brother a glare before making introductions. This troublemaker is my third brother, Lu Xiyu. All he does is eat, drink, and play, utterly useless at everything else. But if you ever face any trouble you can't handle, come to him. That flirtatious nurse at your hospital? Third brother already made her disappear. Chi-Su paled. Disappear? What? What do you mean by that? She never would have imagined that this fair-skinned, cheerful man who resembled the boy next door could be so ruthless. The carefree Lu Xiyu grinned mischievously. Disappear just means she's been kicked out of Lakeside City. What did you think, sweetheart? Seeing how thoroughly frightened the girl was, he laughed heartily. Relax. Third brother specializes in dealing with wolves, not bunnies. A well-behaved little darling like you? Let me spoil you properly. As he reached out to pinch Chi-Su's cheek, Lu Yi swiftly smacked his hand away. Get lost. Don't scare my precious. She then gestured toward a refined gentleman wearing glasses. This is my eldest brother, Lu Shishang, CEO of the Lu Group, the head of our family. All business matters fall under his authority. Later, I'll have eldest brother issue a Lakeside ban, completely blacklisting that worthless Song family. Let's see how high and mighty they act then. Lu Shishang adjusted his glasses and offered Chi-Su a gentle smile. Chi-Chi, welcome to the Lu family. This is a small token. Please accept it. Meeting Lu Shishang, Chi-Su finally grasped the true meaning of mature restraint. Outwardly, he was as polished as jade, composed and humble, yet an aura of sharp intellect and quiet intensity surrounded him, creating an elusive sense of distance. Thank you. I'm happy to meet you all, but the card isn't necessary. Lu Yi snatched the black card from her brother's hand and stuffed it into Chi-Su's pocket. Take it. No refusals, or he'll be upset. Later, I'll have eldest brother arrange a villa near the hospital for you. No more squeezing into dorms. It's inconvenient when I come looking for you. Clutching the weighty black card in her pocket, Chi-Su hesitated, uncertain whether to keep it or return it. Facing Lu Shishang's gentle smile, she returned a faint one of her own. When introducing another tall and upright man, Lu Yi took a slight step back. Her tone unusually respectful. This is my second brother, Lu Shishang. Handsome, taciturn, with combat skills off the charts. A textbook example of a steel straight man. He may seem cold, but deep down, there's a volcano buried within. The question is whether you can ignite it. Personally, I wouldn't dare. Lu Yi leaned closer to Chi-Su, whispering conspiratorially, my second brother can be a bit intimidating. Even I get nervous around him. Best not to provoke him. Lu Shishang's ears seemed to be equipped with eavesdropping devices as he responded in a low, steady voice. Well, have I ever been intimidating? Lu Yi stuck out her tongue and made a playful face at Chi-Su. See? Told you. ISNTEIC. Not a trace of gentleness in him. Chi-Su, my. To her, Lu Shishang merely appeared stern. There wasn't the slightest oppressive aura about him. Compared to Lin Youqian, whom she had just met, he was far more approachable. From the moment she entered, Lu Shishang's deep, penetrating gaze had been fixed on her face, as if trying to discern a flower blooming there. Hello, second brother. Chi-Su, unsure of what else to say, offered a simple greeting. Hello, Chi-Chi, Lu Shishang replied softly. The Lu siblings stared at him as if he were an alien. Lu Shiyu's expression was the most exaggerated. Second brother, was that sound just now really from you? How terrifying. Are you possessed or something? Lu Shirshu was speechless. He had merely called her Chi-Chi normally. Was it really such a big deal? Ahem. Lu Shishang cut off Lu Shiyu's absurd remarks, teasing Chi Su with a smirk. What? Only acknowledging second brother. No love for eldest brother and third brother? Chi Su obediently bowed in turn. Hello, eldest brother. Hello, second brother. Hello, third brother. Lu Yi joined in from behind, adding to the fun. And me, fourth sister. Chi Su refused. You wanted to call you sister while taking advantage of me? Let me remind you. I'm older by a few hours. I should be the elder sister. Uft. Lu Shirshu pressed his lips together, letting out a quiet chuckle. No matter how he looked at her, he couldn't reconcile this petite figure with the claim of being 22 years old, let alone demanding Lu Yi address her as elder sister. Hey, Xiao-Chi, do you know why I insisted on becoming sworn sisters with you? Because I lack a younger sister. Someone like you, dreaming of being my elder sister. Aren't you embarrassed? Chi Su nodded solemnly. No, I'm not. I'd like to be the elder sister too. In your dreams. If Lu Yi ever called her elder sister, she'd be the laughingstock of the town. People would think mom had a fifth child or something. Forget about being an elder sister. But you could take a husband home. Lu Yi began promoting her brothers like merchandise, presenting them one by one. Currently, we have these 3 models available. Take your pick. Guaranteed quality, return and exchange accepted. You can even take one for a trial run, if he meets the standards. Keeping him as an official husband isn't out of the question. Oh, right, I forgot to mention, my eldest brother is married, but it's a business alliance. He and his wife do their own thing, no interference. Doesn't affect the product, just missing a label, that's all. Chi Su felt extremely awkward. This seems rather excessive. I merely wish to hire a male model to enhance the atmosphere. Yet this display is far too grand. Lu Shishang chuckled softly. No matter. Chi-Chi, choose whomever you fancy. Do not hesitate to articulate your desires. My brothers will support you, undoubtedly providing more prestige than any male model. Indeed, it is far too prestigious, which is why Chi Shu hesitates. Lu Shiyu was the first to volunteer. Chi-Chi, select me. I shall bring along hundreds of my brothers and swiftly deal with that sycophant named Song. Cough. Lu Shishang coughed to remind him to exercise discretion. Matters of violence need not concern Chi-Chi. Chi-Shu speculated that Lu's third brother was likely involved in the underworld, and it would be wise for her to tread carefully. May I opt not to choose? She inquired. Is it acceptable for me to forego the betrothal banquet? Unthinkable. You must select someone. It was intolerable for Lu Yi to swallow such indignities without retaliation. If you deem third brother unreliable, then choose between first and second brother. Chapter 56. The considerate second brother, Lu Shiyu, protested vehemently. How can I be unreliable? I am handsome and act decisively. I am the most suitable candidate to be Chi-Chi's husband. Chi-Chi, don't you agree? In an effort to evade Lu Lao-san, Chi Su resolutely chose Lu Laodi. I choose the second brother. He is taller and appears more dashing. Just standing there, he can outshine Song Yunju. Lu Shiyu's fragile ego suffered an unprecedented blow. Which of her eyes sees his icy face as more handsome than mine? Chi Su silently retreated behind Lu Shirshu. Both of my eyes did. Just as Lu Shiyu attempted to poke at her eyes, Lu Shirshu swiftly seized his wrist and mercilessly tossed him onto the sofa. Be quiet. From now on, treat Chi-Chi with more respect. Otherwise, do not blame my fist for being ungracious. Seeing her fierce second brother, Lu Yi genuinely advised, Chi-Chi, why not consider the eldest brother? I believe he could easily crush that swarm of insects with his identity as the president of the Lu Corporation. Chi Su vigorously shook her head. No, no, no. I refuse to be a mistress. Lu Shichang could only smile wryly. He knew that this little one looked down upon him, a man burdened with the plight of marriage. Over the years, he had been solitary and unfeeling, and now that he encountered someone intriguing, he lacked the qualifications to compete for her affections. The weight of being the head of the Lu family was a burden only the bearer could fully comprehend. Suddenly, the door swung open. The sister-in-law, Hua Yingying, entered, entwined with a golden-haired, blue-eyed man, exuding charm. The man bore 3 bright lipstick marks on his clothing, identical in shade to the one on her lips. Hi, husband, and dear siblings. This is my new boyfriend, Leo. Isn't he handsome? Lu Shichong was not angered by her bringing a man home. Instead, he greeted them courteously. Hello. Since when did you change your taste and start dating foreigners? Hua Yingying lit a cigarette and slowly replied, foreign goods are more exhilarating and thrilling. Shichong, you should also try finding a foreign girl. Chi Su's worldview shattered. She found herself believing Lu Yi's words. Her eldest brother and sister-in-law were truly living independently. Ahem. Lu Shirshu coughed to remind them to watch their language. Only then did Hua Yingying notice Chi Su behind Lu Shirshu. After exhaling a wisp of white smoke from her crimson lips, she playfully extinguished her cigarette with her delicate fingers. Sorry, I didn't see there was a child. Sweetheart, you can pretend you didn't hear those inappropriate words. Chi Su corrected her. I am Chi Su, 22 years old, not a child. I understand what you said. What? Hua Yingying could hardly believe her eyes. Child, tell sister again. How old are you? What grade are you in this year? I am 22 years old, a college graduate, currently employed at the Military Medical Academy. Oh my goodness, your reverse aging is quite terrifying. Hua Yingying exclaimed as if she had discovered a new continent, rushing to Chi Su, eager to poke her. However, Lu Shirshu stepped in to block her. Remove your smoke-stained hands. Don't pollute the child. Chi Su felt that her explanations were in vain, as the members of the Lu family regarded her as a mere child, especially the newly arrived Leo. Without her knowledge, handed her a lollipop, exclaiming, hello, child, you're beautiful. Chi Su unwrapped the candy and placed it in her mouth, silently protesting by sitting on the sofa. Hua Ying observed her sulky demeanor, reminiscent of someone she couldn't quite place. Darling, are you sure you're 22 and not 12? For this tedious inquiry, Chi Su was no longer inclined to elaborate. She nudged Lu Yi and stood to take her leave. Everyone, I must head to Nanshang for some matters, so I shall take my leave now. Lu Shirshu stood as well. What about me? In truth, Chi Su hadn't anticipated bringing him along. She still believed hiring a male model would be a more reliable choice. If second brother truly has the time, I would appreciate your company. Lu Shirshu led the way, with Chi Su trailing behind like a little child. Upon reaching the garage, Lu Shirshu gestured toward a row of luxury cars and asked, which one do you like? Huh? Chi Su thought he intended to gift her a car and quickly waved her hands. No, I can't drive. While Chi Su possessed a driver's license, she had not touched the steering wheel since her mother's tragic accident. Lin Youqian had also mentioned that she could choose any car in the garage, yet she lacked the courage to try. I mean, which model do you prefer? We shall drive that one. Any will do. Chi Su had no particular preference for automobiles. To her surprise, Lu Shirshu chose a black Rolls-Royce, identical to Lin Youqian's. Instantly, a familiar sense of oppression washed over her. Numerous times, Lin Youqian had taken advantage of her under the pretense of fastening her seatbelt. Though she was fully capable of doing so herself, he never granted her the opportunity. As Lu Shirshu leaned down to fasten the seatbelt, Chi Su instinctively tensed and shut her eyes. No kissing me. Lu Shirshu was taken aback, awkwardly fastening the seatbelt. Do you have a case of forced fantasy? Chi Su's face flushed crimson. Why did thoughts of Lin Youqian plague her even in this moment? It was infuriating. Noticing Chi Su's rosy cheeks, Lu Shirshu genuinely felt an urge to kiss her. He had never encountered such a delicate and radiant girl, resembling a beautiful doll from a New Year painting, evoking an involuntary sense of delight. The journey to Nanshang may take 7 hours. I specifically chose this model for its spaciousness. Yi mentioned you worked the night shift last night. You can lie down and rest. Yi's assessment of her second brother was that he was a gruff and straightforward man. Yet, this gentle and considerate tone was anything but fierce. He was clearly a warm-hearted individual. Lu Shirshu adjusted her seat to the most comfortable position and draped a blanket over her. Rest well. If you feel hungry, thirsty, or need to use the restroom, just call for me. Chi Su closed her eyes and stifled a laugh. What a treasure of a brother. He is so thoughtful. It was entirely inconsistent with his sharp and stern exterior. Soft music played in the car, and the air conditioning was at a comfortable temperature, allowing Chi Su to fall asleep almost instantly. In a daze, Lin Youqian called her, urging her to return home for dinner that he had prepared. No, You should eat by yourself. I am on my way back to Nanjing and won't return until the day after tomorrow. Lin Youqian gazed at the empty house, feeling a pang of sadness. Aunt Yang mentioned that since she moved to the dormitory, she had not returned even once. Although it was merely half a month ago, it felt like a lifetime had passed, akin to the span of a century. The quilt on the bed remained in the same disheveled state as it was that day when they left things unfinished. Yet the person on the bed was no longer filled with the joy that once surged upon seeing him. Chi-Chi, I am sorry for not being able to accompany you back to Nanjing. Please don't be upset. It's all right. It's not a matter of great importance. You need not dwell on it. Chi-Su's tone was calm, resembling a still pond, devoid of any ripples. However, within Lin Youqian's heart, longing surged like a tempest. Darling, I miss you. Chi-Su's response remained unperturbed. Oh, I see. Chapter 57. Spicy stone pot rice, and what about you? Lin Youqian longed to hear a similar response. However, Chi-Su deftly diverted the conversation. I worked the night shift yesterday. I'm quite fatigued. I wish to rest for a while. All right, once you arrive in Nan City, please give me a call. Since the last time their relationship had soured, it had been many days since Lin Youqian had heard a single affectionate word from her lips. Not even her name, Youqian, had passed her mouth since then. Aunt Yang inquired, Mr. Lin, have you and your wife had a disagreement? No. Lin Youqian sat alone at the dining table, the food in his mouth tasteless like chewing wax. He instructed Aunt Yang to notify him immediately should his wife return home, regardless of the hour. Aunt Yang hesitated to mention that his wife had not returned for half a month. She felt a tinge of embarrassment regarding her wages as a servant. Mr. Lin, if you miss your wife, you ought to bring her back. Relying on her to return alone, given her proud disposition, may prove to be rather unreliable. Without needing to say it, he understood that once that little woman returned, he must swiftly bring her back. Otherwise, their days together would surely dissolve. Seeing Lin Youqian's mood darken to a terrifying extent, Aunt Yang could no longer endure the suffocating atmosphere and blurted out, Mr. Lin, you should show more concern for your wife. The last time she had a cold and fever for several days, she hid under the blankets, silently shedding tears. Those teardrops must have filled a basket. And she had changed her wet sheets several times. She is naturally delicate. Being ill and you remaining indifferent, how could she not feel heartbroken and wronged? In an instant, Lin Youqian felt as though his heart had been hollowed out, each breath a pang of anguish. She was sick, burning with fever, and you didn't inform me? She insisted it was unnecessary to disturb you over such trivial matters. Lin Youqian finally understood why she had moved to the staff dormitory and had gone on business trips. Sulking for half a month, she was not being unreasonable. Rather, she was silently enduring neglect. He could scarcely bear to imagine the heart-wrenching sight of her crying alone beneath the covers. In the car, Lu Shirshu asked Chi-Su, who is it? Calling you? Chi-Su replied, my husband. Lu Shirshu felt a sudden tightness in his chest, his grip on the steering wheel stiffening. What do you mean by your husband? It means exactly that. I am married. He is my nominal spouse. Lu Shirshu felt an inexplicable discomfort. You are married, have a husband, and yet you call me here? I mentioned that he is my nominal husband. Our marriage resembles that of your elder brother and sister-in-law in many ways. Originally, upon hearing about the relationship between Lu Dage and Hua Dama, Chi-Su found it astonishing. However, upon reflection, she realized that her situation bore little difference to theirs. Lu Shirshu felt an unfamiliar pang of sympathy. You are so young, why marry? In a moment of desperation, I needed money and sold myself short. Regret is futile now. I shall endure as it is. Lu Shirshu was moved. He did not know the hardships Chi-Su had faced, but must have been incredibly difficult and helpless, leading her to marry someone she did not love for the sake of financial necessity. Had I met her earlier, might the outcome have been different? He pulled a card from his pocket and handed it to her. This is my salary card. Take it. Let me know if it's not enough. Chi-Su found it rather odd. Why did every man these days seem intent on stuffing cards in her hands? Thank you, but no need. I have my own card. Besides, my elder brother already gave me one, and my husband gave me two. I don't think I'm short on money at the moment. Lu Shirshu teased her. What? You'll take his card but refuse mine? Do you think it's too little? No, I really didn't mean it like that. Then take it. The commanding tone was uncannily similar to Lin Youqian's. Fine. One more card, one tea, make a difference. Including the one from Madam Wen, she now had 5. Yet she had never swiped any of them, unaware of just how much each could cover. Months later, when a bank teller sneered at her for withdrawing a mere 600 yuan, she haughtily slapped down a black card. Forget 600, empty it. The condescending teller nearly fainted upon seeing the digits on that card. Forgive me, young mistress. I was wrong. Spare me. If you withdraw all the cash in this account, this bank might as well shut down. Only then did Chi Su grasp what Lin Youqian had meant by no limit. Much later, as they neared Nancheng, Lu Shirshu finally couldn't resist asking, "Do you love your husband?" "I don't know." Her answer was unexpected. "What do you mean you don't know? You're not a child. Love is love, dislike is dislike. Why hesitate to admit it?" What Shisu could confirm was, "I did love him." The response was telling. Did love him. As for now, she didn't know. Noticing her melancholy, Lu Shirshu pulled into a rest stop and took her for a meal. "Hungry? What would you like? I'll order for you." Shisu chose a bowl of double-boiled soup and a stone pot rice. Strangely, Lu Shirshu ordered the exact same. What a coincidence. I love pigeon soup too, and I adore spicy food. Watching him hiss from the heat, Shisu tactfully requested 2 glasses of milk without comment. Second brother. Spicy stone pot rice pairs best with milk. It enhances the flavor. His ears tinged pink as he gulped down the milk, the burning in his stomach finally easing. "Does your husband share your taste for spice?" The question caught her off guard. She had dined with Lin Youqian countless times, yet never once noticed his preferences. Every meal was prepared by him. She simply indulged. He would ladle her soup, peel her shrimp, remove fish skin she disliked. And she hadn't the faintest idea what flavors he favored. "My husband isn't picky. He enjoys everything." Praise for his lack of pickiness, mister. Lin sat before a table laden with dishes, appetite absent. After 2 bites, he set down his chopsticks. Alone on the sofa, he turned on the TV, flipping to a random channel, and sank into silent reverie. Suddenly, a news report broke through the television. The entertainment vanguard announced that at 2:10 p.m. New York time, our nation's youngest musical prodigy, Ouyang Jiashu, officially declared his affections for his junior, Chi Su, during his concert. His proclamation of love was, "Chi Su, I adore you. You are the sun, moon, and stars in my music. Every note I play resonates with the rhythm of my love for you. Each lyric I pen is a heartfelt confession of my affection. Will you be my girlfriend?" The lead single from my latest album, 7 Baby Dolls, is dedicated to my beloved junior. Ouyang Jiashu's bold declaration was a global announcement of his love for Chi Su. Not only a slap in the face to Song Yunzhou, but also a reprimand to her unreliable husband. Lin Youqian could no longer remain seated. In a fit of anger, he hurled the remote control at the television. He immediately called Chi Su. "Where are you now?" Chi Su's tone was impatient. "Didn't I mention? I've returned to Nancheng and am currently on the road. How many times must I repeat myself? I'm asking you, what exact location are you at?" Chi Su glanced at the sign outside and replied, "Dongping service area. What's the matter with you? Get off the highway at Dongping. I'll come find you shortly." Chi Su thought this man was out of his mind, inexplicably acting erratically. "Why do you need to see me? I've already said I can handle my own affairs. Isn't tomorrow Tong Tong's birthday? Just spend time with the child." Lin Youqian's voice was urgent, laced with a hint of breathlessness. "I want to be with her. I'll be with you." Chi Su scolded him. "Are you insane? How can you just change your mind like that? You promised the child." At that moment, Lin Youqian's mind was solely occupied with Chi Su, leaving no room for other considerations. "It's fine. Tong Tong is easier to appease. I'll just buy some lollipops later." At this moment, Chi Su truly wished he would not come. "I said I'll be in Nancheng soon. Could you please refrain from causing trouble?" Lu Shirshu, unable to suppress a cough, inadvertently let it escape over the phone. "Who are you with? A man?" Chi Su glanced at Lu Shirshu and explained into the phone, "A friend." Lin Youqian's jealousy boiled over, veins bulging on his fists. He commanded Chi Su in a stern tone, "I don't care who you're with right now. Now, immediately, get him out of your vicinity. I will be at Dongping Airport in an hour, and if I don't see you there," he left the threat hanging ominously in the air. Chapter 58. Lin Youqian arrives in a rush, worried and distressed. Chi Su furrowed her brows into a tight knot, gazing pitifully at Lu Shirshu. Her delicate expression was both fragile and helpless, her tone laced with a pleading undertone. Second brother. Lu Shirshu maintained a calm demeanor, inquiring, "What is it?" "That lunatic. He has coming." Even before she finished her call, Lu Shirshu had already deduced the identity of the person from her subtle expressions and tone. He feigned ignorance. "What lunatic?" Chi Su hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. "My husband." "Oh." Lu Shirshu responded casually, continuing his meal with an unwavering expression, consuming large bites of spicy food without emitting a sound. After a considerable time, once he had devoured every grain of the vibrant, spicy stone pot rice, he finally spoke in a nonchalant manner. "So, I am superfluous, am I?" "No, it's just—" Chi Su struggled to articulate her thoughts. It seemed unreasonable to send someone away who had come earnestly to help. "It's just that my husband, he has issues. He is unpredictable and can become enraged without warning. I fear that if he sees you, he might get angry, and that would put you in a difficult position." Lu Shirshu raised his profound gaze, seriously studying her. "If he gets angry, what would happen?" Chi Su lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I fear he might bully me." "Damn it." Lu Shirshu's palm struck the solid wooden table, producing a heavy thud. "Does he often bully you?" Chi Su shook her head. "Not really. He hasn't bullied me, but when he is angry, he might bite me as punishment. So, I generally avoid making him angry." Lu Shirshu's expression darkened further as he grasped the implications of her words. "Does he force you?" Chi Su's face nearly buried itself in her neck, her adorable bun swaying side to side. "No. Second brother, please don't ask anymore. In the past, he would just intimidate me. Just now I saw him very angry, and I fear he might mean it this time." Initially, Lu Shirshu had assumed the man was a brutal, sadistic lunatic, yet he discovered a glimmer of humanity within him. To avoid complicating matters for this young girl, he decided to withdraw temporarily. "Come out. Don't be a turtle hiding in its shell. After I drop you at the airport, I will disappear." Chi Su looked at him gratefully, her troubled expression finally easing. "Thank you, second brother." Lu Shirshu offered a bittersweet smile, raising his hand to pat her head, but halfway through, he retracted it and let it fall. "Be good. Eat well. I'll wait for you." At Dongping Airport, as they parted, Lu Shirshu couldn't help but embrace her briefly in a brotherly manner. "Be good, don't want her off. Until that person arrives, do not speak to strangers, do not accept treats from strangers, and do not believe their lies. If you encounter any trouble, call second brother immediately. Understood?" Once again, Chi Su felt as if she were a child being meticulously warned by an elder. "Understood, second brother. I'm already 22, not 2. Besides, I don't like lollipops. They cause cavities." Lu Shirshu could no longer restrain himself, casting aside the burdensome notions of chastity and male virtue, and reached out to her adorably soft face. "Little brat, gone," Chi Su mumbled, touching her reddened cheeks as she looked at his retreating figure. "Why do you keep pinching my cheeks? I've told you 100 times, I'm not a child." Not 10 minutes had passed since Lu Shirshu left, when Lin Youqian strode forth from the airport's VIP passage with the grace of a shooting star. He leaped over the railing with lightning speed and enveloped Chi Su in a firm embrace. With a deep sigh of relief, he exclaimed, "Chi, I finally caught up with you." Chi Su struggled slightly against his hold. "Are there direct flights from Lake City to Dongping?" She inquired. "No, but we have a private jet at home. I have obtained my pilot's license. If you dare to run off with another man again, I will fly to the ends of the earth to bring you back." Chi Su was taken aback by his jealousy, which had driven him to summon a private aircraft. "When have I ever run off with another man? Haven't I already told you I'm returning to Nanshun?" Lin Youqian cupped her small face, questioning her intently. "You are returning to Nanshun, but the key question is, with whom are you making that journey?" "I heard a man's voice. Do you still wish to argue? Moreover, what about Ouyang Jiashu? I have warned you repeatedly to cease all contact with him. Why do you persist in entangling yourself with him? Do you not regard me as your husband at all?" Chi Su's face contorted into an exaggerated O shape as she fumbled for words. "What Jiashu? What is wrong with Jiashu? I haven't seen my senior brother in over half a month. Why are you making such a fuss?" Lin Youqian retrieved his phone and opened the trending entertainment headlines to show her. "If you have no contact or entanglement with him, Why would he publicly confess his feelings knowing you are married? Chi Su stared at the images from the press conference, along with the highlighted titles and text. Her mouth forming an astonished "Oh, heavens, has Jiashu lost his mind? What on earth is going on?" Lin Youqian's hand found its way back to her face, pinching and kneading again. "What are you asking me about the situation for? The mess you've stirred up? Do you not understand the implications?" Chi Su speculated that Ouyang Jiashu must be trying to support her, to help her regain her dignity, hence the uproar. She pushed his restless hands away and succinctly conveyed to Lin Youqian the unfortunate state of her family relations and the circumstances leading to this turmoil. "Don't think too much. Jiashu means no harm. He simply wants to help me." While Lin Youqian felt a pang of sympathy, he could not help but scold her. "In light of such a significant incident in your family situation, why did you not tell me sooner? Am I not your husband? Would I really stand idly by? Does that Ouyang Jiashu hold more significance for you than I do?" With her eyes slightly reddened, Chi Su finally voiced the grievances she had long suppressed. "On the day we registered our marriage, did you not say that you did not care about my family background and had no time to deal with my relatives? All you required of me was to be obedient, understanding, and to play my part well to appease your mother and grandmother. I am acutely aware of my identity. How could I dare to trouble you?" Lin Youqian felt a pang in his heart, reflecting on how despicable he had been back then. That was then, and this is now. Do you truly not comprehend my feelings for you? If I had not come today, did you intend to remain silent indefinitely? Chishu affirmed, saying, "Indeed, my family is utterly unbearable. I have no desire to speak of it, nor is there anything worth discussing. Aside from my mother, none of them are my true kin." Lin Youqian, filled with compassion, embraced her tightly, attempting to warm her fragile yet resolute spirit with his own warmth. "You are fully aware that you are venturing into a den of peril. If you are bullied or torn apart by malicious individuals, what will you do? What do you expect me to do?" Chishu pouted and replied candidly, "I am not alone. I brought a partner to impersonate my husband. My dear sister and that scoundrel have belittled me so. I, too, require dignity, you know." Upon hearing that another man would impersonate him, Lin Youqian's face turned a shade of green with anger. "You dare to find a man to masquerade as me? You possess immense audacity. Pray tell, whom have you found?" Chishu, not foolish enough to reveal Lu Shirshu, concocted a fib, stating, "I had he assist me in renting a male model with both an impressive physique and striking looks. It's merely a temporary arrangement." Chapter 59. Hotel or airplane. Lin Youqian's face shifted from green to black, brimming with anger. "You actually sought out a male model? Do you believe my appearance is inferior to that of a male model?" Chi Su shot him a glance. "Your appearance is indeed commendable, but you lack the time. Did you not say you would accompany Tong Tong for her birthday?" Lin Youqian found her reasoning absurd. Is Tong Tong's birthday truly more significant than this matter? Had you clarified your intentions at the outset, I would have set aside any pressing concerns to be by your side. But you said nothing, and I am not privy to your innermost thoughts. How could I possibly guess? Chi, do you harbor doubts about my trustworthiness? Or have you never truly regarded me as your husband? In truth, both sentiments lingered within her. Chi Su's affections had always been somewhat sluggish, compounded by her uncertainty regarding Lin Youqian's genuine feelings, especially in light of Tong Tong's relationship with Zhouang. "I have made attempts to trust you. However, I remain uncertain as to where I stand in your world, whether I hold greater significance than others. If a conflict were to arise, whom would you choose?" Lin Youqian gently pinched her small nose. "Silly girl, who else could I possibly choose but you? I have forsaken even Tong Tong's birthday and traveled great distances to find you. Have you found your answer within yourself?" Chi Su pursed her lips, remaining silent. While she could not easily forgive and forget, she did recall every hurtful word he had uttered. Yet, his willingness to abandon everything and hastily pursue her stirred a flicker of emotion within her. "Did not drive? How shall we proceed to South City?" Lin Youqian turned her face towards him, insisting she voice her thoughts. "Have you discerned the truth of my heart? Your heart is your own to manage. Why must you inquire of me? I have no desire to see. Your heart is your own concern, and I need not know. I have no control over it." Lin Youqian lightly kissed her pouting lips. "You're my wife. If you do not care, who will?" Chi Su rolled her eyes, recalling past grievances. To entrust your heart to a headstrong, selfish, disobedient, and capricious woman may lead to further disappointment for Mr. Lin. Lin Youqian smiled wryly. How could I possibly dare to be disappointed? I think of you daily to the point of sleepless nights. If this cold war continues, I fear I shall become a mere shell of my former self. Wife, I acknowledge my selfishness, my faults, my foolishness, and my blindness. I seek your forgiveness with sincerity. May I have it? Chisu lightly tapped his heart twice. Let us test this for a few days, and we shall ascertain its authenticity. Lin Youqian lifted her arms, cradling her as though she were a delicate child, holding her against his strong waist. There are too many people at the airport. Let's find another place to test this. Chisu sensed something amiss and began to pat his shoulders. Hey, where are you taking me? A mischievous smile danced at the corners of Lin Youqian's lips. To find a hotel, to book a room. Chisu's face flushed crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp. Her feet flailing in the air as if she were paddling frantically. Let me go, you scoundrel. I refuse to go to a hotel. I want to return to Nanxing. Lin Youqian's strides were swift, and despite her struggles, he moved with remarkable agility. Calm down, it's still early. Let us take a nap first. Tomorrow, I'll fly you back to Nanxing. Chisu's face flushed even more. It wasn't even dark yet. Why would they need a hotel? Can we not go to the hotel? Lin Youqian teased her intentionally. Not go to the hotel? Where do you wish to sleep then? On the plane? Care to experience a bit of turbulence? Chisu's mind abruptly short-circuited, bombarded by a flurry of embarrassing thoughts. She had only heard of bed shaking, car shaking, and horse shaking. What on earth was flying shaking? She certainly did not want to be the first of her kind. No, not on the plane. I can't. Chisu was so flustered she could hardly articulate her thoughts. It felt as if there were no escape from this predicament. No matter where they went, he would not relent. All right, as you wish, let us go to the hotel. Chisu was like a doll, cradled in his arms. She barely registered the process of checking in before he whisked her away to their room. Don't we need to register? This is my hotel, silly. I called ahead to have them prepare the presidential suite anew. Relax, just treat it like home. Lin Youqian positioned her at the entrance, pressing against her waist as he kissed her fervently. Chisu felt suffocated in the heated embrace, enveloped by his intense warmth. Lin Youqian, wait. You're too eager. Let me catch my breath. He gently moved her to the sofa. Silly girl, I've told you so many times. You still don't know how to breathe while kissing. Yes, I'm the foolish one. Who could compare to you, a seasoned veteran in matters of the heart? Lin Youqian was not deceived by her words. This is merely my innate talent, learned without a teacher. Chisu was left feeling flushed and slightly sweaty, a sticky sensation enveloping her. I'll go take a shower. The glass door of the bathroom fogged up with steam, accompanied by the tantalizing sound of running water. Lin Youqian yearned to kick the door open and rush inside, yet he feared startling her. How long are you planning to take? Are you intending to steam yourself to perfection? The humidity inside was overwhelming, and Chisu felt as if she could hardly breathe, yet she dared not step outside. Lin Youqian, I forgot to bring my clothes. Could you please fetch them for me? He secretly wished she wouldn't wear anything. He had yet to see her in her entirety. There's a brand new bath towel inside. You can use it without worry. The towel was indeed pristine and of the finest quality, but no matter how she wrapped it around herself, it would inevitably reveal a considerable portion of her body. More importantly, she wore nothing underneath. The thought of emerging like that was mortifying. However, Lin Youqian was unwilling to assist her, leaving her with no choice. A delicate snow-white figure emerged from the bathroom, enveloped in steam, captivating Lin Youqian's gaze. Chi-Chi, come here. Chisu was not foolish. If she approached him like this, she would surely be devoured whole. I'll go put on some clothes first, then I'll return. Lin Youqian's body obstructed her path, and her damp head collided painfully against his firm chest, producing a muffled thud. Ouch! What are you doing? You mustn't wear that. It looks splendid. Chisu darted left and right, unable to evade this formidable human barrier. Hey, move aside. At least let me in. Or some underwear. Lin Youqian leaned slightly, propping himself against the wall of the corridor, presenting a tantalizing pose. He smirked with playful mockery and retrieved a pair of underwear from his inner pocket. Tossing it on to Chisu. Wear this? I personally washed it. Chi Su's cheeks flushed a deep peach hue. That day, when she suggested he wash his underwear, it was merely bravado. She never expected him to actually do it, let alone keep it close to him. How peculiar. Why did you bring this? To give it to you? Of course. Chapter 60. Devout prayer. When Chi Su opened the drawer, she discovered her pink panties crumpled and wrinkled. Did you not wash them for me? How did they end up like this? Lin Youqian's smile split into two. In a low voice, he asked, what do you think? Damn, you bastard, go to hell. Chi Su cursed, her words more vulgar than ever before. A pair of panties flew towards Lin Youqian, landing squarely on his handsome face, obscuring his lecherous gaze and that deep, magnetic chuckle. 7. You have 5 minutes to prepare. I'm going to take a shower. Today, my dear, I shall hold a ceremony for your adulthood. In those 5 frantic minutes, Chi Su was a whirlwind of chaos, sweating profusely, and ultimately, through fervent prayers, she summoned her most bothersome visitor, Aunt Flo. Oh, thank heavens and the Bodhisattva. Thank you, my dear Aunt Flo. Lin Youqian emerged from the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his narrow waist, his bare feet padding softly on the floor. His well-defined chest muscles flexed slightly as he dried his hair, while glistening droplets cascaded down his sculpted abdomen, tracing an unblemished path along his perfect waistline. The intoxicating scent of masculinity enveloped Chi Su, leaving her mesmerized by this vision of a man fresh from the bath. Cursed be such alluring male beauty, igniting an insatiable yearning within her. Chi Su wiped the corner of her mouth, regretting her earlier decisions. She longed to retreat to her room and continue her earnest prayers. Please, dear Aunt Flo, perhaps you could take a day off today? Come back after I have had my fun. As Lin Youqian drew closer, her prayers faltered. Not only did Aunt Flo refuse to leave, but she came with even greater ferocity. A warm wave flowed from top to bottom. Chi Su's voice twisted into an unbearable pitch. Lin Youqian, could you please buy me a pack of sanitary pads? Lin Youqian's blood surged, his body stiffening. His face darkened, resembling a 1,000-year-old corpse. What nonsense about sanitary pads? I'd rather block it myself. Chi Su pressed her hand against her abdomen, urging him, hurry. Otherwise, you'll have to wash my panties again. The esteemed young master of the Lin family, a commander in the military-industrial sector, was now reduced to the humiliating task of buying sanitary pads and washing her underwear. Lin Youqian gritted his teeth, his jaw muscles bulging. I'll deal with you when I return. After Chi Su emerged from the bathroom, Lin Youqian lay rigidly on the bed. Come here. Chi Su approached with trepidation. What do you want? I've already told you everything. Dr. Chi, please perform a procedure. Chi Su felt as though she might perish, silently encouraging herself. I am a doctor. I am here to heal. My purpose is to assist my patients in overcoming their difficulties. Lin Youqian embraced Chi Su, gently massaging her sore little hands, inquiring about the specifics of her family situation to prepare for the next day. This time, aside from confronting that vile couple, my primary task is to transfer my mother to Huqing. She's been in a car accident and is in a vegetative state. To bring her here for care, I must obtain the consent of my adoptive father. Knowing her adoptive father well, she anticipated he would make things difficult for her. Thus, I must trouble you to engage with him. Should he request money, we can oblige. However, we must not be overly generous, allowing him to make exorbitant demands. I have no intention of benefiting that treacherous individual. Lin Youqian's eyes erupted with a fierce intent to kill, yet he tenderly comforted the woman cradled in his arms. Sleep well, little one. I shall handle everything. The engagement banquet for Song Yunzhou and Qi Ran was executed with great grandeur. After all, both the Qi and Song families held considerable stature in the southern city. This union was also a strategic business alliance. As Chi Su entered the banquet hall, arm in arm with Lin Youqian, a few disheveled relatives immediately surrounded them, hurling veiled jibes. Oh dear, look who has returned. This ungrateful wretch you've nurtured for 20 years. What, has she brought along a wild man this time? Lin Youqian's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, bore down on the woman who spoke, silencing her with sheer intimidation. Suddenly, 30 seconds later, the woman gasped and collapsed, leaving everyone bewildered as to what had transpired. Chi Su and her companions stood 10 meters away, rendering them incapable of any wrongdoing. "Aunt, what has happened to her?" Lin Youqian smirked slightly. It seems her misdeeds have caught up with her. Zhao Dandan approached, donning a striking red chi-pao, her gait alluring as she mocked. "Ah, is this not Miss Chi? From which hen house have you returned to flaunt such splendor?" Chi Su chose to ignore her. For her mother's sake, she continued to address the grim-faced man behind her. "Father." Chi Wangxing's face was ablaze with fury as he barked. "So you've made a name for yourself outside, only to return and show off?" With her head bowed, Chi Su spoke softly, a hint of timidity in her voice. "Father, my sister is getting engaged. I have come to celebrate and to see you as well." "Huh?" Chi Wangxing scoffed, casting a scrutinizing glance at Lin Youqian. Noticing the latter's extraordinary demeanor and the commanding aura he exuded, his interest piqued. "And who might this be?" Chi Su proactively introduced him. "This is my husband, Mr. Lin." Lin Youqian suppressed his disdain and greeted Uncle Chi. From the moment Lin Youqian appeared, all the women's gazes were irresistibly drawn to him, instantly rendering Song Yunzhou insignificant in comparison. Particularly his towering height of 190 centimeters, which dwarfed Song Yunzhou's 176 centimeters, created an impression of an emperor towering over mere ants. She ran, consumed by jealousy, felt the urge to explode. Her fiancé lacked the advantage in looks and stature, naturally causing her to seek validation in other areas. "Sister, did you hire a male model from some KTV? With such a look, I suppose renting him for a day wouldn't come cheap?" Chi Su's patience reached its breaking point. She could endure their mockery of her, but disparagement of her husband was absolutely intolerable. "It appears my sister frequents KTV. Does your husband know you hire male models? Or is it that he cannot satisfy you, necessitating the occasional takeout?" The corners of Lin Youqian's mouth twitched, struggling to suppress laughter. He was astonished by the sharpness of this young girl's tongue. Such inappropriate remarks, uttered from her lips, were both infuriating and ludicrous. Chi Ran's sharp and caustic face twisted in anger. "Chi Su, you little wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever request a male model?" Chi Su blinked her innocent and naive eyes, solemnly fabricating tales. "Not only did you request a male model, but I also secretly witnessed you using toys. It seems that your brother-in-law's taste is truly lacking." Chi Ran was on the verge of exploding. Even more shattered was Song Yunzhou. This perfectly fine man was mocked at his engagement banquet for having poor taste, leaving his dignity in tatters. "Xiao Su, is it because I kicked you that you harbor resentment and seek to slander me so? There's a saying, sour grapes. And it is precisely because my taste is too refined that you cannot forget me. Isn't that so?" Chi Su was taken aback by the man's audacity. "Let the sour grapes be for my sister to consume. My husband is sweet, substantial, and delectable. As for the hybrid varieties of others, let them rot on their own." Chi Su's words carried a weighty implication. Lin Youqian stiffened, nearly breaking ground. "Chi, some matters are best discussed at home. There is no need to be disgusted by someone else's rotten grapes." Hello, dear readers. Recently, I've seen comments expressing anger towards the white lotus and green tea in the story. If the green tea isn't causing trouble, it wouldn't be green tea, would it? The main characters are still in the initial phase of their romantic adjustment, experiencing minor frictions and bumps, much like in reality. I kindly ask my readers for a bit more patience. The green tea will have its moments of confrontation, and the male lead will gradually descend into a love-stricken state. The story may contain occasional mild angst, but the plot will develop steadily. Dear readers, please look forward to it. The author will strive to update. Regarding Tong Tong, he is the entrusted legacy of a fallen comrade, a martyr's orphan, and merely a child of over 3 years. Previously, the male lead was in a closed training session at the border base and could not care for him, which led to the White Lotus corrupting him. However, as a soldier, the male lead will fulfill his promise to his comrade. The character of Tong Tong will undergo a transformation. Chapter 61. Chi Ran's engagement banquet. Song Yunzhou could no longer maintain his composure. His fists clenched tightly as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Youqian, unleashing a torrent of profanities. "Who the hell are you? A mere young master from a KTV, daring to create a ruckus at my banquet? Do you believe I won't beat you to a pulp?" In response to such base and vile provocation, Lin Youqian could not be bothered to exchange words. He swiftly delivered a single, powerful punch, sending Song Yunzhou crashing to the ground. Pathetic. Next time you decide to speak, perhaps consider your own weight. Zhao Dandan, witnessing her precious son-in-law being assaulted, immediately erupted into a cacophony of screams, resembling a plucked hen. Someone, security, quickly, apprehend this wild man. And that little wretch, throw her out as well. Song Yunzhou's parents, wearing equally repulsive and menacing expressions, pointed at Lin Youqian and shouted, "You dare to lay a hand on my son? I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death and vanish from South City." Lin Youqian regarded them with the same disdain one might reserve for a clown, casting a brief glance at Song Qingshan. In a voice that radiated absolute authority, he warned, "From this day forth, the Qingshan group shall no longer exist." Ha ha ha. Song Qingshan, oblivious to the impending calamity, continued to laugh arrogantly. "You are audacious. In South City, no scoundrel has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner." Lin Youqian responded with another punch, and Song Qingshan fell to the ground, spitting out blood and searching for his teeth. Zhao Dandan, with her ample posterior, bent down to assist the corpulent Song Qingshan, but her stiletto heels betrayed her, causing her to tumble onto his substantial belly. "Oh dear, my in-law, are you all right? Where are the security guards? Hurry, apprehend this man. Are you all deaf?" A throng of security personnel rushed in, but instead of confronting Lin Youqian, they bowed deeply in respect. Mr. Lin, the manager nearby, resembling a sycophant, hunched over, awaiting orders. "Mr. Lin, shall we clear the venue and remove these trash?" "Of course. What use is garbage like this? Should we keep it for the new year?" Both Song Qingshan and Qi Wangxing looked as though they had been struck by cannon fire, rendered speechless in their terror. In order to maintain their ostentatious fade, they had reserved the most luxurious venue in South City, the Yuling Hotel, 6 months in advance for this banquet. Little did they know that the man brought by Qi Su was, in fact, the owner of the establishment. "Su, who is this gentleman by your side?" Qi Wangxing inquired. Feigning ignorance, Qi Su replied casually, "Oh, he's my husband. Did I not introduce him earlier?" Qi Wangxing's tone shifted from its previous hostility to one of ingratiation. "Su, my dear, what I meant was, what is his status?" Qi Su, unwilling to divulge Lin Youqian's true identity, casually fabricated, "He's just an ordinary employee. Nothing to be surprised about." An ordinary employee? How could he possibly exude such a commanding presence? His composure and piercing gaze are unmistakably those of someone in power. "So, at which organization does he work?" With but a glance, Lin Youqian commanded the security to swiftly clear the venue, unceremoniously expelling all guests from a banquet. Zhao Dandan resembled a hen whose eggs have been stolen, clucking and screeching in distress. "Don't leave. Please don't leave. The banquet has yet to commence, and the monetary gifts have not been presented," she implored. "On what grounds do you expel my guests? Security, have you not realized that we are the hosts of today? We are the ones deserving of protection. Your actions constitute a breach of contract. I demand compensation for our financial losses." The head of security spoke with biting words. "A mere sum of compensation is of no concern to us. However, we at Yuling Restaurant do not permit the presence of riffraff, as they would tarnish our establishment." Even the security personnel understood that the Lin family is not in need of money. Yet, the disgrace faced by the Qi and Song families would certainly invite ridicule and exclusion from the business community. After all, offending the Lin family could spell doom for the Song family's enterprises. The once vibrant banquet hall was empty in the blink of an eye, leaving chaos upon the crimson carpet. The head of security rushed over, seeking guidance from Lin. "Sir, should these individuals be cleared as well?" Lin Youqian turned his head, gazing affectionately at Qi Su, offering her his support. "Madam, the entire hotel staff, including the manager, security, and waitstaff, stood in a neat row, hands clasped, bowing deeply at a precise 90-degree angle. "Greetings, madam." Their unified and resounding voices echoed throughout the banquet hall. Qi Su had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Clinging tightly to Lin Youqian's arm, she sought solace in his presence. He grasped her hand firmly, reassuring her. "Chi-Chi, you are the legitimate madam of the Lin family. From this moment onward, no matter where you go or what adversities you face, stand tall and confront them head-on. Remember, the Lin family is your steadfast support. Even if the heavens were to crumble, my husband will stand by you. For the first time, Chi Su felt such powerful protection, her heart overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, Lin Youqian. The name echoed like a thunderclap, shattering the composure of Qi Wangxing and the others. Their expressions of terror more pronounced than that of a demon confronted by Zhong Kuei. Song Qingshan trembled, stuttering. Why, you are Lin Youqian? The crown prince of the capital, the heir of Lin Group? Lin Youqian sat with an air of authority on the specially brought chair. His leg crossed in a manner that nearly brushed against Song Qingshan's chin. Indeed. Do you have any advice? Song Qingshan dared not offer any counsel. He would have preferred to kneel before Lin Youqian, begging for mercy for the Qingshan group. Chi Su chastised herself with 2 slaps on her cheek. It's all my fault. I was careless with my words. How foolish of me to reveal your name. Lin Youqian enveloped her in his embrace, guiding her to sit upon his lap, albeit in a rather awkward position. I adore hearing my wife call my name. Say it again. This display of affection was robust and commanding, nearly choking the sycophants surrounding them. Lin Youqian, Chi Su drawled, her tone playful yet shy. Under the gaze of so many, sitting on the lap of a man made her feel flustered. She attempted to rise and escape, but was firmly restrained. Be good. Don't move. When your husband erupts in anger, simply observe in silence. Lin Youqian's gaze, once lifted from Chi Su, swiftly transformed into that of a fearsome deity, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, mercilessly scrutinizing Song Qingshan and Qi Wangxing. He remained silent, exerting pressure with his formidable presence, awaiting the humble pleas for mercy from those of lesser stature. The first to prostrate himself before him was Song Qingshan. He knelt, trembling all over, his voice akin to that of a spirit with its throat constricted, fragmented, and struggling to escape. Mr. Lin, Song acknowledges his ignorance. I have offended you. I implore you, with a generous heart, to spare the Qingshan group. I, Song Qingshan, recognize my error and shall never dare to offend you again. Lin Youqian lifted Chi Su's chin and, with a tender demeanor, inquired, My dear, after all these years of grievances, do you think it is time to forgive? Just as Chi Su was about to respond, he playfully inserted a finger into her mouth. At your age, still nibbling on your fingers. How embarrassing. Chapter 62. Dealing with Song Qingshan as Lin Youqian felt a warm tongue swirling at his fingertips. An electric sensation coursed through his body, leaving him in a state of delightful numbness. This exquisite feeling was undeniably addictive. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Should he find himself unable to secure an appointment with the internal medicine department next time, perhaps he could explore the dental department instead. After all, surgical procedures only address superficial ailments. Get your hands off. Lin Youqian conveyed Chi Su's words to Song Qingshan in a different manner. My wife suggests you have your hands amputated. Consider yourself fortunate. Just as Chi Su was about to speak, that infuriating finger found its way back, silencing her once more. Be good. Remain quiet. Song Qingshan's curled form trembled even more violently. Mr. Lin, I implore you to show mercy. I am willing to offer you 50% of Qingshan Group shares. Please grant me a chance at survival. Offending Shanglin Group left Qingshan Group in a checkmate position. Not even the King of Hell could revive it. Yet, Song Qingshan still foolishly hoped to retain half. Huh, Mr. Song, what an audacious claim. Do you truly believe I, Lin of the illustrious Lin family, am in need of money? Shanglin Group is the nation's leading conglomerate, and Lin Youqian's name has long graced the top 10 of the Forbes list. Thus, despite his rare appearances in the domestic arena, his name resonates thunderously in the business world as the sole legal heir of Shanglin Group. Song Qingshan continued to raise his stakes. Mr. Lin, would 70% suffice? From now on, all profits of Qingshan Group will be divided 70-30, with my share deposited into your account promptly on the 1st of each month. Lin Youqian's palm struck the armrest of the chair forcefully, startling Chi Su, who was nestled against his chest. After calming the woman in his embrace, he shouted, Song Qingshan, are you deaf? I shall ask you once more. Do you think I lack money? Today, you must either sever an arm or see Qingshan group vanish from this country. Choose wisely. Drenched in cold sweat and with a filthy stream of mucus hanging from his nose, Song Qingshan pleaded, "Mr. Lin, I beg you. Grant me a path to survival. Let us consider a different punishment." Qingshan group represented the wealth amassed by the Song family over 3 generations. In naming it Qingshan, Song Qingshan's ancestors had bestowed upon him immense expectations. Little did he know, today would mark its downfall at his hands. A different punishment could be arranged. Lin Youqian's long fingers drummed against the armrest, creating a sound reminiscent of a whip questioning one's soul. "How about we swap for those 2 moldy grapes belonging to your son?" In a state of sheer terror, Song Qingshan soiled himself with repulsive liquid. "Father, no. I am a man. I cannot lose my dignity. To hell with you." Lin Youqian kicked him aside, repositioning himself with Qi Su, distancing from the foul stench. By the time Song Qingshan knelt once more in desperation, Lin Youqian's patience had run thin. He seized a porcelain bowl from the table and hurled it to the ground. "I, Lin Youqian, have never been one for mercy. Take your son, soaked in disgrace, and leave. Consider this a gift. After your bankruptcy, you may still beg for alms." Song Qingshan trembled as he rose from the ground. Upon reaching Song Yinzhu, he suddenly resolved to act decisively, raising his foot to deliver a brutal kick to his son's groin. A piercing scream echoed throughout the banquet hall, emanating from Song Yinzhu, who clutched his shattered grapes and writhed in agony on the floor like a scalded loach. The cacophony of Song Qingshan's wails intertwined with the curses of Song's mother. "Song Qingshan, you beast! How could you inflict such a grievous injury on Yinzhu? How can he live with this in the future?" Lin Youqian covered Qi Su's eyes, shielding her from the horrific scene. "Don't worry, darling. I'm here." Song Qingshan knelt once more at Lin Youqian's feet, suppressing his anguish in a humble plea. "Mr. Lin, you have my word that I have punished my son. Might you spare the Qingshan group? Get lost." Lin Youqian was taken aback by his cruelty, capable of such violence even against his own flesh and blood. Although the Song family had 3 sons, Song Qingshan was the eldest, and his actions were akin to those of a brute. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you." Song Qingshan and his wife, supporting their incapacitated son, slinked out through a side door in disgrace. Next, it was Qi Wangxing's turn. Given his position as Qi Su's adoptive father, he could not treat him with the same direct brutality as he had Song Qingshan. Qi had always been soft-hearted. She could not bear to be harsh with the man who had raised her for over 20 years. Thus, he needed to find his weakness to strike a decisive blow. Lin Youqian maintained his silence, exuding a restrained authority as he sat casually in his chair, flirting with Qi Su, seemingly oblivious to the tension. "Qi, there are 7 minutes until midnight. What would you like to eat?" This double entendre sent a chill down Qi Wangxing's spine, his cold sweat dripping in rhythm with the ticking of the clock in the hall. After all, Lin Youqian was his nominal son-in-law. He could not bring himself to kneel and beg for mercy like Song Qingshan. Therefore, he had no choice but to ingratiate himself with Qi Su. "Little Su, it's rare for you to return. Why not bring Mr. Lin home for a meal? I'll have Aunt Zhao prepare your favorite dishes. Let us have a family gathering. Shall we?" Qi Su lowered her head, discreetly tugging at Lin Youqian's finger, signaling him to decline. Lin Youqian pinched her waist in response. "I have my principles. I never eat food prepared by a mistress. Mr. Qi's hospitality is not to my taste." His words struck Qi Wangxing and Zhao Dandan like 2 sharp slaps, leaving them flushed with embarrassment. "Then let South choose another place. How about Drunken Fragrance Tower? Little Su has always loved the dishes there." Lin Youqian remained dismissive, clearly seeking to provoke. "Does Mr. Qi think my royal forest is beneath consideration?" Beads of sweat cascaded down Qi Wangxing's face, his legs trembling uncontrollably under the pressure of Lin Youqian's formidable presence. "That is not what I meant." "Then we shall heed Mr. Lin's wishes. We will dine at the royal forest." Lin Youqian raised an eyebrow, casting a piercing glance at him. "This is my family's hotel. Did I ever extend an invitation for you to join us for lunch?" Qi Wangxing's legs trembled more violently, bending down involuntarily, nearly collapsing onto the floor. She ran, convinced of her stunning beauty and alluring figure, adorned with 2 ample curves and draped in a flowing wedding gown. stepped forward to present her charm. Brother-in-law, since you're married to my sister, we are now family. Harmony and affection are the essence of warmth. If you happen to feel displeased, how about I indulge in a few more drinks later to make amends for you? Chapter 63. I want to bring back my mother. The shameless harlot made Lin Youqian feel nauseous. He suppressed his disgust and delivered a few soul-piercing words. What brother-in-law? My Chi-Chi has no sister as ugly as you. Did you crawl out a cesspool? Your words reek. Get away from me. Your stench is unbearable. By the way, that little eunuch with the wet pants is your husband, right? Your husband's grapes have all been crushed, and you still dare to act provocatively? If you truly wish to demean yourself, why not rush to the hospital now? You might just get one last chance. Lin Youqian's words were sharp and cutting, embodying the crude and vulgar spirit of the camp. Chiron's face flushed with shame, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a delicate figure, resembling a weeping pear blossom. Brother-in-law, I am still a woman. How can you speak to me like that? Chishu found it amusing. Just moments ago, when Song Yunzhou was in excruciating pain, she did not shed a tear. Now, Lin Youqian merely spoke harshly, and she suddenly appeared pitifully tearful. This act of feigned innocence. Who was she trying to deceive? Unfortunately, Lin Youqian was not swayed by her theatrics and retorted, Is a prostitute considered a woman? She should be called a whore. Chiron had never endured such humiliation. She could no longer contain herself and burst into tears, sounding worse than a wailing old crone. Lin Youqian, irritated by her noise, commanded the security. Someone, throw this ragged hen out. He then pointed at Zhao Dandan. And this wrinkled old hen. Toss her out as well. As Zhao Dandan was expelled, she protested vehemently, but the head of security swiftly silenced her with a few slaps, rendering her compliant. Kyoto watched helplessly as his wife and daughter were humiliated, not daring to utter a word, shrinking back like a quail awaiting its fate. Lin Youqian played with Chishu's delicate hand and inquired, Dear, when we return to Nansheng, you mentioned having important matters to attend to. Pray, enlighten me. I shall assist you. Chishu cooperated and responded in kind. I wish to bring my mother to Huqing for treatment. Would that be troublesome? Lin Youqian's sharp gaze turned once more toward Kyoto. Whether this matter was troublesome depended on the intentions of Mr. Qi. And Yunqi was the sole legal representative of Yunjun Company and its largest shareholder. Until Kyoto fully absorbed Yunjun Company, he would be reluctant to let Yunqi go. He hesitated, stammering, This matter is indeed a bit complicated. Your mother has been in the hospital for so long that transferring her might adversely affect her health. Lin Youqian let out a cold laugh. If it is troublesome, then we shall not trouble Mr. Qi. He playfully lifted Chishu's chin and jested, Chi-Chi, if one day Yunjun Company goes bankrupt, do not worry. I will take care of you. I shall also bear the expenses for your mother's treatment. This seemingly light-hearted jest was, in fact, a blatant threat. If Kyoto sought to monopolize Yunqi's company and assets, he must first prove himself capable of doing so. Kyoto quickly changed his tune. Xiaoxiu, if Huqing has better medical resources and you wish to bring your mother over, that can certainly be arranged. Looking back, I sought the doctor's opinion. Based on your mother's current physical condition, we should proceed accordingly, shall we? Chisu was unwilling to delay, even for a moment. She declared her intentions unequivocally. I wish to take my mother away today. She had already communicated with Professor Ouyang at Huakong Hospital, which is ready to receive her at any time. As for the military hospital, as long as Lin Youqian is willing to intervene, there should be no hindrance. Thus, once Qi Wangxing consents to sign, her transfer can happen immediately. Qi Wangxing was aware that he could no longer retain that lifeless shell. He simply hoped that Qi Su, considering the 2 decades of nurturing, would not act too ruthlessly. Little Su, today is the weekend. It may be somewhat hasty. The hospital may not facilitate the necessary procedures conveniently. Moreover, the transfer concerns your mother's safety, and it is imperative to prioritize her health indicators. I assure you that I will do my utmost to assist. But we must adhere to the hospital's schedule for the transfer, all right? His words held some truth. Indeed, the specific circumstances could only be determined after a comprehensive examination by the hospital. Very well. Let us visit my mother at the hospital first, and then defer to the doctor's arrangements. Qi Wangxing felt a slight relief. He began to evoke the years of affection and contributions, attempting to appeal to Chi Su's emotions. Little Su, your father has raised you for over 20 years. From childhood to adulthood, everything you had was the best. I have always cherished you as my own daughter, caring for you more than for Ran Ran and the others. Only in these last 2 to 3 years, after I brought Zhao, Yi, and Ran Ran back, have you found it difficult to accept that I have other children, causing a rift between us. Yet, can the bond forged between father and daughter over so many years be so easily severed? I do not seek your gratitude or filial piety. I only wish for your well-being, and that would bring me peace. Now that you are married into a prominent family, surely you would not concern yourself with the small Yunji company in Nanjing. Might I ask Mr. Lin to exercise some leniency and not to act with such severity? Although the company was founded by an Yunshi, I have no intention of reclaiming it. Consider it a settlement for the years of nurturing. My only desire is to bring my mother to Lake City for proper treatment, hoping for a miracle. As for the Chi family, this visit shall mark a final parting. We shall have no further dealings with one another. Dad, this was Chi Su's final address to him. Throughout my life, my needs were borne by my mother. I am grateful for your companionship, even if within that heartfelt connection, a considerable measure of it was insincere. I still hold a sense of gratitude towards you. I desire not a single share of Yunju Company's stock or assets. From this moment forth, we shall be clear of one another, each finding our own peace. Tomorrow, I shall go to the hospital to arrange for my mother's discharge, and I would appreciate your timely presence for the signing. Hearing her words, the weight in Qi Wangxing's heart finally lifted. His greatest fear was that Qi Su would contest him over shares and assets. Before the incident, An Yunshi had established a will, entrusted to a trust company. Should she pass away, all her assets and company shares would be inherited by Qi Su. Hence, Qi Wangxing was exerting himself to preserve An Yunshi in her vegetative state, intending to transfer all company assets before Qi Su could fully spread her wings. Finally, even if An Yunshi were to perish, all that would remain for Qi Su would be a hollow shell and a mountain of debt. Xiao Su, it is getting late. I shall not intrude upon your meal with President Lin. As the security guard swung open the door, Song Qingshan burst in like a vengeful specter, claws bared. Lin Youqian, you deceiver. You are utterly untrustworthy, your words devoid of integrity. You promised to spare my Qingshan group, yet behind our backs, you conspire against the Song family. Your Lin family's vast commercial empire leaves me no avenue for survival. I shall fight you with all I have. Chapter 64. The ban issued by the Liu family Song Qingshan was completely out of control, even though the security guards had him firmly pinned to the ground. He continued to struggle and curse vehemently. Lin Youqian, you scoundrel, I will fight you to the end. Lin Youqian found this bewildering. He had already shown this man mercy, yet he still came seeking his own demise. Security, let him come over. If he dares to touch even a thread of my clothing, I will make him pay dearly. After crawling out from beneath the security guard, Song Qingshan did not dare to approach Lin Youqian. The imposing aura that Lin exuded was so formidable that he feared he would be shattered to pieces before even getting close. Thus, he began to weep profusely. General Lin, I have already sacrificed my son. Why can't you spare the Song family? Why must you resort to treachery and force us into a corner? Lin Youqian vehemently denied the accusation. Nonsense. I have always acted with integrity. How could I possibly go back on my word? Your Song family is but a mere mosquito. Why would I concern myself with you? Song Qingshan went straight to the point. If you are indeed honorable in your actions, why have you issued a ban on the Song family after forcing me to sever ties with my son? Now all processing factories, suppliers, distributors, and agents nationwide have ceased cooperation with the Qingshan group. Are you not driving me my doom? Lin Youqian, enraged, retorted. When have I ever ordered a ban on the Song family? You are the one who has acted immorally, creating enemies everywhere. Yet you dare to place the blame on me? If I truly wanted to ruin you, I could simply have the financial quality inspection and tax authorities come knocking, and you would go bankrupt without me needing to lift a finger to let you linger on. Song Qingshan remained unconvinced. General Lin, you truly have not taken action against the Song family? Lin Youqian scoffed dismissively. I disdain such matters. Suddenly, Qi Su's phone rang. It was a call from Liu Shishang. Qi, have you arrived in Lake City? Is everything proceeding smoothly? Chi-Su responded with a smile. Everything is going smoothly, very smoothly. Thank you for your concern. Big brother. The term big brother caused Lin Youqian, who was nearby, to furrow his brow in displeasure. Your elder brother has sent you a grand gift. You should soon see its repercussions. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call your elder brother. Your third brother is in South City and knows some people. Should you face any troublesome matters, he can assist you. Chi-Su expressed her gratitude once more. Thank you, big brother. I have taken care of everything, and there is no need to trouble the third brother. By the way, has the second brother returned? Lu Shishang was still unaware that Lu Shishu had been left in the lurch midway. Isn't the second brother accompanying you in South City? Why did he abandon you midway? Chi-Su found herself at a loss for words. No, it's not the second brother's fault. It's mine. I asked him to return first. I will explain everything when I get back. Thank you, big brother. I must hang up now. Lin Youqian listened to her calling brother repeatedly, and his face darkened with jealousy. After he had painstakingly blocked over 100 of his older brothers from the military and warned her senior colleagues, where had these 3 new brothers suddenly appeared from? Chi, you certainly have an abundance of brothers around you, he remarked, sensing the palpable bitterness in the air. I don't have any brothers. These are E.'s brothers, she replied sweetly. I am not just a sworn sister to E. Hence, I also refer to her brother as brother. The 3 brothers of the Liu family? Lin Youqian has subtly deduced who has targeted the Song group. He provided a hint to Song Qingshan. Song Qingshan, one capable of issuing a nationwide commercial blockade, is certainly not from a humble background. Reflect carefully. Have you offended anyone from the Liu family recently? The Liu family is one of the 4 prominent families. In the realm of commerce in Xia country, these 4 families reign supreme. Famously known as the Northern Lin and Southern Liu, Jinhua, and Shuiyu. Each family conglomerate possesses its own commercial sectors and domains. How could a mere insect like Song Qingshan have the opportunity to engage with such high-ranking aristocrats as the Liu family? Mr. Lin, which Liu family are you referring to? I have never offended anyone from the Liu family. Why would they strike against the Song family? Lin Youqian would certainly not disclose that while he has not offended the Liu family, he has indeed provoked this esteemed individual before him, the Liu family's sworn sister, which is tantamount to courting disaster. Your matters, seek your own reasons. I am under no obligation to enlighten you. Mr. Lin, I beseech you, please tell me who issued the blockade order, so I may offer my prayers to the deity for a chance of survival. With a mere glance from Lin Youqian, the security personnel unceremoniously ejected the tearful Song Qingshan from the premises. Crouching in the doorway, Qi Wangxing also fled in disgrace, fully aware that Lin Youqian was not someone to be trifled with. Since his youth, Lin Youqian's intellect has been unparalleled, hailed as a prodigy. At the tender age of 13, he was granted admission to a university, joining the youth science program. He graduated with his bachelor's degree at 16 and obtained his doctorate by 21. In the military, he dominated all contenders, reaching the rank of colonel by 29. In Chi-Su's recent phone call, he not only surmised that the Liu family was the puppet master behind the scenes, but also astutely captured a crucial piece of information. Chi, was the individual who accompanied you back to Nanxing yesterday truly a male model? Chi-Su's heart skipped a beat. How could she have inadvertently revealed that? She steeled herself to fabricate a lie. Yes, it was E who helped me find him. Lin Youqian smiled, choosing not to expose her deception, and continued his inquiry. What is his name? Chi-Su felt a surge of anxiety upon being questioned. She hastily concocted a name. Peter, male models usually go by English names. It sounds sophisticated and protects their privacy. Lin Youqian maintained a smile, though it bore an unsettling edge. Peter, indeed sounds impressive. It seems Chi holds him in high regard. Facing his piercing gaze, Chi-Su, filled with a desperate urge to survive, quickly waved her hands. No, I have no feelings for him. I've only met him once, and I am nearly forgetting what he looks like. Forgotten, have you? Lin Youqian chuckled, prodding her further. Then, Chi, do you still remember your second brother's name? Clang. Chi-Su felt as though she had been struck on the forehead with a heavy object. This foolish creature, lacking in intellect, had been toyed with for half the day, completely oblivious. What does it matter to you what my second brother's name is? Indeed. It was none of his business. He felt fortunate that he had recklessly pursued this matter. Had the scoundrel Lin Youqian taken advantage of the situation, he would have been left with nothing. It is no wonder that this young rascal dared to venture alone into the den of wolves and tigers in the South City. For he had the Liu family backing him. Chi, I merely inquired about your second brother's name. Why such excitement? Do you harbor some hidden guilt? Have you engaged in some clandestine misdeed behind my back? Chi Su, aware that his deceit had been exposed, resolved to abandon all pretense and no longer concoct fanciful tales. My second brother's name is Lin Youqian. He is the one accompanying me to South City, not some rented male model. My brother is quite capable and has come to protect me, while also lending me some prestige. After all, you claimed you were too busy to accompany me, as you were celebrating Tong Tong's birthday. Should I not seek a safeguard, lest I be torn apart by these unscrupulous men and women? Chi Su spoke with conviction, leaving Lin Youqian momentarily speechless. Chapter 65. 3 years without seeing my mother. Let's have dinner first. We'll settle the score tonight. The thought of tonight's reckoning made Chi Su uneasy. Her delicate hands still ached from the previous night's surgery. Did she really have to endure another round? Was he truly that prolific? The Royal Imperial Banquet had prepared an exquisite feast, awaiting the arrival of the crown prince and princess. As Chi Su savored the sumptuous delicacies, she couldn't help but inquire, how many hotels does our Lin family actually own? There was one at Dongping Airport yesterday, and now this Royal Imperial Banquet. What about in Lake City? Of course, we have many. Hotels are one of our family's enterprises, nearly dotted across every county. I would estimate around 600 to 700, though I'm not entirely certain. If you're interested in business, you could also work at our family company and help your mother. 600 to 700? And that's just in the hotel sector? Chi Su was astounded by the Lin family's wealth. No wonder the outside world referred to Lin Youqian as the crown prince of the Lin family. He truly was the quintessential scion of a wealthy family. What's wrong? Are you shocked? Chi Su nodded like a fool. Our family is so rich. It feels like we'll never exhaust our wealth. By then, our son and grandson can just relax. Ha ha. Chi, are you considering having a son with me? Once your relatives leave, I'll make every effort. Chi Su fell silent. She was merely engaging in light banter, yet this man managed to interject with risque suggestions. Overflowing with energy, it seemed that once her relatives departed, her fate would be sealed. Could you be a bit more serious? It's mealtime. How am I not serious? You were the one who mentioned wanting a son. Well, a wife has needs. A husband must naturally strive to meet them. Chi Su buried her head in her food, disregarding his flirtation. At merely 22 years of age, why would she want to have a child with him? Seeing the foolish woman take him seriously, Lin Youqian ceased his teasing. He merely wished to explore the idea, not rush into having a son. After all, a baby would need to be fed, and that would disrupt his meat-eating time. How troublesome. Chi, what are your plans for the afternoon? Shall we watch a movie, go shopping, or perhaps I could take you rock climbing? This afternoon, I wish to visit my mother at the hospital. I haven't seen her in nearly 3 years. Due to the predatory nature of the Qi family, she had refrained from returning to Nansheng during her university years. 3 years? Why haven't you gone home? Chi Su hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Qi Wangxing had a son named Qi Wei, who was 3 years her senior. Ever since Zhao Dandan and her son returned, her life had been fraught with peril. In her senior year of high school, one night, while studying, Qi Wei had intruded into her room and harassed her. Desperate, she cried out for help from Qi Wangxing, but he dismissed her concerns, claiming that they had no blood relation and suggesting that Qi Wei could marry her in the future, thus making them a family. That night, she had leaped from the second-floor window to escape. For the following month, she resided at Aunt Sue's home. After the college entrance examination, she secretly returned home once to retrieve her household registration and ID card. Her university expenses were entirely sponsored by Aunt Sue. During every winter and summer break, she worked to earn some pocket money. I did not ask Qi Wangxing for money, nor did I dare to reveal my whereabouts to them. That time, I pleaded with you to marry me because Qi Wangxing intended to sell me off to a man in his 50s. He threatened me with my mother's life to force me into a blind date. I was left with no options, which compelled me to seek your help. For the past 3 years, I have been powerless, lacking the influence to transfer my mother to another hospital, and I even hesitated to visit her. Lin Youqian's anger surged, veins bulging as he slammed his fist onto the dining table, shattering the porcelain dishes into countless pieces. Youqian, please do not be angry. These matters are in the past. I'm a timid and weak person, but I am grateful to have met you. You're like a ray of light that brightens my life, bringing vibrant colors to my otherwise desolate world. You are so wonderful, cooking for me, providing for me, caring for me, tolerating my little temper. And you are incredibly handsome with a magnificent physique. Lin Youqian, I like you, truly, deeply. This is my first confession to anyone. Will you love me, cherish me, pamper me, and grow old together with me, walking hand in hand through life? Lin Youqian held her tightly, wishing to embed her within his heart, allowing their love to intertwine with every fiber of his being. I am willing. I will love you, cherish you, and pamper you for eternity, never to disappoint you. He kissed her fervently, deeply, unwilling to release her for a long while. He was grateful that he had personally accompanied her to Nanxing this time, vanquishing the demons and evils that threatened her. Otherwise, he would have surely lost her. From now on, whatever challenges arise, you must tell me. You are not to bear any burdens alone. Do you understand? I am your husband, and I will weather the storms with you, shielding you from harm. You need only to remain a happy little woman under my wings. Do you comprehend? I understand. Chisu had always been a lazy and overly sensitive person, lacking grand ambitions. She simply enjoyed a simple, tranquil life under a warm roof, where someone would hold an umbrella in the rain and support her in times of trouble. In the past, that person was her mother. In the future, it would be Lin Youqian. Once they confirmed their feelings for one another, Lin Youqian asked, "Is Qi Wei present at the gathering today?" Since entering the banquet hall, Qi Su had been searching for Qi Wei's figure. He had been a nightmare throughout her 3 years in university. Due to the shadows of high school, she needed to sleep with the lights on every night. For without it, she felt unsafe. No, he is not here today. It seems he's gone abroad. I heard Qi Wangxing mention it last time. He told me to either marry that old man or Qi Wei. Lin Youqian was infuriated. He could not wait any longer and felt an urgent desire to eliminate Qi Wangxing and that scoundrel to quell his anger. Of course, Qi Su must not be informed of this. Her compassionate nature would lead her to consider the disgraceful bond of upbringing, preventing her from taking action. Once that scoundrel returns, I shall settle the score. Now, let us proceed to the hospital to visit Mother. Taking advantage of a moment in the restroom, Lin Youqian sent a message to the third branch, instructing them to deal swiftly with Qi Wangxing. The world only knows the Lin family of Kyoto as a business elite, unaware that the family also has a third branch, with 3 brothers engaged in politics. In the realms of taxation, law enforcement, and political affairs, they hold a position of paramount importance. Yet, the third branch of the family, bearing the surname Su, follows the lineage of their great-aunt, and the 2 families seldom interact in public. Almost no one is aware of the connection between the Su family in politics and the Lin family in business. Lin Youqian leverages the ties of the third branch, firstly to avoid suspicion and to prevent being morally coerced by those ignorant of the situation, who might accuse him of harming his stepfather-in-law and tarnishing the Lin family's reputation. Secondly, it is to alleviate Qi Su's doubts and spare her from psychological burdens. In the hospital, Yunxi appears emaciated, resembling a withered figure. She exudes an aura of age akin to that of an octogenarian. Her hair has long since vanished, and even her eyebrows are a weary white. She lies on a hospital bed, dim and lifeless, akin to the deceased in a mortuary. Only the faintly pulsating numbers on the vital signs monitor and the oxygen tube inserted into her nostrils serve as reminders to Qi Su that her mother still exists in this world, clinging to the thread of life. Tears cascade down Qi Su's cheeks as she chokes back her emotions, softly calling out, "Mother, it is me, Xiao Su. I have come to see you. Please open your eyes and look at your daughter." Chapter 66. Prohibited drugs. This heart-rending scene, even for Lin Youqian, a man of iron and steel in the military, elicited a prick of emotion in his eyes. He clasped Qi Su's hand tightly and bowed sincerely to Yunxi. "Mother, I am your son-in-law, Lin Youqian. Thank you for raising Qi and nurturing her so well. Please rest assured, from this moment onward, I shall take good care of her and ensure she suffers no more grievances. Chi-Su held her mother's withered hand, pouring forth a multitude of words. Yet Yunchi lay there, tranquil and unresponsive. Even the electrocardiogram displayed no fluctuations, resembling a mechanical clock, ticking at set intervals. A nurse entered, carrying a multitude of medications, her expression devoid of emotion. Patient 46, Yunchi, it is time for her injection. 7 or 8 vials of medicine were relied upon to sustain Yunchi's vital signs. Yet she could no longer speak, open her eyes, or hear the sounds of the outside world, not even able to ingest liquid nourishment. The thought of this caused Chi-Su a pang of heartache, leaving her in tears, unable to straighten her back. Lin Youqian hurriedly stepped forward to embrace her, but inadvertently knocked over the nurse's vials. A peculiar scent wafted through the air. Chi-Su abruptly ceased her weeping, her eyes wide with astonishment as she questioned the nurse. What is this medication? The nurse explained, this is a nutrient solution, essential for maintaining Mrs. N's life. You're lying. This is not a nutrient solution. Tell me, what exactly are you injecting my mother with daily? Chi-Su could distinctly detect that the fluid contained prohibited substances. As a doctor, if she could not discern even the most basic nutrient solution, her 4 years of medical education would have been in vain. The nurse, caught off guard by Chi-Su's sharpness, hurriedly picked up the vial and presented it to her. Look, it clearly states glucose injection. Glucose injection is transparent. Why does this contain a milky precipitate? The nurse continued to explain. That is because we have mixed in human serum albumin, along with lipid emulsion and complex amino acids. Chi-Su collected the residual liquid in the vial as evidence. You are speaking nonsense. This solution contains other prohibited components. I need to have it certified by an authoritative institution. Until the test results are available, I forbid you from administering any medication to my mother. The nurse, flustered, attempted to block Chi-Su from taking the solution, insisting, no. This is the hospital's specially formulated nutrient solution. Without the hospital's approval, no one is allowed to take it for testing. You are profiting at the expense of lives. This is irrefutable evidence. I will conduct a thorough investigation to uncover the culprits who have harmed my mother. The nurse rushed forward to seize the vial from Chi-Su's grasp, only to be kicked down by Lin Youqian, who then firmly pressed his foot against her mouth to prevent her from making any noise, which could incite further chaos. Chi-Chi, you must quietly take the solution outside to the police station across the street. Do not run around. I will handle things here. Stay calm. Act as if nothing has happened and walk out normally. You are currently on a call with me. If you encounter danger, shout loudly, and I will come to your rescue. Do you understand? Chi-Su made a concerted effort to control her emotions and maintain her composure. All right, I can do this. I will definitely manage. Lin Youqian's resolute gaze bestowed upon her immense courage. Go for it, Chi-Chi. I believe in you. Chi-Su clutched the small vial containing a few drops of liquid tightly in her pocket, cautiously avoiding the crowd as she hastily fled through the fire escape. Upon emerging from the hospital, she heard a muffled groan of agony emanating from her phone. It was Lin Youqian's voice. Darling, what's wrong? Don't scare me. With the last remnants of his sanity, Lin Youqian commanded her, Chi-Chi, run to the police station quickly. Don't worry about me. It turned out that the female doctor who administered the injection had, while Lin Youqian was sending a message to request assistance for Uncle San, desperately triggered the alarm in the intensive care unit using her foot. Since Lin Youqian's phone had to maintain constant communication with Chi-Su, it could not be interrupted. This oversight allowed the individual beneath him to find an opportunity to struggle. Once the alarm was activated, the door to the monitoring room swiftly closed automatically, and from an unknown corner, several syringes were shot directly at Lin Youqian's heart. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and dodged the first few needles. However, those unscrupulous individuals had the audacity to target Yunchi, who lay helpless in the bed. In a bid to save his mother-in-law, Lin Youqian attempted to catch the needles with his bare hands, but inadvertently fell victim to a neurotoxic anesthetic, collapsing to the ground, gradually losing consciousness. Even a mightiest man can only hold on for half a minute in the face of a highly concentrated neurotoxic anesthetic. Knowing he was in peril, how could Chi-Su possibly disregard him? Even if the hospital were a veritable inferno, she was determined to rescue Lin Youqian first. Fortunately, she did not lose her wits. Before returning to the hospital, she called Lu Shiyu. "Third brother, help me. I'm on the 5th floor of Yonghe Hospital in Nancheng, in the intensive care unit. Someone is plotting against me and my family. Please come quickly." "All right, don't panic. Just hold on a bit longer. I'll be there soon." Lu Shiyu was already in Nancheng. He had arrived on the same day as Qi Su, but while Lu Shiyu accompanied her in plain sight, Lu Shiyu was covertly safeguarding her. Even when Lu Shiyu departed midway, Lu Shiyu remained steadfast. He was genuinely smitten with this charming young lady. He had never encountered such a radiant girl, as if she were crafted from his very dreams. Thus, even upon seeing her husband, he continued to follow her discreetly, yearning for just a few more glimpses of her. By the time Qi Su climbed to the 5th floor, Lin Youqian was no longer in the intensive care unit, and she had no idea where they had hidden him. She rushed into the physician's office in a frenzy. "You heartless doctors, where's my husband? Bring him back." A dozen doctors exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Only a head physician in his 50s gestured for her to come over, his malevolent eyes warning her to be sensible and not to cause a scene. "Mississippi, your husband is in room 43. I will take you to see him." Upon reaching the doorway, Qi Su refrained from proceeding into the concealed chamber, opting instead to issue a warning. "Esteemed doctor, I must remind you that my husband is a military officer holding the rank of colonel. Should anything happen to him within your hospital, the nation will intervene and conduct a thorough investigation. May I inquire whether you are prepared to bear such consequences?" The chief physician, having surmised Lin Youqian's military affiliation from his demeanor, was taken aback by the high rank he held. If matters escalated, it would be difficult to contain. "As for the medication, if you hand it over and sign a waiver for medical malpractice, I can ensure your husband is returned to you unharmed. The medication for your mother was mistakenly taken. It was not intentional. Surely, you understand that no hospital wishes to face the repercussions of a malpractice report? If this incident becomes public, the entire institution will face closure for rectification. In our desperation, we resorted to administering a mild anesthetic to your husband." Qi Su found it hard to believe his deceitful words. However, with both Lin Youqian and her mother in their grasp, their fates uncertain, she felt compelled to stall for time, hoping that Lu Shiyu and the police would arrive soon to pursue the matter further. "Very well, I will sign. I only wish for my husband to be safe. I will not pursue anything else. I implore you, allow me to see my husband." Chapter 67. The hostage of Qi Su. Over the years, Qi Su has never once visited in Yunxi, and the Qi family remains indifferent to her well-being, believing that as long as they preserve the life of this woman, it suffices to keep her alive like a living fossil. Thus, the hospital staff are unaware that in Yunxi has a daughter. The director, noticing Qi Su is merely a child, and surmising that she is likely terrified, decides against taking extreme measures and simply instruct her to hand over the medication. However, when Qi Su requests to see Lin Youqian, he insists that she must first undergo a blood test to check for infectious diseases before entering the secure room. Qi Su senses something amiss, but, for the sake of Lin Youqian's safety, she has no choice but to comply. "Now that my blood sample has been taken, may I see my husband?" she inquires. The director fixates on the 2 vials of crimson blood at the testing station and ominously replies, "Do not rush. Once the results are in, I shall naturally take you to see him." The ensuing minutes stretch endlessly, and Qi Su is consumed by anxiety, powerless to act, praying fervently for her brother to arrive swiftly. The longer the delay, the greater the peril for Lin Youqian. At last, the testing window presents an urgent report, but instead of handing the results to Qi Su, the attendant shakes their head at the director, forming an O with their fingers, before tossing the report into the trash. "Why did you discard my test results?" Qi Su demands. The director frowns, his eyes betraying a mixture of regret and disdain. "Let us go. You were seeking your husband, were you not?" As Qi Su continues to follow the director, a man clad in a black mask and blue windbreaker approaches. As he passes her, he deliberately coughs 3 times and adjusts his collar. Qi Su understands he is her brother's associate, discreetly beckoning him with a subtle gesture. However, the man does not follow but instead enters the men's restroom. Soon, the previously tranquil corridor of the intensive care unit is populated by a motley array of individuals. Hurried delivery personnel, elderly women with graying hair, and a limping man leaning on a cane. When the unscrupulous director opens a small door at the end of the corridor, the weary-looking limping man suddenly draws a handgun from the head of his cane, aiming it directly at the director and pulling the trigger, silencing him instantly. Chi-Su screams in terror. The limping man swiftly rushes towards her, taking her hostage and pressing the cold barrel of the gun against her temple. Do not scream. Whoever dares to call for help shall meet the same fate. You incompetent doctors. My daughter was brought here in good health, yet your negligence has led to her demise. I demand that all of you pay for my daughter's life. Sir, you have mistaken me. I am not a doctor, but a family member of a patient. Please, I implore you, spare me. The man grips Chi-Su's waist tightly, signaling her to remain silent before continuing his tirade. I care not who you are. My only daughter has perished, and I demand you accompany her in death. This way, she shall not be alone in the underworld. Ha ha ha. An eerie and chilling laughter echoed through the corridor at the end of the hospital. A limping man, driven by the anguish of losing his beloved daughter, took Chi-Su hostage and entered a secret chamber. To their astonishment, inside stood a dozen security guards and several fully armed medical personnel, wielding syringes, medications, surgical knives, and various medical instruments, encircling Lin Youqian, who lay motionless on the hospital bed. Youqian? Chi-Su exclaimed, unable to contain herself upon seeing Lin Youqian's still form. The limping man pretended to slap her. Shut up, you vile woman. You are about to meet the king of hell. How can you still be thinking of another man? To demonstrate his ruthlessness, he pulled the trigger, shooting 3 doctors armed with surgical knives. He continued to hold Chi-Su hostage, inching closer to Lin Youqian. Everyone, get down and cover your heads. Otherwise, I will kill him. The security personnel and doctors, armed only with electric batons, dared not resist in the face of the armed assailant. They discarded their medical instruments and crouched down, fearing that they might be the next to face a bullet. Unexpectedly, Lin Youqian, who had been lying still on the bed, suddenly propped himself up with one hand, flipping over to kick the gun from the man's grasp, catching it with precision. He then executed a series of remarkable kicks, sending the limping man crashing to the ground. Chi-Chi, let's go. Lin Youqian decisively lifted Chi-Su and leaped out of the secret chamber, swiftly closing the airtight iron door behind them. He pulled a black clip from Chi-Su's hair and jammed it into the keyhole, leaving those inside to fend for themselves. Youqian, are you all right? I'm fine. I wasn't hit. I feigned unconsciousness. I'll explain later. Chi-Su hesitated for a moment, staring at the ominous iron door. Youqian, that uncle seems to be someone from Sangu. He took me hostage to save us. We cannot abandon him. Lin Youqian shook his head, sternly warning her. No, he is a murderer. You have never seen him before. Or do you know him? No matter what anyone asks, you are merely a victim of the kidnapping, understand? Chi-Su nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. Lin Youqian spoke to her in a grave tone, dissecting the reality. He is a murderer with 5 lives on his conscience. The law will not spare him. Right now, our priority is to escape this perilous situation and check on your mother's condition. The police will handle the situation inside. Outside the hospital, the faint sound of police sirens could be heard. Suddenly, a delivery person approached the elevator, inexplicably greeting them. Excuse me, are you Miss Chi? Your delivery. After handing the package to Chi-Su, he added, Hello, the delivery has arrived. Do you need any further assistance? If not, I shall proceed to my next order. There are many traffic police below. My car is parked by the flower bed, and I fear it might be checked. Chi-Su understood his implication. No, thank you. Lin Youqian took the delivery from Chi-Su's hands, only to discover a miniature handgun hidden inside. The earlier gun had only 3 bullets remaining. In this instance, the weapon possesses even greater power, featuring a total of 12 bullets, sufficient to equip him for any unforeseen circumstances. Come, Chi-Chi. Let us proceed to the special care room. Upon breaking through the door to the special care room, Lin Youqian found it utterly vacant, and Yunxi, along with the hospital bed, had already been relocated. Mom, where's my mother? Where has she gone? Chi-Su attempted to rush inside, only to be restrained by Lin Youqian. Chi-Chi, you must remain calm. This hospital is compromised, and nefarious elements are involved. At that moment, I feigned injury deliberately to expose their conspiracy and to prevent them from harming my mother-in-law. As of now, we are unaware of the depths of corruption within this hospital. Relying solely on my individual strength is insufficient to confront it. Therefore, I must first ensure your safety before we can initiate our next course of action. Chapter 68. A heart-pounding rescue Chishu was in a state of desperation, tears flowing uncontrollably down her cheeks. No, I will not leave. I must find my mother. Even if she is in a vegetative state, she is still my mother, and I must save her. Lin Youqian forcefully grasped her, issuing a stern command. Chi-Chi, listen to me. Your safety is paramount. Only when you are secure can I devote myself entirely to rescuing Mom. Do you understand? Moreover, this hospital harbors more than one patient like Mom. As a soldier, I cannot turn a blind eye to their plight. You must cooperate with my actions, not hinder them. Do you comprehend? Chishu understood that Lin Youqian did not wish for her to take risks. Yet as a doctor and a daughter, she could not stand idly by. Youqian, I'm a doctor. Mom is currently a patient, and there are certain medical equipment operations and emergency measures that you do not understand, which is why I must accompany you. Rest assured, I will not be a hindrance. Should danger arise, I will retreat with you promptly. Lin Youqian resolutely refused. No, the terrifying environment of that secret chamber is suffocating even for someone like me. How could I allow you to take such risks? Please, Youqian. In the midst of their argument, a figure clad in black, Lu Shiyu, wearing a black mask, emerged from the shadows. Chi-Chi, come with me. Your mother has been rescued by my people. Hurry and see her. Chishu was overwhelmed with joy and tears. Really? Third brother? Lu Shiyu affirmed firmly. Yes, you and the rat should go outside first. I will rescue the limping uncle, the one who just took you to the secret chamber. Lu Shiyu exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Youqian, who immediately understood. Chi-Chi, your third brother is right. You should go attend to your mother, while he and I go to rescue the other patients. The rat was the man Chishu had encountered in the corridor. He had changed into a set of green sportswear and nodded at her. Similarly transformed was the delivery boy, who had shed his yellow kangaroo suit to reveal a handsome young man. He greeted Chishu with a cheeky grin. Darling, come on. Big brother will take you to the movies. Just as Lin Youqian's fist was about to react, Lu Shiyu restrained him. Calm down. The immediate priority is to save lives. Chi-Chi has already drawn attention. She must have someone to protect her closely, and that young man possesses decent skills. Lin Youqian watched helplessly as Chishu was led away by the yellow-haired lad, unable to act. Lu Shiyu raised an eyebrow and asked him with a smile, Are the policemen downstairs your people? Lin Youqian was taken aback by Lu Shiyu's astuteness in discerning this connection. Yes, Lu Shiyu, ever familiar, patted his shoulder and offered a brilliant suggestion. Your men cannot ascend to this level for a search without sufficient reason. I can orchestrate chaos with my people to provide them with an opportunity, but you must ensure that my people can withdraw safely. Colonel Lin, for Chi-Chi's sake, will you consider collaboration? It must be said that Lu Shiyu was exceptionally clever, possessing a keen strategic mind adept at navigating the complexities of the situation. Lin Youqian's perspective has transcended to a higher echelon. My gratitude extends to Lu Sanxiao. I, Lin, shall remember today's act of assistance. In time, no one shall be aware of Sanxiao's presence in Nanxing. Originally, Lu Shiyu could have easily refrained from wading through this murky water. However, for the sake of Chi-Chi, he risked exposure of his identity and personally arrived to render aid. Such loyalty and righteousness compel Lin Youqian to ensure a proper resolution. My intention today was not solely to save you, but rather for Chi-Chi. Young Master Lin, should you ever wrong her, I shall not stand idly by. Lu Shiyu's nonchalant smile brimmed with jealousy and provocation. With a slight smirk, he brazenly gestured, and the corridor was immediately filled with deafening gunfire. Bang! 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 The relentless and piercing sounds of gunfire fell like a torrential downpour, sending chills down the spine. In an instant, the once tranquil hospital was engulfed in extreme panic. Help! Murder! In that moment, the entire building erupted into chaos, with patients, doctors, and family members frantically fleeing, their screams and cries for help merging with the cacophony of gunfire. transforming the hospital into utter disarray. Police officers surged into the corridor. Lin Youqian, with his impudent demeanor, casually draped an arm over Lin Youqian's shoulder and even stealthily patted his chest. "Brother, it's all in your hand from here on. OK has left this task to you." Before Lin Youqian vanished, he cast a flirtatious glance back at him. "Your physique is quite formidable. Treat Chi-Chi gently in the future." Upon the arrival of the police captain and his officers, he discreetly nodded to Lin Youqian in acknowledgement. "Everyone, convene in the lobby immediately. The police will escort you to safety. Move swiftly. In 3 minutes, we will conduct a comprehensive search of the entire floor." Lin Youqian presented his credentials and spoke. "Wait, I am a soldier, and I have relatives in the intensive care unit. I am familiar with this situation. All medical personnel are to remain. You must accompany us to tend to the injured patients. Other patients and their families, please evacuate promptly." The police captain echoed Lin Youqian's words, issuing further orders. "All doctors and nurses remain here. Now, immediately follow me to assist the injured." The doctors and nurses, terrified by the gunfire, protested vehemently. "Why are we not allowed to evacuate? The terrorists inside are armed, while we are unarmed civilians. How can we confront them?" The police captain rebuked them sternly. "Silence. As medical professionals, you should embody the highest standards of ethics. In the face of saving lives, you must be brave and charge forward, just like soldiers and police. Now, without my command, no one is permitted to leave. Failure to comply will result in disciplinary action." Within 3 minutes, as patients and families in the general ward continued to evacuate, the secret room deep in the corridor was enveloped in thick smoke, and flames suddenly erupted. The fire surged like a tumultuous tide, spreading recklessly through the corridor amidst the billowing smoke. A searing heat enveloped the air, intermingled with an acrid odor that was suffocating. The piercing wail of alarms resonated sharply, blending with the cacophony of anguished cries, plunging the entire hospital into a state of utter chaos and terror. Even the police captain's gunfire warning could not tame the frenzied atmosphere. Lin Youqian seized a doctor at random, commanding her, "Come with me to save lives." The unfortunate female doctor struggled fiercely, pleading, "Please, let me go. Find someone else." Lin Youqian, lacking the luxury of time for idle chatter, aimed his gun directly at her head. "No more nonsense. Otherwise, I shall end you right now." Chapter 69. Rescuing and Yunqi. The secret chamber was swiftly engulfed by raging flames as Lin Youqian dragged the female doctor inside, charging in like a fearless warrior. Upon entering, a wave of heat accompanied by the force of explosions struck him. The passage ahead was obstructed by collapsed beams and burning equipment, while the ceiling sprinklers burst, pouring scalding droplets mixed with thick smoke, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. At that moment, numerous medical devices had already ignited, and small explosions erupted in succession, with flames writhing chaotically. In the midst of the turmoil, Lin Youqian discovered a narrow path. As he maneuvered sideways, the walls suddenly crumbled, leaving him with no way to advance. Just then, a figure emerged from the depths, charred and limping, straining to push a hospital bed through the flames. His face was unrecognizable, scorched beyond belief. Yet a smile graced his lips, and his eyes shone with determination as he delivered the patient into Lin Youqian's hands. "Please." Lin Youqian glanced down to find that the patient on the bed was none other than Yunqi, her face serene as if in slumber, blissfully unaware of the peril surrounding her. The limping man, severely burned, pushed the bed with bloodied hands, dragging a cumbersome oxygen apparatus behind him. Despite his own disfigurement, he had shielded Yunqi from harm. Lin Youqian commanded the female doctor, "Quickly, attend to the patient." He bent down slowly, his voice tinged with urgency and sincerity. "Uncle, please get on my back. I will carry you out." Yet the old man weakly waved his hand, his expression resolute and weathered. "No, young man. My hands are stained with blood. I have taken many lives, and my sins are far too profound. Even if I escape, it would only be to await the sentence of death. Do not concern yourself with me. Take the patient and go. If you delay any longer, it will truly be too late." Lin Youqian's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, his heart twisted by anguish and conflict. And Yunshi and the old man presented him with an insurmountable dilemma, a riddle posed by fate that allowed him to save only one, regardless of whom he chose. The reality remained cruelly unchanged. To save the old man would mean ignoring the lies he had claimed. The law would show no mercy, and even if he escaped, it would lead to execution. And Yunshi, a mere shell of her former self, was on the brink of organ failure, her time running short. His lips trembled as he struggled to voice his thoughts, but the harsh reality choked him, silencing any sound. With the last remnants of his strength, the old man valiantly pushed open the searing iron door. "Hurry, get out." In that moment, Lin Youqian hesitated not for an instant. He was propelled by fate like a valiant knight. He lifted in Yunshi and grasped the heavy oxygen equipment, propelling himself through the sea of heat and flames with all his might. The scorching waves surged towards him, but he dared not pause. He owed it to the old man's sacrifice to ensure Yunshi's safety. Upon reaching a safe zone, Lin Youqian's face was blackened from smoke, and his hand, clutching the oxygen apparatus, bore the marks of mild burns and blisters. He could not wait for the female doctor to catch her breath. He grasped her with one hand. "Come, check on the patient. Is she unharmed?" After enduring a harrowing escape from the brink of death, the female doctor was utterly paralyzed with fear, her face smeared with soot and grime, trembling as she curled up in a ball, weeping like a wraith. "Don't ask me. I know nothing." Lin Youqian's roar echoed, more terrifying than the sound of cannon fire. "You are a doctor, yet you cannot even assess the patient's vital signs. Are you truly fit to practice medicine?" The woman approached Yunshi, shaking uncontrollably, and upon witnessing her corpse-like visage, she was once again struck with sheer terror. "Ah, ghost! Scream all you want. Do you believe I will send you to the underworld right now?" The doctor's cries abruptly ceased. After a long pause, she managed to utter a complete sentence. "She is a vegetative state patient. Without a life detection device, I cannot ascertain whether she is alive or dead. If a life detection device were available, would Lin Youqian even require her assessment? You must follow standard procedure. Check if the oxygen equipment is functioning properly, and ensure the patient receives a continuous supply of oxygen." The doctor noticed a faint fluctuation in the oxygen tank's display and exclaimed with delight, "Oh my, she is still receiving oxygen. She is alive." There was no time to lose. Lin Youqian requested police assistance for a clear path and commanded the doctor to accompany them directly to Nanjing Airport, where he would personally pilot a private jet to Huqing. The aircraft was fully equipped with oxygen apparatus and emergency medical supplies. All Lin Youqian could do was remain composed and steady as they soared through the skies. The military hospital's emergency equipment and specialists awaited at the airport, ready to facilitate the life-saving mission. Dean Feng himself arrived to oversee the operation, urgently directing the medical staff in the rescue efforts for Yunshi. "Hurry! All doctors and emergency facilities must be prepared. The patient will arrive in 30 seconds. We must reclaim her life from the clutches of death. Do you understand?" The doctors stood ready, and upon detecting a faint glimmer of life from Yunshi, they exclaimed in astonishment, "Colonel Lin, the patient is still alive." Lin Youqian breathed a sigh of relief. "Dean Feng, I entrust my mother-in-law to your care. I must head to Nancheng, where there are still matters to address." Dean Feng picked up a roll of gauze, personally administering medication and bandaging him before patting his shoulder. "Rest assured, we will give our all. Please drive safely and take good care of Dr. Qi." Qi Su was in a state of frantic anxiety in Nancheng, especially after witnessing the fire on the 5th floor of Yongle Hospital and being unable to reach Lin Youqian, pushing her to the brink of despair. Meanwhile, Lu Shiyu confined her to her room, refusing to let her leave. "Third brother, I beg you, let me go. I need to find my husband and my mother. Please, just let me out." Lu Shiyu, unfazed, casually peeled an orange for himself while offering her peace. "Do not worry, with your husband's skills. Even if the entire building collapses, he will surely escape unharmed. He will not die." Though Lu Shiyu spoke nonchalantly, Qi Su was in a state of frantic desperation. How could he possibly be safe? If he were unharmed, would he not have contacted me? "You liar. You said you rescued my mother. Where is she? Where is my mother?" Lu Shiyu did not anticipate that the seemingly gentle and obedient little girl could unleash her fury like a mad leopard. Without his personal intervention, neither mouse nor Xiao Shui could possibly contain her. What a grand deceiver. If I do not deceive you, will you obediently come out? The entire 5th floor of the hospital is engulfed in flames. Even if I were a deity, I could not rescue your mother. You must remain here and wait patiently. I have already dispatched my brothers to search for your husband's whereabouts. Should you continue to disobey, I will recall my brothers, leaving you to sift through the ashes in the hospital alone. Chi Su felt utterly helpless, her eyes swollen and red like ripe peaches, tears continuing to stream down her cheeks. Third brother, I am so worried about my husband. He can't be in danger, can he? Third brother, why hasn't my husband returned yet? Third brother, have your brothers found any news about my husband? Third brother, after a considerable amount of time, Lu Xiyu was on the brink of madness. The barrage of tears, coupled with her incessant sobbing and murmuring, was far more terrifying than Lu Yi's 9-yin white bone claw and her high-pitched trumpet. Ultimately, unable to withstand her soft yet piercing lamentations, he resorted to pretending to wear a stern expression and threatening her fiercely. If you dare to cry out or utter another word, even if I locate your husband, I will have my brothers deal with him directly. Outside the door, an anxious and heavy panting could be heard. Damn it, who dares to touch him? I will take care of them myself. Chapter 70. The fate of Uncle Qiao. The first words that Lu Xiyu uttered upon opening the door were, "Why on earth did you arrive at this hour? Hurry and tend to that little crybaby. She believes she is destined to be a widow. Get lost." Lin Youqian bypassed Lu Xiyu and rushed directly to Chi Su, enveloping the tear-streaked child in his embrace. "Fool, why are you crying? Do you think I would allow you to become a widow?" Chi Su wiped her teary eyes against his chest. "I am not afraid of being a widow. I am worried about you. Don't listen to Sanji's nonsense." Lu Xiyu interjected, "You're concerned he might die, which essentially means you're worried about being a widow, isn't it? I am not mistaken. If he were to perish, you could marry me instead. What is there to fret about? Your tears are nearly drowning me in pickled vegetables." Lin Youqian shot him a glare, one filled with the intensity of a raging fire, rendering Lu Xiyu's meticulously styled hair almost charred. "Lu San, my woman is not for you to covet. If you're feeling lonely, go find a fish to accompany you. Were it another man's wife, Lu Xiyu would have relentlessly pursued her. However, Lin Youqian, with his superior lineage and strength, was not someone he could contend with, especially in terms of physical prowess. All he could do was grit his teeth and mutter a single word, "Damn." Finally, Chi Su ceased her tears, inspecting Lin Youqian from head to toe. "Youqian, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Lin Youqian promptly removed his jacket to prove his well-being. "Aside from a minor injury to my hand, your husband is perfectly fine now. Can you rest easy?" Seeing Lin Youqian return safely, Chi Su felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet another, greater worry loomed. "Youqian, my mother, is she?" Lin Youqian cradled her face and gently kissed her forehead, reassuring her, "Mother is fine. I have already taken her to the military hospital, where she is receiving the best care. You need not worry." To further alleviate her concerns, Lin Youqian sent her a photograph from the airport, showing Director Feng personally escorting the doctors to meet her. "Look, the life monitor's readings are stable." Upon learning that her mother was alive, Chi Su clung to Lin Youqian, alternating between laughter and tears. "This is wonderful. My mother is alive. I still have her." "Thank you, Lin Youqian." Once her emotions settled, Lin Youqian informed her, "You should be thanking Uncle Qiao. If it weren't for his selfless act of bravery, your mother might have perished in the flames." Chi Su was taken aback, realizing that the man who had held her mother hostage sacrificed his own life for her and her mother. "What about Uncle Qiao? Is he?" Lin Youqian nodded solemnly and turned to Lu Xiyu. "I am sorry, I cannot save both." Uncle Qiao chose to ensure the safety of Chi Su's mother. Lu Xiyu had anticipated Uncle Qiao's fate. He retrieved a lighter and silently lit a cigarette, asking Lin Youqian, "Care for one?" Although Lin Youqian rarely smoked, he accepted the cigarette and lit it in silence, listening intently as Lu Xiyu recounted the story of Uncle Qiao. Uncle Qiao was a chain smoker, consuming at least 2 packs of dry tobacco daily, which ultimately led to his battle with lung cancer. 2 months ago, he approached me, expressing a desire to serve me. Despite his terminal condition, Uncle K has a wife and 2 sons. His wife suffers from uremia and lacks the funds for a kidney transplant. One son is in his final year of high school, while the other is in his first year, and they can barely afford tuition. Therefore, when I receive a call from Chi, I mention needing a brother to take risks, and he was the first to volunteer, rushing in faster than anyone else. He proclaimed that his wretched life could finally be of use, bringing new life to his wife and a promising future to his sons. Uncle K felt that his life, despite its misfortunes, was worth it. After speaking, Lin Youqian exhaled a thick plume of smoke, extinguished his cigarette, and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Chi did not feel burdened by guilt. For Uncle K, this is the best fate he could hope for. Lin Youqian was taken aback by Lin Youqian's choice of such a person for this task, leading him to reassess his character. How many individuals like Uncle K do you have under your care? Perhaps around 100. During idle times, I tend to them, considering it a form of charity. When issues arise, I send them in first, sparing my healthier brothers from unnecessary sacrifice. Lin Youqian extinguished his cigarette, releasing the last wisp of smoke. You possess greater resolve than your brother. If you were at the helm of the Liu family, the top seat in the business world might very well belong to you. Ha ha ha. Lin Youqian laughed heartily. What's the point of sitting in that position for a brief moment? If you were to take over the Xiangling group, wouldn't you still push me aside? Lin Youqian's words rang true. Although Lin Youqian had not interfered with the Xiangling group, he privately owned several enterprises, merely registered under other names. The Lin family remained oblivious to this, yet Lin Youqian was aware, which made him wary of Lin Youqian. If your Liu family merely views Chi as a sister without ulterior motives, I might allow you to linger a bit longer without issue. Lin Youqian did not respond, skillfully evading the conversation. Colonel Lin, if you genuinely care for Chi and vow to never let her down, why fear the opinions of others? His sincere affection for Chi was one matter, but the fact that others had designs on her was another, which unsettled him. Chi is my wife. I shall treat her well. Thus, I kindly ask that your Liu family keep your intentions to yourselves. Ha ha ha. Lin Youqian laughed once more. The world is unpredictable. I hope the Colonel's sincerity remains unchanged. In that case, we, the Liu family, wouldn't mind having an additional brother-in-law. Lin Youqian, stung by the term brother-in-law, gritted his teeth, struggling to find a suitable retort. After all, his foolish wife had naively referred to the three brothers as brothers. Moreover, they were indeed reliable when it mattered. If he hadn't come along this time, he would have found himself utterly sidelined. Since we're on the subject of brother-in-laws, would it be too much trouble to borrow a few of your men? At the hospital, we need to stir up some commotion among the critically ill to force the mastermind to reveal themselves. Lin Youqian tousled his tousle blonde hair, striking a cool pose as he openly teased Lin Youqian. Borrowing men is no problem. Just let me hear you call me third brother first. Get lost. Let Lin Youqian address the younger Huang Mao as third brother, a title he would never utter, no matter the circumstance. Lin Youqian remained undeterred, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he inquired, "Sister-in-law, shall we keep this person?" Lin Youqian shot him a glare, affirming, "Of course we shall keep him. However, do not expect me to call him." Chi, sensing the tension, interjected with a light-hearted suggestion, "Third brother. Why does it matter if he calls you? I shall call you third brother instead. Third brother, third brother. How about lending him to me? After all, it's for the greater good." Lin Youqian found himself utterly defenseless against his charming sister, who was far more endearing than Liu Yi. Unlike that little imp who had only known to brawl with him since childhood. "Very well. Since you have spoken, how could I refuse?" Chapter 71. Insufficient evidence. Lin Youqian handed Lin Youqian a list. Currently, there are only 7 special brothers in Nanxing. If this is insufficient, I can recruit more from the surrounding areas. The 4 prominent families are famously known as Balin and Nanlu. The southern territory belongs to the Liu family. Hence most of Lin Youqian's influence resides in the south. 7 will suffice. If any harm comes to them, I shall cover the compensation. Lin Youqian snorted coldly. "Brother-in-law, do you look down on anyone? Does the Liu family lack such trifling money?" While money is not an issue, what is lacking is the prestige of calling someone third brother. However, Lin Youqian had no intention of complying. "Very well, I accept your brothers. If you encounter any troublesome matters, Just let me know, and I shall resolve them for you. Lu Shiyu understood his implication. The Lin family has connections in the legitimate world. Some issues, after all, should not be resolved through underhanded means. In the future, he would repay this favor. Haha, does that mean I must call you brother? Lin Youqian raised an eyebrow. I am older than you, what do you think? Lu Shiyu, like him, was adamant about maintaining face. I beg your pardon, Colonel Lin, but I cannot bring myself to call you brother. No matter. As long as Master Lu doesn't insist on me calling you third brother, it's fine. Lu Shiyu extended his hand. Lu Sanxiao, Lu Shiyu, it is a pleasure to meet you. Lin Youqian graciously shook his hand. The eldest son of the Lin family, Lin Youqian, a pleasure. Their handshake marked the formal establishment of their friendship. Whether in business or other endeavors, collaboration was now possible. Chisu observed the two men before her, their rebellious postures as they exchanged intense gazes, engaging in a silent battle of wills for what seemed like 300 rounds, before breaking into enigmatic smiles. You both have been chatting for quite a while. Is it not a bit slow to remember to shake hands now? Lin Youqian and Lu Shiyu chuckled simultaneously, finding the little one's innocence rather endearing. Chi, third brother thinks perhaps you should attend kindergarten for a couple more years. I'll cover the tuition. Lu Shiyu genuinely believed that her innocent mind, combined with her youthful visage, bore a striking resemblance to that of a kindergarten child. Lin Youqian, fiercely protective of his wife, retorted, nonsense. My wife is my responsibility. Do you think I need your concern? Lin Xiao, with her background, graduating kindergarten and then enduring 9 years of compulsory education. Do you think you can manage that? Lin Youqian pulled Chi Su close, asserting his claim with confidence. No need for any other training. I only need to teach her the skills required in the bedroom. Master Lu, do you still wish to help pay her tuition? What the hell? Lu Shiyu was taken aback by his shamelessness. Chi Su's face turned beet red from embarrassment. You scoundrel, who needs your guidance? Lin Youqian smirked, continuing to tease her. Indeed, our Chi is so intelligent. She must be exceptionally gifted and will surely learn without any instruction from her husband, right? Absolutely not. I haven't learned anything. Ha ha. Chi Su's retort nearly caused Lu Shiyu to laugh uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Lin Youqian's face was adorned with a rather comical expression. Had it not been for a relative of hers unexpectedly dropping by, she would have mastered everything by now. Lin Youqian gently bit her earlobe, whispering in a soft voice. Fool, if you come to your senses, I am always available. In the future, do not utter such words in front of others, understood? Chi Su pouted her rosy cheeks, feeling a strong urge to scold him. If it weren't for your sudden mention of intimate matters and training, would I have made such a fool of myself? Lu Shiyu observed the glimmer of longing in Lin Youqian's eyes, coupled with Chi Su's bashful expression, and felt a twinge of bitterness within. He realized that he had no chance, destined to remain her older brother. Hey, you two, if you wish to be affectionate, choose another place. Do not do so on my territory. It is rather nauseating. It makes my heart ache. Yet, Lin Youqian had no time for such distractions. There were numerous matters awaiting his attention at the hospital and police station. All right, I shall borrow your person for a while. Thank you. Lin Youqian took Chi Su's hand and departed. The police had apprehended a group of hospital personnel, and the interrogations were nearly complete. Given the involvement of Chi Su's mother, he needed to ascertain the specific outcomes. Indeed, the results of the investigation aligned with his expectations. In this shooting incident, the blame lay solely on Uncle Quebec. The official news reported that a psychologically disturbed cancer patient, disillusioned by futile treatment for their affliction, had resorted to revenge against the hospital and society. The hospital had ignited a fire, destroying all evidence of their misdeeds. Ultimately, they shamelessly placed the blame on the deceased Uncle K, who could no longer defend himself. The incident resulted in the deaths of 6 implicated doctors and 9 critically ill patients. Apart from Chi Su, no family members of the patients were willing to confront the hospital. Some families even felt that the departure of the severely ill patients, akin to living fossils, was a form of liberation for both the patients and their loved ones. Moreover, they could receive substantial compensation from the hospital, providing material solace for the living. All the implicated doctors and the comatose patients perished in the flames, leaving Chi Su and Lin Youqian unable to find evidence to support their lawsuit against the hospital's illicit actions. The police captain reluctantly informed Lin Youqian, "Colonel Lin, you claim that those unscrupulous doctors attacked you with potent anesthetics and sought to harvest your organs, but there is no evidence. All witnesses and involved parties have perished, and the surveillance and medical equipment have been destroyed. Even if you take this to court, it would likely be futile." Chi Su stood up in indignation. "Who says there is no evidence? I possess it. I secretly retained a few milliliters of prohibited substances taken from their hospital, hiding a few drops in a mineral water bottle behind the hospital's flower bed. Furthermore, my mother herself is evidence. We are currently awaiting the test results from the military hospital to ascertain what medications they have administered to my mother over the years. I suspect that my mother is not truly in a coma, but has been tortured into such a state by them." The police understood and believed in their claims, as the individual before them had powerful backing in the central system. With his status as a pillar of the military and heir of the Lin family, it was inconceivable that he would slander a mere hospital. However, the police adhered to principles. Evidence, facts, and motives were indispensable. "Madam Lin, I comprehend your sentiments. However, given the present circumstances, the mere 2 or 3 drops of medication in your possession are insufficient to topple the entire hospital. Such a notion appears rather tenuous. After all, the medication lacks its original packaging and has been transferred into a bottled water container. They could easily counter by asserting that you have procured counterfeit evidence from an external source. We must await the results of your mother's examination before we can formulate our next course of action. Rest assured, as long as you require assistance, we are prepared to cooperate at any moment. Meanwhile, we shall conduct a discreet investigation of this hospital. Should we uncover any traces of wrongdoing, we will pursue them relentlessly until the culprits are brought to justice." Lin Youqian did not press the police chief, but rather extended a courteous hand towards him. "Thank you for your hard work, Captain He. Tomorrow, I may trouble you to accompany me to the hospital." The police chief returned the gesture with respect. "It is my pleasure, Colonel Lin. Please be assured, we have arranged plainclothes officers to remain on standby 24 hours a day. The moment we receive any information, we will contact you without delay." Chapter 72. 7 million compensation. The following afternoon, Lin Youqian accompanied Chi Su back to Yonga Hospital. "Let's confront this deceitful financial wolf." The hospital director. This time, Lin Youqian approached as a military officer, assisted by law enforcement personnel, to engage in dialogue with the highest authority of the hospital, the director. Colonel Lin graces us with his presence. Our humble establishment is illuminated by your visit. It is an honor." The director, surnamed Fong and named Huai, appeared to be in his 50s with a square face, broad ears, and thick eyebrows that suggested a benevolent disposition. At first glance, one might easily mistake him for a kind-hearted elder. Lin Youqian refrained from inquiring about the hospital incident and the illicit substances. Instead, he chatted with him as if they were friends, meandering through various topics. "Director Fong, your esteemed character and adherence to medical ethics are well known to me." Lin Youqian deliberately enunciated the words esteemed character and medical ethics slowly and heavily, the irony unmistakable. Yet, Director Fong maintained a serene smile, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm. "May I inquire what brings Colonel Lin to our discussion today? Surely, our South City Hospital and the military have no entanglement?" Lin Youqian's dark eyes glinted like a sharp, curved blade aimed directly at Fong's throat. "The military has no connection with Yonga Hospital. However, my mother-in-law is deeply entwined with your institution. Did she perish under your care? Shouldn't you provide my wife with an explanation?" Testing the waters, Lin Youqian sought to gauge Fong's reaction. Indeed, a flicker of fear crossed the director's benevolent visage. Yet his perpetual Mithriya smile remained steadfast. He feigned ignorance, asking, "I'm unaware of any grievous shooting and arson incident at the hospital yesterday, resulting in the unfortunate demise of several patients. Might I ask which one is Colonel Lin's mother-in-law?" Lin Youqian, calm and composed, tapped 3 characters on the table with his finger. "N, Yun, Shi." Director Fong's countenance darkened further. He had received a brief report concerning the leakage of medication related to Yunxi, but was overwhelmed by the multitude of events that transpired yesterday. He was aware that a formidable individual had discovered the drug leak while visiting Yunxi, yet he lacked the time and opportunity to delve into the details amidst the chaos. Subsequently, in a desperate attempt to conceal the evidence, he ordered a fire to be set in the intensive care unit, believing he had incinerated all incriminating evidence, though a lingering unease persisted. Ms. and is a special critical patient at our hospital, devoid of consciousness and unable to care for herself. The fire incident occurred on the 5th floor, Ms. Unlikely faced misfortune. Please accept my condolences. As for the compensation, our hospital's legal department has already contacted the patient's family. Is it possible that Mrs. Lin is unaware? Chi Su was indeed uninformed. The hospital had disbursed the compensation to Qi Wangxing, who had communicated nothing, not even a whisper. I am my mother's legal heir. Why was I not notified? Not only was I not informed, but prior to this, Director Fong had no knowledge of Chi Su's existence, let alone her marriage to such a capable husband. Otherwise, even if he were granted 100-fold courage, he would not dare to assist that individual in taking action against Yunxi. I apologize, Mrs. Lin. The Guardian's family section for Ms. enlists her husband, Mr. Qi. Therefore, it is only natural that we transfer the compensation to Mr. Qi. Chi Su is currently indifferent to monetary matters. However, she is keen to ascertain how the hospital intends to handle the aftermath. What is the amount of my mother's compensation? I have a stake in this matter as well. Fong Huai gestured a number, 7 million. 7 million? For an ordinary family, that amount is astronomical. It is no wonder that the families of the deceased are reluctant to pursue responsibility. According to legal standards for compensation, in cases of severe illness leading to casualties, the maximum compensation is typically around 5 to 600,000. Furthermore, this incident, as per the official announcement, was caused by an arsonist, absolving the hospital of any liability. Yet, Yonghe Hospital not only voluntarily offered compensation, but it was also an exorbitant sum credited within a single day. This is entirely inconsistent with their usual conduct. The saying goes, when something is amiss, there is certainly something hidden, and there must be some ulterior motive at play. Lin Youqian gently patted Chi Su's hand, signaling her to refrain from speaking further, allowing him to inquire. May I ask, Director Fong, is the compensation for all deceased patients indeed 7 million? Certainly not. The compensation for other patients is executed according to standard procedures, amounting to only 580,000. The reason for granting Qi Wangxing such a substantial sum is twofold. First, that unscrupulous man has insatiable greed, and second, Director Fong recognizes that Lin Youqian is not someone to be trifled with. Thus, he urgently needs to secure a settlement from Qi Wangxing to finalize the matter. Once Qi Wangxing signs the settlement, even if the truth were to emerge later, he would bear no further responsibility. Fong Huai retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the perspiration from his brow, responding smoothly, each patient's situation is distinct, and thus the compensation may vary. As for the exact amounts, they are confidential matters of our hospital and cannot be disclosed. A sly smile curled at the corners of Lin Youqian's mouth, his piercing gaze instilling palpable dread in Fong Huai. He had discovered the breach that would expose this cunning individual. I am not interested in how your hospital allocates funds or the specific amounts granted to each patient's family. What I seek to know are the names and identities of all patients involved in this incident, along with their family members' contact information. I would appreciate it if you could provide that, Director Fong. Fong Huai's face turned ashen with anger. After all, he was a director. Had it not been for Lin Youqian's formidable background, he would have slammed the table in protest. Colonel, patient information is confidential in any hospital and cannot be disclosed to unrelated parties, not even to military personnel. Lin Youqian chuckled softly, his posture defiant and arrogant. Oh, is that so? This matter concerns lives. The police can participate openly, and if Director Fong refuses, that would not be acceptable. Fong Huai was left bewildered, utterly unable to grasp his meaning. Colonel Lin, what do you mean? Lin Youqian leisurely savored his tea, his tone languid yet laced with lethal intent. Director Fong, did you not investigate the secret chamber on the 5th floor? Is there not one body missing? Care to venture a guess as to who it may be and where that person currently resides, alive or deceased? Lin Youqian remained silent, while Feng Huai busied himself with erasing incriminating evidence, oblivious to this pressing question. The corpses within had long been reduced to charred remains, rendering any identification impossible. Feng Huai, already exasperated, saw his earlier benevolence morph into a visage of unrestrained brutality. What do you mean by a missing body? Can you not articulate your thoughts more clearly? Observing his descent into madness, Lin Youqian maintained an air of languid arrogance, particularly accentuated by the sardonic smile that nearly drove Feng Huai to the brink of insanity. As a soldier, witnessing the inferno on the 5th floor of the hospital, I could not stand idly by. Thus, I braved the thick smoke and flames to rescue a patient from within. Fortuitously, my resources are ample, possessing both wealth and influence. I swiftly arranged for the patient's transfer to Lake City via private jet. Presently, that patient is receiving emergency care at the military hospital. Who they are, whether they live or die, remains unknown to me. Therefore, I require the contact details of all the patient's families so they may come forth to identify their loved ones. Should the military hospital's medical expertise prevail and the patient be saved, it would conveniently alleviate a compensation loss of 7 million for Director Fong. Would you not agree, Director Fong, that this is indeed a momentous occasion? Chapter 73. The creation of evidence. Feng Huai's eyes widened in disbelief, cold sweat streaming down his face. What did you say? You rescued someone? How is that possible? In such a massive fire, how could you possibly save a person in a vegetative state? Ha ha ha. Lin Youqian laughed heartily. Director Fong, do not view miracles through your narrow lens. The strength of the People's Liberation Army of the Summer Nation is beyond your imagination. Feng Huai remained unconvinced, insisting that no one could have escaped such a blaze. Even if you managed to carry the patient out of the inferno, they are all in a vegetative state. Without oxygen equipment, saving them would only yield a lifeless corpse. Oh, I forgot to mention, Director Fong, when I rescued the person, I also brought along the oxygen machine. I even kindly requested one of your doctors to oversee the entire process, Lin Youqian stated, sitting defiantly as he observed Feng Huai's panic and fear unfold. Feng Huai's spirit was visibly drained, his words lacking vitality. Who was that doctor? Who? Lin Youqian certainly wouldn't disclose that information. Who? I don't know either. She was injured and is currently receiving treatment at the military hospital. It seems she won't be able to return to your esteemed hospital for some time. When I left, she asked me to convey a message to you. She expressed her discomfort working at your hospital, unable to sleep, haunted by the fear of ghosts knocking at her door at midnight. Thus, she wishes to resign and hopes for your approval. Surely, your hospital would not make things difficult for an exemplary employee who dares to speak the truth? Feng Huai was now simply wiping sweat, utterly speechless. Seeing that the intimidation had nearly taken effect, Lin Youqian adopted a more forceful tone. Director Fong, are you still unwilling to speak the truth regarding how my mother-in-law became a vegetative state and the illicit drugs that were misused during that time? Feng Huai, of course, would not shed tears until he faced the coffin. He had hidden this matter for so many years. How could a few words easily sway him? We are a legitimate hospital, treating every patient with the principle of saving lives and alleviating suffering. There are no illicit actions, as claimed by Colonel Lin. I urge you to choose your words wisely. Since Feng Huai remained obstinately unyielding, Lin Youqian was disinclined to engage in further banter. With a breakthrough at hand, bringing this man down was merely a matter of time. There was no need to waste more words. Since Director Fong possesses a physician's benevolence and a sense of justice, please provide the information regarding the deceased patients and their families. The military hospital is awaiting confirmation from the families to proceed with the next steps in treatment. Feng Huai was already in disarray, the handkerchief soaked with sweat, dripping with perspiration as he continued to wipe. Lin Youqian exchanged a knowing glance with the police captain, who immediately understood the cue. As a police officer, he applied pressure. We kindly ask for your cooperation, Director Fong. This operation is a joint rescue effort by the military and police, and any fabrication or underhanded dealings will not be tolerated. Otherwise, it will be considered obstruction of justice. endangering lives, and you may face charges of intentional murder. Do you understand, Director Fong? Upon hearing this, Fong Huai's last glimmer of hope sank to the depths of despair. Trembling, he awkwardly scribbled 9 names on the paper. These names had long been etched into his mind, yet at the moment of writing them down, his thoughts were a complete void. He felt the palpable presence of danger. Once this list was submitted, his world would likely descend into an abyss of darkness. Upon receiving the list, Lin Youqian swiftly collaborated with the police to locate the patients' families, inquiring about their specific compensation amounts, while also requesting a staggering bill of 7 million from Qi Wangxing for comparison. This immediately incited a wave of public outrage. The families could no longer remain passive. They flocked to the hospital, demanding answers. Lin Youqian had anticipated this. How could any other compensation amount possibly reach 7 million? 580,000 was already substantial, and the families had been quite satisfied. Yet, human nature is insatiable. With a comparison in hand, these individuals naturally sought greater rewards. Where there is injustice, there will be voices of protest. With dissent comes public uproar and medical disputes. At the peak of these conflicts, Lu Shiyu Special Associates could seize the opportunity to act. Life is fragile, especially for patients in the late stages of illness, where even fate seems powerless. However, these brothers could, like Uncle K, maximize the value of their limited lives, illuminating the final beacon of justice for the world, which is indeed a noble deed. Exiting the hospital's reception area, Chi Su remained as lost as a headless fly, uncertain of how to seek justice for her mother. Youqian, are we really going to let that murderous dean go unpunished? Lin Youqian, smiling, gently ruffled her hair, affectionately calling her, silly girl. Haven't you heard the saying, heaven's net is vast, though wide. It lets nothing slip through. Do you understand? Chi Su nodded and then shook her head. She understood, yet did not fully grasp it. How can we bring the wrongdoers to justice? Wait, Lin Youqian, noticing the child's thoughts were not quite agile enough, patiently explained. We shall wait for these individuals to unravel, for the test results regarding your mother, for other patients' families to cause a commotion, for the second Uncle K to extinguish the light of his life. As long as that person surnamed Fong bears the weight of a life, the police can justifiably bring him to justice. If he attempts to destroy the evidence of his crimes, we will create new evidence to pin him down as a murderer. Before he faces execution, we will ensure to escort him on his final journey. In doing so, we shall uncover the true mastermind behind the harm done to your mother. Chi Su gazed at Lin Youqian with admiration. This man's intelligence and strategy were truly beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. He likely devised this countermeasure long before seeking assistance from Lu Shiyu. A wise person seldom confines themselves within a deadlock. They will explore every avenue to recreate a life and death scenario, thrusting their adversary into an endless abyss of darkness. Lin Youqian, thank you. I am fortunate to have encountered someone as insightful, capable, and intelligent as you. Rarely praised. Lin Youqian lowered his head, looking intently at her. Should I thank you verbally, or is a spoken gesture sufficient? Aren't they essentially the same? Chi Su wrapped her arms around his neck and softly offered her delicate lips. Is it all right now? For you, I endured a tedious 70-minute verbal duel in that dreary office with that duplicitous character, only to be met with a mere 7 seconds of your dismissive attention. Chi Su rose on tiptoe, craning her neck, and pursed her lips in an earnest attempt to reach closer. Yet, Lin Youqian deliberately straightened his posture, feigning indifference. Lin Youqian, come down a bit. I can't reach. With a face full of pride, he stood even taller. Why should I come down? Do you think I cherish those fleeting moments? Chi Su took a deep breath, puffing out her cheeks like a pufferfish, and huffed through her nose. Come down. This time I can stay longer. Lin Youqian extended 2 slender fingers, gently pinching, causing her round cheeks to deflate, leaving only a circular pout. Silly girl, let me teach you how to kiss. Chapter 74. Personal inspection. Lin Youqian's approach evolved from gentle persuasion to an overwhelming force of desire, leaving Chi Su breathless, and yet he persisted. Fool brief. Seizing the moment when he paused for words, she struggled for air, but he forcefully silenced her once more. enveloped in a fervent entanglement and a state of blissful suffocation. She was relentlessly worn down until she felt utterly limp. Lin Youqian, hold me, I can't endure this any longer. With a mischievous smile curving at the corners of his lips, his eyes sparkled with mirth as he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Let us return to the hotel for a brief respite. Upon hearing the word hotel, Chi Su's previously languid form suddenly tensed, every pore brimming with alertness. Lin Youqian found her reaction amusing. Why are you so anxious? What else would we do if not return to the hotel? Stroll aimlessly on the streets? After a moment of contemplation, Chi Su suggested, how about we catch a movie? Lin Youqian firmly disagreed. No, I didn't sleep well last night. I'm exhausted and can barely keep my eyes open. Then let us go for hot pot. I know a particularly delightful place in South City. She proposed. Once again, Lin Youqian rejected her idea. Which restaurant in South City could possibly compare to the Royal Imperial? If you desire hot pot, I can have them set up a feast in our room. Then accompany me to the mall. I wish to purchase clothing, jewelry, and bags. Lin Youqian promptly contacted the mall's general manager. Send over the latest women's collections in size 160 from LV, Gucci, Chanel, to the Royal Imperial. My wife wishes to select her garments and accessories. Chi Su's mind short-circuited. Regardless of her suggestions, Lin Youqian always skillfully redirected their plans back to the hotel, fulfilling her seemingly unreasonable whims. My dear wife, what else would you like to do? Chi Su felt too weary to respond. Is there anywhere else I might go but the hotel? Lin Youqian intentionally misconstrued her meaning. We could indulge in the car, on the plane, in a private cinema, or the Diamond VIP gym. Chi Su's mind was overwhelmed, her thoughts veering towards those forbidden scenarios. After a lengthy pause, she finally processed his words. Have you tried all those places? Lin Youqian, caught off guard by his own jest, hastily denied, no, absolutely not. I swear, not even once. Those are merely jokes from the rough men in the army. I was just teasing you. Do not take it seriously. Who would believe that? For the remainder of the journey, Lin Youqian fervently defended his virtue and the ambiguity of his integrity. I promise, I shall never jest about such matters with you again. If you don't believe me, you can inspect for yourself later and see if everything is indeed new. Chi Su's face flushed instantly, reminiscent of a budding flower. Both charming and alluring. How on earth does one conduct such an inspection? Who knows if you've merely exchanged for a used package? Lin Youqian smirked playfully. Allow me to instruct you. Chi Su's imagination began to whirl rapidly. She recalled all the knowledge she had acquired in her 4 years of university study in andrology, yet found no standards or procedures regarding the inspection of new products. Could it be that there's a membrane for boys as well? Lin Youqian noticed her puzzled expression, as if she were contemplating a significant issue. Chi-Chi, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Chi Su would never admit that she was pondering how to conduct the inspection. Upon arriving at the hotel, the first order of business was to fulfill her desires, instructing the 5-star chef and service staff to prepare a hot pot. Subsequently, the shopping mall's counters were filled with 5 carts brimming with clothes, jewelry, and handbags, all neatly displayed in the hotel lobby, allowing Chi Su to choose at will. The movie projected in the suite was also arranged, though the content remained a secret for the time being, to ensure an optimal tasting experience. Lin Youqian aimed to satiate the small woman first, hoping to avoid any mishaps later on. By 9 in the evening, Lin Youqian had satisfied all of Chi Su's requests, even attending to the minutest details, and they played a couple of rounds of games before turning their focus elsewhere. Wife, it's quite late. You should rest. Chi Su's body immediately tensed. How about you sleep first? I'm not tired. Let's play a few more rounds. Lin Youqian decisively cut the power and shut down the computer, informing her in an authoritative tone, Chi-Chi, I need to take a shower. Chi Su pointed toward the bathroom. Then go wash. You don't need to report that to me. Lin Youqian raised his bandaged hand. Do you think I can wash myself? Didn't T remind me that the wound must not get wet? Therefore, you must assist me. Chi Su's pupils widened in resistance. Why not just lift your hands and rinse off? Lin Youqian admired her line of thought. No, I value cleanliness. I need to wash thoroughly, leaving no corner untouched. At the mention of corners, Chi Su felt a shiver run down her spine, involuntarily recalling their first meeting. Ever since interacting with this man, she had become less pure. her mind filled with impure thoughts. How about I call a professional bath attendant to ensure you are scrubbed clean and shining? Lin Youqian then grabbed her by the collar and tossed her into the bathroom. I'll scrub your back. I've been tirelessly working for you day and night. You still hesitate to assist me with a simple bath. Come in service. Chisu had already resigned herself to the idea of sacrificing her vision and delicate hands. But Lin Youqian did not put her in a difficult position. It was genuinely just a bath. He closed his eyes, allowing Chisu to clean the nooks and crannies haphazardly. I'm done. Lin Youqian deliberately splashed her with water and teasingly wrapped himself in a towel. Now it's your turn. I'll be waiting for you in bed. Chisu's tone was both coy and timid. You can sleep first. No need to wait for me. My relatives are still here, so it wouldn't matter if you wait. Lin Youqian tilted his head, brushing water droplets from his hair onto her face with a mischievous grin. I know. I want to make it difficult for you. Be good and wash quickly. Do not dawdle to evade me. I am not as beastly as you might think. Chisu believed it wholeheartedly. She fancied herself possessing a golden ticket to immunity, enabling her to rest easy. Alone in the bathroom, she cheerfully hummed a tune, resembling a carefree little sparrow, basking under the showerhead, joyfully leaping about. Lin Youqian languidly reclined on the bed, initiating a film, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the petite woman to share in the viewing. At last, Chisu emerged from the washroom, her thick hair freshly dried, making her way over with a graceful saunter. Come here, darling. Did you not express a desire to watch a movie? Choose a film. Chisu was pleasantly surprised to find herself lounging on the bed, indulging in a high-definition 3D holographic projection, the ultra-dimensional panoramic visuals utterly captivating. The smoldering fire within Lin Youqian's eyes gradually became apparent, his affectionate gaze infused with wild intensity. Darling, what would you like to watch? A romance? An art film? A documentary? An action film? Or perhaps a war movie? Chisu casually perused the film menu. The romance film's poster depicted a couple embracing in a passionate kiss, exuding an excess of sweetness. And lying beside such a hormone-driven man could easily lead to an unintentional spark. The art film opened with a delicate pair of youthful hands cradling a freshly sprouted seedling, adorned with two glistening dewdrops on a tender green leaf, exuding an aura of extreme dryness and tedium. It was likely that she would find herself dozing off before it even commenced, so she dismissed that option. The documentary was even more perplexing, with a bold title reading How Baby Seals Are Born, accompanied by an image of two plump seals engaged in mating, a scene so awkward it could induce a cringe. The action film featured a female general and a male assassin. The burly assassin in black lunged forward, his sword piercing the general's shield, the silver tip ominously aimed at her prominent bosom. Just from the poster, it was evident that it lacked respect for women and could hardly be considered a worthwhile film. Given his military background, she opted for the war film. Lin Youqian smiled, a glimmer of mysterious amusement in his eyes. All right, I shall heed your wishes. Chapter 75. Watching a movie, Chisu eagerly moved 2 pillows closer, fully engrossed in the screen. The cutting-edge 3D holographic projection vividly displayed every environment and detail. Even the expansion and contraction of pores were rendered with astonishing clarity, creating an immersive experience that felt remarkably real. Wow, how breathtaking! Chisu couldn't help but exclaim. The film, titled Tunnel Guerrilla Warfare, opened with a soldier from an island nation clad in a sandy yellow uniform, wearing a steel helmet and wielding a firearm, stealthily prowling through the forest as if hunting for some elusive prey. Suddenly, the scene shifted. He stumbled upon a cave, faintly illuminated by a flickering firelight. Oh yes, there are people inside. As the soldier focused his gaze, the camera drew closer, pushing aside tall grass and reeds. The cave's full outline gradually came into view. The cacophony of buzzing insects, the stark rocks, the dim firelight, and an enchanting beauty. The crucial detail was that the beauty was clad in nothing but a scanty bikini. Upon seeing the soldier, she suddenly covered her mouth and let out a seductive scream. "I'll help. I'm so frightened." Her voice was far from fearful. It was a blatant temptation. Oh yes, a stunning flower girl. Do not be afraid. I'm coming. Accompanied by the soldier's lewd laughter. To Chisu's astonishment, The beauty's bikini straps slid down, revealing her delicately sculpted collarbones. Help! Please don't come any closer, she protested, yet her long, slender legs struck an alluring pose. Seeing this, if Chi-Su still failed to grasp the essence, she would truly be dim-witted. Lin Youqian, what is this? This is not a war film. It is clearly. Lin Youqian shrugged, feigning ignorance. You picked the movie, didn't you? Aren't you going to finish watching it? The images on the screen had become unbearable, accompanied by a cacophony that assaulted the ears. Embarrassed, Chi-Su quickly pulled the blanket over herself, diving into the covers to shield herself from the blush-inducing scenes. However, once enveloped, she immediately regretted it. The spectacle beneath the covers was even more explosive. Like a startled rabbit, she poked her head out. Lin Youqian, you are insane. Lin Youqian chuckled, a deep, alluring sound. Indeed, I have a condition that requires your treatment. Dr. Chi, please register me. Chi-Su's pleading voice was soft and pitiful. Lin Youqian, spare me. I've told you, my relatives are still around. Lin Youqian bit his lip, revealing a beguiling smile. I know, hence I want to consult with the internal medicine. Chi-Su, somewhat understanding, extended her delicate hand, slowly approaching. Yet, just as they were about to touch, Lin Youqian halted her. Chi-Chi, you are a doctor. You should know that surgical interventions address only the symptoms, not the root cause. Moreover, excessive surgeries are detrimental to the body. Desiring ease and efficiency, Chi-Su readily agreed. I feel the same way. Mr. Lin, these minor ailments can be endured and will heal on their own. Lin Youqian squinted his eyes, playfully resting his face against her shoulder. Unable to contain himself, he murmured, Chi-Chi, I need a break from internal medicine. May I schedule an appointment with the dental department? What? Chi-Su was so astonished that she momentarily lost her ability to speak Mandarin. What did you say? Lin Youqian pointed at the large screen. So you see? Got it. Learn from them. Before Chi-Su could protest, Lin Youqian firmly pressed her down. For the entire night that followed, she had no desire to speak to him. She truly needed to carry a roll of transparent tape with her at all times. Not just to seal Lu Yi's meddlesome mouth, but more importantly, to keep her own lips sealed at critical moments. Otherwise, she would inevitably be overfed by him. Chi-Chi, don't be shy. It's been a whole night, and you still want to talk to me. Was she shy? No, she was furious. The kind of anger that made her want to wield a scalpel to permanently eliminate the source of her frustration. At present, her eyes felt tainted, her ears sullied, her mouth defiled. She felt utterly impure. Chi-Chi, look, I got burned while rescuing my mother-in-law. Otherwise, I would have handled it myself. Lin Youqian raised his bandaged hand, showcasing his bravery. Chi-Su's pent-up frustration dissipated significantly. He had nearly risked his life for her, and she was simply asked to sacrifice a bit of her pride. What was the big deal? No more talking. From now on, I will give it to you. Lin Youqian was overjoyed, wishing he could swiftly clear out those bothersome relatives. When will they leave? To avoid her obligations, Chi-Su deliberately prolonged the stay by a few days. It should be about 10 more days. Lin Youqian exploded on the spot. What? It's already been 4 days. And now you say 10 more? What kind of shameless relative stays for half a month? Can't they let us live? Chi-Su chuckled, thinking he was oblivious, and continued to tease him. What's the big deal? Women are like this. Lin Youqian had anticipated that she truly regarded him as a clueless fool. Is that so? Women are like this? Chi-Chi, didn't your kindergarten teacher teach you that children should not lie? And another traffic rule is that when traffic lights malfunction, it's permissible to run a red light. Chi-Su dove into his embrace, leaving a circle of bite marks on his bare shoulder. You dare. Lin Youqian caressed her fluffy black hair, gazing tenderly into her sparkling eyes. Fool, I am a person of principles and rules. I always obey traffic regulations. I only go on green lights and never run red ones. As drowsiness washed over her, Chi-Su leaned against his sturdy chest and gradually fell asleep. Lin Youqian pressed a goodnight kiss on her soft, cherubic face. You've worked hard, my little stutterer. In truth, he adored this nickname. It mirrored her essence, clumsy, silly, yet utterly endearing. However, she forbade him from calling her that, so he could only whisper it when she was asleep. The gentle sun gracefully ascends the glass window, filtering through the sheer curtains to cast a soft, dappled light upon Chi Su's delicate, rosy visage, reminiscent of a budding cherry blossom, exquisite and alluring. Lin Youqian's arm, having fallen numb beneath her weight, hesitates to withdraw from the tender embrace around her neck. Chi Su's eyelashes, long and thick, curl slightly, enhancing her petite, refined face that resembles a porcelain doll. Her dainty nose rests against his skin, her warm breath cascading over his bare chest, sending shivers coursing through him, rendering Lin Youqian momentarily frozen. How maddening! This little creature. He finds himself fervently wishing to dismantle her. As Chi Su senses the comforting warmth beneath her head dissipate, she slowly opens her eyes, meeting the sharply defined contours of Lin Youqian's face. "Good morning, Lin Youqian," she greets. He responds with a muted acknowledgement, attempting to rise and dress, seeking to mask his embarrassment. However, she clutches him tightly. "Darling, stay with me a little longer. It has been ages since I indulged in a leisurely slumber. I love holding you while I sleep. It's so warm, and I don't have any nightmares all night long." Chapter 76. Lin Youqian on a business trip. Lin Youqian gently tapped her delicate, rosy cheek. "Did you not eat enough last night? Are you already hungry?" Chi Su's memories flooded back in an instant. "I'm not sleeping anymore. I need to brush my teeth, wash my face, and prepare for work." Lin Youqian reminded her, "We are in Nancheng. You have taken 3 days off. There is no need to work today, silly. Go back to sleep." How could Chi Su dare to sleep any longer? She could sense danger looming if she lay down again. She feared she might not be able to enjoy her meals throughout the day. No. I am very diligent. I want to maintain a good routine and will resolutely avoid sleeping in. With that, Chi Su quickly slipped into her little slippers and headed to the washroom. Meanwhile, Lin Youqian made his way into the adjacent bathroom. Hearing the sound of running water, Chi Su called through the wall, "Lin Youqian, your wound cannot come into contact with water." Lin Youqian replied loudly, "Why don't you come and help me wash?" "Dream on. Gisu et galim." Her face covered in bubbles. "You can handle it yourself. Just rinse off." When Lin Youqian emerged, the bandage on his hand had been removed. The blisters from his burn had burst, revealing a raw, crimson wound that made Chi Su's heart ache with concern. "Didn't I tell you not to soak it? How can one take a shower without getting wet? I called for you, but you didn't help." Regretting her inaction, Chi Su thought that had she known, she would have shamelessly offered to assist him once more. "Wait a moment, I'll buy you a pair of waterproof gloves." Lin Youqian's displeasure was evident as he grimaced in disdain. "Not necessary. If I have to wear gloves to shower due to my injury, then what good is having a wife?" Chi Su pouted, her eyes blinking innocently, her tone laced with helplessness. "Understood." After breakfast, Chi Su once again tended to his wound, reminding him, this time, remember, do not let the wound come into contact with water. Otherwise, it may become infected and leave a scar. Lin Youqian's tone was heavy, tinged with a hint of grievance. "I know. How about you just buy me those waterproof gloves then?" Chi Su was pleasantly surprised. "Really? I want me to serve you anymore." Lin Youqian clarified that it wasn't that he didn't want her help, but rather that he was unable to ask for it. "The higher-ups have assigned me a task. I will be on a business trip along the border for about half a month. Are you coming back to Hooching with me today? Or will you stay here to monitor the case as progress?" The case would not be resolved in just a few days, and her presence in Nancheng would not make much difference. "Of course, I want to return to Hooching. I want to see my mother." Lin Youqian was also concerned about leaving her alone in Nancheng. He would handle the troubling matters concerning the hospital, and there was no need for her to involve herself. "All right, then let us return together. I will send a legal team to follow up comprehensively on the case, and the police station will monitor the investigation around the clock. You just need to take good care of your mother. Once the culprits are apprehended, I will accompany you to address everything." Chi Su felt increasingly reliant on Lin Youqian. This man always managed to arrange everything meticulously, making it hard for her not to depend on him. "Thank you, my husband." Lin Youqian pinched her little face and reminded her, "Prepare your token of appreciation in advance. When I return from the business trip, it better be presented obediently, understood?" Chi Su obediently nodded, acquiescing to his request. Upon returning to Lake City, she immediately embraced his waist, unwilling to part even for a moment. In just a few short days, Her world had been completely filled by Lin Youqian, with even her breaths infused with the sweet fragrance of love. Silly, I merely went on a business trip and will return soon. Be good. My husband is in a hurry and must report back to the army. Will they await my command? He said. Chishu tiptoed, pouting her lips. Just one more kiss before you go. This was her first time so fervently initiating a kiss. And Lin Youqian, filled with affection, transformed that sentiment into a deep kiss, melding into her soft lips. Chishu's consciousness began to blur, her cheeks adorned with an enticing blush. Lin Youqian recognized her complete surrender and carried her inside, gently placing her onto the bed before reluctantly turning away. Chi-Chi, I'm leaving. Be good and wait for me. Not 3 minutes after Lin Youqian departed, tender whimpers began to resonate from the bed. Chishu's helpless tears cascaded down uncontrollably. Lin Youqian, I've already started to miss you. What should I do? Aunt Yang entered with a freshly prepared fruit platter, her face beaming with joy. Madam, you have finally returned. During your absence, mister. Lin was so forlorn that he seemed like a zombie, utterly lifeless. I was too frightened to even breathe. Madam, Mr. Lin truly dotes on you. Without needing Aunt Yang's words, Chishu could feel it. Lin Youqian loved her deeply and fervently. I love Mr. Lin too. The once magnificent villa regained its former vibrancy. Each day, before heading to work, Chishu would visit the special care unit to see her mother, chatting with her and giving her massages. Even though her mother showed no response, Chishu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The medical report for Yunxi revealed the presence of prohibited substances that paralyzed the nerves, matching 99.9 with the samples Chishu had brought out. Furthermore, the long-term injection of such illicit drugs had caused severe damage to her mother's brain nerves, making recovery impossible in the short term and perhaps permanently impairing her consciousness. Thus, her mother had become a vegetable due to deliberate malice rather than the result of an accident. However, this report could not serve as evidence to expose the hospital's hidden perpetrator, for Qi Wangxing had already signed a settlement agreement, precluding any possibility of legal action from Chishu. She could only adhere to Lin Youqian's strategy, waiting for the medical malpractice incident to escalate, waiting for the second limping uncle to burn bright in his final moments, waiting for Feng Huai to face justice, before she could seek retribution for her mother. On her day off, Chishu prepared a plethora of gifts to express gratitude to the Liu family, particularly to Liu Yi, whose incessant calls had reached the hundreds. If Chishu did not meet her phone would surely overheat from the relentless ringing. My precious little Chi-Chi, you finally deigned to visit me, she exclaimed, showering Chishu with kisses the moment she stepped through the door. In that instant, Chishu regretted not bringing some tape, as her little face had already endured a deluge of affectionate saliva. From her forehead to her chin, Liu Yi's lipstick marks adorned her face. Enough. Enough. Chi Su transformed from a beautiful doll into a grotesque painted cat. Elder brother, second brother, third brother. Chi Su, with her sparkling eyes, greeted the Liu brothers with a cheerful smile. Hurry, bring all the things inside. With an overwhelming amount of items, she summoned 10 errand boys to assist with the transportation. These are gifts for you and the brothers. I hope you all like them. Liu Shishang felt a mix of surprise and delight. Wow, who would have thought that in my lifetime, I would receive a gift from my sister? What a delightful surprise. As he spoke these words, he cast a glance at Liu Yi, the implication of comparison unmistakable. Liu Shiyu was the first to dash forward to claim the gifts. I want this one. I want that one. I want this too, and that suits me perfectly, and this one as well. It truly complements my temperament. Chapter 77. Liu Yi's affection for Ouyang Jiashu, a plethora of gifts, dozens of bags filled to the brim, was snatched away by Liu Shiyu, leaving Liu Yi in a state of distress. Liu Shiyu, you are utterly shameless. Those are clearly meant for girls. They were bought for me by Chi-Chi. How dare you take them? She exclaimed, her frustration mounting. And that adorable pillow that resembles Chi-Chi, put it down. It belongs to me. Not to mention that one-piece figurine. I adore it too. What gives you the right to take it away? Liu Shiyu, clutching a myriad of bags, dashed into his bedroom and swiftly locked the door. What I seized is mine, he declared. You ungrateful miser. After being your brother for over 20 years, I've never received so much as a peanut-sized gift from you. How dare you contest me for Chi-Chi's presence? You're delusional. I want to give you a single one. In a fit of rage, Lu Yi kicked the door, her foot sore from the effort. Yet Lu Shiyu remained obstinate. Lu Shiyu, I shall no longer acknowledge your existence. When she finally descended the stairs in a huff, she discovered that all her gifts had vanished without a trace. What? Where are my gifts? What happened to them? Ah, you thieves have taken everything, leaving me with nothing. You are all so wicked. Listening to her piercing cries, Lu Shirshu coldly retorted, I didn't take anything. He was indeed speaking the truth. Not a single item had been claimed by him. The remaining pile of gifts had been cleared out by Lu Shichong, who had swiftly transferred them to his private safe. Seeing Lu Yi poised to throw a tantrum, he hastily donned his coat, slipped on his shoes, and made a quick escape. Chi-Chi, I have matters to attend to at the company. I must take my leave. Your second brother will treat you to dinner later. Lu Yi attempted to pursue him, but her efforts were in vain. Elder brother, return my gifts. How can you do this to me? I am your own sister. Chi-Chi gently grasped the fiery Lu Yi, offering soothing words. Do not be angry. I will prepare whatever gifts you desire anew. I am willing to do anything for you, even procure a star from the heavens and have it named in your honor, if that is what you wish. Lu Yi leapt with joy. Really, Chi-Chi? You must keep your word. You will help me with whatever I fancy. One to you? Chi-Chi nodded earnestly. Yes, as long as it is within my capability, I will do it. Chi-Chi, you are the best. I adore you. Lu Yi's words, however, were fickle. No sooner had she declared her love for Chi-Chi than her affections shifted. Chi-Chi, I love Jiashu the most. He is my idol. I have adored him for 3 years. To the point of madness. Can you help me get a signed photo of him? It was only after perusing entertainment news that she learned Ouyang Jiashu was Chi-Chi's senior. Thus, she incessantly called Chi-Chi, urging for a meeting, all for this purpose. Didn't you just say I was your greatest love? A muffled chuckle unexpectedly emanated from the corner of the sofa. Lu Shirshu couldn't contain his laughter. Subsequently, she sat there, expressionless like an ice sculpture, silent as a tomb. In a bid to deceive Chi Su into securing benefits for her, Lu Yi spoke with her eyes wide open, weaving tales. In my grand romance, you take the first place, and Jiashu comes second. What utter nonsense! Chi Su would never believe her honeyed words. Was it merely a signed photo? I could easily procure it for you. Don't mention just one, even if you desire 100. I shall ensure he signs them all. Ah, really? Then let be 100. Chi-Chi, you are truly my lucky star. Lu Yi began to push her luck further. May I also take a picture with him? This was a trivial matter for Chi Su. Sure, no problem. I'll arrange for him to meet you another day, so you can take as many photos as you wish. Chi-Chi, I absolutely adore you. Yet Lu Yi was not satisfied. Can I also dine with him? This was hardly a challenge. All right, I shall invite him when he is free. The final request was voiced by Lu Yi, her cheeks flushed. Chi-Chi, may I touch his chest muscles, abs, and those mythical mermaid muscles? The innocent and naive Chi Su was taken aback. Why on earth would you want to touch his chest, abs, and mermaid muscles? Lu Yi, what has happened to your feminine virtue? What of your chastity? Lu Yi shamelessly replied, it was stolen by brother Jia Shu. No, you cannot touch. Jia Shu is my senior. You cannot behave inappropriately towards him. Lu Yi, undeterred, pouted and pleaded. Chi-Chi, my dear sister, my sweet darling, my precious little gem. Please help me. I beg you. I have never touched a handsome man's chest, abs, or those enchanting mermaid muscles. Help me fulfill this humble dream. Will you? Chi Su was covered in goosebumps from her words, but did not acquiesce to her unreasonable request. Your lewd dream is easily attainable, you know? Chi Su pointed at Lu Shirshu. ISNT, they're a perfectly handsome male model right at your home. His chest, abs, and mermaid muscles are surely more enticing than Ouyang Jiashu's. Why not touch your second brother instead? Lu Shirshu's face was a mixture of anger and a hint of unexpected delight. Just then, Lu Yi caught sight of Lu Shirshu's flushed ears and couldn't resist teasing. Oh, Chi-Chi, how do you know my second brother has a stunning physique? Have you perhaps touched him? Chi Su protested loudly. Absolutely not. I'm not blind, all right? Your second brother, in any attire, is undeniably handsome. It's obvious he has an impressive build. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Shirshu, trying to disguise his embarrassment by drinking water, nearly choked. Oh, there's something going on. The oblivious Lu Yi began to speculate wildly. Chi, do you perhaps have feelings for my second brother? I tell you, he must like you too. The way he looks at you is filled with masculine desire, as if he longs to hold you close and kiss you passionately. In my opinion, you two are clearly meant for each other. Why not just be together? That way, we could become one family. You would be my sister-in-law, and I would still be your elder sister, and you would be my little sister. Wow, such a blissful and beautiful occurrence. I wholeheartedly approve. Ahem. Just as Lu Shirshu managed to suppress his cough, he was once again nearly choked to death. Chi Su was even more anxious, practically hopping in place. Do not speak carelessly. It is not as you think. I do not harbor feelings for second brother, nor does he for me. I am married. I have a husband. What? Lu Yi exclaimed, her mouth agape, her eyes wide with astonishment. Chi, what did you just say? Please repeat that. What is wrong with you? Chi Su earnestly reiterated, I am married. I have a husband. Lu Shirshu rose and retreated into his room. A subtle melancholy flickered across his stern visage. Particularly, when Chi Su mentioned her husband, the quiet smile of happiness that graced her face felt like a biting wind, chillingly sweeping through the depths of his heart. Chapter 78. Your husband is gay. Lu Shiyu descended the stairs and patted Lu Shirshu's shoulder at the corner. Resign yourself to fate, second brother. We lack the timing and have fallen behind. I've given up, so you shouldn't torment yourself. Lu Shirshu pressed his lips together, coldly managing to utter. Who said I liked her? Lu Shiyu gazed at his retreating figure, contemplating gifting him a mirror so he could reflect on his woeful expression of heartbreak. Stubborn as a dead duck. If you truly do not fancy her, then I shall be your shoehorn. Lu Yi was aware of her second brother's feelings and was fervently trying to puah Chi Su, hoping she would become her sister-in-law. Chi, you rushed into marriage. A union without the foundation of love is imperfect, you know. In my opinion, you should divorce your husband and marry my second brother instead, to be my sister-in-law. Chi Su firmly rejected the notion. Are you out of your mind? My relationship with my husband is perfectly fine. I like him, I love him. Why should I get a divorce? Lu Yi was unconvinced. What do you like about him? Is he more handsome than my second brother? Taller? Fitter? Is his family wealthier than ours? Chi Su stood tall, defending Lin Youqian. Of course he is. My husband is even more handsome than your second brother, taller, and has an incredible physique. Moreover, his family is extraordinarily wealthy. Haha. Lu Yi remained skeptical. No way. You could search the entire summer country and still not find a man more handsome or of better lineage than my second brother. Chi Su blushed, but persisted. I'm not lying. My husband is truly handsome. Our family is not lacking in wealth. Lu Yi was about to argue further when she was interrupted by Lu Shiyu. Don't mislead others. What she says is true. Astonished, inquired, who is her husband? Have you met him? Is he truly better than my brother? Yes, I have met him. Lu Shiyu answered for Chi Su. Her husband is the heir of the Lin family in Kyoto, the eldest son of the Lin group, Lin Youqian. That guy is a cunning old fox. Our second brother, with his straightforwardness, is likely to be at a disadvantage. Bang! Lu Yi felt she had exaggerated her claims and stumbled over her words. Furthermore, the information was too explosive. Her mind was left in a chaotic whirl. The heir of Kyoto, Lin Youqian? Isn he gay? How could you have married him? So, are you not living as a widow? Nonsense. Gisu, photo, exclaiming. Her face flushed as she defended Lin Youqian's honor. My husband is definitely not gay. He is incredibly capable. He is, well, absolutely amazing. Lu Shiyu had initially thought this sister was innocent, but it turned out she too was rather enamored with men. Lu Yi was unconcerned with how wonderful her husband was and countered. Since you have a husband, why didn't you let him accompany you back to Nanjing last time? Why did you borrow my brother to play the role of your husband? Upon mentioning this, Chi Su felt quite embarrassed. I'm sorry. That was a misunderstanding. I had a quarrel with him last time. Thus, it seems I have troubled my brothers. Lu Yi expressed her exasperation. So, is everything reconciled now? Have you succumbed to the whims of infatuation once more? I do not have a love-struck mind. My husband and I share mutual affection, a deep emotional connection, and a loving relationship, if you must know. Lin Youqian felt she had likely been deceived, currently ensnared in a state of love so profound that it rendered her oblivious. All right, I understand. You two are inseparable, fine. As your sworn sister, allow me to kindly remind you that your husband's reputation is rather questionable. It has been rumored in our circles that he is gay. They say where there is smoke, there is fire, so it would be wise to keep your wits about you. Chisu had witnessed Lin Youqian's charm firsthand. She might as well believe that a sow could climb a tree, a rooster could lay eggs, or a mouse could take on the role of mistress to a cat, rather than accept that Lin Youqian is gay. I will not permit you to speak ill of my husband. Otherwise, you shall cease to be my sister. A woman whose reason has been eroded by love resembles a brainless pig. Unless she is struck down, she remains oblivious to the perils of the world. Very well, I shall refrain from speaking and from offering reminders. Your husband is the most handsome, the best, the most capable. Is that satisfactory? That is much more agreeable. Otherwise, I shall not assist you in arranging a meeting with Jia Shu. Just moments ago, Lin Youqian, who had been lamenting Chi Su's love-induced folly, was now gushing over her idol. All right, I was mistaken. I shall no longer speak thoughtlessly. Good baby. Now, please help me arrange a meeting with Jia Shu, will you? In light of her willingness to correct her mistakes, Chi Su dialed Ouyang Jia Shu. Little senior brother, have you returned to the country? Upon hearing the title, Ouyang Jia Shu realized she sought a favor. Typically, when there was no matter at hand, she addressed him by name. Yes, I've returned. What is the matter? Do you miss me? If you aren't busy, would you like to have dinner together? Of course, that sounds delightful. Ouyang Jia Shu readily agreed. No problem. What would you like to eat? It's on me. No. This time, I shall treat you. What do you wish to eat? Ouyang Jia Shu jested. I want to eat you, you mindless gourd. Get lost. Gisu vi dole. If you keep talking nonsense, I shall chop down your crooked tree. Knowing her husband possessed wealth, Ouyang Jia Shu, in a fit of mischief, opted for the most extravagant luxury cruise restaurant. Let's go to the Elizabeth cruise ship. I want the most expensive Royal British set meal. Although aware of the Lin family's affluence, Chi Su, having endured 3 years of hardship, felt a twinge of concern. You rotten tree, you are going to slaughter me. Indeed, I intend to feast on this foolish, plump pig. What is the matter? Is your husband not providing you with funds to pay for this? Chi Su steeled herself to maintain her dignity. Who do you look down upon? I shall feast until I burst. Lin Youqian, accustomed to lavish spending, exhibited no sense of frugality, donning an expression of infatuation. Chi, where does brother Jia Shu wish to go? I shall treat. I will cover all expenses. To be able to pay for my idol, I would be blissfully ecstatic. To die for love, I would have no regrets. Gisu delmatiga sai. Oh my, the mind of a love-struck individual is truly frightening. Lin Youqian, your infatuated demeanor appears rather foolish. Lu Shiyu observed the two infatuated individuals before him, their mutual disdain evident. In that moment, he could not help but think that women, as a species, could be rather foolish and utterly lacking in intelligence. Very well, allow me to treat you to this meal, lest you two simpletons be taken advantage of and end up counting someone else's money. Lu Shirshu emerged from his room after changing his attire, casually interjecting, no need. I shall pay. My elder brother instructed me to take her out for a meal. Upon witnessing the despondency on his face dissipate like morning mist, Lu Shiu noted that he had reverted to his usual stoic demeanor, reminiscent of an iceberg. Your heartache has healed so swiftly? Questioned the somewhat slow-witted Chi Su, his eyes widening in curiosity. Has the second brother suffered a romantic setback? Who is so foolish as to dare break his heart? Chapter 79. Two foolish hearts in love. Lu Shirshu lifted his gaze, casting a glance at her, remaining silent. Lu Shiyu could not help but chuckle. You are right. That girl truly lacks discernment. Not only is she oblivious, but she is also rather dim-witted. Chi-Chi, what do you think? Does she deserve a good thrashing? Absolutely. Chi-Su laughed, attempting to console Lu Shirshu. Brother, do not be disheartened. It is merely a lost love. Old things must depart for new ones to arrive. You shall find another girlfriend, one who is far superior, more delightful, and more beautiful than her, to infuriate her. Lu Shirshu's expression darkened, more somber than a burnt rice crust. Had he known, he would have remained seated. He need not have insisted on treating for this meal. Lu Yi observed her foolish sister, feeling a pang of anxiety for her intellect. Foolish, Chi Su retorted, calling me foolish, yet you are the one infatuated. You have never even met Jiashu, yet you are utterly besotted with him. Now, that is truly foolish. Lu Shiyu, wishing to distance himself from the two simpletons at the table, felt his own intelligence dwindling in their presence. Brother, I shall leave the two sisters in your capable hands. Do take good care of them, and perhaps order a few extra portions of walnuts. I shall take my leave, though Lu Shirshu concealed his affections deep within, feigning indifference. His eyes would occasionally linger on her. Every smile, every word, every action of hers tugged at his heartstrings, causing it to beat uncontrollably. Brother, if you do not wish to join us, you may rest. I will accompany Chi-Chi, Lu Yi suggested, though her rare perceptiveness was met with indifference. I wish to go, Lu Shirshu declared. For as long as he could be near her, he would endure even the most agonizing heartache. Upon exiting, Lu Yi noticed his frostbitten demeanor and dutifully maintained her composure, choosing silence to avoid becoming a target for his frustrations. Chi Su sensed the oppressive atmosphere and remained quiet. At last, Lu Shirshu could no longer contain himself and spoke up. I do not have a gift for today. You must prepare one for me later. The gift was something he had neglected to retrieve in his pique, and now he was asking someone else to remedy his oversight, which seemed rather unreasonable. Oh, very well. Chi Su timidly inquired, what do you desire? In 20 days, it is my birthday. I wish for a cake. Chi Su appeared troubled. But I cannot bake. Is it acceptable to buy one instead? Absolutely not. Who desires a store-bought cake? Lu Shirshu insisted, craving one made by her own hands. If you cannot bake, then learn. I shall not disdain your novice attempts, he added. Lu Yi chimed in with a jab, indeed. As long as it is made by you, even if it resembles a lump of dung, he would savor it completely. Lu Shirshu shot her an exasperated glare. If you cannot contribute to the conversation, kindly remain silent. Considering his previous generous assistance, Chi Su reluctantly acquiesced. All right, I shall give it a try. A hint of a smile finally graced Lu Shirshu's typically frosty visage. Lu Yi let out a sigh of relief. Chi-Chi, quickly call Jiashu and see if he has set off. Should we go to fetch him? I feel it would be quite convenient. Though Chi Su may have been somewhat dim-witted, she was not directionally challenged. Hello, we are in North Lake City. He is in West Lake City, and the Elizabeth is located in East Lake City. Which part of your brain misfired to think that was convenient? Lu Yi began to whine. I simply wish to see him sooner. Chi Su began to issue a warning to her, much like her assessment of Lin Youqian. Let me tell you, my junior brother is nothing but a wayward scoundrel, a hopeless flirt. His ex-girlfriends could line up all the way to France. Do not harbor any romantic illusions about him. Otherwise, you might find yourself buried in the grave of love, unable to escape. Disregard him as a walking CD. He sings well, but his tumultuous romantic history could fill 3 television dramas. Lu Yi, however, was a devoted fan of Ouyang Jiashu, unwilling to tolerate any disparagement of her idol, even if it came from Chi Su. Chi-Chi, I will not allow you to speak ill of my idol. I love him. Love him. Love him. And even in death, my love shall persist, transcending life itself. If you continue to speak poorly of Jiashu, I will sever our friendship. Oh dear, a woman blinded by the ephemeral clouds of illusion is truly terrifying. Lu Shirshu, grounded in reality, interjected, I believe Chi-Chi is correct, right? Right, nonsense. Lu Yi retorted, you are merely a foolish man, blinded by love. Yet you dare to lecture me. A piercing glare from Lu Shirshu silenced her, and Lu Yi promptly reined in her defiance, pleading for mercy. Second brother, I was wrong. I will keep my mouth shut from now on. Since childhood, she had feared nothing except for this brother, whose fists were harder than steel, whose mind was as unyielding as iron, and whose temper rivaled that of a bull. The Elizabeth, the most luxurious cruise ship in Lake City, was where Lu Shirshu had booked a VIP diamond suite. Ouyang Jiashu arrived ahead of time, clad in a striking purple suit and waistcoat, exuding flamboyance. "Hey, Chi-Chi, come over here. Senior brother is waiting." Chi-Su and her companions approached. While Lu Yi was so excited she could barely articulate her thoughts. Lu Shirshu pulled her behind him to spare her from embarrassment. "Hello, junior brother." Chi-Su greeted him with a smile. Ouyang Jiashu gestured with his chin towards Lu Shirshu, teasingly asking, "Why the change? This time, your choice seems much better than that last fellow, Lin." Initially, Lu Shirshu found his arrogance irksome, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction upon hearing those words. "Senior brother, you are mistaken. This is my second brother, the second young master of the Lu family, Lu Shirshu." Chi-Su introduced Lu Yi. "And this is my newly acknowledged sister, the young lady of the Lu family, Lu Yi." With flushed cheeks, Lu Yi stepped forward, her voice taking on an awkward pitch. "Hello, Jiashu Gij. I am Lu Yi, your devoted fan for 5 years, ever since your debut year. I adore your songs, your looks, everything about you. Could you please grant me a signature?" Ouyang Jiashu stared at the stack of photographs, his hand trembling slightly as he held the pen. "Miss Lu, are you certain you want all of these signed?" Lu Yi nodded vigorously. Yes, all of them. Thank you for your hard work, Jiashu Gij." Ouyang Jiashu shot a glare at Chi-Su. "You said you were treating me to a meal, but it seems you've enlisted me for manual labor. Signing hundreds of photographs will surely wear out my hand. How will I still be able to play the piano?" Lu Yi then realized that she had indeed prepared an excessive number of photographs. "I apologize, Brother Jianshu. Just sign a few at your convenience. Let's dine first." Initially, Ouyang Jianshu had intended to cleverly extort a sum from Chi-Su, but before he could utter a word, Lu Yi ordered all the most extravagant dishes available. Items such as almas caviar, black truffle brie, French foie gras, tiger skin abalone, Kobe beef, gold leaf pizza, and goose barnacle adorned the table. In summary, it was a feast of opulent delicacies, amounting to at least 7 figures. The richness of the meal left Ouyang Jianshu's throat feeling somewhat bitter. After all, he was a prominent star, a high-income earner, yet he rarely indulged in such extravagance. This elite family truly exemplified opulence.